He lay on the bed as if he were a soulless mechanical doll, stiff and unmoving. His eyes stared blankly ahead, empty and unfocused, as though he could see nothing at all. His entire body felt powerless, like someone just wheeled out of an operating room. He used to think his life was already bitter enough, so acrid and hard to swallow, like a concoction of bitter melon and Chinese rhubarb. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that something as fantastical as transmigration would ever befall him. Yet reality always finds ways to surprise us. He thought turning into a woman might be simple, and had even once fancied himself able to transform at will like a magical girl from those shows. But as it turned out, he had greatly overestimated his own resilience. When the transmigration truly happened, his heart was filled with excitement and wonder. But the moment he discovered his male body had vanished, replaced by the unmistakable form of a girl, he froze completely. Even though he'd never really made use of those organs before, losing them in an instant felt like being stabbed through the heart, a pain almost too much to bear. He spent an entire day lying in bed, until at last he came to terms with reality, and, in the process, absorbed the memories of this new body. The body was only 5 years old, a textbook example of a little girl, and her name was Uchiha Ling. She belonged to the Uchiha clan, a family known for eyes that turned red when angry, making them look like little rabbits in a fit of rage. Yet, he wasn't a pure-blooded Uchiha. He was of mixed heritage. Her mother, an ordinary woman with no ninja talent, had married Yagyu Ichimiai, the fallen head of a once proud ninja clan who was himself a special jonin. Her mother died in childbirth, leaving her and her father alone in the world. By rights, given the Uchiha clan's notorious pride, she would never have been allowed to bear their surname. But when news of her father's death reached the clan, the original Ling was so overwhelmed with emotion that she awakened the One-Tomo Sharingan, stunning the elders who had come to offer condolences. The elders decided on the spot to bring her back into the Uchiha family and had her name inscribed in the clan register. Her father had died in the conflict between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Ninja Village, a senseless death. The third Kazekage of the Sand had been killed, and suspicion fell on the Leaf as the mastermind, sparking war. The village offered nothing more than a paltry symbolic compensation, a few tens of thousands of Ryo, which left a bitter chill in everyone's hearts. The Uchiha elder who had come to deliver the news was, in truth, a minor figure, a dove among hawks. They're merely out of obligation. But when he discovered that she had awakened to Sharingan at just 5 years old, he immediately saw her as a prodigy, and without hesitation, restored her right to bear the Uchiha name. In fact, she would have preferred her father's surname, not Uchiha. But the Uchiha clan's overbearing nature left her no choice. She was entered into the clan registry without so much as a by your leave. When she first transmigrated, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This surname, she realized, was a trap she'd fallen right into. However, his only spiritual support was the cheat he gained upon transmigrating. This swirling orb of black and white light had always existed in his mind, and he was intimately familiar with all its functions and information. During his journey across worlds, he had briefly passed through the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen, where he obtained a sliver of that world's essence, thus forming this cheat. It allowed him to view his basic stats and skills. The good news was that this cheat had restructured his brain, enabling him to extract cursed energy from negative emotions. As a member of the Uchiha clan, whose emotions were notoriously complex and often negative, his reserves of cursed energy were abundant. The bad news, however, was that he had drawn the heavenly restriction as a free reward. Thankfully it was the Toji Fushiguro version, not the ones held by Mekamaru or Maki Zenin. Still, the side effects of heavenly restriction were significant. His cursed energy could only be used to strengthen his body and could not be unleashed in jujitsu attacks. It was like possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, but lacking the ocular power to use it, an utterly frustrating predicament. Just as he feared he might be shackled by heavenly restriction for life, the cheat informed him that it could be replaced. All he had to do was draw a new technique, and the restriction would be lifted. Yet, the world of Jujutsu Kaisen was filled with all manner of strange techniques. Some were incredibly powerful, while others were laughably weak, sometimes even less useful than basic ninjutsu. In that sense, starting out with heavenly restriction was a blessing in disguise. Uchiha were known for their strong minds, but relatively frail bodies. With this restriction, his cursed energy could continuously strengthen his physique. Who knew? Perhaps he might even challenge the opening of the 7th gate of the 8 gates technique. But when he saw the actual conditions for the draw, he immediately felt a headache coming on. This cheat required him to make others continuously like or hate him. inspiring. Hatred was relatively easy. He could just act like an annoying child. But to win people's affection, especially for men, made his whole body feel awkward and uncomfortable. He looked into the mirror and took in his current appearance. Cheeks still round with baby fat, skin pale and rosy, and features so delicate they resembled a princess from a fairy tale. His small lips were slightly pursed in dissatisfaction. His brows were gently furrowed, eyes clear and bright, framed by thick, curling lashes. His hair flowed down his back like a silken cascade, tied at the tips with a red ribbon, soft yet dignified. His lips were a tender pink, making him look like a porcelain doll. Who would ever imagine that beneath such an exterior hid the soul of a grown man? He made a silent resolution. Only by gaining true strength could he avoid being forced to rely on his looks. The original owner of this body had just learned how to refine chakra and only had a grasp of some basic taijutsu and weapon techniques. Although his father was a special jonin, he was often too busy with work to give much personal guidance, so his taijutsu skills were only average. Fortunately, the family had over 5 million ryo in savings, plus several 100,000 in compensation from the village, more than enough to ensure a comfortable life until he became a full-fledged ninja. At home, Uchiha Ling rummaged through a collection of scrolls, uncovering a variety of techniques: the transformation, clone, and substitution jutsu and C-rank ninjutsu of all 5 elemental types, the body flicker technique, and the shadow clone jutsu, foundational skills for any aspiring shinobi. However, given her current chakra reserves, all she could manage for now were the most basic techniques, like the 3 basic jutsu. Her abilities were roughly on par with a student just starting at the Ninja Academy, though thanks to her clan's heritage, she still held an edge over those with no family background at all. Chakra is the foundation of every ninja. Without it, ninjutsu is impossible. Its creation comes from the union of spiritual and physical energy. Generally, those with strong minds or exceptional physical strength never lack for chakra. Ling, as a bearer of Uchiha blood, naturally possessed abundant spiritual energy, and her body was steadily growing stronger under the constant tempering of her cursed seal of heaven. In other words, as long as she didn't overexert herself, the natural growth of her body would ensure her chakra capacity eventually far surpassed that of the average ninja. By then, even members of the Uchiha clan might suspect she had descended from the Senju or Uzumaki clans. Ling could clearly sense her body being nourished by the curse energy. Ever since she obtained the cursed seal of heaven, her physical abilities had been strengthened to the very limits of her current form. She casually threw a punch, and the air before her seemed to explode with a crisp, thunderous crack. The force of her fist compressed the air into a shockwave, sending a circular blast rippling outward. When the shockwave met a porcelain vase several meters away, it shattered instantly, sending shards flying in every direction. Ling couldn't say with precision how strong her physical body had become, but she had a vague sense that she could likely kill a bull with a single punch. Although she had watched Naruto before, that was merely an anime, hardly a reliable measure for the true scale of power in this world. She estimated that, at present, she possessed the abilities of an ordinary genin, but she couldn't be sure. After all, the strength of genin varied greatly, especially in Konoha, where the range among genin was astonishingly wide, with some achieving quite impressive feats. When she tried refining her chakra, she found that her reserves had indeed grown several times larger than before. Even so, without any concrete frame of reference, she still couldn't tell exactly what level her current chakra reserves were at. It wasn't surprising that her chakra had increased several times over. After all, she had awakened the Sharingan. Her spiritual power had grown significantly, and with the ongoing strengthening from the Heaven's curse mark, such growth was inevitable. Ling decided to begin the basic training of a ninja. She understood well that only by working hard from a young age could she hope to keep up with prodigies like Uchiha Itachi. After all, Itachi had been brought onto the battlefield when he was barely 4 or 5 years old. But before she started training, she needed to change her clothes. At the moment, she had just gotten out of bed and was still wearing a set of white pajamas. When she opened the wardrobe, a wry smile tugged at her lips. All she saw inside were cute, exquisitely made little dresses. Fortunately, tucked away in the corner of the closet, she found a pair of fitted trousers she rarely wore and a plain white t-shirt. She slipped into the clothes casually and tied her hair into a high ponytail, giving herself a more androgynous appearance. If she could ignore the face in the mirror, flushed with a shy, endearing expression, her appearance might have seemed even more natural. Ling planned to test her chakra nature next, so she could choose the ninja techniques best suited for her training. After rummaging for a while, she finally found the chakra test paper her father had long since prepared for her, tucked away in a drawer. Channeling a strand of chakra into the paper, she watched as it reacted in several ways. Some parts shriveled, some became damp and crumbled, while other sections split and caught fire. Clearly, this body was gifted to an extraordinary degree. It possessed all 5 basic chakra natures, a talent almost on par with the third Hokage himself. Calming her thoughts, Uchiha Ling picked up the ninja tool pouch she had prepared in advance, tiptoed to the door, and peeked outside several times. Perhaps she still felt a bit awkward inside. Even in her more neutral clothes, she couldn't help feeling somewhat unnatural. Luckily, Ling's house was close to the training grounds at the edge of the forest, and there were hardly any people along the way. It might also have been because the Third Great Ninja War was approaching, and most of the ninjas had been stationed at the front lines, leaving the training ground completely deserted. Ling decided to warm up first, planning to run a few laps around the training field to test her physical condition. In truth, people in the ninja world were indeed different from ordinary humans on Earth. Although Ling was just 5 years old, she could easily run dozens of laps around the 500-meter training ground. If an average genin were to witness this, they'd probably doubt their own senses. How could a 5-year-old possibly run so many laps? Ling wiped the sweat from her forehead, breathing a bit heavily. Though the long run was draining, and even with the constant strengthening from the Heaven's Curse mark, she still felt a touch of fatigue. However, she could clearly feel her body growing stronger, and that sense of progress brought her deep satisfaction. Next, Uchiha Ling chose an open patch of ground and began practicing the basic taijutsu techniques. Although these foundational moves were simple, they had been refined and passed down through generations. They struck a perfect balance between physical conditioning and combat effectiveness, making them the safest and most reliable choice. It wasn't that Ling couldn't perform more advanced techniques, nor was she lacking opportunities to learn them. She simply believed that fundamentals were paramount. With enough strength behind them, even basic taijutsu moves could be deadly. With a resounding crack, she drove her fist into a massive tree, so thick it would take 2 people to encircle it. The ancient tree, which had stood for decades, met its end at her hands. The giant tree crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and wood chips. As it fell, it gave off a deep, resonant sound, almost like a final, reluctant protest against its fate. With the old tree gone, the scenery around her shifted. Sunlight, once blocked by the leafy canopy, now streamed down onto the earth below, scattering into a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. The thunderous crash startled the birds in the forest. They burst from the branches, wings beating furiously as they circled and called out overhead. This punch contained the strength I've built up over 20 years. Could you withstand it? She murmured. Ling looked at the scene she had created, pleased with herself. She thought, even if she never became a ninja with this kind of power, she could make a fine living as a lumberjack. Whenever she practiced taijutsu, Ling would always adapt each punch and kick to suit her own habits. As a result, her movements bore a distinct personal touch, quite different from the standard forms, uniquely tailored to her. She had also discovered that the Sharingan and the Heaven's Curse mark had greatly enhanced her coordination and athletic ability. In her memories, her former self had spent a whole year diligently training in basic taijutsu, managing only to reach a level of proficiency, yet still leaving many weaknesses exposed. But now, after coming to this world, it had taken Ling only half a day to fully master the routine and push it to its limits. Finishing her taijutsu practice, Ling took a handful of shuriken and kunai from her ninja pouch. She casually chose another large tree, marking its trunk with both obvious and hidden signs in preparation for her next exercise, target throwing. Even without activating her Sharingan, Ling's eyesight was incredibly sharp. She drew a shuriken, and relying on muscle memory and instinct, hurled it with a swift, practiced motion. The shuriken sliced through the air at incredible speed, burying itself deep into the trunk, so deeply that only a thin crack remained visible. For a 5-year-old girl, to throw a shuriken with such force was beyond what most people could imagine. Shurikens whizzed through the air, one after another. A series of sharp, slicing sounds cut through the air as 7 shuriken traced arcs overhead. They crossed paths and clashed mid-flight, sending out a cascade of bright sparks. 1, 3, 5. Only 6 hit the bullseye again. Such throwing skills would challenge even an ordinary chunin, but as Uchiha Shursui watched, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across his face. Shursui lifted his gaze to the drifting clouds slipping between the leaves and let out a quiet sigh. The Ninja Academy was about to start, and, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he was expected to possess abilities far beyond those of his peers. This was not only the Elder's expectation, it was also a standard he set for himself. He could sense the tension brewing between the village and his clan. He longed to change the status quo, but he knew that everything depended on having enough strength. At that moment, the crash of a falling tree echoed through the woods. The birds, startled, burst into flight, their cries filling the air in a flurry of agitation. What's going on? Could it be one of the clan members training? If it was someone from the clan, then this was a good chance to greet them. Shursui recalled the third Hokage's words about the will of fire, the unique spirit of Konoha. Bonds between Shin's several sharp whistles split the air as 7 shuriken traced graceful arcs, weaving and clashing mid-flight, sending sparks scattering in the dusk. 1, 3, 5. Only 6 hit the mark again. Such skillful throws would challenge even an average chunin. Yet in Uchiha Shursui's eyes, a flicker of dissatisfaction remained. He lifted his gaze to the drifting clouds between the leaves and sighed quietly. The ninja academy would soon begin, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, he was expected to surpass his peers by a wide margin. This was not only the elder's expectation, but also his own standard. He could sense the tension simmering between the village and his family. He yearned to change things, but all of that depended on having strength enough to make a difference. Just then, the crash of falling timber echoed through the woods. Birds, startled, took flight in a flurry, filling the forest with their raucous cries. What's that commotion? Could it be clan members training? If it was a clansman, perhaps he should go and greet them. From the third Hokage's teachings about the unique will of fire in Konoha, Shursui had learned the importance of forging bonds between ninja and seeking one another's recognition. That was the very heart of the will of fire. He wholeheartedly agreed with this belief. Through his own observations, Shursui had noticed that the Uchiha seldom reached out to connect with other ninja in the village. Instead, their pride often bred only fear and exclusion. Though he still didn't know how to change his clan's attitude, he could at least begin with himself. Guided by the will of fire, he would first seek the recognition of his own kin, then that of other ninja. Perhaps, in time, he could change the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. With this thought, he sprang up onto a branch, moving as swiftly and gracefully as a panther through the trees, heading straight for the sound of the falling tree. It wasn't long before Shursui arrived at the source of the noise. Yet he didn't reveal himself right away. Instead, he slipped behind a nearby tree and watched intently. HM? She looks to be about 5 or 6, and there's no clan crest. Is she from the village? Shursui was surprised. It was rare for anyone from the village to wander into the Uchiha training grounds. In a clearing deep within the woods, the little girl's long hair fluttered in the breeze. Sweat beaded her brow, her face focused and intent. She could already throw 3 shuriken at once, striking separate targets with each. But in some of the hidden corners, her aim faltered. The shuriken missed their mark, and it was clear she hadn't yet mastered the arcing throws. Shursui quickly noticed her struggle with the technique. She could manage only basic straight-line throws for now, just as Shursui was considering stepping out to offer some guidance. Who's there? Come out. I noticed you a long time ago. A clear, ethereal voice suddenly rang out, cutting off Shursui's movements. Ling didn't hesitate for a moment. She seized a shuriken and hurled it straight at the tree where Shursui was hiding. The shuriken sliced right through one side of the trunk, whistling past Shursui's cheek. The spray of wood chips forced him to squeeze his eyes shut. Shursui was stunned. How could a little girl manage to hurl a shuriken straight through such a thick tree trunk? He couldn't sense any chakra infused into the shuriken, which was exactly why he hadn't dodged immediately. He knew that, while this side of the trunk wasn't as thick as the center, it was still easily over 10 centimeters. That kind of destructive force, normally, it was only possible if one added wind nature chakra to the weapon. And to skillfully control chakra nature transformation was a feat only Jonin were truly capable of. Most Chunin could only experiment, and only elite Chunin or special Jonin could master a single nature transformation. In other words, this little girl, relying solely on her physical strength, had already surpassed most Chunin and was closing in on the level of a Jonin. In Shursui's estimation, this girl's strength could rival those elite Chunin who specialized in chakra-enhanced taijutsu. Clearly, her innate talent was extraordinary. What shocked him even more was that she looked about his own age, but the chakra swirling inside her was several times his own, almost comparable to some seasoned genin. As Shursui watched the wary girl, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Not only is her talent astonishing, but her perception is razor-sharp. He spoke softly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your shuriken training. My name is Uchiha Shursui. I heard someone practicing here and came to check it out. Shursui brushed the wood shavings from his clothes, leapt down from the high branch, and stepped out of the dense woods. He scratched the back of his head a little sheepishly. At this moment, Shursui had yet to become the legendary body flicker Shursui, who crossed paths with Root and fought the Miss Anbu, but he was already a boy deeply influenced by the will of fire. My name is Yanaja Ling, but you can also call me Uchiha Ling. Ling gathered up the shurikens scattered around her, getting ready to head home for lunch. Uchiha Ling, is she the branch family girl Elder Kanzuya mentioned, the one who awakened the Sharingan? Shursui recalled the reports about Ling. He hadn't expected her to be even more gifted than the elders described. In fact, Ling was more exceptional than he was. Shursui hadn't yet awakened his Sharingan. His strength was less than someone who should have been weaker, and his chakra reserves were nowhere near hers. While Ling tidied up her ninja tools, Shursui stood there in a daze, and an awkward, quiet tension settled between them. Uchiha Shursui quickly regained his composure and instinctively glanced at Ling's face. After finishing her training, her cheeks were tinged with a soft blush, and her damp bangs clung to her forehead like rose petals kissed by morning dew, evoking a tender sense of affection. When his gaze met Ling's clear eyes, his heart seemed to skip a beat. He hurriedly looked away, yet the flutter in his chest was hard to calm. He had a vague feeling that Ling might know who he was. During the introductions, she had looked at him with a flash of surprise in her eyes. Uchiha Ling finished packing her ninja tools, her gaze bright and lively. She looked at Shursui deeply, said nothing more, then turned and left. With a few nimble leaps, she vanished from Shursui's sight. Only then did Uchiha Shursui come to his senses. Unable to help himself, he chased after her for a few steps before stopping. Now that he knew she was Uchiha Ling, there would surely be more chances to meet. Next time, perhaps he could help her improve her shuriken throwing technique. Maybe, by then, they could become friends? Shursui couldn't help but recall Ling's cool yet endearing features and her quiet, orchid-like grace. Ling left the training ground and returned to the village. Since there were no ingredients at home, she decided to eat out. With the war drawing near, the village's atmosphere had grown tense. There were far fewer ninja leaping across rooftops than usual, perhaps thanks to the third Hokage's skillful leadership. His philosophy of the will of fire had become a shared belief. As a result, the villagers showed little outward complaint about the coming conflict. Obito, don't run so fast. Watch out for Granny. Noera Rin called out helplessly, seeing Uchiha Obito dashing ahead at full speed, reminding him to watch where he was going. Don't worry, Rin. Haha, this mission is all thanks to me. I'm going to catch that cat before Kakashi does, and then he'll never underestimate me again. Obito, clutching a black cat in his hands, spun around 3 times in triumph, as if he could already see Kakashi conceding defeat to him. Careful, Obito. You're going to crash. Rin cried out in alarm as Obito, dizzy from spinning, lost his sense of direction and hurtled straight toward a granny carrying a basket of fruit. Oh no! Worried about hurting the old woman, Obito twisted his body at the last moment and managed only to graze her fruit basket. Obito narrowly avoided crashing into the granny, but the cat and the fruit went flying into the air. Twisting his waist awkwardly, Obito fell hard to the ground, helplessly watching as the fruit rained down toward him. Ling had witnessed the entire scene from nearby. Seeing both the cat and the fruit basket soar up, she sprang into action, bending her knees and leaping high. She caught the fruit basket securely and snatched the struggling cat from midair. She landed lightly, managing to prevent the fruit from smashing and saving the cat as well. Wow, what an amazing little sister. Lin hurried over to help Obito up. Watching Ling's smooth and practiced movements, she couldn't help but offer praise. Well, if it isn't Ling, do you remember me? I'm Uchiha Obito. I live just down the street from you. Obito greeted Ling with his usual boisterousness, still unaware of Yagyu Ichimiai's passing. His tone hadn't changed at all from before. Of course I remember. You're that Obito from the Uchiha clan. Always running late, aren't you? But for now, you'd better apologize to Granny first. Ling looked at Obito helplessly, thinking that he was still the same Obito who always talked about creating a world with Lin. Still, he should at least show a bit of awareness. Oh, sorry, Granny. I didn't mean to bump into you just now. I'm really sorry. Reminded by Ling, Obito quickly bowed to the old woman in apology. It's all right, little Obito. Just be more careful next time. The elderly woman knew Obito well. He had even helped her cross the street in the past. She didn't really need the help, but she knew Obito was a kind, helpful boy. With a gentle smile, she spoke to him kindly. Here you go, Granny. Here's your fruit. Ling handed the basket of fruit back to the old woman. Thank you, dear. You're such a good child. The old woman took the fruit basket with a warm smile, then prepared to head home. She still had dinner to make. Let me carry that for you, Granny. I'll walk you home. Obito offered eagerly to take the basket and accompany the old woman back to her house. Obito, Sensei, and Kakashi are still waiting for us to meet up. Can you hurry back? Lin called out, a little exasperated, but not stopping Obito from helping the old woman home. She understood his kindness. As Obito walked off with the old woman, supporting her along the way, Lin and Ling both sighed and exchanged glances. Here you go, Lin, your kitten. I'm giving her back to you. Ling handed over the small black cat, which was purring contentedly in her arms. No sooner had it left the safe warmth of Ling's embrace than the kitten stopped purring, its eyes wide with confusion as it looked all around. Spotting Ling, it reached out with its paws, trying to clamber back in her arms. Lin could only watch helplessly as the little cat struggled in her hands. This kitten was especially mischievous, always darting out to play and rarely returning home on its own. Just the day before yesterday, the black kitten had disappeared again and was gone the entire day. Its owner had ended up posting a D-rank mission to find the cat, which Minato's team had accepted. Since Obito and Kakashi had made a bet, whoever found the cat last would have to treat everyone to dinner. Obito had been especially motivated to help. Your name's Ling, right? I heard Obito call you that just now. Thank you for helping us catch the kitten. If it had run off again, it would have been even harder to find. Lin tried every trick she knew to calm the struggling kitten, but nothing seemed to work. In the end, she could only turn to Ling for help. Let me hold the kitten. I'll help you take it back. Ling had always been a favorite among cats, both in this life and her previous one. No matter when or where, cats seemed drawn to her, and she herself was someone who truly loved them. Oh, all right, then I'll leave it to you, Ling. Lin quickly handed over the black kitten, who had just begun to flail its little paws, and let out a sigh of relief. Ling cradled the kitten in her arms and gently scratched its chin. The kitten immediately began to purr contentedly, nudging its little head about until it found a soft spot, then closed its eyes and drifted peacefully to sleep. Ling, you're amazing. The kitten calmed down right away. Could you teach me how you do it? I really like cats, but they never seem to warm up to me. Lin gazed enviously at the kitten purring in Ling's embrace. What girl could resist such an adorable little creature? Of course. Let's talk as we walk. Kittens dislike loud noises and overwhelming scents. Ling spoke gently, still holding the kitten with practiced ease, as she and Lin walked together toward the mission hall on the first floor of the Hokage's office. At that moment, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi were waiting there for Obito and Lin. Since Kakashi and Obito had split up to look for the kitten, and Kakashi's group hadn't found it, it was only natural that Obito's side had gotten ahead. At that moment, Kakashi, wearing his usual indifferent look, watched the bustling street outside with a hint of impatience. Kakashi, Sensei Minato, we found the kitten. Upon seeing Kakashi and Minato, Lin waved and called out loudly in greeting. Lin, where's Obito? And who's this young lady? Minato glanced at Ling, who was running over but didn't see Obito anywhere. Looking around and seeing only Ling holding the kitten, he asked, Well, afterward, I asked Ling to help me bring the kitten back. Lin quickly explained what had happened, then introduced Ling to both Kakashi and Minato. Ling, your father was Elder Yagyu, wasn't he? I've heard of his misfortune. If you ever need any help, feel free to come to me. My name is Minato Namikaze. Elder Yagyu once lent me a hand in the past. Minato spoke to Ling with sincere warmth. His golden hair shone brilliantly under the sunlight, and Ling thought to herself that he truly lived up to his nickname, Little Sun. Even without a smile, he radiated a gentle light. Minato had recognized Ling. After the incident that had taken the lives of Yagyu Ichimiai and others, he had carefully reviewed the list of the deceased. Minato was not just offering empty words. Yagyu Ichimiai had indeed helped him before, though only in small ways. Yagyu Ichimiai? I think he was a friend of my father's. When Kakashi's father passed away, Yagyu Ichimiai had visited him. Kakashi knew that the Yagyu clan, like the Hitaki clan, had once been a family of samurai, and both were highly skilled in the art of the ninja blade. After returning the cat to the Minato squad, everyone handed in their mission, and Ling was ready to take her leave. She had been training all morning, and now her stomach was rumbling at the most inconvenient time. Ling, we're about to go out for a meal together. Would you like to join us? Minato seemed to have noticed the sound from Ling's stomach. He immediately flashed a bright smile and warmly invited her to dine with them. A faint blush crept across Ling's cheeks, an instinctive reaction she couldn't control. She hadn't expected to be hungry so soon, but clearly, using Heaven's curse had taken a lot out of her. So cute. Ling looks so adorable when she's embarrassed. Rin Noera couldn't help but laugh softly when she saw a rosy tint spread across Ling's usually calm and cool face, her eyes sparkling with delight. Well, all right then. Thank you, Minato-senpai. Ling decided to accept, thinking it would be wise to strengthen her ties with the Minato squad. After all, most of the key figures in the Third Great Ninja War were right here. So, everyone waited together in the main hall, while Obito went to escort the old lady home safely. Ling, you're You're about to start at the Ninja Academy soon, aren't you? Looking at Ling's youthful face, Rin Noera couldn't help but remember her own first day at the academy. Back then, Obito had been late as usual, and she'd had to help him with the admission procedures. Yes, in just a few days, Ling replied with a nod. She planned to keep a low profile at the academy, hoping to avoid the attention of the third Hokage and Danzo. If she got sent to the battlefield, regret would be too late. Ling, you're so talented. I bet you'll end up top of your class, just like Kakashi. Rin said with a gentle smile. No wonder Obito liked her so much. Actually, I'm not that amazing. I just have a bit more strength than most, but I'm pretty average in other ways, Ling replied modestly. She intended to keep her abilities hidden until after the Third Great Ninja War had ended. Although the war hadn't broken out yet, every nation was preparing in earnest. There were only 8 or 9 years between the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. In fact, the third was really just a continuation of the second, with the difference being that this time, the trigger was the death of the third Kazekage at the hands of Sasori of the Red Sand. Except for the third Mizukage, all the other villages seemed to call their third Kage the strongest, though it was hard to tell whether that was an honest assessment or just self-aggrandizement. The third Hokage of Konoha was certainly exaggerated, whereas the third Raikage from the Hidden Cloud likely deserved the title. As for the Sand Village, Ling wasn't sure, but in the Stone Village, Inoki's longevity was unmatched. He outlived all the younger generations. At this moment, Kakashi leaned against the wall, quietly listening to the conversation between Rin Noera and Ling. He glanced at Ling, almost unconsciously, deep in thought. Kakashi could sense that. The chakra within Ling was almost on par with his own. Though he was never particularly known for his large chakra reserves, he was still at the level of an elite Chunin. Moreover, there was a faint sense of threat emanating from Ling. A feeling honed through countless life and death struggles since he became a Chunin at 6 and joined the ANBU. This intuition had saved him more times than he could count, and had never led him astray. In other words, Ling, only 5 years old, already possessed the combat ability of Chunin, perhaps even surpassing what he himself had at that age. Ling, for her part, had no idea Kakashi was sizing her up. In truth, her strength came purely from her physical abilities. She had yet to learn hand seals, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu. Haha, Ling, there's no need to be so modest. I believe all of you will become the pillars of Konoha in the future, Minato Namikaze said warmly, his eyes never leaving Ling. He, too, had sensed that her chakra was already no less than that of a Chunin. If he hadn't known that Ling was purely of Uchiha descent, he might have suspected she was from the Uzumaki clan. Hey, everyone's waiting for me. Huh? Sorry about that. Didn't mean to keep you all. Obito came running around the corner, panting, waving enthusiastically, his face alight with the satisfaction and joy of a job well done. Someone's late again, Kakashi remarked in his usual detached tone, taking a jab at Obito. Don't get too cocky, Kakashi. This time I caught that cat before you did. Remember, you owe me a treat. I want barbecue. Obito beamed with pride. Winning against Kakashi, even in the smallest contest, was a rare triumph for him, and he didn't hesitate to claim a barbecue feast as his reward. The Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant was notoriously expensive. Even Chunin could only afford to visit occasionally, with each meal costing tens of thousands of ryo. But if I recall, you weren't the one who actually brought the cat back, were you? Rin said you caught it, but then let it escape again. In the end, it was Ling who helped return it. Are you sure you're the one who caught it? Kakashi's knack for biting sarcasm was hard to beat, and his words made Obito's ears practically steam with frustration, his face turning a deep shade of red. Kakashi, cut the crap. I was the first to catch it, okay? What's your problem? You want to fight? Obito rolled up his sleeves, completely ignoring the gap in their abilities, ready to take on Kakashi right then and there. TCH, a genin who hasn't even passed the Chunin exams. And you think you can challenge a Chunin like me? Kakashi shot Obito a look filled with trademark indifference and disdain. All right, that's enough, you two. This time, your teacher's treating everyone to barbecue. Let's go, Ling. Minato pressed their heads apart just before they could, but heads, then called out to Ling, leading the group toward the Akimichi clan's famous barbecue restaurant. Around noon, the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant was already packed, yet Minato led his team straight inside. Minato, how many in your party today? A large, burly man, clearly a member of the Akimichi clan, greeted Minato warmly, the familiarity between them obvious. Haha, Choza, there are 6 of us today. Could you help us find a table? Minato flashed a bright smile at the man known as the Butterfly among the Ino Shikicho trio. No problem. Follow me. Choza Akimichi said personally, leading them to a row of seats. This spot should work. Please wait a moment. The barbecue will be ready soon. Thank you, Choza, Minato said, expressing his gratitude before turning to the group. You all wait here for a bit. I'm going to pick up Kushina. I'll be right back. Before he finished speaking, he left a flying thunder god Kanai behind, and in an instant his figure vanished from his seat, clearly off to fetch Kushina Uzumaki. Wow, Minato-sensei's flying thunder god technique is just incredible. If I could learn it, I'd never have to worry about being late. Again, Obito said, gazing enviously at the spot where Minato had disappeared, dreaming of the day he could master the technique himself. Keep dreaming. Someone who can't even pull off a C-rank fireball jutsu properly wants to learn an S-rank technique, like the Flying Thunder God? Please, Kakashi retorted coldly, never missing a chance to jab at Obito, his usual indifferent gaze causing Obito's face to flush red with embarrassment. Kakashi, Obito, stop arguing. If Kushina-sensei gets here and catches you two fighting again, we'll all get scolded, Rin interjected quickly, worried they'd get in trouble once Kushina arrived. I just got here and already hear someone talking about me. Obito and Kakashi at it again. Minato suddenly reappeared with Kushina by his side, but no one seemed startled by their sudden arrival. Of course not. Kakashi and I get along great. There's no way we'd be fighting. Obito forced a smile, clearly nervous about Kushina's punishments and fearful he'd end up with another bump on his head. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed the barbecue. Everyone except Minato, that is. Both Kushina Uzumaki and Rei Uchiha had enormous appetites, and Rei especially, due to the Heaven's Curse seal, absorbed food quickly to convert it into energy for her body. As a result, by the time they left the restaurant, Minato's wallet was significantly lighter, and he could barely keep his usual gentle smile in place. Oh, don't look so glum, little sunshine. Rei and I just have big appetites, that's all, Kushina said, truly satisfied after her meal. There really was something about fighting over food with someone that made you eat more. Rei, next time I get the chance, I'm treating you again. Next time let's eat little sunshine out of house and home. Kushina's words left Minato Namikaze with a helpless expression. He couldn't help but think that having such a girlfriend might be a bit too much to handle. Obito and Kakashi looked at their teacher with faces full of sympathy, silently feeling sorry for him. I'd better not get married in the future, especially not to someone who eats a lot and is too violent, Kakashi thought to himself. As I expected, a girl like Rin would suit me much better. I could never handle someone like Ling or Kushina. Obito sighed inwardly as well. Almost at the same moment, both boys arrived at similar conclusions, unaware that, in the end, neither of them would escape the fate of being single. Thank you for your hospitality today, Namikaze-senpai, and thanks to everyone else, Rin, Kakashi, and Kushina's sister. It was a pleasure meeting you all, but I'll be heading home now. Ling said her goodbyes at the street corner. She needed to get home. She planned to study the shadow clone technique, hoping it would make her training easier in the future. Ling's house was on the edge of the village, near the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, close to the Naka River. When she got home, Ling didn't call out, "I'm back," like others might. She never had that habit. Instead, she pulled out the scrolls and ninja tools hidden in her secret room and began checking over them one by one. First, there was a dowry left by her mother, which included a scroll with the C-rank Great Fireball technique and another with the B-rank Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Ling was never that interested in Fire Release. After all, the Great Fireball technique was jokingly called the Mercy technique in her clan due to its limited power. It barely did any real damage, and Ling had no intention of challenging that reputation. Still, she used her Sharingan to memorize the hand seals and techniques for both ninjutsu. The second scroll was larger, containing a collection of C and B-rank ninjutsu that Yagyu Ichimiai had gathered. Among them were Wind-type jutsu, the C-rank Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and the B-rank Wind Cutter technique. Both were quite powerful, so Ling memorized them all with her Sharingan. For water-type ninjutsu, there were two, a C-rank Water Arrow technique, which did not appear in the original series, and the B-rank Water Formation Wall. There was only one Lightning-style jutsu, the C-rank Lightning Release, Ground Walk, and one Earth-style jutsu, Headhunter Jutsu. Ling committed all these techniques to memory, planning to practice them when she had time. After all, for many civilian-born ninja, these jutsu were almost unattainable. Now that Ling possessed the Sharingan, she was never short on ninjutsu. She could copy new techniques whenever she wished. As an all-nature ninja, Ling's innate talent even surpassed that of many jonin. Next, Ling opened the third scroll. Inside were some basic body techniques, as well as the B-rank Shadow Clone technique. Once she found what she was looking for, she used her Sharingan to memorize it instantly. She was ready to start practicing the Shadow Clone technique, a jutsu that required 8 specific hand seals: ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, and tiger. During practice, Ling discovered that the so-called hand seals were actually a method for channeling and controlling chakra. No wonder so many ninjas could later perform jutsu with just a few simple seals. Those with strong spiritual power could guide the flow and transformation of chakra directly, without the need for complex hand seals. Ling carefully explored the process of forming seals. There were 12 basic hand seals. The first 4 were responsible for mobilizing chakra, the middle 4 controlled chakra's shape and transformation, and the last 4 changed its elemental nature. Chakra itself was rather inert, and required mental cues and repeated practice for the body to remember how each seal corresponded to a specific way of circulating chakra. Once muscle memory was established, forming a particular hand seal would automatically direct chakra to flow as desired. Students at the Ninja Academy typically relied on continual mental reinforcement and practice, training their bodies to remember each hand seal's chakra response. This was also why graduates of the academy only needed to master the 3 basic techniques, because these 3 D-rank jutsu already encompassed all 12 of the basic hand seals. To perform the 3 techniques proficiently meant the body had already developed muscle memory for all 12 seals. Combined with taijutsu, throwing techniques, and a variety of foundational skills, like trap making, learning all these meant one could be considered competent genin. Chunin and jonin, on the other hand, built upon the 12 basic seals, striving for ever greater mastery. They gradually simplified the sealing process, and some even developed personal techniques like one-handed seals. Eventually, as one's spiritual power became strong enough and the body instinctively understood chakra flow, a mere thought could unleash a jutsu. At present, Ling's predecessor had already laid the groundwork for the body to remember how chakra should flow for each of the 12 basic seals, saving her a great deal of effort in her current practice. However, speed alone in forming seals did not guarantee successful jutsu. If the body could not guide chakra to flow at the same pace, the technique would fail. So, if you wanted to cast jutsu quickly, practicing seals wasn't enough. Natural talent mattered just as much. Some fanfictions describe protagonists who, after traveling to this world, focused solely on training their hand seal speed, but in truth, this hardly made a difference, since they never grasped the core principles of ninjutsu. Ling was fairly talented herself. In just one afternoon, she had learned the 3 basic techniques and the shadow clone jutsu. But this was only the beginning. Her casting speed was still quite slow, taking 2 to 3 seconds to successfully unleash a jutsu each time. Perhaps due to the influence of the heavenly curse seal, Ling found she could quickly master skills that required repetitive practice and muscle memory. She figured that with another year or 2 of training, she might be able to further simplify the steps for performing hand seals in ninjutsu. As evening approached, Ling sent a shadow clone to buy groceries and prepare dinner, while she herself began to look through the 2 remaining scrolls. These 2 scrolls were the oldest and most exquisitely crafted among all the scrolls, filling Ling with anticipation. Ling unfurled the first scroll and discovered that it described a set of shinobi sword techniques, somewhat reminiscent of the Hitaki clan's sword style. The difference was that the Hitaki style leaned towards the lightning element, while this shinobi sword art was attuned to the wind element. Its name was Gale Sword Technique. Legend had it that the author was a prodigy from the Yagyu clan, a pivotal figure in transforming a family of samurai into one of shinobi. In the Warring States era, he was known as the Gale Sword Master, and his name was Yaguminasu. This sword technique was extraordinarily sophisticated, divided into 3 stages. The first stage involved channeling wind nature chakra into both the body and the sword, increasing attack power, ideal for Genin to Chunin level practitioners. The second stage required adding wind nature transformation to the chakra, granting sharpness and cutting capabilities suitable for Jonin level users. The third stage was even more mysterious. It demanded the realization of the so-called sword heart. At this level, one could unleash sword energy without using chakra at all. However, according to the scroll, aside from the clan ancestor himself, no one else had ever mastered this third stage. The Gale Sword technique comprised a total of 24 forms, each strikingly concise. At first glance, they seemed like basic movements, yet they could be combined in any sequence. When linked together, the transitions were seamless, swift, and unending as a rushing wind. Ling practiced the moves again and again in the courtyard, quickly memorizing all 24 forms. She found that, no matter how she combined the techniques, her motions remained fluid, with no obvious flaws. Most impressive of all, when she infused wind nature chakra into her sword, she could send wind blades slashing several meters away, each one packing considerable force. The sword marks left in the courtyard stood as undeniable proof. And this was just Ling's initial training. She was far from truly proficient. Just imagine, if one day, every swing of her sword could unleash a wind blade with the power of a C-rank ninjutsu, all while consuming very little chakra. The result would be nothing short of astonishing. What was even more remarkable was that the Gale Sword technique did not rely solely on chakra to produce wind blades. Ling could sense that these wind blades seemed to draw, in part, on natural energy. The wind nature chakra on the blade acted as a lever, stirring wild currents of natural energy to follow her movements. However, this could not yet be called senjutsu, as the chakra had not fused with the natural energy. It merely used a clever method to draw natural energy alongside each attack. In this world, natural energy had likely grown even more volatile and active, thanks to the god tree's devouring influence. It seemed that the creator of the Gale Sword technique could perceive the presence of natural energy, but lacked both the means and the courage to draw it directly into his body. Instead, he had ingeniously discovered a certain tension between chakra and natural energy, and through his swordsmanship, devised a way to pry at the forces of nature itself. In the original work, chakra is described as a combination of physical and spiritual energy, and later it is said that chakra originates from the divine tree. Ling believes that chakra is more like a seed that parasitizes the human body, forming the meridian system. This system draws upon the body's physical and spiritual energy, converting it into chakra. This chakra seed functions much like a converter. Any living creature in a world abundant with natural energy, even if unable to directly sense or absorb this energy, will unwittingly take in small amounts of it through eating or breathing. Such an environment makes the creatures of this world far superior in both physical constitution and innate talent compared to those of other worlds. After all, in Ling's previous life, there was no natural energy. Children as young as 5 would struggle even to run, whereas in the world of ninjas, children of 5 or 6 could already leap across rooftops. Ling suspects that physical and spiritual energy are, in fact, secondary and degraded products that form after the body absorbs natural energy. The divine tree itself transforms natural energy into chakra by devouring it, and eventually produces chakra fruits. If physical and spiritual energy are indeed byproducts of natural energy, this would explain why ninjas are able to refine chakra. It's not solely because they possess chakra seeds within their bodies. In truth, the term chakra seed is Ling's own invention. In the original story, Hamura and Hagoromo once discovered humans beneath the divine tree whose bodies had been invaded by its roots. Tiny roots of the divine tree pierced into their bodies, siphoning away their physical and spiritual energy. Ling speculates that those who survived the invasion of the divine tree's roots are the ancestors of ordinary ninjas without Otsutsuki blood. These people developed a kind of symbiotic relationship with the roots, gradually evolving and adapting to this invasion over time. The roots of the divine tree eventually evolved into the meridian systems within ninjas, used for extracting and circulating chakra. This also explains why ninjas cannot store chakra. They must use it immediately after extraction. After all, the roots of the divine tree were originally designed to combine physical and spiritual energy, convert it into chakra, and supply it to the tree. So these roots never had the capacity to store chakra. This also explains why tailed beasts possess bodies made of chakra, as they are themselves fragments of the divine tree. The tree needed to store chakra, so the tailed beasts, separated from the Ten Tails divine tree, inherited this characteristic. Although humans cannot store chakra, they can enhance their output by strengthening their bodies and minds. The stronger the physical, body and spirit, the greater the amount of chakra produced. This is precisely why powerful ninjas possess astonishing reserves of chakra. Ling unrolled the final scroll, only to be surprised by its contents. It was a record detailing the wind-style chakra mode. When people think of chakra modes, many immediately picture Naruto's Nine Tails chakra mode, with its striking golden cloak of chakra. In truth, though, the wind-style chakra mode and the lightning-style chakra mode belong to the same category. It's common knowledge that the lightning-style chakra mode is the key reason the Yatsuki clan from the Hidden Cloud Village has produced generation after generation of Reikage. This mode not only greatly enhances defense, but also boosts attack power and physical abilities to an extraordinary degree. After the Yagyu clan acquired an incomplete version of the lightning-style chakra mode from the Yatsuki, they modified it, eventually creating what is now known as the wind-style chakra mode. However, the current wind-style chakra mode remains incomplete. As it stands, it can only cover the user's body with a layer of swirling wind, dramatically increasing speed and providing a certain degree of extra defense, but offering only limited improvements to physical strength and attack power. Even so, this technique is already quite rare. Many clans have acquired fragments of the lightning-style chakra mode in the past, but none have managed to develop any practical applications from them. While the lightning-style chakra mode can activate the body and greatly enhance performance, it also carries the risk of damaging cellular activity, making it difficult to control. The wind-style chakra mode lacks the ability to stimulate the body in this way, but it still grants a speed boost that rivals its lightning counterpart. For now, Ling is unable to train in this wind-style chakra mode. On one hand, her current chakra reserves have yet to reach the level of a jonin, meaning she does not have enough chakra to sustain the practice. On the other hand, she has not yet mastered the nature transformation of wind chakra, making it impossible for her to even get started. Still, given Ling's current physical condition and the rapid pace at which her chakra is growing, it's estimated that in about 6 months she'll possess chakra reserves close to a jonin's. There's no denying that the heavenly curse binding is incredibly powerful, even though Ling herself has yet to truly grasp the full nature of curse energy. All her negative emotions are refined into curse energy, which is then transformed by the heavenly curse binding into physical enhancement. After finishing the dinner prepared by her shadow clones, Ling began her evening training with satisfaction. Unfortunately, she could currently manage only 2 shadow clones at a time. Any more would put too much strain on her body and mind. The first shadow clone focused on practicing hand signs and chakra flow. The second shadow clone was dedicated to honing shuriken and kunai throwing techniques. Meanwhile, Ling herself concentrated on mastering her ninjutsu, determined to ensure a 100% success rate every time she cast a technique. After all, it would be far too embarrassing to shout out the name of a jutsu in the heat of battle, only to have the great fireball technique sputter out as nothing but a puff of smoke. Ling is nothing like a Beto when it comes to shamelessness. With her current skills, she could easily graduate directly from the Ninja Academy, if not for her lacking grades in the academic subjects. You might think the academic classes in the ninja world would be simple, but that's far from the truth. The curriculum covers everything from trap making and the understanding of the meridian system and acupoints, to calculating the trajectory of shuriken based on wind speed. The next morning, Ling kept to her usual routine. A quick wash, slipping into gender-neutral shorts and a white t-shirt, grabbing her ninja tool pouch, and heading out the door. After all, when practicing more powerful jutsu, it's safer to do so at the training grounds. No one wants to accidentally burn down their own house. She returned to the same training ground as the day before, creating 2 shadow clones. One to practice the Gale Sword technique, and the other to keep honing her kunai and shuriken throwing skills. As for Ling herself, she decided to focus exclusively on chakra control. Perhaps due to her reincarnation and the power of the Sharingan, she possessed an exceptional gift for manipulating chakra. She found a tree towering over 10 meters high and, with effortless ease, walked straight up its trunk. For her, this ability felt almost instinctive. She could precisely sense how much chakra to gather under her feet and apply it with perfect control. Most people's minds and bodies are out of sync. It's common to think you've mastered something mentally, only to find your body can't keep up. But Ling's mind and body were astonishingly in tune, a harmony owed not just to her Sharingan, but also to the unique neural system she gained after her brain was restructured, a gift from her cheat powers as a Jujutsu sorcerer. On top of that, the heavenly binding curse had greatly enhanced her physical coordination, boosting her constitution and elevating her reaction speed to a whole new level. It's worth noting that reaction speed is notoriously difficult to improve significantly through training alone. Any gains are usually modest at best. If that weren't true, Minato Namikaze wouldn't have earned the title Yellow Flash. The Flying Thunder God technique alone wasn't enough to make him a legend during the Third Great Ninja War. What truly set him apart was his lightning-fast reflexes, far beyond ordinary humans. This was most evident in his battle against the Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. The Raikage's fist nearly grazed Minato's head, yet Minato slipped away in a blink, evading with a combination of incredible reaction speed and the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, as Ling's body continues to grow, the heavenly binding curse will keep pushing her physical abilities to the very limits of her age. And those limits can be stretched further through relentless training, with her reaction speed rising in tandem. Otherwise, how could Toji Fushiguro have ambushed Satoru Gojo so successfully? Ultimately, it all comes down to speed and reflexes surpassing even the Six Eyes perception. In the world of ninjas, most are known for their powerful attacks, but relatively weak defenses. Given Ling's current physical strength and reaction speed, Even if she faced a Jonin, a single punch from her would send them flying and coughing up blood, chakra protection or not. Chakra, as a universal energy system, indeed boasts many advantages. It can enhance attack, defense, strength, and speed, and allows the user to perform all sorts of astounding ninjutsu. While it cannot grant immortality, it is already considered outstanding among supernatural systems. In fact, within Japanese manga, there are very few supernatural systems that offer true immortality. As for the Otsutsuki clan's longevity gained from consuming the chakra fruit of the god tree, is not directly connected to chakra itself. Ling then practiced a series of advanced tree climbing techniques, such as accelerating and changing speed, all to further hone her chakra control. As midday approached, Ling decided to move on to her next stage of training, walking on water, perhaps thanks to the solid foundation she'd built during her previous tree climbing exercises. Ling managed to stand atop a gentle creek on her very first attempt. If the water had been still, she could have stood perfectly steady, never once worrying about falling in. But since the stream was flowing, she had to keep moving her feet to maintain her balance. In the end, she slipped and tumbled into the water. In truth, very few people attempt to walk on moving water right from the beginning. Ling did manage to balance herself for a brief moment, but when she realized the current was carrying her downstream, she tried to step upstream. Unfortunately, she lost control of the chakra in one foot and slipped straight into the creek. "Are you all right, Ling?" Shui, who had been quietly watching from the sidelines, was amazed by her talent. But just as he got distracted, he saw Ling fall into the water. He immediately leaped out from the bushes, landed atop the stream, and helped Ling up, then bashfully turned his head away. After all, when Ling fell into the creek, her white t-shirt became soaked and clung to her body. The already thin fabric was now almost see-through, faintly revealing her slender figure and pale skin. Her usually smooth, long hair now hung wet and loose, making her look even more delicate. In that moment, Ling appeared completely different from her usual androgynous self. She looked especially fragile and endearing. After all, she was just a 5-year-old girl. There was really nothing anyone could misunderstand. "You've been watching me train for a while, haven't you? Did you need something?" Drawing on her newly learned chakra control, Ling slowly guided her chakra and transformed a faint hint of fire nature, gently drying both her clothes and her body. This technique was exactly the result of Ling's half-day of training. You should know that ordinary genin couldn't distribute chakra so evenly throughout their bodies. Such an achievement was already quite impressive. Well, it's because last time we met, I noticed your shuriken throwing technique still needed some improvement, so I thought I'd come by and help correct it," Shui explained, a little nervously for some reason. The faint blush that had faded from his face crept back again. He himself felt that this excuse was somewhat flimsy. After all, it hardly justified why he had been quietly watching from the sidelines the entire time. "Thank you. Honestly, no one's ever taught me how to throw shuriken properly," Ling replied. She felt that Shui was actually quite a good person. If it weren't for the influence of the will of fire, perhaps he truly could have become someone worthy of respect. Ling led Shui to the spot where she usually trained with her shadow clones, ready to learn the Uchiha clan's unique shuriken throwing technique from him. First, you need to grip the shuriken at the right angle. Next, pay attention to the key motion when you release it, Shui explained. As he demonstrated, his empty palm turned with a subtle motion, and in an instant, the shuriken appeared, glinting in his hand. With a smile at Ling, he didn't even bother to look at the target. He flicked his wrist, sending the shuriken flying in a swift, fluid motion. They traced graceful arcs through the air, clashing together mid-flight and striking up sparks, before each one found its mark behind the tree, hitting the hidden targets dead on. There was no denying it. Shui's skill with shuriken and kunai was truly exceptional. No wonder, in the original story, he was the one who taught Itachi. Even with her Sharingan activated and every movement memorized, Ling had to practice several times before she could barely manage the technique. Ling began to doubt herself. Maybe she just wasn't talented at throwing techniques. Wasn't this supposed to be something you could master by watching just once? In truth, Shui was once again surprised. Even among the Uchiha, those with the Sharingan rarely picked up this technique so quickly. Ling's learning speed was astonishing. "Thank you, Shui. Let me treat you to dinner tonight." Ling decided to properly thank Shui. After all, one shouldn't just accept help without giving anything in return. The Uchiha's secret throwing technique was precious. Even though Ling was an Uchiha herself and had the right to learn it, it was only right to show some gratitude. "Really? Then thank you for your hospitality," Shui replied, delighted. Being invited to dinner meant they had already started to form a bond. According to the third Hokage's memoirs, This was the true beginning of a real connection. Ling brought Shui back to her home. As usual, she sent a shadow clone to handle the cooking, while she and another clone continued their training. Watching Ling persist with practicing hand seals and taijutsu even after returning home, Shui found himself admiring the diligent girl even more. Although Ling had lost her parents, she continued to train diligently and face life with optimism. I should work even harder, win more people's recognition, and change the future of the Uchiha clan, Shui resolved silently in his heart. He, too, began practicing the Uchiha-style taijutsu in the courtyard. Ling, would you like to spar with me in taijutsu? This way, we can both discover our weaknesses, Shui suggested. He often trained with other clan members, but among his peers, there was no one yet who could truly push him to his limits. Sure. Thank you, Shui. You're always so kind, Ling agreed with a gentle smile. For some reason, a sudden chill ran through Shui's body, as if he had been ensnared by an unseen curse. The two of them moved to the open space in the courtyard, facing each other and forming the hand signs to begin their match. Since this was just taijutsu practice, they didn't use shuriken or ninjutsu. Get ready, I'm starting now, Shui warned her, concerned that her first real bout might make her nervous. No problem. Come on. Ling bent one knee, and like a coiled spring, she launched forward with a sharp front kick. Her speed and power sent a rush of wind toward Shui even before she got close, stinging his skin and instantly sharpening his focus. Ling had only used 30% of her strength in that kick, yet was already so fierce, proof of just how exceptional her physical abilities were. Shui's form flickered as he sidestepped, immediately countering with a sweeping roundhouse aimed at Ling's head. In response, Ling's body dropped low. She countered with a sweeping kick of her own, aiming to trip Shui. But Shui's experience showed. His roundhouse was just a feint, and he was fully prepared for what came next. Twisting his waist, he pivoted, hopping on his left foot, and, as his right foot touched down, spun his body and lashed out with his left leg, whipping it toward Ling's head. Ling's expression remained calm, her eyes locked on Shui's movements. She swiftly raised her sweeping leg, hooking it around Shui's ankle and driving downward with a sudden force. Shui felt a powerful pull, and his expression changed. He had no choice but to drop to one knee to absorb the pressure, while at the same time swinging a fist toward the back of Ling's head. But before he could strike, Ling released his leg, extending her left leg in a rapid kick that landed squarely on Shui's shoulder. The blow sent Shui flying backward. He tumbled across the ground, rolling several times before stabilizing himself and quickly rising to face Ling's next attack. Ling's straight punch was already closing in. Shui managed to block with one hand, while the other readied to seize an opportunity to apply a joint lock. A faint smile flickered across Ling's cool features. Using the leverage from Shui's arm, she vaulted into the air, her knee driving forward like lightning. If that strike connected, it would be enough to shatter all of Shui's ribs, perhaps even drive broken bones in his heart or lungs. Shui wore a look of helplessness as he released Ling's arm, his left hand swiftly seizing her ankle while his right pressed down on her knee, taking a quick step back. In fending off her knee strike, he managed to keep a firm grip on her ankle. With a sudden motion, Shui swung Ling into the air, hoping to throw her off balance. Yet Ling twisted midair, landing steadily and launching another attack. The moment her feet touched the ground, she moved with astonishing speed, each blow creating a rush of wind so fierce that Shui struggled to keep up. Shui kept retreating, trying to put some distance between them while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. His expression remained calm, the corner of his lips curling slightly, as though already scheming his next move. Abruptly, Shui stopped, catching another of Ling's knee strikes and bringing his hands together in a flash, driving them upward toward her chin with tremendous force. If that strike landed, it could easily dislocate the spine, and in severe cases, even injure the spinal cord. This move, in Shingi boxing, was known as the old ape hangs the seal. A flicker of surprise flashed in Ling's eyes. She ducked her head back nimbly to avoid the blow, then flipped backward to open up some space, her toes snapping up in a swift kick aimed at Shui's chin. But her movements were too telegraphed this time, and Shui read her intentions with ease. He leaned his head back slightly, dodging her kick without effort. Seizing the instant when Ling landed, Shui darted forward like a gust of wind, unleashing a merciless whip kick. Ling was ready. She blocked with one arm and snapped out her right leg in a whip kick of her own. Her attack was even more forceful, leaving Shui struggling to defend. Though he managed to block Ling's kick, Shui was still sent flying 4 or 5 meters. Just as he regained his footing, Ling closed in with a leap and unleashed another fierce kick. At the last critical moment, Shui managed to block with both arms, but deep bruises immediately bloomed across them, forcing him to stagger back several steps to absorb the impact. Shui, are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use so much force. Ling halted her assault at once. Her cool, resolute face softened, her lips trembling slightly as she spoke with genuine regret. Haha, it's fine. Getting hurt is part of sparring, and I was the one who asked for this anyway. Don't worry about it. Shui forced himself to ignore the stinging pain in his arms. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he still smiled with ease. You really don't have to comfort me. I was too heavy-handed. Let me get some medicine for you. Seeing the shadow in Ling's eyes and the guilt etched on her face, Shui felt a pang of remorse himself. He blamed his own lack of skill for failing to defend against Ling's attacks, which had left her feeling so responsible. For Ling, this was actually a test. She wanted to see if she could find steady emotional support from Shui. At this moment, Ling was making good use of Shui's kindness and the guilt in his heart. Simple, but highly effective. Although Uchiha Shui was more mature than other children his age, he had yet to join the Root Division, to witness the darker side of human nature, or to experience the loss of a comrade that would awaken his Sharingan. At this moment, he still carried a trace of innocence and naivety that belonged to someone his age. Seeing Ling standing before him, Shui, who was always considerate of others, felt his small pang of guilt swell into something much larger. The truth was, none of this was his fault, but at 5 years old, Shui didn't yet have the ability to discern right from wrong. Ling, it really wasn't your fault. It was just me not paying attention. He spoke up, even though this wasn't the truth. What Shui truly wanted to say was that it was all his own carelessness. Under Shui's guilt-ridden gaze, Ling, who had already walked beneath the eaves, turned and looked back with a gentle smile of relief on her face. Her black hair, loosened from the red ribbon, floated gracefully on the breeze, dancing elegantly in the air. A few strands slipped across her face, softening her usually cool and aloof features, lending her an unexpected hint of vulnerability. For a moment, Shui seemed to forget the pain in his arm and the guilt in his heart, simply staring blankly at Ling. He watched as she deftly tucked the mischievous hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate and lovely face in full. What is it? Ling's question snapped Shui out of his daze. Embarrassed, he stammered, nothing really. It's just my arm doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Ling couldn't help but smile, seeing right through Shui's little white lie, but she chose not to expose him. Having once been a man herself, she knew exactly which gestures were most captivating to the male gaze. All right, Shui, let me help you take care of that wound. Ling stepped forward, gently took hold of Shui's sleeve, and led him inside. Shui sat on the tatami mat, watching Ling rummage for medicine. In this moment, Ling seemed so different from her usual calm and reserved self, appearing especially endearing. Found it. Ha, it was hidden so well. At last, Ling unearthed the ointment and bandages from the cupboard. She skipped over to Shui, crouched down, and rolled up his sleeve. Oh dear, that's quite a bruise. It's all my fault. It must really hurt, doesn't it? Ling carefully dabbed the ointment onto the bruise on Shui's arm, her touch exceptionally gentle. Shui's cheeks flushed a light red as he gazed absent-mindedly at Ling's cool, serene profile. Her hair draped softly from her ear, framing her face and making her appear even more warm and gentle. While Ling focused on wrapping Shui's wound with a bandage, she secretly observed his expression. After all, she had her own plans in mind. All done. Look, isn't this bow just adorable? Ling crinkled her little nose with pride, her voice taking on a childish playfulness completely at odds with her usual distant demeanor. Shui couldn't help but laugh at himself, feeling both amused and embarrassed. He was a boy, yet there he was with a butterfly ribbon tied to his hand. How awkward. All right, dinner's ready, Ling announced. Even though I made it with my shadow clone, the taste is all my own handiwork. Come on, give it a try. Once the shadow clone had brought every dish to the table, it could no longer tolerate Ling's constant orders. Rolling its eyes dramatically at the two of them, it vanished in a puff of smoke. It smells wonderful. Ling, you're amazing. Shui smiled, though a faint sadness touched his heart. For someone so young, Ling's skill in the kitchen was remarkable, a clear sign she'd been taking care of herself for a long time. Try them all. This one's sweet and sour spare ribs, that's pan-fried ribbon fish, and this is sukiyaki. Ling introduced each dish with enthusiasm. She even used the serving chopsticks to place a bit of each dish in a Shui's bowl, making sure he got to taste everything. Ling is so thoughtful. Is she looking after me because I can't move easily? Is this what friends do, caring for each other like this? As Shui enjoyed the delicious meal, his thoughts began to wander, his heart softly stirred by this tenderness. Sometimes, being moved by your own thoughts is the most touching feeling of all. So how is it? Isn't it delicious? Ling looked up at Shui, her face blossoming into a radiant smile that made him pause for a moment. Ling's smile is truly beautiful, Shui vowed silently. I must protect this wonderful smile. I have to protect my friend, Ling. In that moment, he'd already come to see Ling as someone truly important. At the same time, Ling's smile grew even more genuine. At that very instant, a notification from the system appeared. She had secured a stable source of emotional energy. This meant she had earned another chance at the lottery, a prospect that filled Ling with delight, as this was one of her favorite rewards. Little Shui, you were no challenge at all. Ling thought smugly, feeling as if she'd just reeled in her perfect catch. So that's all it takes with Shui. Just a good meal, and he's won over. Could it be that dinner equals jujutsu? Ling secretly rejoiced. Maybe, she thought, she wouldn't need any other tricks to gather enough emotional energy after all. I'm so full. I really outdid myself this time. Amazing. Ling patted her flat stomach and sprawled out on the tatami, completely unwilling to move, looking for all the world like a fish washed up on the shore. Thank you for the meal. Ling, your cooking is truly delicious. Shui pressed his hands together in gratitude, offering Ling a sincere thanks. Haha, it's really not that amazing, Ling said modestly, though her face clearly showed she was eager for more praise. I'm just a tiny bit behind a restaurant chef, that's all. Shui found himself amused. He'd seen Ling's calm side, her gentle side, and now this adorable, playful side. He couldn't help but think that her personality was absolutely captivating. Ling, is your training based on the Leave Strong Fist style? Shui accidentally brushed against the wound on his arm, feeling a sharp sting. Curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but ask. No, it's just the standard basic taijutsu. Maybe I'm just a little stronger than average, Ling replied, a bit embarrassed, waving her hand sheepishly. The corner of Shui's mouth twitched as he held back a silent retort. A little stronger than average? Would only a punch like Lady Tsunade's, one that could nearly knock out Master Jiraiya, count as truly strong? Despite her gentle and quiet appearance, this girl possessed an extraordinary strength. Even though Shui had trained his body with secret medicines for years, he was only a bit stronger than his peers. Amazing. Ling, you haven't even started at the Ninja Academy and you're already this strong. You must have put in a lot of hard work that no one else knows about, Shui said, gazing at the cheerful girl before him, a trace of pity stirring in his heart. He had lost his parents when he was very young, but the elders of his clan had always cared for him. Ling, on the other hand, still had her father, yet he was often away on missions and rarely came home. She had grown up strong and independent, almost entirely on her own, and had recently lost her only remaining family member. The fact that she could awaken the Sharingan directly was proof of the immense sadness and pain she kept hidden deep inside. Oh, right. Ling, the Ninja Academy starts next month. Are you going to sign up? Remembering the academy, Shui made a point to remind Ling, worried she might forget. He also hoped they could end up in the same class. Yes, I remember. There will be lots of kids at the academy, so I'll have plenty of chances to make new friends, Ling replied on the surface, though inwardly. She was calculating whether she could find people easy to approach. If she could gather 10, then trigger her ability again, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Exactly. Making friends and forging bonds. That's what the Will of Fire is all about, Shui said, convinced that Ling, too, yearned to connect with others. Perhaps, he thought, this could gradually change the Uchiha clan's future. As dusk fell, Shui said his goodbyes to Ling, and the two agreed to train together at the same spot again the next day. That night, Ling didn't rest. Instead, she repeatedly practiced hand seals and chakra control using her shadow clones. The following morning, Ling donned neutral training clothes and headed to the training ground. She found Shui already there, hard at work perfecting his kunai throwing. Ling summoned 2 shadow clones as before, assigning one to practice taijutsu hand seals and the other to work on chakra control for water walking. As for herself, she stepped into the woods, eager to try out the new jutsu she had just mastered. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Ling formed the hand seals in rapid succession. Chakra coursed through her body, transforming into fire nature. She shaped it with precision, her chest swelling, and then, with a sudden breath, unleashed a massive fireball, 3 or 4 meters across, into the clearing. The fireball shot out with tremendous force, barreling forward and smashing through everything in its path. Trees were snapped clean in half, toppling to either side as it passed. Wherever the fireball traveled, the ground was torn open, leaving behind a deep, jagged trench. The soil within the gouge was charred black, clear evidence of the fireball's searing heat. After hurtling forward for more than a dozen meters, the fireball began to slow, and then, with a thunderous explosion, it detonated. Scorching flames and a powerful shockwave erupted outward, sweeping across the land. Every tree within 6 or 7 meters was obliterated, reduced to splinters. Broken branches and leaves were flung in all directions, caught up in the chaos. When the explosion finally subsided, a hemispherical crater had formed at the epicenter. Smoke and glowing embers still drifted within its depths, leaving the whole scene shrouded in confusion and disorder. The area of destruction caused by the fireball extended far beyond its initial impact. For dozens of meters around, grass and trees were either reduced to ash or scorched flat to the ground. Ling thought that perhaps the humiliating reputation of the great fireball jutsu as a merciful technique could end with him. Even Shursui was a bit surprised. It was Ling's first time using the great fireball jutsu, yet its power already rivaled that of a seasoned chunin. Ling himself was astonished as well. After all, this was truly his first attempt at ninjutsu. Not only did he manage to cast it successfully right away, but its strength was unexpectedly impressive. He carefully recalled the changes in his chakra flow while performing the technique. He realized that his chakra pathways seemed unusually resilient. Even when he didn't quite regulate the amount and speed of chakra perfectly during the jutsu, his pathways remained unharmed. Normally, failing to control chakra properly could lead to a failed technique at best, ending with nothing worse than a burnt lip, or at worst, damaged chakra pathways that would require a lengthy recovery. But Ling's great fireball jutsu was a display of sheer force, a miracle born out of boldness. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. This time, Ling used his exceptional chakra control, following the standard pattern of chakra circulation to cast the jutsu. A thunderous boom echoed. A fireball 2 or 3 meters in diameter exploded forth, but compared to his previous display, both its size and spectacle were lacking. Ling began to understand why, in later years, some legendary ninja could unleash the same jutsu with dozens of times more power than ordinary shinobi. This wasn't just about the amount and mastery over chakra's qualities. It was also because these ninja, through relentless practice, had developed chakra pathways resilient enough to withstand immense output. If the chakra pathways of a typical genin were like a mountain footpath, then a jonin's were like a single-lane road, a kage's like a 4-lane highway, and those of giants like Madara, Hashirama, or Naruto resembled mighty rivers. Now, with the celestial binding curse, Ling's pathways had been strengthened to the very limit of his current body. He was at about the level of a chunin approaching jonin. Though this didn't mean he could defeat an elite chunin, he still lacked the necessary experience and instinct for battle. Ling tested several fire and wind-style jutsu and found that the B-rank wind cutter technique suited him best. He managed to release 2 wind blades at once. Though he hadn't fully mastered the different properties of wind chakra, he could still easily slice through several thick trees and massive boulders. Perhaps the only drawback was that the wind blades couldn't change direction. They could only cut along the path set at the moment of release. Unlike Danzo's signature vacuum serial waves, which could twist and turn wherever he aimed his mouth, making the ninjutsu curve with his will. As for the B-rank Great Fire Annihilation, it certainly didn't have the overwhelming force that Madara wielded, where a single person could suppress the combined water-style attacks of an entire ninja army. The fan-shaped attack of the majestic destroyer flame certainly covers a wide area, but its speed is rather disappointing for a ninjutsu. Moreover, while Madara can unleash it with a single hand sign, Ling has to weave over 20 hand signs, which takes about 7 or 8 seconds to complete. This was already the result of Ling's recent efforts to speed up her hand signs. Even so, she still found swordsmanship to be much more practical. By now, Ling had already mastered the first stage of the Gale Sword technique, allowing her to slash out sword waves imbued with wind attributes. If only her ninja sword wasn't an ordinary blade. If she had one forged from chakra metal, those sword waves wouldn't just cling to the blade. Instead, she'd be able to unleash sword energy that flies outward. But just thinking about how expensive chakra metal was brought tears of poverty to Ling's eyes. A single chakra-infused ninja sword cost at least 10 million ryo, enough to buy only 2 with a bounty for a peak level as Suma's head. Ling, what's wrong? You look so down and gloomy, Shursui asked, puzzled by Ling's shifting moods. Cheerful one moment, dejected the next. Oh, it's just that I realized I'm dirt poor. I can't even afford a chakra sword. Ling flopped to the ground like a dried-up, salted fish, abandoning her practice of the Gale sword technique. All around, the trees bore sword marks, each over 10 centimeters long, clumsy, and scattered. The forest looked utterly ravaged, all thanks to Ling. It was like when you're a kid, brandishing a twig and wanting to slash at every wildflower in sight. At noon, Ling had the bento box Shui had thoughtfully prepared. He'd promised yesterday to let Ling try his cooking. She had to admit, Shui's bento was actually quite good. Compared to Itachi in the original story, who had to activate his Sharingan just to bake a cake, Shui was clearly the better chef. That afternoon, they each continued their own training. Shui's arm still hadn't healed, so sparring was out of the question. Over the past 3 days, Ling's progress had been nothing short of remarkable. From the level of a mere ninja academy student, she'd already reached the standard of a chunin. She could now cast over a dozen C-rank ninjutsu, and both her Gale Sword technique and basic taijutsu were approaching the limits of a genin. Though Ling had no intention of earning the label of genius, not with Danzo and the third Hokage, those two old fossils, lurking around. She'd rather avoid trouble with a root eradication seal, or the all-too-familiar brainwashing of the Will of Fire. Until she had the strength to flip the table, Ling decided it was best to keep a low profile. As the sun set in the west, Ling and Shui got ready to go home. After a full day of training, both were feeling the fatigue, especially Ling, who was pushing herself far beyond what any ordinary child could handle. Still, the rewards were undeniable. Ling could actually feel her body growing stronger at a pace she could sense day by day. That feeling was downright addictive. Even Shui was affected, ramping up his own training in response. Back home, Ling sent a shadow clone to prepare the meal. While she did something out of character, she actually washed her face thoroughly with a cleanser. He was about to draw a curse technique. Of course, there was also a chance he might get another skill, like Black Flash or Reverse Technique. Neither of these were actual techniques, but rather advanced applications of cursed energy, yet both were notoriously difficult to master. While those abilities were impressive in their own right, Ling still hoped to obtain an actual curse technique. That way, he could make a proper comparison between it and ninjutsu. After offering prayers to various deities, Ling tapped the button to begin the draw. A strange radiance blossomed, and in the prize window appeared a swirling orb of black light. Inherited technique, 10 Shadows technique, the Zenin clan's secret legacy. Those who inherit this technique are known as the Child of 10 Shadows, powerful, enough to stand against both the 6 Eyes and the limitless technique of the Gojo family. The user can summon 10 types of Shikigami through their shadows. The 10 Shikigami are Divine Dogs, Toad, Rabbit Escape, Great Serpent, Nu, Max Elephant, Deer, Piercing Bull, Tiger of Burial, and Maharaga. The stronger the user's cursed energy, the stronger the Shikigami. Whoa, the 10 Shadows technique. Let's see who dares to speak to me disrespectfully from now on. I'll let them witness the might of the 8-handled sword. Divergent Sila, Divine, General, Maharaga. Ling felt the 10 Shadows technique was absolutely the best fit for him. Sure, the Limitless technique was terrifying in its potential, but without the 6 Eyes, its power was only average. Besides, the 10 Shadows technique was in no way inferior to the combination of 6 Eyes and Limitless. Satoru Gojo was only so strong because he was Satoru Gojo. Although, apart from the 2 Divine Dogs, 1 black and 1 white, which were granted from the start, the remaining 9 Shikigami all required the master to subdue them. Given Ling's current strength, he figured he could probably only handle Rabbit Escape and the Toad for now. As for subduing Maharaga, that seemed like a distant dream. Looking at his newly acquired 10 Shadows technique, Ling's excitement was palpable. He immediately unequipped Heavenly Binding Vow and replaced it with the 10 Shadows. Instantly, he felt that gradual sense of strengthening fade away, replaced by a surge of cold, shadowy power welling up inside him. It flowed from his mind, sweeping through his entire body, then seemed to form a mysterious circuit, circulating along a specific path within him. Ling instinctively understood how to use his new curse technique, the 10 Shadows, and information about its abilities flooded his mind. Sensing the power of his cursed energy, Ling couldn't help but feel that his Uchiha heritage was living up to its reputation. The surge of negative emotions brought on by the Sharingan had already elevated his cursed energy to rival that of a grade 3 sorcerer. And cursed energy was never static. It would continue to grow as his Sharingan evolved, or as he experienced even deeper negative emotions. This system of cursed energy was truly chilling, a power distilled from negative emotions, fully capable of giving rise to entities like curses, akin to ghosts and monsters. What's more, it seemed that the cursed energy was even empowering his Sharingan, nurturing even greater ocular strength. Even though she couldn't quite grasp the underlying principles as long as she was getting positive feedback, why would anyone complain about having a few extra cheat codes up their sleeve? What's more, Ling discovered that while the people of this ninja world couldn't see her cursed energy, they could definitely see the effects when she actually used jujutsu. Perhaps it was because the fundamental rules of the two worlds were different. Jujutsu seemed to have undergone some changes to adapt to the laws of this world. Both cursed energy and chakra could enhance strength, speed, and defense, but unlike chakra, cursed energy could actually be stored. Ling decided it was time to try out the 10 Shadows technique and summon the Jade Hounds. Following the instructions for the 10 Shadows technique, she channeled her cursed energy directly into the summoning ritual. In no time, her shadow rippled and surged, and out sprang 2 large hounds, one as black as midnight, the other as white as snow. They looked truly imposing, with rippling muscles and razor-sharp fangs. No one with sense would ever doubt the power of the Jade Hounds. Now that I have 2 Jade Hounds, I'm part of the Inuzuka clan myself. Someday I've got to try that Earth-style wall with a dog's head on it. With her current level of cursed energy, the Jade Hounds she could summon were only at their basic strength, but that was still more or less equivalent to a genin. From today on, you'll be called Chong Haoling, Ling declared, hands on her hips, pointing solemnly at the black Jade Hound. Then she turned to the white one, and you'll be Chong Xianling. Woof! Aru! The black and white hounds protested loudly, but Ling felt, deep down, that they liked their new names. Excellent. Now let's see, are you boys or girls? With a mischievous grin, Ling snuck behind the 2 Jade Hounds. The hounds suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, but couldn't figure out why. Taking advantage of their distraction, Ling quickly lifted their tails. No little bells? Can that be real? Ling stared with intense curiosity at the Jade Hound's private parts, while the 2 hounds tucked their tails and jumped away in embarrassment. Woof! Woof woof! The Jade Hounds barked indignantly at Ling, clearly thinking their master must be a little crazy. I may not be human, but you're definitely a dog. That was probably what the Jade Hounds were thinking at that moment. Oh, come on, don't be shy. I only wanted a quick look. I'm a girl too. Or a female. Ling gave an awkward laugh, unable to meet the furious glares from her hounds. All right, don't be mad. Next time I summon a toad, I'll let you check if it's a boy or a girl. How's that? But her words did nothing to ease the hound's wariness. They just gave her a look that said, anything else? If not, send us back. Don't ask how Ling could read the Jade Hound's expressions. Let's just say it was a gift. Well, since you don't want to play with me, I'll just say goodbye. Ling put on a face of mock abandonment, making the not-so-bright hounds suddenly wonder if maybe they'd been too harsh. However, Ling had already drawn them back into his shadow. He stepped into the courtyard, preparing to practice the use of sorcery. Sorcery, taijutsu. This was a martial art enhanced by cursed energy. Well, to be precise, its highest form was the phenomenon known as Black Flash. Uchiha Ling wondered if he could pull off a Black Flash. After all, Black Flash was the ultimate critical hit. Even though it couldn't compare to those secret techniques that explode tenfold in power, it was already astonishing enough. Black Flash, as it was called, occurred when the gap between a physical strike and the arrival of cursed energy was less than a millionth of a second, causing space itself to distort. Don't ask why it distorts space. Ling didn't know either. That's just the way the rules were set. Because there's always a slight delay in cursed energy. When a punch lands, the cursed energy hasn't quite caught up yet. But if someone could control their cursed energy so that it landed within a microsecond of the physical blow, then a Black Flash would be unleashed. The power of Black Flash was the physical strength plus the cursed energy, all raised to the power of 2.5. In other words, the more strength and cursed energy you had, the more explosive the damage. There was practically no upper limit. Ling thought this setup was a bit ridiculous, but what could he do? His golden finger only let him draw abilities from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. If only he could have gotten something like the 9 secret techniques, or the Kaioken, he wouldn't be 5 years old and still far from being the undefeated force of the ninja world. Ling tried several times, only to find he couldn't grasp the so-called Black Flash at all. You had to realize, aside from a few monstrous talents, the record for consecutive Black Flashes was only 7. Ling had only just become familiar with cursed energy. Forget Black Flash. Being able to use sorcery at all was already thanks to his golden finger. Suddenly, a wild thought struck Ling. Could chakra, perhaps, be used to trigger a Black Flash? But first he had to determine if chakra, like cursed energy, had a delay. He threw a punch, channeling chakra with it. The air exploded with a thunderous crack, not from a Black Flash, but simply because his strength was overwhelming, blasting the air apart. But Ling did confirm that chakra also had a delay, which begged the question, why had no one in the world of ninjas ever used a Black Flash? Ling couldn't help but think, isn't it more worthwhile to research ninjutsu and develop forbidden techniques? Those sound way better than chasing after the elusive Black Flash. Besides, in the ninja world, people didn't live long. Every day was a battle. Either you were hitting someone or getting hit yourself. Who had the time to study the finer points of chakra control? Ling was, in fact, much better at controlling chakra than cursed energy, but even so, he still couldn't pull off a black flash that might not even exist. As for the so-called reversed curse technique, which involved multiplying cursed energy to convert negative energy into positive, that was even more difficult than black flash. It required a deep understanding of the very essence and core of cursed energy. Only by mastering the reverse technique could one lay the groundwork for performing technique reversal. The technique of reversed cursed energy is something that even Satoru Gojo, with his unparalleled talent, could only grasp on the verge of death. Ling didn't believe she was any stronger than Gojo, especially considering he possessed the six eyes. After familiarizing herself with the basics of jujutsu, Ling drifted off to sleep. Tomorrow, she would have to see if she could manage to subdue a few shikigami. The next day, Ling was nearly fully armed, carrying all sorts of equipment, and even tucked a few military ration pills in her pouch, though she had no idea if they were expired. She arrived at the training the technique of reverse jujutsu, a craft so complex that even Satoru Gojo, with all his prodigious talent, could only grasp it at the brink of death. Ling certainly didn't consider herself stronger than Gojo, even if she didn't possess the legendary six eyes. After familiarizing herself with the fundamentals of jujutsu, Ling drifted off to sleep. She'd need her strength tomorrow, when she would attempt to tame a few shikigami. The next morning, Ling arrived at the training grounds on the village's edge, nearly at the border of the forest of death. She was almost fully armed, carrying every piece of equipment she owned, and even tucked away a few soldier pills, though she wasn't sure if they'd expired. This training ground was close to the wilds, home to fearsome creatures, a fitting place for the ritual to subdue shikigami. Come forth, 10 Shadows technique, divine hair. Her first summon, naturally, was the easiest to manage, the divine hairs. They weren't powerful, but they were countless. A confident, almost inevitable smile flickered at the corner of Ling's mouth as she began the ritual. In an instant, a multitude of white rabbits burst forth from her shadow. Ling split off 2 shadow clones and summoned the Jade Hound Shikigami for support. With a ninja blade in hand and chakra surging through her body, she heightened every sense and skill to its peak. Thousands of white rabbits surged toward her like a living tide, their razor-sharp teeth and crimson eyes making them look far fiercer than their appearance suggested. All right, let's do this. Everyone together. Let's finish off these divine hairs as quickly as possible. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Ling's hands flashed through the seals, opening with a B-rank ninjutsu, a theatrical greeting that left the divine hairs feeling the heat of her welcome. Ling parted her lips, and a torrent of searing flame erupted from her mouth, blazing, fanning out in a wide arc, roaring forward like a tidal wave of fire. The surging inferno clashed with the white wave of rabbits, the collision erupting in a burst of sound and blinding light. Scores of divine hairs were instantly incinerated, their bodies reduced to ash, swept away by the wind. But more rabbits kept coming in endless waves, seemingly inexhaustible. Undaunted by death, they pressed through the flames, charging straight for Ling. Though her majestic destroyer flame was powerful, it couldn't hold back such overwhelming numbers forever. The fire began to wane and was finally snuffed out by the relentless advance of the hairs. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, gale breakthrough. Her 2 shadow clones unleashed a combination attack, wind fanning the flames, amplifying 2 otherwise modest rank jutsu to B-rank might. A howling wind whipped the crimson fire into a raging tempest. The roaring blaze surged forward like a storm-driven sea, devouring everything in its path. Against the onrushing tide of divine hairs, this attack followed hard on the heels of Ling's earlier technique, finally breaking through their defenses. With unmatched heat and destructive force, the attack showed no mercy, reaping everything in its path. Most of the hairs were obliterated in an instant, their bodies dissolving into shadows and vanishing into thin air. This combined ninjutsu, together with the great fire annihilation that Ling had unleashed earlier, cut the once vast horde of hairs down to a fraction of its size. Now, only a few hundred hairs remained, scattering in all directions as they closed in on Ling, seemingly determined to fight him to the bitter end. But at this point, their numbers were no longer enough to pose any threat to Ling. With his ninja blade in hand, he channeled a surge of wind chakra through the weapon. The azure wind nature chakra made the blade razor sharp, and with every casual swing, torrents of wind blades shot forth. Ling launched himself into the oncoming wave of hairs, his strikes relentless, each swing of his blade cutting down several hairs at once. The Uchiha-style fluid technique he had learned from Shursui perfectly complemented his swift-wind swordsmanship. With a fierce whip of his leg, he sent a hair that tried to ambush him from the side flying apart. His sword flashed in rapid succession, unleashing countless wind blades that formed a spinning sphere of cutting gusts around him. Dozens of hairs were shredded in an instant, vanishing where they fell. Within a 2-meter radius around Ling, not a single hair could breach this deadly domain. It was as if water couldn't seep through, a space so tightly guarded that, within arm's reach, one person stood against a nation of foes, shredding every intruder with whirling wind blades. The two jade hounds moved with lightning speed as well, their claws flashing to tear apart the swiftest hairs, and with a sudden leap, they sank their teeth into the most agile ones. It didn't take long before every hair had fallen to Ling's blade. As the 10 Shadows technique trembled with energy, Ling knew he had successfully completed the taming ritual for the hairs. Next up, the toad. There's only one this time. Its tongue might be a bit tricky, but honestly, who does one-on-one duels these days? Let's all go in together. Ling summoned the newly tamed hairs, and in an instant, the entire area was swamped with them. A dense, seething mass with barely any room to step. If a person from Zigong were to witness this scene, they'd probably start salivating uncontrollably. After all, who could resist thinking of spicy rabbit snacks? The 10 Shadows technique only allowed the summoning of 2 types of Shikigami at a time, but did grant the ability to fuse them. However, Ling hadn't yet figured out how to combine hairs and jade hounds, since she truly couldn't imagine what sort of creature a rabbit-dog hybrid would make. Without missing a beat, Ling moved seamlessly into the ritual to tame the toad. From the shadow, a giant toad emerged, standing more than the height of a person. Before it could even assess its enemies, Ling's clear voice rang out. Wind style, wind cutter technique. A razor-sharp, invisible blade of wind shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing clean through the toad's thick neck in the blink of an eye. All of this happened in utter silence. The toad's head suddenly slid off, blood spraying everywhere. The strike was as swift as lightning, as precise as a falling star, and as merciless as a thunderclap. It was like a flash of death itself, descending in an instant and leaving the unsuspecting toad no time to react. It didn't even have the chance to utter a single cry of pain before it died, becoming a cold corpse, then dissolving into shadow and vanishing. Ling had instantly killed a toad comparable to those from Mount Maiboku. Well, something felt a little off about that, but never mind. Everything was unfolding exactly as she had planned. The reason it was all so swift was twofold. First, the wind cutter technique was a B-rank ninjutsu, powerful enough to astonish. In the original story, the Root Division had used it to instantly sever the Hellhound, which had been strengthened by the 6 Paths of Pain's Rinnegan summoning. Second, Ling had begun weaving the hand signs for the technique early on. The moment the toad appeared, she seized its opening, landing a fatal blow. Compared to taming the hare, this seemed almost effortless. Gasping for breath, Ling split off 2 shadow clones. After casting 2 Barang techniques in quick succession, her chakra was nearly depleted. She dismissed the summoned hare, then sent the 2 shadow clones off to practice taijutsu and shuriken throwing, making sure not to waste a moment. As for herself, she let the jade hound stand guard nearby, sat down cross-legged, and began recovering her chakra. Ling would never use a soldier pill unless it was absolutely necessary. Such pills forcefully draw out chakra by overtaxing the body. Though their nutrients might offset some of the energy loss, in the end, they would still impact her physical potential. By afternoon, after finishing the packed lunch she'd brought, Ling had returned to peak condition. She was ready to tame another Shikigami, but the remaining ones were all rather troublesome. After careful consideration, Ling decided on the new. The new could fly, but its body wasn't particularly large, and its lightning attacks were countered by her wind techniques. Plus, a flying new would make a perfect mount, and could provide air support and reconnaissance as well. Ling created a shadow clone. The clone prepared a grand fire annihilation, while Ling herself readied the wind cutter technique, planning to finish the new in one swift attack. When all was ready, Ling began the summoning ritual. From out of the shadows emerged a gigantic yellow bird, wearing a strange, owl-like mask. The instant it appeared, it launched a bolt of lightning, then began to beat its wings furiously, preparing to soar into the sky. But Ling wasn't about to give it that chance. Both her shadow clone and she unleashed their Barang techniques, aiming directly at the new just as it tried to take flight. The rampaging flames seemed to come alive, writhing and spreading rapidly, engulfing everything within several yards. These flames were like savage beasts, clawing and roaring, radiating searing heat and destructive power. And hidden within that blazing inferno, several invisible blades of wind cutters, were waiting to strike. Like the slash of an impossibly sharp blade, carrying a deadly, cutting aura, the attack howled together with flames, forming a combined ninjutsu laced with murderous intent that surged straight toward the flapping Nu. As expected, the Nu was taken out in an instant. Its body didn't even remain. Vanishing entirely, it dissolved in a shadow and disappeared. The art of 10 shadows told Ling that the Nu had been successfully subdued, and Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today's mission objective was complete. Just as Ling dispersed the jade dog and tidied up, ready to leave, a sudden commotion sounded from up ahead. It seemed someone was approaching rapidly, with several others in pursuit close behind. Jie was rather unlucky. He had been ordered to infiltrate the hidden leaf village for 10 long years. 3 years passed, then another 3, and yet another. He had remained in absolute silence all this time, with no one ever reaching out to him. If it weren't for the occasional contact with his handler, he might have thought the village had forgotten him entirely. Over the years, he had gone from missing his homeland terribly to not even wanting to return, nor to receive any more assignments from his superiors. But fate had other plans. Recently, when a third Kazekage vanished, he received orders to investigate whether the hidden leaf had any knowledge of the Kazekage's whereabouts, with his main targets being Danzo and Orochimaru. He chose to start with Orochimaru's base, not expecting the defenses to be so impenetrable. Had he known, he would have chosen the root organization instead. Soon after, he was hunted by the Umbu, with Orochimaru himself leading the pursuit. Jie fled desperately, quickly being cornered once more. Just as he thought death was inevitable, he sensed a child nearby who might serve as a hostage. Clinging to hope, he raced toward Ling's position, preparing to seize the child in a flash to barter for his own escape. Orochimaru-sama, there's a child up ahead. The sand ninja appears to be attempting a kidnapping. The Umbu in charge of detection immediately reported to Orochimaru upon sensing the situation. It doesn't matter. Attack as usual. If the brat dies, he only has himself to blame. Orochimaru replied with a cold, twisted smile, his tongue flicking over his lips, eyes glinting with murderous intent. The Umbu darted swiftly through the forest, moving from branch to branch, their figures flickering meters ahead in the blink of an eye. Damn it, they're coming for me. Ling's expression darkened, wondering if this was the world's way of using natural causes to dispose of a wayward transmigrant. He switched the 10 Shadows technique to Heavenly Binding Curse, boosting his own recovery ability to better handle sudden emergencies. A single tomo spun into view in Ling's eyes as he stared intently into the dense undergrowth ahead. The commotion was growing louder, the pursuers making no attempt to conceal themselves from Ling. A cold smirk tugged at Ling's lips. Underestimating me, are you? That saves me from revealing too much of my strength. He gripped the kunai hidden in his sleeve, ready to throw it at any moment. Suddenly, leaves rustled violently as a figure shot forth like a leopard, lunging straight at Ling. Ling Sharingan spun rapidly. The moment her eyes met Jie's, she cast a simple jinjutsu with her ocular power, distracting him for a brief instant. Right after, Ling swiftly concealed her Sharingan to avoid being discovered by those in pursuit, not wanting to invite further trouble. Wind chakra surged through her body, gathering along her sword, which was now wreathed in a fierce gale. Gale sword technique, forward slash. She unleashed her makeshift forward slash technique. In a blink, Ling vanished from her spot, streaking forward in a flurry of afterimages. As Jie snapped out of his daze for a split second, a sharp pain shot through his neck. Ling now stood behind Jie, flicking the fresh blood from her blade before sheathing it. Taking advantage of the instant, Jie was entranced by her Sharingan. Ling had struck with blinding speed, slashing cleanly through his throat. Yet she didn't turn to look at the first life she'd taken. Instead, her gaze grew grave, fixing on the countless shuriken hurtling toward her from ahead. Suppressing the wave of unease that came with taking a life, Ling's eyes glinted with a hint of lethal intent. Whoever was chasing her clearly meant to finish her off, hoping to take her and the sand ninja down together. There was no time to weave ninjutsu. Ling pushed the Gale sword technique to its very limits, parrying every shuriken aimed at her vital points. With a cacophony of ringing steel and a shower of sparks, and more than a little of her own blood, Ling managed to survive, narrowly escaping death beneath the relentless storm of shuriken. A sudden puff, and the shuriken she'd struck down vanished in a swirl of white smoke. Clearly, this was the third Hokage's famous technique, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fighting through the stabbing pain and numbing ache spreading through her limbs, Ling counted 5 wounds on her arms and legs, some deep, some shallow. But thanks to the cursed mark's restorative power, the bleeding had stopped, her body slowly knitting itself back together. Now she faced off against 5 masked figures perched in the trees, each clad in the signature vests and animal masks of the ANBU. Ling didn't dare let her guard down for a second. "Well now, little brat," a voice drawled, "you're something else. Surviving my shuriken shadow clone jutsu on swordsmanship alone. How about you become my subordinate? Resources, techniques, none of that will be a problem." Orochimaru appeared behind Ling, his tongue snaking across his face, a telltale sign he'd found something that piqued his interest. Once again, Orochimaru's predatory fascination with the young had surfaced. "Sorry, not interested. May I go now?" Ling answered coolly, unmoved by Orochimaru's offer. At this point in history, Orochimaru hadn't yet developed the living corpse reincarnation, so Ling wasn't worried about being possessed, but she had no intention of following him, either. Orochimaru was ruthless and cold. One careless moment, and you'd be brainwashed, forced to do his bidding, and your corpse would end up as his research subject. "Heh, one interesting child. Seems you know who I am. Relax, I won't harm you," Orochimaru said, detecting Ling's tension. His tongue flicked again, as if tasting the air, carefully sensing her state. "Can I leave now?" Ling asked again, clearly growing impatient. Just because it was Orochimaru didn't mean she wouldn't fight back. If worst came to worst, she could always summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path and drag everyone down with her. "How interesting. The little brat actually has a way to take us all out. You can go, but as compensation for accidentally injuring you, I'll let you make a reasonable request. Ninjutsu, weapons, that sort of thing." Orochimaru had indeed sensed an overwhelming threat of death at the instant Ling prepared to summon the demonic statue, so he decided to take advantage of the situation and extend an olive branch to this genius child, who not only had remarkable ability, but also hidden cards up her sleeve. "Oh, anything at all?" Ling's interest was piqued. She began to consider what Orochimaru possessed during this era that might be worth coveting or needing. Of course, the legendary Sannin never lie. Orochimaru lied shamelessly, even using the name of the Sannin as his guarantee. "Is that so? Then I'll take your Kusanagi sword. How about that?" Ling thought asking for a ninjutsu technique would be a waste. After all, she could copy most ordinary jutsu with her Sharingan, and forbidden techniques wouldn't be handed over anyway. A fine sword seemed a better deal. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed, a chill running down his spine. He had only recently acquired 4 Kusanagi swords, and hadn't told a soul. How could this kid possibly know? Author's note. Not sure how many Kusanagi swords Orochimaru actually has. Please forgive creative liberties. No matter how he racked his brain, no answer surfaced, so he could only fix Ling with an even more intrigued gaze. "Kid, you can have a Kusanagi sword, but you have to tell me how you found out about it." Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and spat out a scroll, tossing it straight to Ling. Ling flicked off the slime in disgust before tucking the scroll into her ninja tool pouch. With a helpless shrug, she replied, "I heard it from someone named Masashi Kishimoto." "Masashi Kishimoto, huh? Very well, I'll remember that." Sensing Ling was telling the truth, Orochimaru gave a chilling smile. Masashi Kishimoto had sealed his fate. If Orochimaru said someone was doomed, nothing could save them. "Farewell, Orochimaru-senpai." Ling leapt away in a few swift bounds, disappearing at the edge of the forest. "Kid, what's your name?" Orochimaru realized, after this long conversation, that he still didn't know what this strange child was called. A peal of laughter echoed back. "Hee, Orochimaru-senpai, with all your control over the ANBU, can't you find out the identity of a little girl like me?" Ling's voice faded into the distance, eventually vanishing altogether. "Orochimaru-sama, shall we?" An ANBU stepped forward, making a slicing gesture across his neck to indicate his meaning. "No need. That kid already has the skills of Chunin, and even I have to be wary of her trump cards." Orochimaru dismissed his subordinate suggestion, feeling that this child was actually worth investing in. After all, she was the best candidate for the 4th, destined to become the 4th Hokage. For the sake of the village, nurturing such talent was worthwhile. What's one Kusanagi sword compared to that? After running a long distance back to the village, Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. The main reason was that Orochimaru's overwhelming presence had nearly suffocated him. Upon returning home, Ling unrolled the sealing scroll given to him by Orochimaru. Staring at the large seal character in the center, Ling couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Fortunately, Orochimaru was unlikely to trick him with a fake Kusanagi sword, so Ling placed his hand firmly on the seal and channeled chakra into it. With a soft pop, a cloud of smoke appeared. In the center of the scroll materialized a straight-bladed sword. It resembled Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, yet there were subtle differences. The guard of this blade was shaped like a swastika. Ling eagerly infused his chakra into the sword, and, as expected, the energy flowed smoothly without any loss. It was undoubtedly crafted from pure chakra metal. As Ling shifted his chakra to wind nature, sharp blades of wind danced along the sword's edge. With a casual slash, a gust cut through the solid wooden table, leaving a perfectly smooth, mirror-like surface. Whether channeling fire or lightning chakra, the sword conducted power extraordinarily well, and its blade was rock solid, truly worthy of its legendary reputation as the Kusanagi sword. What a fine sword! From now on, I'll call you Aim no Habakiri. It fits the naming style of this weapon series, doesn't it? Lacking much knowledge about sword history, Ling simply borrowed the name of a famed blade he'd seen in a Japanese anime from his previous life. He had also thought of calling it the Eight-Span Sword, but then imagined that, after taming Magat Sakami in the future, the spirit would look at him in confusion. You've got the Eight-Span Sword, so what am I supposed to have? But Ling still had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to deal with the wounds on his body caused by shuriken. Thanks to the healing from the heavenly binding curse, the bleeding had stopped and the wounds were gradually closing, but it was still necessary to disinfect and treat them, just in case. After all, getting tetanus would be quite ridiculous. Ling found some rubbing alcohol and wound powder before slowly removing his bloodstained jacket. Meanwhile, Shui was growing anxious about Ling's safety. He had heard from the elders that a sand ninja spy had headed toward the training grounds. Without delay, Shui left the clan compound to search for Ling. After combing the training grounds and failing to find him, he finally decided to check Ling's home. Ouch, that hurts. Ling poured alcohol over the wound on his thigh. The remaining blood was washed away, but the sting of the alcohol made his face go pale. During the fight, adrenaline had numbed the pain, but now it was truly hurting. Ling, are you all right? Suma Mason, I didn't mean to. Hearing Ling's cry of pain from outside, Shui burst into the room, only to find Ling standing there in nothing but shorts and a tank top. Although nothing was exposed, Shui's face turned bright red. He quickly closed the door and dashed back out. Ling found the whole situation rather baffling, but given it involved the Uchiha clan, it seemed perfectly normal after all. They were always overreacting, each one more neurotic than the last. Shui, for example, was the kind of Uchiha who could be swayed by the so-called will of fire. Ling figured he probably had something wrong in the head. Silently, Ling slapped a certifiably crazy label on Shui. After all, who but the unhinged could unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan? He quickly patched up his wounds and changed into a fresh coat. Stepping outside, Ling immediately spotted Shui, who was still steeped in guilt. Ling, you're hurt? It's all my fault. If I'd gone with you, you wouldn't have had to face danger alone. Though Ling couldn't quite follow Shui's logic, he guessed the gist was that Shui was worried about his injuries. Ling, who prided himself on his sharp intellect and emotional savvy, didn't bother to dwell on it. He simply assumed he'd understood. It's nothing, just a scratch. Ling sat beneath the wooden eaves, his short legs swinging back and forth, appearing rather pleased with himself. And why wouldn't he be? He'd just scored the legendary Kusanagi sword for free, a priceless artifact worth more than the heads of several grown-up Asumas. He couldn't help but internally mock Asuma, who was still in his rebellious phase. Acting like smoking made him mature, a classic problem child. Oh, by the way, Ling, the elder said you should go to the clan to pick up your stipend and some ninjutsu scrolls, Shui added, snapping Ling out of his wandering thoughts. His keen mind whirred back into gear. He smelled a plot. Truth be told, Ling had no need for the clan's meager stipend. As for the scrolls, he could easily copy any techniques he lacked. He figured the elders were simply trying to win his loyalty, hoping that gratitude would tie him more closely to the Uchiha. Then, once his heart belonged to the clan, they could use him as another spy in the Hokage's Zanbu. Clearly, they thought relying on Shui alone was too risky. With a small investment, some pocket change, and a few easily duplicated jutsu, they hoped to gain the unwavering loyalty of another prodigy. Unfortunately for them, Ling had no intention of getting further entangled with the Uchiha. Even the village itself was just a temporary stop. There was no sense of belonging here. Once he was strong enough, or if he ever grew tired of being used by the village and the clan, he'd simply defect. No big deal. After all, he felt zero attachment to the village and had no bonds holding him back. By then, Ling figured he'd be more than capable of defending himself. For now, though, he'd play it safe, at least until he reached Kaga-level strength. When faced with the Uchiha's sugar-coated traps, Ling planned to pocket the sugar and toss the bomb back at them. If the village tried the same tricks, he'd treat them no differently. He'd play both sides, dancing between village and clan, enjoying the perks of being a double agent. Until the day he could finally flip the table and laugh. All right, I'll go tonight. Ling agreed without hesitation. She was curious to see just how much the Uchiha clan was willing to invest in her. If their offer was too meager, she thought, she wouldn't bother feigning loyalty. But if it was substantial, perhaps she could lend a little help to her clan. The stars glittered in the sky, and the night hung low and deep. Ling and Shui arrived at the Uchiha compound. At this time, the Uchiha had not yet been relocated to the village's outskirts. Their territory still bordered the Senju clan and covered a considerable expanse. The residences stood shoulder to shoulder, rooftops layered in neat rows. Lights shone brightly from the windows, and clan members patrolled the shadows, watching as Ling and Shui approached. Shui, who is this? A youth appeared from the darkness, wearing the Uchiha crest on his clothing. Clearly, he intended to ask about Ling's identity. Ironfire, this is Uchiha Ling. Elder Kinzuya wants to see her, Shui replied, recognizing the stern-faced youth with a sword strapped to his back. So, she's one of us. But please, don't wander around the compound without permission. With that, Uchiha Ironfire vanished in a flicker, his skills suggesting the rank of a chunin. Following Shui through winding corridors and narrow turns, Ling soon found herself at a secluded courtyard. Shui stopped beneath the eaves and knelt on one knee. Elder Kinzuya, Uchiha Ling has arrived as you requested. Come in, cough, cough. An aged voice answered from within, punctuated by a fit of coughing. It sounded as if the owner's health was failing. Ling stepped inside barefoot. The wooden floor was cold beneath her feet, and the room was almost barren. There were scarcely any furnishings. At the far end of the room, behind a low writing desk, sat an old man, his hair and beard white as snow. His face was thin and sallow, mottled with age spots, and he looked frail. You must be Uchiha Ling. Your ocular power is impressive, and your chakra reserves are vast. Cough, cough. You have talent, said Elder Kinzuya, looking every bit as feeble as he sounded. Ling couldn't help but think to herself, this frail old man is an elder? You flatter me, Elder Kinzuya, Ling replied, her tone formal and reserved, unwilling to say more than necessary. The clan is willing to provide you with some support. All we ask is that, in the days to come, you do not forget the Uchiha. Elder Kinzuya gave Ling a meaningful look, as if he could see straight through her soul. He knew that Ling's heart was not with the Uchiha. She cared little for the clan. Yet, as an elder, he could not afford to overlook any opportunity, no matter how small, to benefit the Uchiha. He clapped his hands, and almost instantly, a Uchiha ninja emerged from the shadows. Even Ling hadn't noticed where this ninja had been hiding, a realization that made her rethink her earlier underestimation of the clan. These are the resources the clan is offering you. A collection of ninjutsu techniques gathered by the Uchiha, a volume on the principles and analysis of Uchiha Genjutsu, and our clan swordsmanship. Kinzuya also took out 3 scrolls and had a ninja hand them to Ling, clearly with no intention of asking for any conditions in return. Kinzuya was indeed generous. The scrolls contained precisely the things Ling lacked, particularly an analysis of the principles behind illusion techniques. More than enough for Ling to make up for his shortcomings in Genjutsu. Go now. I only hope that, should the Uchiha clan face disaster one day and you have the strength to help, you'll remember this moment, Kinzuya said. It was as if Kinzuya could already see the Uchiha clan on the brink of ruin, envisioning a future where their very survival was in jeopardy. In that instant, Ling couldn't help but admire him. There was a reason Kinzuya was an elder. He truly had an extraordinary mind. With the 3 scrolls in hand, Ling turned away from the door and left the darkroom. In the dim light, Elder Kinzuya's figure grew ever more indistinct, until it finally faded from sight. Ling, Shui hesitated for a long while, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. He seemed to have realized Ling's attitude toward the Uchiha, but he also understood that Ling wasn't to blame. If anything needed to change, it was the Uchiha clan itself. Shui, I'll head back now. Farewell. Ling was still deep in thought, considering how he would navigate his relationships with the village and the Uchiha in the future. He wasn't yet strong enough to overturn the table, so he would have to make the most of the rules and draw as much benefit as possible. Let me walk you home. The village isn't safe these days, and the ninja world is in turmoil. War could break out at any moment. Shui offered, worried that Ling might run into spies or other dangers again, and wanting to ensure he got home safely. There's no need. The village has stationed plenty of ANBU spies lately to catch infiltrators, so there's nothing to worry about. Ling declined, knowing full well that Shui wasn't a match for him yet. The walk home was uneventful. Occasionally, Uchiha police patrols passed by, and ANBU agents watched from the shadows. Once home, Ling opened the ninjutsu scrolls and found them to be quite comprehensive. They covered a range of elemental techniques from C rank to A rank, greatly enriching Ling's arsenal. He immediately recorded them all with his Sharingan, planning to practice them over time. What intrigued him most was that among the scrolls were also some bloodline limit techniques, including the hand seals and chakra flow methods. There were techniques like ice release and sand release, as well as some research notes on how to mix chakra to mimic bloodline limits, though it was clear those experiments had failed. Still, the research held real value. Investigating bloodline limits was an excellent way to break through to Kage-level strength, especially before awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, both bloodline research and awakening the Mangekyo were difficult paths to walk. For Ling, who had already lost all close family and had no remaining bonds, the only hope of awakening the Mangekyo would likely be through exploiting his special abilities. The second scroll contained Uchiha sword techniques, such as the Flaming Blade Leap, which Shursui himself had once used. This was a fire-based kenjutsu unique to the Uchiha. This was somewhat similar to the swift wind swordsmanship Ling was currently practicing, but it didn't follow any set patterns. Instead, it focused solely on how to imbue sword strikes with elemental damage. As a bonus, it also included methods to develop fire and lightning elemental transformations. This was extremely helpful for Ling, even though what she truly desired most was the method for wind elemental transformation. Still, Ling made careful note of the techniques, planning to study them further when time allowed. More than enough material to keep her occupied and experimenting for quite a while. Last, but not least, there was a comprehensive collection of various illusion techniques gathered by the Uchiha clan, complete with detailed explanations of their underlying principles, ranging from beginner to advanced, almost like a full course from basics to mastery. This allowed one to study illusions step by step, understand the theories, and eventually harness the power of in-release. It even provided the foundation to create original illusions. One could say the Uchiha clan had shown great sincerity. Ling decided that, from now on, she would make sure to spare a few more Uchiha clan members, just in case Itachi ever tried to wipe them all out. Clutching the 3 scrolls to her chest, Ling drifted off contentedly into dreamland, where she imagined herself standing triumphantly atop Uchiha Madara, fists flying as she bested the sage of 6 paths himself. The next morning, Ling woke up bright and early and made her way to the nearest training ground. She and Shursui had agreed to meet here yesterday to study illusions together. Jinjutsu, or illusion techniques, were an extension of the in-release style, using various mediums to disrupt an enemy's chakra, thus interfering with their 5 senses. Generally, Jinjutsu was cast using sound, light, or physical contact, which meant that countering it was often straightforward. If you could prevent yourself from perceiving the sound or light the enemy used, or distort those signals so they no longer made sense, you could block the illusion. Might Guy, for instance, had famously avoided Itachi's illusions by simply not looking his opponent in the eyes. A perfect example of this principle. Most of the Uchiha clan's illusions relied on the Sharingan, meaning direct eye contact with the enemy. Fundamentally, it all came down to manipulating light. The second Hokage, Tobirama, once created a technique called the Darkness Technique, specifically to counter Uchiha illusions. It would strip away all light and envelop the area in darkness, rendering light-based illusions useless. Sound-based illusions were a bit simpler. Such techniques only worked within a limited range, since the farther the sound had to travel, the more likely it would become distorted. Ling, in fact, had her own technique to ensure she wouldn't fall prey to illusions. Wind release chakra mode. By cloaking her body in a thin veil of wind, she could distort incoming light just enough to block visual illusions without hindering her combat. Ability. For sound-based Jinjutsu, the constant rush of wind would interfere with any subtle sounds, thereby neutralizing audio illusions. However, mastering even an incomplete version of wind release chakra mode and developing it to the point where it formed a protective wind barrier on the skin was still quite a challenge. Ling created 2 shadow clones, one to practice the nature transformation of wind release, and another to study the Uchiha clan sword techniques. He began to record a vast array of Jinjutsu from the illusion scroll, such as the Art of the Mist Servant, the False Presence Technique, the Fox's Heart Technique, the Nirvana Sanctuary, and the Sharingan illusions. The principles and analyses of these various techniques proved immensely rewarding for Ling, granting her a solid grasp on how to cast, counter, and break illusions. All these C-rank Jinjutsu were quite simple, yet relying on such basic illusions to trap an enemy was far from easy. The challenge lay in the fact that the user must construct an illusionary world so convincingly real that, without it, the opponent could easily see through the deception. To create an illusion world that feels real enough one needs a strong mental force, or more specifically, mastery over release. By envisioning various scenes within one's own mental landscape. Once you can construct an illusion world nearly indistinguishable from reality, you can truly be called a master of illusions. Perhaps, at her peak, Kurenai Yuhi might just barely achieve this, but for the Uchiha clan, building an illusion world comes much more easily. The Sharingan can help facilitate each step of the process, and the illusion analysis Ling obtained included detailed methods and techniques for constructing an illusion world. Shursui didn't keep Ling waiting long before arriving at the training ground. His skill with Jinjutsu now surpassed hers, and he had studied this analysis years before. Ling, it looks like you finished reading the illusion analysis. So, do you feel confident in building your own illusion world? He asked. At present, Shursui was slowly learning to create an illusion world, but progress was sluggish. He hadn't yet awakened his Sharingan, and at his young age, his chakra reserves were insufficient. I want to create a new Jinjutsu of my own, and I'll call it the hair escape substitution, or perhaps the hair clone. Ling recalled the original tale, where Itachi used the crow substitution technique, a principle that blended Jinjutsu, body replacement, summoning, and cloning techniques. Its complexity was on par with Orochimaru's snake substitution. Though Ling lacked crows as summoning animals, she did have a vast number of hairs. The crow substitution technique essentially involved sharing chakra with the crows, allowing them to take on the user's form. Combined with Jinjutsu, this achieved the same mysterious effect Itachi displayed. Hearing Ling's explanation of the technique, Shursui agreed it held great promise. Coincidentally, he himself kept a flock of crows, so the crow substitution would be entirely feasible for him as well. The two of them began researching the new Jinjutsu right there in the training ground. As both were prodigies, they quickly derived the technique's core mechanics. Ling's enthusiasm soared. She switched her heaven and curse binding to the 10 shadows technique, then summoned her Shikigami hair and stored it within her own shadow. Meanwhile, Shursui took on the role of testing the technique's effectiveness by attacking Ling as an opponent. As Shursui hurled a flurry of shuriken, Ling responded with a calm, confident smile. Hair escape substitution, she intoned, weaving hand seals that combined the essence of the body replacement and cloning techniques. Bang! A puff of white smoke flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Ling's body transformed into dozens of startled rabbits, scattering in all directions. A few rabbits were quickly dispersed by Shursui, but among these fleeing rabbits, some were real, some were created by clone and transformation techniques, and others were mere illusions conjured by Jinjutsu. Then, a handful of rabbits regrouped and merged, once again taking on Ling's form. Shursui wasn't about to give up so easily. With another flicker of movement, he appeared in front of Ling and slashed out with his kunai, the blade tracing an arc straight through Ling's body. But this body was nothing more than a rabbit transformed and masked with Jinjutsu. This technique, combined with Shadow Clone, was so intricate that even the Sharingan had trouble seeing through it. Anyone whose Jinjutsu skill was beneath Ling's wouldn't stand a chance of discerning the real from the false. In short, Ling had taken this technique and turned it into an art form, outdoing even Itachi's original version. After all, as long as all the rabbits weren't eliminated at once, more just kept appearing in an endless stream. These rabbit clones, infused with Ling's chakra, even possessed chakra pathways, making them indistinguishable from the real thing. With this technique, Ling's strength improved dramatically, enough to give even a Jonin a serious headache. In just one day, Ling and Shursui together invented this troublesome substitution technique. And Shursui's own crow substitution paled in comparison to Ling's rabbit version. Crows were limited in number, and when facing a lightning-fast opponent, they could be quickly injured or killed. Ling, on the other hand, didn't have to use up chakra to summon ninja animals, so the technique could last even longer. Ling, thank you for your ideas and help. Let me treat you to some ramen. There's a brand new Ichiraka ramen shop that just opened up, and the food is great. Shursui was genuinely happy. Not only had he gained a formidable new technique, but collaborating with Ling had deepened their bond. If Ling knew what was on Shursui's mind, he'd probably feel a chill down his spine. Could it be this guy intends to make me a sacrifice to awaken the Mangekyo? All right, I'm hungry anyway, Ling replied. Ever since being bound by the heavenly and cursed seals, he'd become a voracious eater. His stomach was almost always growling, forcing Ling to carry high-calorie snacks with him at all times. When Ichiraka Ramen finally opened, Ling experienced a strange disconnect, like seeing something from an anime step into reality. The hand-pulled ramen chef, Ichiraku, was still a young man at this point. The shop was bustling, a good sign for the flavor, but Ling watched Ichiraku closely, scrutinizing his aura. He finally concluded that Ichiraku wasn't a member of the Otsutsuki clan. The man had no chakra, and sensing him for curses only revealed a faint, ordinary soul. The grand opening brought cheap prices, generous portions, and decent taste, though the variety of ramen was still limited. It was clear this wasn't Ichiraku at its peak yet. Ling took a bite of Naruto's favorite ramen. His verdict? It wasn't as good as barbecue. But Ling was just being unreasonable at this point, since the two things weren't even in the same price range. All that could be said was that, among foods of its kind, Ichiraku ramen offered fantastic value for money. Yet, Ling's enormous appetite made Ichiraku believe that this little girl truly loved his ramen. Even as his hands were a blur kneading, pulling, and cooking noodles, Ichiraku's face was all smiles, because to him, this was a guest recognition of his craft. As a good chef, he couldn't let a guest leave his shop still hungry. Finally, under the astonished gazes of Shui and the other customers, Ling let out a belch fit for a dragon, signaling that she was full at last. She stacked her bowl on top of the 10th bowl of the 4th tier, and satisfied, patted her perfectly flat belly. Seeing this, Ichiraku finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could call this battle a win. Barely, for if the little girl had managed a few more bowls, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Shui, meanwhile, was deeply curious. Where on earth did Ling's tiny stomach put all that food? In the end, Shui glanced at his now-empty wallet. Ling had eaten 40 bowls this time, costing 12,000 Ryo, which completely drained his savings. To put it in perspective, even a C-rank mission only netted a genin about 20,000 Ryo at most. Parting ways with Shui, Ling returned home, never expecting to find a snake waiting inside. "Hey kid, you're Ling, right? You were hard to track down. Tell me, how's my Kusanagi sword working for you?" The little white snake spoke, but it was Orochimaru's voice that came out. Perfectly satisfied, as expected of Lord Orochimaru's collection, Ling replied, acting as if the white snake didn't exist, calmly tending to her blades. "Uchiha Ling, I saw your Sharingan. Such talent in a child. Would you like to become my subordinate? I have all sorts of jutsu you could learn," Orochimaru began, following his usual habit of attempting to lure away promising young talent. "Orochimaru-senpai, I was hoping to enjoy a few more peaceful years at the academy," Ling countered, deciding that if Orochimaru was going to interrogate her, she might as well ask him the nature transformation questions she'd been saving up. "If you join me, you can ask me anything you want anytime," Orochimaru replied, amused, and answered a few of her questions to show his sincerity. "Lord Orochimaru, do you truly believe you'll be the next Hokage?" Ling asked, while following his instructions to split into 3 shadow clones, continuing her training in wind, lightning, and fire nature transformations. "Oh, then tell me, kid, who else do you think could challenge me?" Orochimaru was genuinely surprised, for when he was 5, he hadn't been anywhere near this talented. The fact that Ling was already training in nature transformations left him astounded. Lord Danzo has coveted the position of Hokage for a long time. Even if he can't claim the title himself, he, in the 3rd, will hand it over to a young, obedient candidate to maintain their grip on power. As Ling felt the leaf in her hand being steadily sliced apart by the wind chakra, she decided it was time to sow discord between Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a hint of murderous intent flickering within them. "Kid, these are secrets you shouldn't know. Who's backing you?" Clearly, Ling's words had struck a nerve. Orochimaru and Danzo, though outwardly allies, were only using each other. He could easily see through Danzo's scheming. "Orochimaru-senpai, does it really matter who's behind me? Don't you want to be Hokage yourself? Remember, Danzo holds a lot of evidence about your human experiments." Ling dropped another bombshell, making Orochimaru's urge to capture her waver. There had to be a powerful, shadowy organization supporting this child. "Heck, kid, then who do you think Danzo and Sensei would choose as the next Hokage?" Orochimaru now answered Ling's probing questions without reservation, eager to extract more intelligence. Ling looked at the leaf in her hand, now shredded to bits by wind chakra, and smiled. Orochimaru was worthy of his reputation as a master. His teaching was exceptional. Ling had already completed her initial training in wind chakra transformation and taken her first true step on the path. Mastering the wind release chakra mode was now within reach. Orochimaru, it seemed, was truly a generous soul. "Orochimaru-senpai, that information comes at a price. I want one of your forbidden jutsu. Would you be willing to part with one?" Ling knew Orochimaru possessed several forbidden techniques from the Scroll of Seals, and she was eager to learn them. Orochimaru shot Ling a cold, calculating glance, but in the end, decided the intelligence was worth the cost. "Kid, I have the Flying Thunder God technique, Spirit Transformation technique, and the multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Which do you want?" "Orochimaru-senpai, you're truly generous. I'll take the spirit transformation technique. Ling knew Orochimaru's version of the Flying Thunder God was only the second Hokage's original, so she opted for the more valuable spirit transformation technique. Delving into the mysteries of the soul would help Ling better master the core of cursed energy, and would also greatly enhance her genjutsu and mental fortitude. What an interesting child. All right, tell me what you know. A white phosphorus snake slithered forward and spat out a sticky scroll, tossing it to Ling. It's Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage candidate. He's improved the Flying Thunder God technique, developed the Rasengan, and reached Kage-level strength. He has the support of Kushina's Senju clan, close ties with the Jinchuriki, is Jiraiya's apprentice, and is known for his kindness to the common people. All he needs now is to distinguish himself in this third great ninja war. As Ling spoke, Orochimaru's face grew colder. He realized that, in these respects, he truly couldn't compare to Minato. Besides, Minato was young and much easier to control. Danzo, teacher, you all truly are rotten to the core. For the first time, Orochimaru felt uncertain of victory. With Danzo holding so much evidence of his human experiments, he knew he stood no chance at all. Looks like I need to clean up a few loose ends. Uchiha brat, I'm quite satisfied with our transaction this time. Until we meet again. With a soft pop, the white phosphorus snake dissolved into a cloud of white smoke, and Ling finally felt some of the tension drain from her body. She had been ready to summon Mangatsui at any time, which alone had managed to intimidate Orochimaru. The information gap had worked in her favor, making him believe she had powerful backing and the means to take him down with her, if necessary. Unrolling the scroll on the spirit transformation technique, Ling settled in to study through the night. If she wanted to live freely, she had no choice but to put in the hard work. Otherwise, she'd have to rely on her looks to secure some so-called stable source of emotional energy, and then gamble her luck in a lottery. The spirit transformation technique was indeed vast and profound, and incredibly difficult to master. But Ling could tell that Orochimaru's later technique, living corpse reincarnation, owed much to this very art. Whoever invented this, Tobirama Senju, he really was a damn genius. To come up with something so ingenious, to probe the soul so deeply, it's almost unbelievable. The more Ling read, the more she recognized Tobirama's brilliance, though she had to admit that he and Orochimaru were not much different in their methods. You couldn't obtain such detailed data on the soul without human experimentation, and the research process itself was undoubtedly cruel and inhumane. Tobirama Senju, evil from the very start, Ling muttered quietly to herself. The spirit transformation technique truly does strengthen the soul, but rather than relying on chakra, its principle lies elsewhere. It actually has more in common with absorbing natural energy. To cultivate this art, one must first sit in meditation, emptying the mind of all joy and sorrow, attaining a state of selfless oblivion where even thought ceases. Author's note, personal interpretation, take it or leave it. But most people can't achieve such a blank state of mind, let alone someone as innately ruthless as Tobirama Senju. So he borrowed techniques from the shinobi sect's union of mind and nature, as well as Buddhist meditative practices, and developed a unique incense, something between an aromatic and a ritual burning. With this special incense, called tranquility incense, it became easy to enter a state of selfless meditation, allowing one's soul to harmonize with natural energy. A portion of this energy would passively seep into the soul, gradually diluting and absorbing into it, thereby strengthening it over time. Once the soul became strong enough, you could let your spirit leave your body and drift a few meters away, even within a sealed room. With further practice, you could travel even farther and eventually roam the night as a true spirit, what we call night wandering. At the ultimate level, you could travel even during the day, which is the limit of the spirit transformation technique. Your soul could invade another person's body and control them as you wish. I have to admit, if not for the fundamental clash in worldviews, Tobirama Senju would have surely made a name for himself in the art of cultivating the divine and immortal. But what truly infuriated Ling was that all of the meditative incense had been used up by that freeloader, Dan Kato. And the reason no one could practice this technique anymore was that one of the key ingredients had gone extinct by the end of the Warring States period, leaving the recipe incomplete for later generations. That's also why Orochimaru was willing to hand over the spirit transformation technique to Ling so easily. He hadn't mastered it himself, and without the meditative incense, he couldn't even experiment with possible substitutes. Of course, you could force your way into the state of sitting in forgetfulness on your own, and then attempt to cultivate the spirit transformation technique. But in the ninja world where battles erupt day in and day out, who has the time to empty their mind and forget both self and surroundings? By the time you manage to reach that state, After many years of effort, others would have already honed their ninjutsu to the point where they could easily overpower you. The state of sitting in forgetfulness is even more profound than the mental clarity required for sage mode, where one's heart merges with heaven and earth. That's why no one has ever succeeded in mastering it. Naturally, Ling found it nearly impossible to practice, so it remained a useless skill, one more mark of the inherently wicked Orochimaru. Frustrated and irritable, Ling eventually drifted into sleep, where she vented her anger by giving Orochimaru a good thrashing in her dreams. In the days that followed, Ling dutifully immersed herself in elemental transformation training and the relentless practice of Gale swordsmanship. One morning, Ling set out early for a jog to build up her stamina, only to see, in the distance, a cloud of dust rapidly spreading her way. At the very front were two figures in green, bowl-cut heads bobbing as they dashed forward at astonishing speed. Ling barely had time to cover her nose and mouth before she was swallowed up by the swirling dust, finally able to breathe fresh air after what felt like an age. Damn those bowl cuts, they've ruined my whole morning mood. She recognized the duo immediately. Might Due, the genin who single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen, and his son Might Guy, who once nearly kicked Madara of the 6 paths to death. Before Ling could slip away, the two bowl cuts doubled back and stopped right in front of her. Yash, sorry, young lady, did we get you with the dust? Might Due apologized earnestly, but as he raised his thumb in a classic pose, his bright, gleaming teeth flashed so brilliantly they nearly blinded Ling. Uncle, what brand of toothpaste do you use? Ling blurted out the question that had perplexed countless fans of the ninja world, leaving both father and son momentarily speechless. By all accounts, shouldn't this girl be scolding them like everyone else? Why was she so concerned about toothpaste? Yash, young lady, we don't use toothpaste. We make our own tooth powder. Works wonders, doesn't it? With another dazzling thumbs up and an even more blinding toothy grin, Ling silently thought this move could be a ninja technique in itself, capable of stunning enemies with sheer radiance. After all, didn't Madara himself have a technique called Storm Style, Light Fong, where he weaponized the brilliance of his teeth? All right, but why don't you train at the public training grounds? Ling thought it was a bit of a problem that the father and son often went jogging down the main street like this. Well, you see, that's because we tend to make quite a commotion when we train, and we often end up disturbing the other ninja, so Might Due looked a little embarrassed. After all, as a perennial genin, he was used to being chased off by younger ninja, and it wasn't something he wanted to admit. I see. Well, how about training with me? My training ground is pretty much empty anyway. Of course it was empty. After all, it was the Uchiha training ground. No one dared to mess with the Uchiha, let alone use their facilities. Really? That's wonderful. Young lady, you're such a kind person. My name is Might Due, a genin of the Hidden Leaf. Awesome. I'm Might Guy, also a genin of the Leaf. Might Guy had graduated the same year as Obito. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have made it out of the academy since he hadn't mastered the 3 basic techniques, but with the 3rd great ninja war looming and a shortage of ninja, the graduation requirements had been relaxed. I'm Uchiha Link, but you could just call me Ling. Faced with the duo's enthusiastic thumbs up and dazzling smiles, Ling could only respond with a polite, faint smile. Uchiha. Might Due clearly knew of the Uchiha clan's reputation and looked a bit startled. Ling instantly understood what he was getting at. Uncle Due, I'm actually of mixed blood. My father is Yagyu Ichimiai. You can also call me Yagyu Ling. Oh, thank you, Ling. Let's head to the training ground together, Guy. Yes, father. Is this what youth feels like? I finally understand. Might Guy threw his arms around his father in a teary, dramatic embrace, overcome with emotion. A bead of cold sweat slid down Ling's forehead. She felt inexplicably awkward in that moment. You have gained 2 new stable emotion sources. Currently, you have 3 stable emotion sources. Ling was rather pleased. She hadn't expected Might Due and Might Guy to be so easy to win over. She hadn't even tried hard, and they'd already surrendered without a fight. Securing 2 stable emotion sources so easily meant she was only 7 people away from another round of rewards. It wasn't easy, but progress was progress. Arriving at the training ground, they found Shursui already practicing his shuriken throwing technique. Ling, you're here? And these two are? Shursui didn't recognize Might Due and Might Guy, though their bowl-cut hairstyles were certainly distinctive. Shursui, this is Uncle Might Due and Might Guy. I know you want to build bonds with other ninja in the village, so why not start with the Might Duo? They're good people, and their taijutsu skills are incredible. Ling gave herself a rather flimsy excuse for her actions, but it was true. Shursui often talked about building ties between the Uchiha and the rest of the village, hoping to change the relationship between them. However, Ling noticed that Shui always talked about it, but never actually got along with any of the other ninjas in the village, so she decided to help him. Thank you, Ling. Shui truly wanted to reach out, but he had never made friends with anyone before. For him, even taking the first step was difficult. People would see the Uchiha crest and keep their distance. It's nothing. Since you have this wish, as your friend, of course I'll help you. Ling's words, gentle yet with a hint of slyness, touched Shui deeply. He turned and addressed the Might Father and Son. Hello, I'm Uchiha Shisui. Welcome to our training ground. I hope we'll have the chance to spar together. Alright, taijutsu sparring, my favorite. Bring it on. Might Due was already brimming with excitement, and standing next to him, Might Guy was just as fired up. Their passion made both Shui and Ling feel a bit awkward. Shui, how about the four of us have a free-for-all taijutsu match? That'll make it feel more like real combat. Ling also wanted to test herself against Might Due. She guessed that Due, without opening the 8 gates, was probably at Chunin level, and only with the gates unleashed could he defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. Sounds good, let's do it. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Shui was a born fighter. A 4-way battle sounded perfect. Yes, this is the spirit of youth. Guy, do you feel it? Tears streamed down Might Due's face, his voice ringing out with passion. Father, I feel it. The fires of youth are burning. True to their reputation, the Might Father and Son were completely in sync. Aside from the lack of facial hair, they were like mirror images. All right, as soon as my kunai hits the ground, everyone can attack anyone nearby, with taijutsu however they like. After they all formed the seal of confrontation, Ling flicked a kunai into the air. The four of them fixed their eyes on the falling kunai, and the moment it touched down, they vanished from their spots, each launching an attack on their chosen opponent. All that remained was the shattered ground and swirling dust, bearing witness to their speed and power. Ling didn't hold back, aiming a powerful punch straight at Might Due's chest. Due, in turn, attacked his own son, while Guy targeted Shui, and Shui went after Might Due. As a result, Ling was the only one not being attacked. The Might Duo assumed a 5-year-old girl couldn't be much of a threat, while Shui saw the adult as the biggest challenge. Ling's punch landed with such force it caused a sonic boom, forcing Might Due, who had been about to strike his son, to pull back and defend. In an instant, Ling sent Due flying out of the ring, leaving 2 furrows in the ground as he skidded to a stop. At that same moment, Shui, having lost his intended target, prepared to block and counter Guy's flying kick, only to realize he had underestimated the sheer power behind it. There was no time to counterattack. He was sent flying with a single kick. While airborne, Shui managed to steady himself, his arm throbbing with pain. It felt like he had just taken a blow from someone with strength on par with Ling. Now, only Ling and Might Guy were left in the center of the battlefield. But the moment they clashed, Guy's expression changed instantly as he was blasted away by Ling's overwhelming force. Yash! Ling's power is incredible. So this is what it means to be a prodigy. Might Due charged back at astonishing speed, launching into a spinning flying kick that drilled through the air straight toward Ling. I'm no prodigy, I just happen to be a bit stronger than most. Ling stomped down, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he leapt back several paces, narrowly dodging the attack. 3 shuriken appeared in his hand. They traced elegant arcs through the air, colliding mid-flight, then veered off to strike at Dewey's blind spots, angles almost impossible to defend against. At that moment, Shui also hurled 2 kunai, sending them whistling toward the advancing Guy. They covered the short distance in a flash, forcing Guy to draw his own kunai and parry the attacks. What was supposed to be a chaotic free-for-all had now become Ling versus Might Due and Shui against Guy. After all, there was a clear gap in strength among the 4. Ling and Due belonged to one tier, while Shui and Guy were in another. Yash, that's some impressive shuriken throwing. No wonder you're an Uchiha. But don't underestimate me. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Although the shuriken attacks were exceptionally tricky, Due spun in place, sweeping his leg in a wide arc. The chakra-infused gust he unleashed deflected the shuriken with explosive force. So this is the Leaf Strong Whirlwind? Ling Sharingan whirled as he analyzed the flow of chakra behind the move. It was pure chakra unleashed in a sudden burst, driven by sheer physical prowess rather than delicate control. While it lacked the precision of monstrous strength techniques, it had its own raw power. Since fine control wasn't possible, the trick was to let the chakra flow with the body and detonate it at the moment it left the body, unleashing enough force to split mountains and shatter stone, a move that embodied wildness and ferocity. I've got it. A brilliant smile lit up Ling's face. As Dewey's Leaf Strong Whirlwind came at him, Ling leapt high into the air to meet it head-on. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Though Ling's chakra wasn't as wild or immense as Dewey's, it was still formidable. Because Ling infused his attack with the violent force of wind nature transformation that he had mastered, the gust from his kick was laced with countless razor-sharp wind blades, no less powerful than a C-rank jutsu. What a genius! He mastered the technique in a single glance, and even managed to innovate on the spot. Might Dewey didn't mind others learning the taijutsu he had developed. After all, it was still a work in progress. Besides, someone choosing to learn was a sign of respect for his art. It proved his persistence hadn't been in vain, that his youth had not been wasted, and that he was not the useless, ridiculed Jin and others claimed him to be. Uncle Might Dewey, your taijutsu is truly incredible, Ling praised sincerely, comparing it in her mind to later techniques like Hidden Lotus, Primary Lotus, Morning Peacock, and Daytime Tiger. Though these were developed by Might Guy, the foundation for everything was built upon the Eight Gates technique that Might Dewey dedicated his entire life to perfecting. With a thunderous crash, the two unleashed their leaf-strong whirlwinds against each other. The impact produced a deafening boom, followed by a powerful gust of wind erupting between them, sweeping up trees and rocks in its wild surge, scattering debris in all directions. A massive cloud of dust mushroomed into the air, spreading swiftly and engulfing the entire forest like a tidal wave. Within the haze, two figures could be glimpsed locked in fierce combat. Their movements were lightning fast, each blow unleashing explosive roars, accompanied by the cracks of splintering trees and the shattering of earth. As the battle raged on, the dust grew thicker, making it nearly impossible to see what was happening inside. Within that swirling cloud, the ground was pitted with craters. Countless shards of rock launched skyward before crashing down and sending plumes of dust billowing up again. Guy and Shui, seeing the devastation, quickly retreated to a safe distance, wary of being caught in the aftermath of the shockwaves. They stared at the swirling dust before them, awestruck by the intensity of the fight. Even battles between elite jonin rarely reached such ferocity, let alone when the combatants relied solely on taijutsu. Incredible. Was father always this strong? For the first time, Might Guy witnessed Dewey fighting at full strength. Until now, father and son had only ever completed low-level missions within the village. It wasn't for lack of ambition. They simply couldn't find teammates willing to work with them. Others believed they only knew taijutsu and would drag the team down. So this is my father's youth? I understand now. I'll let my own spirit burn just as brightly. Yes, I must. Guy was overwhelmed with excitement, as if he'd just found his guiding light and a clear path forward. From this moment, he would never lose his way again. So, Ling has already become this strong. With my abilities, how can I boast about protecting her? Shusui's nails dug into his palm, drawing blood, yet he paid no mind. No one noticed that at this moment, Shusui's eyes were awash in crimson, with a single black tomo spinning in his pupils. It was the bitter shame of realizing Ling's strength had long surpassed his own, despite his earlier vow to protect her, that awakened Shusui's Sharingan. 2 years earlier than in the original story, where it was triggered by the death of a teammate. Shui now noticed everything around him slowing, as if time itself had shifted into slow motion. Dust hung suspended in the air, fragments of stone drifted lethargically. Though he still couldn't clearly see Ling and Might Dewey's movements, even they seemed to have slowed. Yes, this is the burning spirit of youth. My blood is boiling. Every punch and kick Might Guy through carried the utmost speed and power, with terrifying chakra erupting at every moment, setting off explosions in the air. Ling had already mastered the ability to unleash Konoha's steel fist flow, taijutsu, using any part of his body. His fists and elbows burst forth with tremendous force, surging and wild chakra colliding head-on with Might Guy's strikes. Uncle Guy, let's settle this with one final move. Using the force of their clash, Ling leaped onto a massive tree behind him. After fighting for so long, it was time to bring things to a close. All right, Ling, bring it on. Might Guy had unleashed all his normal strength. He was only holding back the final secret of the Eight Gates technique. Uncle Guy, watch out. Here comes Morning Peacock. Yes, after fighting for so long, Ling had, by analyzing the principles of Konoha's fierce whirlwind, invented his own version of the Morning Peacock, launching countless blasts of chakra. But unlike the original, his technique incorporated the fire element's transformation. With a sudden stomp, Ling shattered the enormous tree beneath his feet, splinters flying in every direction. Using the recoil, he shot into the air like a bolt of lightning. Both fists whirled in a frenzy, moving so fast they blurred, as if countless fists were striking at once, creating a dense barrage of afterimages. Each air blast Ling punched out was infused with scorching, fire-natured chakra, transforming into a shower of blazing meteors hurtling straight at Might Guy. The flaming meteors moved at blinding speed, their searing heat seeming to ignite the very air itself. They carved brilliant, deadly arcs through the sky, fanning out like the tail feathers of a peacock in full display. Excellent. That move is pure genius. Now witness my Konoha dragon. Perhaps inspired by Master Chen's teaching, Might Guy had mastered the Konoha dragon technique. In midair, Ling did his best to replicate the powerful Konoha dragon, determined to add another technique to his arsenal. Might Guy spun with wild energy, instantly transforming into a slender whirlwind. The blue-white tornado traced a beautiful arc as it soared skyward, morphing into a divine dragon that raised its head and roared, charging headlong into the falling meteors of flame. A thunderous boom shook the earth for a kilometer around, and a small mushroom cloud blossomed at the edge of the forest of death. Flocks of startled birds took flight, scattering into the sky. The massive shock wave obliterated giant trees in a radius of more than 10 meters. Dust billowed everywhere, and flying debris pierced through trunks and branches. Shui and Guy were forced to fall back several hundred meters to avoid the blast, yet even from that distance, the dust cloud obscured their vision. What's going on out there? Go investigate at once. Sensing the surge of battle from his office in the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage immediately ordered the Umbu to check it out. In a hidden base at the root headquarters, with the third great ninja war looming, Danzo had managed to extract some manpower from the third Hokage. He was now methodically branding each new recruit with the tongue curse seal of root eradication. But just as he was working, a violent tremor shook the base. In his surprise, Danzo accidentally activated the seal, causing the newly joined root member to die on the spot. Damn it! Who did this? Find out now. Danzo, not yet wrapped in his signature bandages, was furious. After all, the one who just died was a highly talented young ninja from a minor clan. Meanwhile, deep within the Forest of Death, in a secret laboratory, Orochimaru's experiment on the living corpse reincarnation was abruptly ruined by the quake, destroying a critical sample. His face grew icy cold with rage. Elsewhere, Ling and Dai's duel had ended, but the commotion had drawn a horde of unexpected guests, leaving Ling feeling rather deflated. Both Ling and Dai had been blasted backward by the massive backlash, crashing through branches before finally coming to a halt. Now, they looked more like beggars than shinobi, their clothes torn and disheveled. At the crucial moment, Ling had gathered all her chakra and cursed energy, layering 2 thick shields of protection. Thanks to this, she emerged unscathed. Shoot, I really overdid it this time. Ling hurried over to Shui and Guy, instantly sensing a swarm of ninja approaching. Dai, just returning to his senses, seemed equally bewildered by the mess they'd caused. It wasn't long before a formidable group arrived. The third Hokage and the ANBU, Danzo and the Root, Orochimaru with his followers, Minato Namikaze accompanied by Obito and Kakashi, and several prominent jonin from the elite squads. Dai, what happened? Who are you fighting? The third Hokage recognized Dai. He saw him running laps past the Hokage Tower every day and knew him as a taijutsu specialist. I was just sparring with Ling, Dai answered awkwardly, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed grin. Oomph. Just a mere taijutsu ninja. Do you really expect us to believe you caused all this? Don't make me send you to the interrogation unit. Danzo snapped, openly doubting him. In his eyes, Dai was nothing more than a talentless weakling, unworthy of such destruction. Danzo, don't jump to conclusions, the third Hokage interjected. He then turned to Dai and asked, and who is Ling? Knowing she couldn't run, Ling stepped forward without hesitation. Lord Third, I am Yagyu-Ling. I got a bit carried away while testing a new technique with Uncle Dai. I'm deeply sorry for alarming you and the other elders. Ling spoke with practiced grace, intentionally omitting her Uchiha surname, a subtle signal to the village leadership that she did not share the same allegiance as the rest of the Uchiha clan. She then softened her tone, adopting the innocent manner of a little girl, hoping to ease their suspicions and make them see her as nothing more than a mischievous child. So you're Ling, from the Yagyu family? You must be Yagyu Ichimiai's child, the third Hokage mused. For all his faults, he was truly impressive in that he could remember nearly every ninja in the village. Yes, third Hokage, Ling replied with a sweet smile, hoping to close the distance between them and, in doing so, reduce the chances of being targeted because of her Uchiha bloodline. Hokage-sama, we've already checked. There's no sign of any unfamiliar ninja. The commotion was caused by these two fighting each other. The skilled ANBU members quickly analyzed and confirmed that things were just as Dai had said. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Danzo, Orochimaru, all of you can go back for now. It was just a minor scuffle. The third Hokage was clearly ready to send them away, not wanting them to interfere with his plan to recruit this young genius. Just then, a member of the Foundation respectfully hurried over and whispered something in Danzo's ear. Danzo turned his gaze on Ling. Kid, you have Uchiha blood, don't you? The Uchiha are born evil. Danzo knew the third intended to protect Uchiha Ling, so he left it at a harsh parting shot and withdrew. He understood what the third was after, and it didn't conflict with his own plans. Haha, fascinating. Ling, you're quite interesting. I hope you'll bring even more surprises the next time we meet. Orochimaru suspected that Ling was backed by a secret organization, and that this battle had been staged precisely to draw the attention of the village's top brass, a way to infiltrate the higher ranks. But Orochimaru didn't expose Ling, nor did he sound the alarm, because even surrounded by so many people, he could still sense the presence of death clinging to Ling. After all, Ling was constantly ready to summon Mahoraga at a moment's notice. If pushed too far, she was prepared to take everyone down with her. And Ling did have a way to potentially survive summoning Mahoraga, by using her golden finger to switch abilities, replacing the 10 Shadows technique with the Heavenly Binding Curse. Without the 10 Shadows technique or cursed energy, would Mahoraga still appear? She was skeptical, but this was a last resort, and Ling couldn't be sure it would work. Though she could test it with other Shikigami, those experiments always ended with the Shikigami vanishing instantly. But that was Mahoraga, infamous for defying all logic. What if even this plan failed? Ling didn't dare to gamble. Her greatest fear was that, after switching out the 10 Shadows technique, Mahoraga's will would simply spin once and then adapt, proceeding to finish her off anyway. Ling, third Hokage, I need to take Kakashi and the others to finish our mission, so I'll be heading out now. Minato led his team away, giving Ling a reassuring look, as if to say, don't run off. Everything's fine. Ling, is that what I should call you? You haven't entered the Ninja Academy yet, have you? Suddenly, the third Hokage's tone softened, his face breaking into a warm, grandfatherly smile. Yes, Uncle Hokage. Did Ling get in trouble? Ling switched into her most innocent little White Lotus routine, playing the part of the perfect, sweet child. No trouble at all. Everyone just thought there was an intruder, so we hurried over. Now that we know it was a misunderstanding, it hardly counts as causing trouble. The third Hokage's smile grew even brighter. Such a little cutie. He had her right where he wanted. An enemy invasion? Lord Hokage, why are they attacking our village, the Hidden Leaf? Ling's acting was effortless and instinctive. Asking a question that already revealed the answer was a basic skill for any White Lotus. Ling, it's because the other villages do not cherish peace, while here in the Hidden Leaf, we value peace above all. That's why others always seek to invade us. The third Hokage's smile grew even kinder, the will of fire gleaming in his eyes. It was the perfect moment to launch into a grand persuasion. All the other villages are villains. When I grow up, I'll teach them a lesson. After all, it was their attack that led to my father's death. Ling's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, turning red as she seemed to recall her late father. Ling, your father was a true hero. That is the very embodiment of the will of fire. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire will burn eternally, and that flame will continue to light our village, helping new leaves to sprout. Your father was one of those burning leaves. He gave everything to bring light to the tender shoots of the village, to protect young saplings like you, Ling. Here it comes, the legendary sermon, delivered with the full force of the will of fire. For Ling, it was her first time facing such a classic indoctrination. Ling fought hard to keep her expression from cracking. She was a professional. After all, no matter how absurd things got, she wouldn't laugh, unless she truly couldn't help it. Lord Hokage, is this the original will of fire passed down from the first Hokage? So we have always been protected by ancestors, who burned themselves for us. When I grow up, I will protect the Leaf Village and my friends, inheriting my father's ninja way. Ling's words were so exaggerated that even she nearly lost her composure. Fortunately, the third Hokage had turned away, gazing at the distant Hokage rock, and didn't notice her twisted expression. Yes, the first Hokage was like that. So was the second, my teacher, Tobirama Senju. Back then, when our teacher covered our retreat, he lost his life in the Land of Lightning. It was at that moment that I, once a protected sprout, became a burning leaf myself. The third's face was filled with nostalgia, as if he were genuinely missing his teacher. That didn't stop him, of course, from weakening the Senju clan, turning a blind eye to the fall of the Uzumaki, or pushing Hitaki Sakomo to his tragic end. Lord Hokage, you are truly remarkable. You must have made countless sacrifices for the sake of the leaf, haven't you? Ling began to douse the third's theatrics with cold water. In reality, this man had hardly sacrificed anything. His own clan, the Sarutobi, had flourished, nearly rivaling the Hyuga as one of the village's great families. The third said nothing, falling into a deep and somber silence, as if the past was too painful to recall, almost convincing himself of his own narrative. Ling, what jutsu did you develop? What caused such a commotion? At last, the third revealed his true purpose. He wanted Ling to hand over the powerful new technique she had used. Lord Third, it's called Morning Peacock, a taijutsu technique. At present, Morning Peacock could indeed be considered a taijutsu technique, since Ling simply didn't possess the physical prowess of Guy when he opened the sixth gate. As a result, she had no choice but to incorporate chakra nature transformation, giving the technique her own unique twist. Could you demonstrate for me? I'd love to see just how far the flourishing young sprouts of Konoha have grown. The third Hokage said, removing his pipe from his mouth and smiling kindly at Ling. Of course, but it's a bit showy and loud. Are you sure it's all right? Ling replied, her demeanor cautious, as if she feared being reprimanded again for causing a disturbance. Absolutely, it's fine. Go ahead and give it your all, the third encouraged her warmly. All right then, here I go. With that, Ling leapt into the air, gathering a massive amount of chakra to unleash Morning Peacock once more. As a rain of blazing fireballs fell from the sky, the third Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment. His pipe nearly slipped from his grasp. From his perspective, it was nothing short of incredible. A 5-year-old girl, relying solely on her physical abilities and some chakra nature transformation, could unleash a taijutsu technique that combined waves of compressed air with fire nature chakra. The power of this move was already on par with an A-rank ninjutsu. It was hard to believe such a technique was created by a child so young. With a casual hand seal, the third summoned a sturdy earth-style wall to shield himself from the roiling clouds of smoke and the forceful blast. Still, even this thick wall was left pitted and dented by flying debris. Ling landed lightly on one foot, but immediately she was left gasping for breath. Using Morning Peacock twice had completely drained her chakra. It was worth noting that the amount of chakra she now possessed was comparable to that of a special jonin. Her growth in chakra was a result of her intense training over this period, her physical development, and the nourishing effects of cursed energy, which had even strengthened the power of her single Tomo Sharingan. Excellent, Ling. This taijutsu technique would be a challenge to develop even for a jonin. It can be classified as an A-rank taijutsu technique, said the third, his still youthful face creasing into a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum, clearly delighted by Ling's genius. You flatter me, Uncle Hokage. I still have much to learn before I can truly keep advancing and contribute to Konoha's future. Ling responded with earnest sincerity, sounding every bit the devoted follower of the Will of Fire. Would you be interested in joining the Umbu? I can arrange for you to enter, where you'll have even greater opportunities to grow. The third offered, his tone gentle as he took a slow puff from his pipe, as if he were merely making a passing suggestion. This was the third's final test. If Ling accepted without hesitation, it would be clear she had her own agenda for getting close to him. Ling, however, hadn't thought that far ahead. She simply wanted a couple more years of peace, without being forced into a life of killing and danger so soon. Thank you for your kind offer, Uncle Hokage, but I'm still very young. I need more time to study, make friends, and forge bonds. That was also my father's wish for me before he passed away, Ling said respectfully. Ling not only declined from the perspective of her own future development, but also invoked her father's dying wish, making her refusal utterly unassailable. Well, that's a pity, the third Hokage said, feigning regret. But would you be willing to contribute your ninja body technique to the village? With war looming, our ninjas need to grow stronger. With this technique, I believe more of them could survive. The third immediately began to wield moral pressure, trying to get the technique for free, even invoking the greater good. A truly cunning move. Really? My technique could be included in the Book of Seals. Ling exclaimed, beaming with delight. That's wonderful. It could help other ninjas in the village. And I heard you can exchange it for another technique of the same rank. I've always wanted to try that. Ling played along, but never fell for the trap. This left the third slightly disappointed, but since Ling would only exchange it for another unimportant technique, it didn't really matter. Of course you can. Which technique would you like to exchange, Ling? The third asked with his usual kind demeanor, though he was genuinely curious about Ling's choice. After all, the list of exchangeable techniques was typically only accessible to Jonin-level ninja. Ling's father never qualified, so where had she heard about it? And why did she want that particular technique? Uncle Hokage, I want the telescope jutsu. I heard you invented it yourself, and it's supposed to be Konoha's strongest sensory technique. Ling's enthusiastic expression left the third momentarily speechless. He couldn't fathom how this secret had gotten out. Who could have told her? Ling, Who told you that's the strongest technique? The third inquired, gentle and patient, as if making casual conversation. Oh, that, Ling replied, a mischievous glint in her eye. One day, I overheard it outside the women's bathhouse. There was this spiky-haired old guy with white hair snooping around muttering about how he wished he had the telescope jutsu. It's Konoha's strongest sensory technique, he said. But then he grumbled that the old man, third Hokage, wouldn't teach it to him. As she spoke, Ling exaggerated Jiraiya's expressions and gestures, sending the third's blood pressure skyrocketing. Ling had indeed seen Jiraiya in Konoha. With the third great ninja war approaching, Jiraiya had returned, as had Princess Tsunade, though she rarely appeared in public, and when she did, it was usually to gamble. That damn Jiraiya, the third fumed. Not only corrupting the youth, but sullying my reputation as well. Just you wait. His anger boiled over, and he resolved to give Jiraiya a taste of his iron fist of love. Meanwhile, atop the women's bathhouse somewhere in Konoha, Jiraiya was peeping with a lecherous grin, hands gesticulating as he scribbled down notes in his notebook. Suddenly, his nose began to itch, an overwhelming sensation he couldn't resist. He let out an enormous sneeze, and that was the end of his spying. A furious shout echoed through the air. Jiraiya, you wretched fool, get ready to meet your doom. Bang! A blonde woman, wrapped in a bath towel with a striking figure, burst out and landed a solid punch on Jiraiya's chest before he could escape. Jiraiya's chest caved under the blow, several ribs shattering at once. He almost coughed up blood on the spot, but remembering Tsunade's hemophobia, he forced it down and was sent flying, crashing straight into a trash bin over a dozen meters away. There's no need to dwell on Jiraiya's miserable state any further. Meanwhile, the third Hokage paused to consider, and finally decided to switch to the telescope jutsu instead. It wasn't like Ling, being a girl, would use it to spy on the women's bathhouse anyway. Alright, go home and prepare the Peacock Dawn Scroll. I'll have the ANBU deliver it later. I still have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The third Hokage was planning to find Jiraiya and give him a piece of his mind to vent his frustration. Okay, Uncle Hokage, take care. Ling waved goodbye, watching as the third Hokage disappeared in an instant. Back at home, Ling immediately took out a blank scroll and began to record the training methods for Peacock Dawn, instructions for chakra manipulation, and the steps for incorporating fire nature transformation. By late afternoon, Ling finally finished writing the taijutsu scroll. She had just started to relax when a shadow suddenly dropped in front of her. Seeing the ANBU attire and animal mask, Ling let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't an enemy. This ANBU was definitely at Jonin level. Otherwise, no one could move so swiftly or conceal their presence so thoroughly. Even against elite Chunin, Ling could hold her own. With the 10 Shadows technique, she might even win. But she knew she stood no chance against this person. Though they didn't have the overwhelming aura of the third Hokage or Orochimaru, they were still formidable. This is the jutsu the third Hokage asked me to deliver. It will self-destruct after you read it. From the voice alone, it was impossible to tell who it was, but it certainly wasn't a nobody. The ANBU took the scroll Ling had written, read it carefully, scrutinized and verified every detail, then vanished in an instant. These ANBU really never take the usual path. There can't be many Jonin-level ANBU around at this time. And someone the third Hokage trusts this much. There's probably only one person. Indeed, it was none other than Sarutobi Shinosuke, the eldest son of the third Hokage, who never appeared directly in the original story but was mentioned in passing. He was the father of Kinomaru, Sarutobi. He and his wife held the positions of head and deputy head of the ANBU under the third Hokage, wielding significant authority. After the death of the White Fang, the third Hokage promoted him, and his strength was likely that of an elite Jonin. As for why he died in the original story, you could blame the old man, the third Hokage himself. After the fourth Hokage's death, the village was left short of talent, so he sent the couple on dangerous, high-level missions. He ended up running into some real tough opponents. If he couldn't win, he'd simply bite the dust on the spot. As for who killed him, it was either a group of Jonin ganging up on him, or he ran into a Kage-level powerhouse. Author's personal take: if you don't like it, don't take it to heart. Once Ling figured out the true identity of this Umbu, he stopped overthinking it and picked up the scroll for the telescope jutsu. He activated his Sharingan and, after unfurling the scroll, began to memorize its contents. It took only a moment, just one read-through, and as soon as Ling finished, a sealing rune on the scroll was triggered, causing it to self-destruct in a flash of fire. Damn, how stingy. Not even an extra glance allowed. Good thing I managed to memorize it, or I'd have been at a total loss. Ling carefully analyzed the chakra manipulation and casting principles behind the technique, and before long, he had it figured out. The truth was this jutsu was based on the principles of the darkness technique, but with some weakened modifications. Though the darkness technique is classified as a jinjutsu, in practice, it's more like a ninjutsu that creates an illusionary environment, somewhat similar to the second Mizukage steam imp. Both techniques manipulate the external environment instead of directly targeting the opponent's mind. This means that no matter how resistant you are to illusions, you'll still be affected because the environment itself changes around you. The darkness technique works by absorbing all the light in a given area, plunging it into darkness. Any jinjutsu that relies on light transmission instantly becomes useless. It's practically the Uchiha clan's natural nemesis. Tobirama Senju, ever the born antagonist. What did the Uchiha ever do to you to deserve such targeted moves? Jokes aside, the darkness technique is truly ingenious. Whoever invented it, Tobirama, in this case, was a real genius. And as the second Hokage's student, the third naturally learned the darkness technique himself. He even used it in his final battle. Everyone who's tried it sings its praises, zero complaints. The telescope jutsu is a variation of this technique, reworked by the third. It's been weakened, sacrificing the amount of light drawn in exchange for expanding its range. By siphoning a bit of light from several kilometers in every direction and focusing it into a vessel, you can control what you see within that illuminated area by channeling chakra into the vessel. That vessel, of course, is the crystal ball. If you ever sneak up on the Hokage's office, you might catch a glimpse of the third with a pervy grin, nosebleed and all. It really is the ultimate sensory jutsu, peerless for spying. The third swore by it, to the extent that his physical health declined so badly he couldn't even take on Orochimaru. For the sake of his student Jiraiya's health, the third even made the hard choice not to teach him this technique, tears in his eyes. Once Ling grasped the mechanics, he didn't rush to practice. It was missing a perfectly round, high-transparency crystal ball. Still, if your eyeballs could withstand the intense heat from concentrated light, you could project the image right onto your retinas, letting you see high-definition images from kilometers away, way better than the Byakugan. However, Ling recalled a C-rank jutsu from the scrolls obtained from the Uchiha clan, the bubble technique. This technique allowed her to blow out bubbles of incredible strength, as many as she wished. The bubbles could block an opponent's line of sight, and when they burst, they left behind a sticky residue that could cling to enemies and hinder their movements. Ling realized that these bubbles could serve as vessels for the farsight technique. Only a spherical, transparent object can form a clear image. Though she didn't really grasp the optics behind it, that didn't stop Ling from using it. The bubble technique required a transformation of water chakra, changing it into a viscous liquid, rather like the water prison technique. Fortunately, the first water nature transformation Ling had mastered was the viscous change, making her perfectly suited for the bubble technique. Originally, Ling had planned to use this for the water prison technique, which was quite effective for controlling opponents. With a bit of adaptation, casting it like the Great Waterfall technique, she was certain she could catch plenty of people off guard. Ling formed hand seals and first used the bubble technique to conjure a floating bubble about the size of a human head. Then, using this bubble as a vessel, she cast the farsight technique. It worked on her first try. Ling found that by guiding her chakra, she could observe any spot within several miles, as long as there was light reflecting off it. I really am a genius. Maybe I should see what Shirsue's up to. Ling redirected her chakra, locking onto Shirsue's residence within the Uchiha compound. But before she could even take a look, she felt her technique abruptly dispelled. In a shadowy courtyard deep within the Uchiha estate, an elderly man with a sinister expression let a murderous glint flash in his eyes. A mocking smile tugged at his lips. Oomph. That monkey's farsight technique again. He just won't give up. Sooner or later, Konoha will be back in the hands of the Uchiha. Elder Setsuna, what happened? From the shadows, a Uchiha guard appeared, bowing respectfully. It's nothing. Just that monkey peeping at our Uchiha clan again. I broke his jutsu. Uchiha Setsuna had once followed Uchiha Madara. He was long familiar with the third Hokage's farsight technique and knew how to break it. All it took was shattering the chakra collecting light in the sky, but that was something most people couldn't manage. Staring at the shattered bubble before her, Ling felt a bit deflated. The technique was good, but it was far too easy to detect. After all, chakra was diffused through the sky above her head, and anyone with sharp sensory abilities would spot it in no time. Wait, I'm not using it to spy. I'm using it to detect enemies. I don't need such a clear image. Ling suddenly realized she'd fallen into the same line of thinking as that old third Hokage. So Ling cast the bubble technique and farsight technique again. This time, she raised her perspective high above, only displaying the general layout of the terrain and buildings around her. Every moving creature was represented by a small dot. In this way, Ling could achieve her goal of reconnaissance. It's been a while, and Ling's gotten even stronger. She's even developed a new technique. A white phosphorus serpent slithered out from a shadowy corner, speaking in Orochimaru's unmistakable voice. Orochimaru, the last time you traded me the spirit transformation technique, it was a total scam. Ling was clearly displeased. After all, that technique was utterly useless. Without the special incense, no one had ever succeeded with it. Haha, Ling, your information was only worth that much. And it's not as if the spirit transformation technique is impossible to master. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, his cold, serpentine gaze lingering on Ling. He could sense that same eerie aura of death radiating from the girl once more. Is it some kind of trigger technique? He analyzed the source of this dangerous energy quietly to himself. Orochimaru, don't you have experiments to do? Why are you pestering me again? Ling felt as though Orochimaru was always watching her. If this kept up, when would she ever complete her own research into the living corpse reincarnation? Haha, the ninja world is in turmoil lately. Sunagakure is desperately searching for their missing third Kazekage. I barely have time for my own experiments. Orochimaru detested being interrupted, but this sort of unavoidable chaos was beyond even his control. So you're here for intel, Orochimaru? Ling glared daggers at the snake in front of her, her tone openly hostile. Hiss! Ha! I want information on the third Kazekage. That way those damned sand ninja might finally quiet down. Gathering intelligence wasn't his main objective, though. Orochimaru was really probing for details about the forces backing Ling, a vast, shadowy organization, dangerously powerful and almost invisible. And what are you offering in return? This time, don't try to fob me off with another useless technique like last time. Ling's eyes were icy. Orochimaru's intent was all too obvious, but she only had one trump card left. She couldn't afford to play it recklessly. The white snake flicked its tongue and traced the outline of its mouth, a wet, hungry sound filling the silence. How about this? I'll give you a replacement for the incense needed to practice the spirit transformation technique. Interested? Orochimaru was supremely confident Ling would accept this trade. And he wasn't lying. The substitute could indeed be used for the technique, although, you've really found a substitute for the incense? Why not use it yourself then? Ling's suspicion was plain. Orochimaru was a genius in research, and living corpse reincarnation did touch on similar fields, but still, something didn't add up. Haha, I'm hardly as talented as Lord Second. I simply discovered a natural alternative, nothing more. Is that so? Let me guess. Either it's much less effective or dangerously unstable. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to hand it over, would you, Orochimaru? Ling, you really are clever. This item comes from the Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 great sage lands. A sly, amused smile tugged at Orochimaru's lips. Once again, he was probing Ling, testing the forces that might be backing her. Ryuchi Cave? Don't tell me this is the venom used to train in the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. The Sage Mode of the Ryuchi Cave was said to be the most perilous of the 3 sacred grounds. Failure and death were common fates there. After passing 3 trials, the aspirants would have to decide whether to attempt the Sage Mode training. If they agreed, a venom laced with a tremendous amount of natural energy would be injected directly into their bodies. Survive, and you would succeed. Fail, and you'd become food for the cave's denizens. Orochimaru himself had passed the trials, but ultimately chose to abandon the training. He would never stake his life on such slim odds, especially with a compulsive gambler by his side who had never won a single bet. Ling, your intelligence is as impressive as ever, but this isn't venom. It's a diluted snake saliva, with much weaker effects. There are no side effects when you use it, but if you absorb too much natural energy, you'll begin to transform into a snake. Orochimaru let out a dark, mocking laugh, as if poking fun at Ling's reluctance to take risks. The third Kazekage died at the hands of Sasori of the Red Sand, and was turned into a human puppet. Give me enough of the snake saliva. Don't make me come back for more. Ling's threat didn't stir a ripple in Orochimaru's heart. Though Ling had some cards to play if things got desperate, it was only a matter of time. Once Orochimaru perfected the living corpse reincarnation, no one would be able to kill him. Ling took the seal scroll, now coated in viscous snake slime, from Orochimaru's extended tongue. The phosphorus serpent dissolved into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Damn, I really feel like a villain sometimes, always caught up in these shady deals. All I ever wanted was an ordinary life. Why do I keep getting tangled up in all this trouble? Ling shook the slime from the scroll, unfazed by the revulsion. By now, he could handle this level of disgust without so much as a twitch. He unrolled the scroll. The first entry was Orochimaru's own research on the properties of snake saliva. Dozens of sealing symbols followed, each storing a portion of the strange fluid. According to Orochimaru's studies, this substance was somewhat akin to the toad oil from Mount Myaboku, both used to aid in training for sage mode. But unlike the toad oil, snake saliva was extremely cold. When applied to the forehead, it calmed the mind, banished distractions, and helped draw in natural energy. Ever since Ling awakened his cursed energy, he could sense the wild, raging flow of natural energy in the air. When fused with chakra, this natural energy became volatile and violent, a chief reason why sage mode was so difficult to master. Most people simply couldn't withstand this onslaught, and their bodies would mutate in all sorts of ways. But Ling discovered that cursed energy wouldn't react with natural energy at all. Instead, the natural energy would be enveloped by the cursed energy, remaining calm and stable. This allowed Ling to safely expel any excess natural energy from his body, wrapped securely in cursed energy. It's also possible to draw natural energy into the body using cursed energy, but this method is far too dangerous. Ling has never attempted it. This means Ling can embark on sage mode training, and not just any sage mode, but one uniquely his own. Now, with the serpent saliva in hand, he can calm his mind to a certain extent, allowing the wild natural energy to be gradually soothed. It's almost mystical. Natural energy seems to grow more turbulent with the absorber's emotional fluctuations, while one's mood, in turn, grows volatile from the rampaging natural energy. The serpent saliva helps one slip into a state free from desires and distractions, which is extremely beneficial for both the spiritualization technique and sage mode. As for why, in the original story, Ryuchi Cave still relied on the risky and rarely successful method of snake venom, Ling could only guess that these demon serpents were innately wicked, hoping the challenger would fail and become a tasty treat rich in natural energy. Ling gained the serpent saliva for practicing sage mode and the spiritualization technique, while Orochimaru obtained secrets that could unsettle the ninja world. On the surface, it seemed a win-win, but both believed themselves to be the true winner. Orochimaru certainly profited, as this intelligence would bring him substantial benefits. But Ling had lost nothing either. Though his chakra reserves weren't yet sufficient for sage mode, if he could master the spiritualization technique first, he'd be able to train in sage mode smoothly when the time came. Ling created 2 shadow clones to assist with the spiritualization technique training. Following the technique's requirements, Ling began by sitting in meditation. Just as he was about to drift off, one shadow clone uncorked the sealed vial and dabbed a small amount of serpent saliva onto Ling's brow. The 2 shadow clones did the same for each other, beginning their own practice of the art of sitting in oblivion. With Ling and the 2 clones together, their insights into this state would come more quickly, each trying a different approach. One clone counted numbers, attempting to clear his mind and draw closer to the desired state. The other visualized a blue lotus swaying in the wind, where the breeze represented distractions and the lotus symbolized the steadfast mind in practice. Ling himself focused his will on his lower abdomen, his eyes following the classic meditation. Eyes on the nose on the heart, striving to achieve thoughtlessness. The effect of the serpent saliva was remarkable. A chilling coolness seemed to penetrate to the soul, seeping into the mind. Before, using these methods alone, Ling's progress was painfully slow. Perhaps, after years of perseverance, he might one day reach the state of oblivion. But now, with the serpent saliva, the results were immediate. His efficiency increased dozens of times over. The only drawback was that along with the cool sensation, natural energy seeped in. At first, the body and mind could absorb and dilute the small amounts. But as the influx grew, Ling's chakra began to unconsciously mingle with the natural energy, and both became increasingly volatile. Ling had no choice but to use spell force to wrap and transfer the excess natural energy outside her body, then continued her practice in the state of sitting in forgetfulness. Early the next morning, Ling's 2 shadow clones instantly dispersed due to a lack of chakra. A flood of techniques and skills for eliminating stray thoughts surged into her memory, along with a small amount of returning chakra and some natural energy. Ling had to expel the natural energy again, then closed her eyes to rest, absorbing the experience and progress gained by the shadow clones. Even though she'd sent out 2 clones to train through the night, Ling didn't feel the slightest fatigue. This was partly because the practice of sitting in forgetfulness itself naturally allows the mind and body to dilute and absorb some natural energy, leading to a certain degree of enhancement. Also, the 2 shadow clones hadn't engaged in strenuous activity or absorbed a large amount of knowledge, so she could easily handle the influx. After a whole night of training, Ling felt her mind had grown much clearer. No longer did random, irrelevant thoughts suddenly flicker into consciousness. Such progress was astonishing. Perhaps in just a year or two, Ling would be able to master the spirit transformation technique. Orochimaru, as it turned out, was truly generous. The snake's saliva sealed within the scroll was enough for Ling to use for several years, making her feel that Orochimaru was indeed straightforward and reliable. In the days that followed, Ling trained in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu with her shadow clones during the day, and used the snake saliva to practice spirit transformation technique at night. From time to time, she would spar with Might Dai, Uchiha Shursui, and sometimes Might Guy, exchanging insights and learning from each other, so everyone improved greatly together. But Ling's progress was the most remarkable. Her body was strengthened by the heaven and spellbind technique and the dilution of natural energy. Mentally, the tempering of spell force and absorption of natural energy brought further advancement. In less than 10 days, Ling already felt that both her physical fitness and mental strength had reached the level of an elite chunin. Her chakra, too, had reached the Jonin stage. Spell force was growing steadily, and her ocular power was rapidly approaching the threshold for awakening the second Tomo. Time quickly marched on to the opening day of the Ninja Academy, an important occasion, and it would be disrespectful to attend using only a shadow clone. Ling packed her gear, leaving 2 shadow clones at home to practice hand seals and nature transformation. She herself stepped out into the gentle light of dawn, feeling the morning breeze brush through her hair, a rare sense of ease lifting her spirit. When she reached the main gate, she glanced around and spotted a familiar figure waiting by the school entrance. Shursui, looking thoroughly bored. Ling, you're here. This is your enrollment file. I picked it up for you. There's an entrance test later. The moment Shursui saw Ling, a smile spread across his face. He'd felt awkward standing alone in the crowd, but with her arrival, a genuine sense of peace settled within him. Sorry I'm a bit late. And thank you, Shursui. Ling accepted the enrollment documents, a knowing smile spreading across her face as she looked forward to an easygoing life at the Ninja Academy. Shursui glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye, taking in her white t-shirt and black shorts. Though her clothes leaned toward the androgynous side, they couldn't hide her gentle femininity. It's fine. I haven't been here long myself. Today's the first day of school. Let's head in quickly so we don't give the teachers at the academy any bad impressions. In truth, Shursui had arrived much earlier. He'd handled the most troublesome parts, filling out and collecting the enrollment forms, all by himself, but hadn't mentioned it to the girl. Okay, Ling replied softly, her voice airy and cool, a delicate, crystalline tone that only a girl could have. As Ling answered him with a gentle smile, Shursui couldn't help but feel a wave of doubt rise in his heart. Was this quiet, lovely girl really the same one who, back on the training ground, had shattered trees with a single punch? What Shursui didn't know was that, deep down, Uchiha Ling was feeling incredibly embarrassed. She had never imagined herself walking through a crowd dressed in such gender-neutral clothes, with so many people watching. All along, Uchiha Ling had presented herself as calm and aloof, thinking she was ready for anything. But now she realized that even she couldn't bear the weight of all those curious eyes. Outside the school, many parents had brought their children to enroll, and on the faces of these children were smiles filled with hope and happiness. Only a few, like Shursui and Ling, stood alone, orphans, with a heavy air about them that kept others at a distance. Most of the families were ordinary citizens, and their children had never undergone any ninja training. For those kids, unless they possessed an extraordinary innate talent, they would likely fall behind after entering the academy. And falling behind meant that, when the Third Ninja World War broke out, they'd become nothing more than cold, forgotten numbers, their happy smiles forever frozen on gravestones. They would turn into hollow symbols, erased from the registry of ninja. But what choices did these families have? In this world where it's kill or be killed, families who had only recently moved in from nearby. Villages had just one way to hope for a better life, sending their children to the Ninja Academy in hopes of climbing the social ladder. That's why, although birth rates in the ninja world were high, the natural rate of population growth was actually very low, sometimes even negative during certain periods. All new students taking the entrance exam, gather here. The test is about to begin. A teacher in a chunin vest called out loudly, bringing the noisy, restless children quickly to order. Ling, let's go, Shursui said, giving the distracted girl a gentle nudge on the shoulder. All right. As she walked, Ling kept an eye out for any familiar faces. In the original story, not a single classmate from Shursui's year at the academy had ever been introduced. Ling only spotted a few familiar faces among the crowd, like Naruto's homeroom teacher, Irika Yumino. There was also the sickly-looking Hate Gecko, Anko Mitarashi, munching on her skewer of sweet rice dumplings, and the solitary Yugao, Yuzuki, standing quietly in the corner. Not to mention the legendary Leaf Security Squad, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higane. The entrance exam is simple, a written test on basic knowledge and a 5-kilometer run to test your physical fitness. The instructor's words set off a wave of hushed whispers among the new students. Many breathed a sigh of relief. They'd assumed the entrance exam would assess advanced ninja knowledge and skills. Of course, that was never going to happen. 80% of the new students came from ordinary families, with no opportunity for prior ninja training. After all, entering the Ninja Academy isn't about recruiting ready-made ninjas, but about discovering those with real potential. So the written exam was just a way to gauge everyone's starting point. If your basics were too weak, you'd be placed in the slower class to catch up on. General education. Otherwise, even if they handed you a ninjaling, only recognized a few familiar faces, such as Naruto's homeroom teacher, Irika Yumino. There was the perpetually exhausted Hei Gecko, Anko Mitarashi munching on a skewer of rice dumplings, and Yugao Yuzuki standing alone in the corner. And of course, the legendary Konoha security guards, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higane. The entrance test is quite simple. It consists of a written exam on basic knowledge and a 5-kilometer run to test your physical strength. The teacher's announcement sparked a wave of whispers among the new students, and many breathed a sigh of relief. They had assumed the entrance test would be an examination of advanced ninja skills and knowledge. But of course, that was impossible. 80% of the new students came from civilian families with no opportunity for ninja training. The Academy's entrance exam wasn't about recruiting fully fledged ninjas, but about finding talented individuals with potential. So the written test was just a way to gauge everyone's level. If your basics were too weak, you'd be placed in a slower-paced class to focus on academics. After all, if you can't even understand the words, a scroll of ninjutsu would be useless to you. The physical test, on the other hand, was designed to identify potential ninja recruits, those who might have the talent needed to go further. Generally speaking, 5- or 6-year-old children with strong natural stamina tend to grow faster, and with a strong body comes an abundance of chakra. The ninja system, after all, revolves around chakra. Without chakra, no matter how skilled you are in swordplay or martial arts, you'd never match the power of a single jutsu. Ling followed the crowd with sure sway into the classroom to take the written test. As soon as she saw the exam paper, only one thought came to her. It was ridiculously easy. The questions were on par with 3rd or 4th grade in primary school. As long as you could read, you could probably pass just by relying on common sense. Ling originally planned to hold back on purpose, coasting along in order to enjoy a leisurely student life at the academy. But after her sparring session with Uncle Dai, the entire Konoha leadership knew she was a prodigy, so hiding her abilities was pointless. If the higher-ups wanted to send her to the battlefield, it wouldn't matter if she pretended to be mediocre. They'd always find a way to push her toward graduation. To avoid being treated as just another expendable genius, and to keep herself off the radar of those old geezers, she had no choice but to pretend to be a first-rate talent, just a notch below the likes of Shursui and Kakashi. Watching the teacher collect her carefully scored test, Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. Concealing her abilities was even harder than getting a perfect score. She had to act convincingly, making just enough mistakes to look merely outstanding, rather than flawless. Next, they all headed to the school's sports field for the physical test, the running laps. There was no way to hide her abilities here. Everyone in the village knew she was a powerhouse. Pretending to be frail wouldn't fool anyone. So she could only run at her own pace, pushing herself just enough to take first place. Watching the new students gasping for breath, drenched in sweat and looking half dead, Ling wiped away imaginary sweat from her brow, ready to head home. The exam is over. Tomorrow morning, your results and class assignments will be announced. In the afternoon, we'll hold the entrance ceremony. You're dismissed for now. The Chunin instructor dispersed the clusters of children who were still huddled together, discussing the test. He still had to sort the new students according to their families and other factors, which required the 3rd Hokage's approval. Ling, let's go train at the practice field, Shursui called out, seeing that Ling was about to leave for home and extending an invitation. Sure, let's go, Ling replied. She had a strong sense that with the 3rd Great Ninja War looming, she would inevitably be sent to the battlefield. The urgency to improve her strength pressed heavily on her. Hokage's office. This year's intake at the Ninja Academy has surpassed previous years, but we still need to expand enrollment further. At the same time, we must ensure the quality of instruction, the 3rd Hokage said as he leafed through the class roster submitted by the grade director. Taking a slow drag from his pipe, the 3rd Hokage raised his gaze to the respectful director standing before him. With the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, the other villages are stirring. The next great ninja war is near. We need to intensify our training, reduce the focus on general studies, and put more emphasis on ninja skills. Yes, sir. The tall director nodded obediently, but then seemed to remember something. Among the Uchiha clan this year, 3 students participated in the entrance exam. One of them is Uchiha Shursui, whom his clan already calls a genius. Uchiha Shursui. Hiruzen Sarutobi repeated the name thoughtfully. Kagami's grandson? Yes, the director confirmed. The other 2 are Uchiha Ling and Uchiha Teiho. Uchiha Ling. Hiruzen's hand paused mid-turn on the roster, his eyes falling on the name of the cool, spirited girl. Lord Hokage, is there something special about this name? The director wondered if there was anything in particular he should note about her. She's a genius. She created an A-rank taijutsu technique at just 5 years old. Her strength is probably already at Chunin level. The 3rd Hokage recalled the girl whose heart burned with the will of fire. A rare softness flickered in his eyes. Chunin level. The director was taken aback. At over 30 himself, he was only just a special jonin. A 5-year-old girl with the skills of Chunin. She was even more impressive than Kakashi had once been. Let her be. Let her grow freely. Talents like hers don't need much interference, though keep an eye on her ideological education. The 3rd Hokage hadn't sensed that cold, oppressive chakra from Ling, so unlike the rest of the Uchiha clan. Even the gentlest among them, like Uchiha Shursui and Obito, still had chakra that felt cold and distant, likely a side effect of their natural gifts, especially in spirit or with the Sharingan. But Ling, perhaps due to her unique curse and the power bound within, her chakra was strikingly neutral, neither warm nor cold. Often, the nature of a person's chakra reveals their character. Those with a cold, gloomy chakra tend to be aloof and somber, like Orochimaru. Warm chakra, on the other hand, usually belongs to cheerful, straightforward individuals, such as members of the Akimichi and Uzumaki clans. When the 3rd Hokage glanced at the family section of Rei's records, his expression shifted ever so slightly, as if something had clicked. It suddenly made sense to him why Uchiha Rei possessed such a unique chakra nature. In the family column, under Yagyu Ichimiai's mother, the name Senju was strikingly inscribed. This meant Rei carried a quarter of the Senju bloodline. Her grandmother was one of the many Senju women who had married outside the clan in earlier times. In other words, the 3rd mused, whether Uchiha Rei will ultimately side with the village or the Uchiha clan depends entirely on who can win her loyalty. He pondered ways to draw Rei toward the Hokage's circle, especially since she was not valued within the Uchiha. Most of her clan rejected her. Rei herself kept her distance from the Uchiha, making her the perfect candidate to serve as a bridge or even a spy between the 2 sides. But when the 3rd Hokage looked at the section detailing Rei's chakra nature, he was stunned to see it listed as 5 attributes. Indeed, Rei had not hidden her abilities. She was determined to make herself too valuable to be discarded, ensuring she would not become cannon fodder on the battlefield. With mastery over all 5 chakra natures, an immense chakra reserve, her own unique taijutsu style, the swordsmanship of the Yagyu clan, and the Uchiha's Jinjutsu, she was the very definition of an all-around ninja. An all-around ninja, the 3rd Hokage murmured, closing his eyes. In this girl, he saw a reflection of his younger self. If there was anyone in the current shinobi world who could truly be called a flawless, all-around ninja, it would be Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. From his youth, the 3rd had been able to wield all 5 chakra natures in combination attacks. After apprenticing under the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he learned thousands of jutsu, perfecting the 5 elements, taijutsu, and jinjutsu to their highest forms. Every elemental jutsu in the hidden leaf was within his grasp. There were hardly any secret techniques or forbidden arts he did not master. When he opened his eyes again, a satisfied smile appeared on the 3rd Hokage's face. He had made a decision, one that, if successful, would not only resolve the Uchiha problem, but also provide the village with a remarkable successor. He resolved to take Uchiha Rei as his apprentice, to pass on his legacy to her. His own talents were so exceptional, his mastery of jutsu and secret arts so vast, that none of his former students, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Tsunade, had truly inherited his mantle. Each had instead forged their own paths. For decades, no one had met the 3rd's expectations. But now, Uchiha Rei had given him hope that she might even surpass him. If Uchiha Ling became his disciple, it would naturally mark her as part of the Hokage lineage. When he retired, and Minato Namikaze rose to become Hokage by earning military merits during the 3rd Great Ninja War, Uchiha Ling would have matured as well. She would become the indispensable right hand of the 4th Hokage. And since the 4th did not harbor hostility toward the Uchiha clan, coupled with Ling being groomed as the 5th Hokage, The complete allegiance of the Uchiha clan was within reach. The reason the Uchiha clan had grown so distant and distrustful of Konoha was not only due to their own instability and pride, but also because of the exclusion they faced from the Hokage lineage. If Uchiha Ling, bearing both the legacy of the Hokage line, the Senju blood and Uchiha blood, succeeded as the fifth Hokage, then the Uchiha clan's long-cherished wish to have an Uchiha as Hokage could finally be realized. And Ling, nurtured by the Hokage lineage since childhood, was never particularly close to the Uchiha by nature, making her unlikely to become a pawn for their ambitions. Instead, she would probably seek ways to resolve the Uchiha clan's hidden dangers. The third Hokage's plan was indeed well-crafted, yet Ling herself was utterly unaware of it. After all, she had once prepared for the worst, joining the Akatsuki and becoming a renegade ninja. The next morning, Uchiha Ling woke up bright and early. Today marked her official first day at the academy, so she expected to once again listen to the third Hokage's endless lecture about the will of fire. But she couldn't send a shadow clone in her place. If that were discovered, it would ruin her carefully built image. As usual, she created 2 shadow clones to train while she headed off toward the school herself. After tossing the empty bread and milk cartons into the trash, Ling caught sight of Shursui standing under a street lamp. Perhaps it was because he had awakened his Sharingan, but Shursui's chakra had surged significantly. He was almost at half of Ling's level now. "Good morning, Ling." The moment Uchiha Shursui saw her, his face transformed from expressionless to animated. "Good morning, Shursui. You're always up so early. How do you manage it?" Ling was never a morning person. Though she always managed to get up on time, she owed it entirely to setting her alarm clock in advance. It was only at the very last ring that she could finally break free from the embrace of her blankets, summoning shadow clones to pack her ninja tools and prepare toiletries. Only in this way could she make it on time and avoid being late. Fortunately, unlike other girls, she didn't have to worry about makeup or styling her hair. Otherwise, she'd never make it. "I'm just used to it. And you're not late either, right? I just got here a bit earlier, that's all." Shursui's smile was gentle. Although the girl wore no makeup and dressed in a neutral style, her natural beauty and cool, clear features resembled the radiant moon, leaving him a little dazed from time to time. Arriving at the Ninja Academy, Ling saw a crowd of students and parents gathered around the bulletin board, the atmosphere lively and bustling. It was clearly the results of yesterday's entrance exam posted up, but with so many people crowding around, Ling and Shursui had no choice but to wait off to the side. "You must be Uchiha Ling and Uchiha Shursui, right? My name is Hate Gecko. Nice to meet you." A pale-faced boy, carrying a ninja blade on his back, walked over to them. From the shape of his face, it was easy to see this was Hate Gecko as a child. "Hello, I'm Uchiha Ling, and this is Shursui." Ling studied Hate Gecko's prematurely aged appearance closely. Even though Hate hadn't started practicing wind release yet, there was already a congenital weakness in his lungs. Ling couldn't help but feel a little admiration. Someone with such poor physical health was still able to become a ninja, and even make a name for himself. That spoke volumes about his talent. Although he ultimately died at the hands of the elite sand ninja, Baki, Hate had managed to fight him head-to-head in swordsmanship, which was proof enough of his ability. If not for his frail body, perhaps he would have survived. Noticing Ling's gaze lingering on him, Hate grew a bit shy. Is there something on my face?" Having been stared at for so long by such a beautiful girl, Hate began to lose confidence. He couldn't quite meet Ling's eyes. "Ling, what's going on?" Shursui, for some reason, felt a pang of discomfort seeing Ling watch Hate so intently, and gently tapped Ling on the shoulder. "It's nothing. I just noticed that Hate Gecko doesn't seem very healthy. Probably a congenital lung problem." Ling casually gave an excuse. After all, she couldn't exactly say she was thinking about the widowed Yugao Yuzuki, could she? "Your wife. I shall care for her." Though, strictly speaking, it wasn't really widowhood since they'd never married. Yeah, my health isn't great. I was born premature," Hate responded, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. To have his weakness pointed out so bluntly, and by a girl, was about as embarrassing as it gets. "Do you know Yugao Yuzuki?" Ling glanced toward Yugao, who was leaning against a tree, and asked Hate. "I know who she is, but she doesn't know me. Still, in this test, she came in 5th. Hate compared Yugao Yuzuki and Uchiha Ling in his mind, and found that Ling was much more striking, even though both girls had that cool, aloof aura. Yugao was like a purple ice flower, while Uchiha Ling was the bright, distant moon high in the sky. "Oh, you've already checked the results." Ling hadn't expected Hate to arrive so early and have already seen the entrance exam rankings. "Of course. You're first, Uchiha Shursui is second, Anko Mitarashi is third, I'm fourth, Yugao Yuzuki is fifth, Tetsu Hagane is sixth, and Izumo Kamizuki is seventh." Hate rattled off the string of familiar names and rankings, leaving Ling a bit impressed. As expected, the ones with names and stories always outperformed the background characters. Still, Ling hadn't expected that such a slight display of her skills would already push the limits of this group. As the saying goes, back then I'd walk with my hands in my pockets, not knowing what an opponent even was. Ling truly is a genius. Shursui interjected for once, breaking into the conversation between Ling and Hate Geku. So, we must all be in class, right? Who's the homeroom teacher? Ling was familiar with Konoha's class placement rules. The best went into Class A, then B for the next tier, and the rest into Class C. Yes, we're all in Class A. The homeroom teacher's name is Hirohiko Tamura. I heard he's a retired elite chunin from the Umbu. Ling hadn't heard of that name before, but since he was from the Umbu, it was obvious he'd been appointed by the third Hokage. Are you planning to graduate early, Ling? Shursui knew both his and Ling's abilities far surpassed regular genin. Even the chunin exams wouldn't pose much challenge. Wouldn't it be nice to take it easy for a few years? Being too much of a genius just gets you ostracized. And with war looming, these peaceful years won't last long anyway. Might as well make the most of them while we can. Ling held back from saying the rest, to savor what little time they had left in this life. Voicing such thoughts would hardly be good for morale. Is that so? Then I'll graduate with you, Ling. Though life at the academy can get pretty dull. Shursui didn't really understand the saying about the tall tree catching the wind, but he knew well enough that the Uchiha clan was shunned precisely because their extraordinary talent bred arrogance. Are you silly? Just use a shadow clone to attend classes. Do your own training and improvement however you want. Go to school? To listen to those mind-numbing lectures about the will of fire? Ling thought the whole thing was nonsense. The will of fire claimed the leaves burn to light the new sprouts, but what nonsense. In the second and third Great Ninja Wars, the third Hokage still had deep roots. He wasn't the one burning. If anything, it was the new sprouts who were sacrificed. And then there were Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. Those two old relics. So much power, yet so clueless, never taking part in the ninja wars at all. As the crowd around the notice board began to thin out, Ling, Shursui, and Yugao Yuzuki also went over to check. These things were always best witnessed firsthand. Otherwise, something just felt lacking. Yugao Yuzuki, with her purple hair and lowly-like appearance, really did have a cool, distant air, probably an orphan. Later, she and Hate Geku would save each other, in more ways than one. Hello, I'm Uchiha Link. You're Yugao Yuzuki, right? Nice to meet you. Ling greeted her, which surprised Yugao a bit. After all, others had been driven away by her chilly demeanor. Hello, Yugao replied coolly, already preparing to leave. It was only because Ling was a girl that she'd even bothered to answer. Since the opening ceremony would be held that afternoon, with the third Hokage delivering another of his long-winded speeches, the younger kids were all bubbling with excitement. After all, it wasn't every day they got to see the third Hokage in person. And to be fair, the third had done a great job promoting himself. The village kids all admired him immensely. Becoming Hokage had become the dream of most children. Shursui, hey, let's go get some ramen. It's already noon, Ling suggested. She thought of Uncle Tuchi's ramen shop. It had been a long time since she'd visited. She wondered if they had any new flavors. Huh, well okay. Hate, surprised to have been invited by Ling, hadn't expected to become friends so quickly with someone he just met. Ling didn't really understand the rules of making friends in the shinobi world, but she figured that sharing a meal together meant you were either teammates or friends. As they walked into Ichiraka Ramen, the moment Tuchi saw Ling, he felt as if the dough in his hands suddenly became incredibly heavy. He vaguely remembered that day when this little girl had eaten dozens of bowls of ramen, nearly exhausting him to the point of collapse. He had to close shop and take a day off just to recover. Still, no matter what, you couldn't let a customer leave hungry. This was the lesson his father had taught him. So Tuchi pulled himself together. An hour later, he collapsed into a chair, staring blankly at the sky, as if his very soul was drifting away. Ling patted her small belly, satisfied. She'd made progress this time, polishing off a full 80 bowls. Her recent training had really paid off. Meanwhile, Hate looked utterly bewildered, as if he'd seen a ghost. Was her stomach some kind of bottomless pouch? Wait, what was a bottomless pouch, anyway? Shursui, for his part, kept a calm and composed face, but inwardly he was shouting. She can eat so much. When they returned to the Ninja Academy, several of the new students who had already finished lunch were arriving as well. Uchiha Shursui and Hate followed Ling into classroom A to wait for the opening ceremony. The third Hokage was always busy, especially with war looming on the horizon. There was no end of reports from the front lines to handle. Even so, he made time to come to the academy and speak about the will of fire. Soon, homeroom teacher Tamura Hirohiko came running in to notify the students. The new class gathered one after another on the field, quietly lining up by class, awaiting the third Hokage's arrival. At the same time, the stage had already been set with tables, chairs, and banners, everything arranged with a strong sense of ceremony. As everyone waited patiently, the third Hokage appeared on the podium in a flash, accompanied by several members of the ANBU. He greeted the new students with a warm, grandfatherly smile. "Lord Third, Hokage-sama," some students called out, their voices ringing out like excited fans at a meet and greet, making Ling quietly remark to herself on how well the third's PR was working. The third Hokage raised his hand, and the crowd quickly fell silent. Taking a seat, he swept his gaze across the sea of fresh faces, cannon fodder, or rather, new sprouts. "First, let me congratulate you all on entering the academy. I hope that when you graduate, each of you will become an outstanding ninja. You are about to walk your own path of a ninja and become the pillars of Konoha. This means you must study diligently during your time at the Ninja Academy, always keeping the unique will of fire of the Hidden Leaf Village as your guiding principle, and fully embracing the spirit of perseverance and self-improvement." Ling braced herself and stood at the very front, likely because she was so short. How embarrassing. Even though the heaven and binding curses made Ling's body particularly strong, they couldn't influence her normal, natural growth. Of course, the first row is always the hardest place to endure the baptism of the will of fire. Ling forced herself to look alert, feigning deep interest. But inside, her mind was already drifting. Whatever entered her left ear slipped straight out the right. None of the will of fire ever made it to her brain. Whether in her previous life or now, these principal speeches were always what she disliked the most. Endless, tedious, and utterly exhausting. The third Hokage's gaze swept over Ling's face. Perhaps her act was convincing enough, for he nodded with satisfaction. Believing his will of fire had been successfully imparted, this means you must work hard during your time at the Ninja Academy, always keeping in mind the will of fire that is unique to the Hidden Leaf Village, and truly embracing the spirit of perseverance and self-improvement. Ling braced herself and stood at the very front of the group, most likely because of her short height. How miserable. Though the power of heaven and the binding curse made Ling's body unusually strong, it did nothing to affect her natural physical development. Standing in the front row naturally meant bearing the brunt of the will of fire's baptism. Ling forced herself to look attentive, pretending to be extremely interested. But inside, she was already drifting off, her mind dull and unfocused. The words went in one ear and out the other. The will of fire never made it past her brain. Whether in her previous life or now, she had always hated moments like this, where the principal gave endless speeches, long-winded and tedious. The third Hokage's gaze swept across Ling's face. Perhaps her act was convincing enough, as he nodded with satisfaction, believing his will of fire had been properly conveyed. Around 2 hours later, the third Hokage finally began his closing remarks, which allowed Ling to breathe a sigh of relief. In contrast, Uchiha Shursui and Moonlight Hate, standing beside her, were utterly absorbed, as if they had been injected with a surge of energy. "Lastly, I wish you all a joyful and peaceful time at the academy. May you form bonds with your teachers and classmates, and find your place in the community." With that, the third Hokage disappeared in a flash. He still had government affairs to take care of. The fact that he could spare 2 hours for a speech at the Ninja Academy already showed how much he valued it. "All right, students, return to your classes for formal instruction." Tamura Hirohiko promptly called for Class A to head back. Hearing Tamura-sensei's call, Ling didn't try to sneak away using Shadow Clone. After all, it was the first day of classes for new students, and for all she knew, the third Hokage could be secretly observing them through a crystal ball technique. At a time like this, Ling didn't dare use her Shadow Clone. To maintain her persona as the inheritor of the Will of Fire, she had no choice but to sit there for the entire afternoon. But starting tomorrow, she could send a Shadow Clone to pay close attention in class, while she and another clone focused on intense training. The basic taijutsu and throwing techniques taught at the academy, the history lessons about the ninja world's development and the state of the other villages, the mock battle classes, and the ideological lessons on the Will of Fire. None of it was of any real use to her. But learning about intelligence analysis, trap setting, coded language, and geography, those still had some value for her. Once she finished those theoretical lessons, the academy would have outlived its usefulness for her. By then, the next great ninja war would probably have already erupted in full force. Pulling herself back from her wandering thoughts, Ling sat quietly in the place she called the king's homeland, waiting patiently for Tamura-sensei to begin the very first lesson of the term. Soft light filtered through the glass, bathing the classroom in a gentle glow. Tamura Hirohiko looked on with satisfaction at this group of his most gifted students. Though a few were mischievous, the majority sat quietly. All right, let's start with self-introductions. For example, tell us your name, what you like, what you dislike, and what your dreams are, Tamura Hirohiko announced. Seeing that none of the students seemed eager to volunteer, he continued, I'll go first, and then we'll proceed from the first seat by the door in the front row, then the same for the second row. My name is Tamura Hirohiko. I enjoy taking long baths, dislike people who don't follow orders, and my dream is to become an outstanding teacher. After speaking, Tamura Hirohiko glanced at the student sitting nearest the door, a silent signal for them to begin. My name is Sato Uchiha. I love drawing, dislike green peppers, and my dream is to become a great artist. She was a gentle, delicate girl, reminiscent of the crown princess in her childhood. When she finished, the class responded with a round of encouraging applause. Hello everyone. My name is Yumino Irika. I enjoy reading, dislike mischievous children, and my dream is to become an excellent teacher. No surprise there. Yumino Irika, Naruto's first mentor, always aimed for the stability of a secure teaching post from a young age. My name is Tetsugenko. I love good food, hate waiting for it to be served, and my dream is to live a leisurely life. I am Kamizuki Uzumo. I enjoy swordsmanship, dislike being interrupted while speaking, and my dream is to become a master swordsman. The legendary gatekeepers of the Leaf Village. Only the strongest ninja could serve in these roles. Remember, whether it was Itachi and Kisame or the Six Paths of Pain entering Konoha, none dared come through the main gate. Their prowess could easily be compared to the celebrated generals Qin Shion and Uchiha. My name is Mitarashi Enko. I love sweet rice dumplings, hate it when people steal my dumplings, and my dream is to become a powerful ninja like Lord Orochimaru. Enko had looked up to Orochimaru since she was a child. No wonder she became his disciple. Even when Orochimaru defected from the village, he couldn't bring himself to harm her. Instead, he erased her memories of him, freeing her from suspicion. Truly, Orochimaru had a complicated sense of sentiment. I am Uzuki Yugao. I love swordsmanship, dislike being disturbed, and my dream is to join the ANBU. No arguments there. Her dream came true, though she lost her boyfriend and later joined the hospital staff. Hello everyone, I'm Moonlight Hate. I also love swordsmanship, dislike being underestimated, and my dream is to become a great ninja. Uzuki Yugao glanced at Moonlight Hate in surprise, finding him rather likable. After all, how could anyone with a passion for swordsmanship be a bad person? Ling, watching the two exchange glances, couldn't help but think, no wonder you two are a couple. Although Moonlight Hate did realize his dream of becoming a great ninja. After all, is there anyone whose name is inscribed on the memorial stone who isn't remembered as a hero? My name is Uchiha Shursui. I like raising crows, dislike those who start wars, and my dream is to become Hokage. Needless to say, it seems that every Uchiha with a few loose screws aspires to be Hokage. Just look at the four infamous Uchiha maniacs. Madara Uchiha, unable to become Hokage, defected and killed the first Hokage. Obito Uchiha, failing to claim the title and protect the woman he loved, ended up causing the death of the fourth Hokage. Itachi Uchiha, unable to be Hokage, slaughtered his entire clan and fled. Sasuke Uchiha, also unable to achieve that dream, killed Danzo, the so-called fifth and a half Hokage, and nearly finished off the seventh. As for Shursui, since he couldn't be Hokage, he chose suicide. TCH, among them, he seemed the most pathetic. Soon, it was Uchiha Ling's turn to introduce herself. She didn't want to do anything special and stood up quickly. I am Uchiha Ling. I love studying ninjutsu, hate war, and dream of everlasting peace for the world. Ling thought her introduction was plain and ordinary, but her words left the other kids stunned. For most of them, the grandest dream they could muster was to become Hokage. None had ever seriously thought about peace. After all, every new student here had been touched by war in one way or another. Most didn't even believe peace was possible. Only a few short years had passed since the end of the Second Great Ninja War, and now tensions were running high once again. In fact, during these few years, conflicts between the various ninja villages had been constant. The Third Great Ninja War was, in many ways, just a continuation of the second. Before long, all the dozens of students in the class had finished introducing themselves. The majority were from established clans. Only a handful, perhaps a dozen, were from civilian families. Teacher Nakamura made good use of the afternoon, taking the opportunity to introduce the upcoming courses and other arrangements. Perhaps due to the looming threat of another great ninja war, the curriculum at the academy had been adjusted with a greater emphasis on combat and ambush tactics. It seemed there really was no escaping the fate of being cannon fodder. With her current strength, Ling still found it difficult to take on elite jonin. Surviving the Third War would require not just luck but real power. In the short term, it was impossible to advance rapidly in the arts of heaven or cursed seals, but there was still hope for progress in the Ten Shadows technique. At present, Ling had only mastered 4 types of Shikigami and hadn't yet experimented with combining them. The next few powerful Shikigami would be enough to turn the tide, even in battles against jonin. Time was tight, so she had to hurry and tame her Shikigami. There was no time to waste. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, armed with the intel he had obtained from Ling about the third Kazekage, sought out a Sand Village spy, instructing them to notify Elder Chiyo that he held information about the third Kazekage. He planned to extort a hefty sum, partly to secure more funding for his own research, and partly to throw Sunagakure into disarray. While it wouldn't be easy, with some help from Konoha's spies planted in Sunagakure and the spread of a few rumors, chaos could still be sown. After school that afternoon, Ling finally felt a wave of relief. The truth was, the lessons at the Ninja Academy were just too basic at this stage. Nothing but a waste of time. Ling, are you planning to use a shadow clone to attend class tomorrow? Sure, Sway, ever the honest kid, wanted to confirm with Ling first. After all, if he was the only one using a shadow clone, things might get a little awkward. Don't worry, Ling replied. No one's going to notice you used a shadow clone, unless you go out of your way to give yourself away. Ling's shadow clones weren't something that could be easily dispelled, and besides, there weren't any sparring sessions between ninja at this stage. Arriving at the training ground, Ling decided to push his training a bit further. Physical strength was always the foundation, and he hadn't yet reached the limits set by heaven and cursed restraints. But then Ling caught sight of a father and son duo already hard at work, engaged in a fiery round of push-ups. However, Might Due and Guy's push-ups were a little different. They were performing handstand 2-finger push-ups, with beads of sweat raining down from their brows. Their arms trembled with the effort, pain etched across their faces, yet they pressed on, clearly having trained to the brink of exhaustion. Mr. Due, you're pushing your bodies too far with this kind of training. You should really buy some secret medicines to help recover, Ling advised. For those without exceptional physical gifts, this kind of punishing regimen did more harm than good. It's Ling, isn't it? Thanks for your concern. We always buy medicine from the Nara clan. It works wonders, Might Due replied, not missing a beat as he continued his handstand push-ups, leaving Ling feeling his own efforts paled by comparison. The Nara clan? Ling mused, recalling how the Nara family managed the Deer Mountain, harvesting all sorts of herbs and antlers there. All right, Ling, come train with us. This is the spirit of youth. Might Guy called out, performing a one-handed handstand push-up, flashing a dazzling thumbs up as his teeth sparkled brilliantly. You two carry on. I'm here to test out a new jutsu, Ling replied honestly. Lately, he'd finally made a breakthrough with wind-style chakra nature transformation, which meant he could begin practicing the wind-release chakra mode. If he could get the basics down, it would greatly boost both his speed and defense, a technique with an exceptional cost-performance ratio. He slipped into the woods, carefully channeling chakra to flow slowly from every tenketsu in his body. With a series of seals, chakra on the surface of his body began to swirl and transform into a gentle breeze. This was one manifestation of wind nature transformation, the wind envelopment. The final and most difficult step was to circulate this wind-infused chakra within his body, minimizing waste as much as possible. This was incredibly complex. Not only did it require controlling the output of chakra and then entwining the body with its altered nature, but it also demanded the recovery of wind nature chakra through specific acupoints. After circulating along particular meridian paths within the body, the chakra would then flow out through other acupoints, all while constantly needing to replenish the transformed chakra. Ling failed at the very first step, recovering the wind nature chakra. While chakra within the body was manageable, the moment it moved outside, it became nearly impossible to control. Still, Ling didn't lose heart. The difficulty of mastering wind-release chakra mode was said to rival that of S-rank jutsu, so struggling with it was only natural. The intricacy lay in the fact that even outside the body, wind chakra followed certain unique patterns, and only by adhering to these could it be reabsorbed through the designated acupoints for internal circulation. No wonder it was so challenging. As dusk settled in, Ling still hadn't managed to get even a foothold in wind-release chakra mode, but that was to be expected. Even learning a C-rank jutsu could take most people several days, so Ling took it in stride, keeping a calm and patient mindset. That didn't mean the evening hours should go to waste. Ever since discovering that practicing in the state of forgetting could replenish both mental and physical energy, Ling had barely slept at all. Thanks to the snake's saliva Orochimaru provided, Ling could enter an ethereal, nimble state, using it to comprehend the mysteries of the meditation. After so many days of practice, Ling found that during quiet sitting, stray thoughts had become far less intrusive. It's worth noting that modern people's minds are incessantly cluttered, and true focus is rare, let alone meditating alone in silence. Between meditation, visualization, and sitting in contemplation, Ling found their effects much the same, so naturally chose the visualization method, the most comfortable posture and the least likely to drift into sleep. Lying on the bed, Ling gradually calmed the mind. With Snake's saliva dabbed at the brow, Ling quickly entered a crystal-clear state, allowing the natural energy drawn in to help the body adjust. Ling knew that attaining the full state of forgetting was extremely difficult, but as a preliminary step towards Sage Mode, it was within reach. While there wasn't enough chakra yet to stabilize Sage Mode, that didn't mean it was impossible to fuse and create even a little Sage chakra. The ratio was simple enough. Each time, Ling would blend a small amount of Sage chakra, though never used it like ordinary chakra for jutsu. Instead, Ling let it circulate internally, letting the body remember the sensation. This process also allowed both body and spirit to absorb a portion of the Sage chakra. Such nurturing made Ling realize the true purpose of Sage chakra, to continually let the body acclimate to it and absorb a part of its essence. This, in fact, was the reason why the sages of the three great lands could achieve such longevity. They treated Sage chakra as a source of nourishment for themselves, not simply as something to expend. Humans, on the other hand, learn Sage arts solely as a means for battle, never considering the possibility of gradually adapting to Sage Mode and eventually making it a permanent state. This technique of absorbing Senjutsu chakra made Ling feel as if her entire body was evolving. Perhaps, one day, she might even become a Sage body herself. However, it wouldn't be the same Sage body as Hashirama Senju's. His came from the overwhelming power of Ajura's chakra, a total cheat. Ling's path was more like Yugo's, but in her case, she was diligently training to achieve a Sage body she could fully control, never in danger of losing her mind. The next morning, Ling sent a shadow clone off to school, while she herself headed into the forest of death to train her body. Last night's absorption of natural energy had strengthened her physique, and the added power from Ten and the curse seal made her progress so obvious it could be seen with the naked eye. So, every morning, Ling made a point to train, solidifying these gains and learning how to wield her newfound strength. Unlike Might Guy and his Uncle Dai, Ling didn't do upside-down push-ups. Instead, after dozens of laps to warm up, she would pick a mountainside and start punching it. It wasn't that she was unwilling to do their kind of training, but that sort of exercise required carrying extra weight. And for someone of Ling's age and height, weighted training would be completely counterproductive. She already felt rather self-conscious about her short stature. Adding weight would only be asking for trouble with her growth. Ling had no desire to end up a shorty, or worse, an eternally legal lowly. How could she ever strike fear into the shinobi world if her lack of height became the punchline? Just look at Inoki, the third Tsuchikage from the land of earth, or Yagura, the fourth Mizukage from the land of water. Both famous, yet their height was always a joke. Still, good things come in small packages. Ling's body density was off the charts. She weighed at least 50% more than someone her size should. Yet her body remained soft and supple, completely absurd. Ling half suspected that when she could finally go toe-to-toe with Six Paths Madara, she'd qualify as a whole new breed of battleship girl. Arriving at the mountainside, she could see it riddled with craters, each one made by her own fists. Thanks to her custom half-finger gloves, her small hands were still smooth and delicate. That wasn't just the gloves doing, though. Every night, the combination of Ten, the cursed seal, and natural energy nourished her hands. Those gloves had cost Ling a full 500,000 ryo to commission. Originally, she meant to buy a weighted vest that day, but the shopkeeper warned her that weighted vests could stunt her growth. At the very least, she'd have to wait until age 12 to use them. She could start earlier, but only if she removed the weights at night. So Ling decided to wait another year, build up her strength, and grow a little taller before revisiting the idea of weighted training. Since she was already at the store, she listened as the shopkeeper introduced the merchandise. She had no need for kunai or shuriken. She had plenty left behind by Yagyu Chimiai. As for ninja swords, she'd already swindled the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru. So in the end, her eyes settled on the shopkeeper's proud, unsold creation, these gloves. The main issue was that the boss, thinking he was clever, had designed a pair of gloves solely for catching ninja tools barehanded. Not only were they expensive to make, but that was their only function. Didn't ninjas usually block enemy weapons with kunai or a ninja blade? Who would ever try to catch them with their bare hands? It was pure junk, which is why it sat unsold for 3 years. In the end, Ling drove a hard bargain, slashing the price from 5 million Rio all the way down to just 500,000. For Ling, though, these gloves were actually quite useful. Some of her steel fist techniques generated such powerful shockwaves that her hands needed protection to absorb the impact. With a thunderous crash, Ling unleashed a steel fist technique, channeling her full strength to produce an explosive burst of chakra. A chunk of rock in front of her suddenly shattered, leaving a crater over a meter wide. This was the result of Ling's full-powered punch, though she hadn't used all her chakra just yet. If she wanted to, Ling could punch even harder. That was something she discovered when experimenting with monster strength, a knockoff version she developed while training by pounding on mountains. The power was nearly on par with the real monster strength, but the toll it took on her own arm was terrifying. Ling had only dared to use it once. She'd blasted open a crater 10 meters wide, but the flesh of her arm had been torn apart, and her bones were shattered in several places. If it hadn't been for the combined effects of Heaven's curse seal and the nourishment of natural energy, Ling figured her arm would have been done for. Even after a night of healing, the injury was still severe, so she'd ended up at the hospital seeking treatment from a medical ninja. Fortunately, her meridians weren't damaged, and though the injuries looked gruesome, they only treated the worst of it. The rest healed naturally, and she made a full recovery in 2 or 3 days. Ever since, Ling had never used that incomplete monster strength technique again, not until she figured out the perfect chakra explosion ratio. That morning alone, Ling managed to wear away 5 or 6 meters of the cliff face, and her physical strength grew steadily as a result. Afterwards, she had her shadow clones practice Gale sword technique, while she herself focused on training the wind release chakra mode. If she could master both and combine them with body flicker, her speed would rival that of the Reikage. It could truly be called Godspeed Sword. She'd be able to dash about as wildly as Yasuo, and with the Sharingan making enemies sluggish for a split second, it would be deadly. At that point, she could cut down Jonin like slicing through melons, mowing them down in rapid succession. With her massive reserves of chakra, she wouldn't burn out quickly like the third Reikage. By dusk, Ling finally halted her training. She still hadn't gotten the hang of wind release chakra mode, but her Gale sword technique had improved dramatically. Now, with the addition of wind release's nature transformation, the power of her sword technique had reached a whole new level. She could send sword energy, slashing 3 or 4 meters at will, slicing through massive trees or towering boulders as easily as if they were nothing at all. This made Ling all the more eager to fully master her wind nature transformation. She could only imagine how terrifying her power would become then. Perhaps, by that point, she could create a tornado with a single swing of her sword. A whole day of training had left both Ling and her shadow clone utterly exhausted. Even the clone that returned home after school was worn out, having spent the day practicing hand seals in class. All the fatigue from the shadow clones weighed down on Ling herself, making each step feel like a struggle. She didn't feel up to cooking dinner, so she decided she'd have to eat out. But as she walked past a women's bathhouse in Konoha, she caught sight of a familiar figure. There, hunched over a small window on the second floor, was an older man with spiky white hair, dressed in a red cloak. His cheeks were flushed as he peered inside, completely absorbed. He was muttering lewd remarks under his breath and scribbling notes into a little notebook. Excellent, so fair, so shapely. Look at those long legs. Jiraiya was convinced he'd come to the right place. This new bathhouse was filled with nothing but first-class beauties. This was his first time peeping since recovering from his injuries and leaving the hospital. He hadn't really wanted to come, since the rib Tsunade had broken still ached from time to time, but in the end he couldn't resist. It was just too tempting. Ever since the last time he was caught peeping and Tsunade broke 3 of his ribs, he'd been cooped up in the hospital for 10 days before healing. Now he was positively starving for it. Of course, Ling recognized exactly who this spiky-haired old man was. None other than the infamous Yellow of Konoha's trio of vice, gambling, and women. Determined to protect the virtue of Konoha's many young women, Ling decided Jiraiya needed a lesson in what true ruthlessness looked like. Without a sound, Ling switched from the heavenly binding curse to the 10 shadows technique, then summoned Kuro, the smallest of her jade hounds, from the shadows right behind Jiraiya. Author's note: not sure if this is canon, but in this story, summoning from another shadow works. You filthy pavet. Ling's lips curled into a sinister grin. In a flash, Kuro sank his teeth into Jiraiya's backside while the latter was completely off guard. Jiraiya howled in agony, unable to see who had attacked him. But Kuro had already slipped back into the shadows. Pervert! Someone's peeping in a women's bathhouse. Ling shouted from the other side, drawing the attention of nearby villagers, who immediately sprinted toward the bathhouse. From inside, a chorus of shrill screams erupted, and a flood of women wrapped in towels came rushing out. Some kunoichi even drew kunai and shuriken, hurling them at the window where Jiraiya had been. "Hey, don't accuse me with your eyes wide open. I wasn't peeping. I was just gathering material." Jiraiya, unable to keep his balance, toppled from the window and crashed to the ground below. Unfortunately for him, someone had already laid a little surprise there. Ow! Whose idea was it to stick a shuriken in the ground? The pain is killing this legendary sage. I swear if I catch you. Jiraiya scrambled to his feet, his rear end sticking out as he ran away, wincing and howling while slowly pulling out a few blood-stained shuriken. He fled, still holding his backside in the air. But the fierce kunoichi and the passing chivalrous souls weren't about to let Jiraiya off the hook so easily. For a moment, a barrage of pots, pans, shuriken, and kunai flew through the air, raining down on the fleeing Jiraiya from every direction. Ling, hiding in the branches of a tall tree nearby, watched Jiraiya's sorry escape and decided to make things a bit trickier for him. With a series of hand seals, Ling gathered wind nature chakra and conjured a rope of wind, not particularly sturdy, but enough to tangle Jiraiya's legs. Jiraiya, however, cast a meaningful glance toward Ling's hiding spot in the tree, then pretended to trip and fall to the ground. He had noticed Ling long ago, ever since he started peeping, in fact. He'd already heard about Ling from the third Hokage, from Orochimaru, and even from Minato and Kushina. Originally, he just wanted to test Ling's abilities, but was taken by surprise when she summoned a black dog from the shadows without any detectable chakra fluctuations. Ling, meanwhile, had stopped watching the spectacle of Jiraiya being mobbed. Realizing she'd been noticed, she quickly made her getaway. Not wanting to be cornered by Jiraiya, Ling dashed off at top speed, soon arriving at the barbecue restaurant. It had been an exhausting day, and Ling decided to treat herself. The Akimichi family's barbecue was famed throughout Konoha, and the meat came from Inara clan's Deer Hills and Highland yaks from the Land of Lightning. Yet as Ling stepped into the restaurant, she found herself face to face with the legendary Sannin, Konoha's infamous trio, notorious for their vices, each watching her intently as she entered. "That's her? Just a brat from the Uchiha clan. Is she really as impressive as you say?" Tsunade took a swig from her sake bottle, one foot propped boldly on a stool. With her blonde twin tails and striking figure, Tsunade should have been a stunning beauty, but wrapped in a green haori with a huge gamble kanji emblazoned on the back, her wild, unrestrained air was unmistakable. Right beside her sat another figure clad in a pale yellow kimono, with mid-length black hair, a cold, serpentine face, and snake-like pupils locked onto Ling, none other than Uncle Snake himself. And the one with a massive bump on his head and bruises still spreading across his face? That could only be Jiraiya, fresh from his recent thrashing. Under the scrutiny of the three Sannin, Ling gave an awkward smile. "Good evening, Uncle Snake, and to this lovely big sister and the peeping old grandpa." "Uncle Snake? How amusing." Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his cheek, a sly smile curling at his lips. "Big sister, huh? Ah, yes. That's right, big sister." Tsunade looked quite pleased. Just for being called big sister, this little Uchiha brat no longer seemed like the spawn of evil everyone claimed her to be. "Hey now, who are you calling old grandpa? My white hair is perfectly natural, you know." Jiraiya leapt onto a stool and, with a flourish, launched into a kabuki dance, introducing himself with dramatic flair. "Listen up, kid. Open those tiny eyes of yours and pay attention. I am none other than the legendary Jiraiya, one of the three great ninjas of the leaf, the white-haired sage, the hermit of Mount Myaboku." With a puff of smoke at his feet, Jiraiya summoned a large, human-sized yellow toad. He leaped onto its head, striking a ridiculously silly pose for all to see. Ling found Jiraiya's introduction genuinely amusing. No wonder he was considered the comic relief. To play along, Ling clapped enthusiastically. "Amazing! One of the legendary three ninjas? The white-haired sage? The hermit of Mount Myaboku? Jiraiya? I've never heard of any of that." Jiraiya waited expectantly for Ling's praise, brimming with pride, only to be met with utter ignorance. The words hit him so hard. He slipped and toppled headfirst off the toad, landing flat on the ground. The toad let out a croak before vanishing in a puff. Ling's admission that she didn't recognize him left Jiraiya speechless. To think a man in his prime, 40 and flourishing, the heartthrob of countless young ladies in the village, could be so unknown to someone. It was almost unthinkable. "Ha ha, Jiraiya, she doesn't even know who you are. I can't, this is killing me." Tsunade burst out laughing with the gusto of a true heckler, her chest heaving with each wave of laughter. The sight was so distracting that Jiraiya momentarily forgot to be upset, his eyes glued to her. Orochimaru, watching Jiraiya's shameless stare, couldn't help but find it amusing. Clearly, some people never learn. Jiraiya, what exactly are you looking at? Noticing the way Jiraiya was gawking at her chest, Tsunade shot to her feet and socked him right on the head. A visible shockwave rippled through the air from the impact, and Jiraiya's eyes rolled back as his soul just about seemed to escape from his mouth. Bruised and battered, Jiraiya slowly crawled up from under the table, dazed and unsteady on his feet. Whoa, Tsunade, why are there two of you now? But hey, two Tsunades are even better. He. Just as it looked like Jiraiya was in for another beating, Orochimaru, unable to watch his already foolish friend be pummeled into oblivion, dumped some sake onto Jiraiya's wounded backside. The sudden sting snapped him right out of his stupor. Tsunade, do you think you could stop hitting me on the head every time? You've knocked half my inspiration out of me already. Jiraiya poked at the large lump swelling on his head, sounding entirely unbothered. In fact, the glimpse he had just stolen of Tsunade had sparked yet another amusing idea for his next story. With the trash you write, you call yourself an author? Don't talk to me about inspiration. Tsunade crossed her arms, making her formidable chest even more imposing, and turned away with a look of utter disdain. Excuse me. May I ask why the three of you are looking for me? Ling raised her hand, reminding them that she was still there, and perhaps they should get to the point. Oh, Ling, right? We heard from Orochimaru that you're quite talented, so we came to see for ourselves. Only now did Tsunade notice the little shorty standing nearby. She sized her up from head to toe, then casually tossed out an excuse. Now that you've seen what you wanted, can I go eat? Ling's stomach rumbled loudly, echoing like the roar of an engine. Why don't you join us for a meal, Ling? We just got here. Jiraiya's paying, Tsunade said with a smirk. Orochimaru was genuinely surprised by Ling's talent. It hadn't been long since they last met, yet her strength had clearly grown. Why do I have to pay? Why not you damn snake? Jiraiya protested, full of indignation, as if getting beaten up for peeping earlier wasn't bad enough. Now he was expected to pay for a lavish barbecue feast. The injustice irked him. Didn't some idiot always brag about being a best-selling author? Don't tell me you're broke, because no one actually buys your books. Orochimaru's sarcasm was as sharp as ever, a skill he'd mastered to perfection, especially when it came to Jiraiya. Rotten snake. How could I possibly be broke? I'm the best-selling author of the ninja world. Tales of Gutsy Ninja. That's my book. Of course I'll pay. It's my treat. Jiraiya declared with dramatic flair. In matters of wit, Jiraiya had never let Ling down. Perhaps only in the future, when the three legendary Sannin went their separate ways, would he truly become the perfect ninja. Hearing Jiraiya agree to foot the bill, Ling exchanged a sly glance with Tsunade. Both of them wore matching mischievous smiles. For Ling, with no source of income, a free meal with a rare windfall, she fully intended to unleash her appetite. She had considered eating lightly, saving for the future, but chances to fleece Jiraiya didn't come often. This time she'd go all out. As for Tsunade, she'd lost all her money gambling again today. The princess who oscillated between being a wealthy lady and dead broke was secretly delighted at the prospect of a free feast. Given her standing as a master of both taijutsu and yang release, Tsunade's appetite was anything but small. Jiraiya had no idea what misfortune awaited him. Tsunade's sister, may I ask you something? How do you precisely channel chakra into your fists for explosive power without hurting yourself? Ling inquired, recalling how she'd injured herself earlier when trying to smash rocks. No matter how she tried, she couldn't perfect the exact chakra distribution. With the original creator of monstrous strength right in front of her, how could she not ask? You're trying to master monstrous strength? Are you sure your chakra control is up to the mark? Tsunade took a sip of sake, her cheeks glowing with a charming blush, then pondered for a moment before speaking. Ling only smiled mysteriously. She opened her palm, and 5 delicate threads of chakra extended from her fingertips. Swiftly, she began to weave them into a piece of silk, then unraveled it just as deftly. Not bad, Burp. You've definitely passed the chakra control test. Looks like your talent truly is remarkable, Tsunade admitted with a nod of approval. Tsunade watched Ling's technique with a sense of astonishment. What surprised her most was that a 5-year-old girl could wield such terrifying control over her chakra. It was truly unexpected. This is my personal record of insights and experiences from training monstrous strength. Take it and study it on your own. Everyone's chakra ratio from monstrous strength is different. What suits you best is what's best for you. Tsunade summoned a scroll and tossed it to Ling without the slightest concern that this was an S-rank secret scroll. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. If you ever need anything from me, I promise I'll do everything in my power to help. Ling accepted the gift without hesitation. Now was not the time for modesty. With the third great ninja war looming, every bit of strength meant a greater chance of survival. As for monstrous strength, Ling's main idea was to fuse it with her Gale sword technique, forming a style of swift, heavy strikes, a combination sure to deliver astonishing results. Any foe daring to face Ling in close combat would soon understand what it meant to be as fast as a raging wind and as heavy as a mountain. One strike, and even the mightiest would be brought to their knees. With the unyielding edge of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, even standard kunai and ninja swords would be cleaved in two with a single slash. The second blow would mean certain death for her opponent. Soon after, the barbecue was brought to the table, and Ling and Tsunade dove and enthusiastically, feasting with gusto. Jiraiya, on the other hand, looked rather miserable. He seemed to have realized something unfortunate. He sneaked a glance at his coin pouch, this month's manuscript payment, newly received. It looked like he'd have to bid it farewell tonight. After a long while, Ling finally leaned back, patting her slightly rounded belly, and looked up at the three Sannin, each with their own expression. Tsunade's face was full of admiration. She thought to herself that Ling truly lived up to her Senju bloodline. Not only could she eat, she even outdid Tsunade herself. Orochimaru, meanwhile, twitched the corner of his mouth, as if he had just learned a new fact about Ling's appetite. Thank goodness. She wasn't one of his subordinates. Otherwise, after paying for her meals every month, he'd have nothing left for his research. Jiraiya's face was ghostly pale as he silently calculated whether there was enough money in his frog wallet. He was already considering staying behind to work off the debt. Don't tell me someone's short on cash. Even best-selling authors can run dry. Orochimaru immediately saw through Jiraiya's predicament and teased him with a sly grin. I just didn't bring enough this time, that's all. Tsunade, lend me a bit, won't you? Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, trying his best to curry favor. Get lost. I'm broke. Tsunade had just lost at gambling today. She had no money to lend, and even if she did, she'd rather use it to place another bet herself. Jiraiya's eyelid twitched. He swore to himself that if he ever treated anyone to dinner again, he'd be a toad for the rest of his life, never finding a wife. Orochimaru, how about helping a teammate out? Left with no other choice, Jiraiya turned to his last hope. Though he and Orochimaru rarely saw eye to eye, they were comrades who had faced death together, bound by ties not so easily severed. A small loan shouldn't be too much to ask. I've just bought some new equipment lately, and I'm out of money. You'll have to stay and wash dishes yourself. Orochimaru rarely saw Jiraiya back down, so he couldn't resist poking fun at his longtime teammate. After decades of camaraderie, it would be a shame not to take this chance to tease him. Don't think I'm out of options, just because you won't help me. Summoning Minato. Jiraiya summoned a messenger toad, instructing it to notify Minato to come to the rescue. That's the advantage of having a good student. Meanwhile, at the Namikaze household, Minato was preparing a lovingly crafted dinner for his gentle girlfriend. One had to admit, Minato had all the makings of a perfect husband. Even if he was somewhat forced into it, he wore a warm smile as if it were all of his own accord. This kind of feeling perhaps only men from the Sichuan-Chongqing region would truly understand, marrying a feisty local girl and savoring the bittersweet flavor of life. Ling couldn't help but think that Kishimoto, that old fox, must have been on a business trip to Sichuan or Chongqing when he designed Minato and Kushina. Otherwise, how could Kushina's hair look so much like the color of hot pot broth? Just as Minato was about to serve the dishes, there was a sudden puff and a cloud of smoke burst forth. A small, green-skinned frog appeared on the stove, immediately catching both Minato and Kushina's attention. Minato, Jiraiya is in danger. Please go to his aid immediately and bring enough cash. With that, the messenger toad returned to Mount Myaboku, leaving Minato and Kushina staring at each other in surprise. Minato, what's happened to that old pervert? Does he really need you to save him? Kushina was always reminding Minato to keep his distance from that notorious old lecher. Cherish wise friends, steer clear of mischief. But hearing Jiraiya was in trouble, even she was a little concerned. It should be fine. I can sense the flying thunder god Kanai I gave Lord Jiraiya is still in the village. Minato scratched the back of his head and smiled. He knew his teacher all too well. If Jiraiya was asking him to bring money, it could only mean one thing. He wanted him to pick up the tab. That old trickster, still in the Leaf Village and calling it an emergency, asking for money on top of that. What nonsense. Kushina flopped back onto the sofa, grumbling in clear annoyance. Her mutterings sounded like a monk chanting scripture, and even the Ninetales, currently bound and helpless, flattened its ears, not wanting to hear this fiery woman's tirade. Well, Kushina, just wait here a moment. I'll go see what's going on with my teacher. Minato grabbed his wallet, teleported straight to the barbecue restaurant using Flying Thunder God, and found Jiraiya anxiously waiting. Minato, you're finally here. Your teacher didn't check his luck before heading out today. Ran into 2 dragons at dinner, and now I'm short on cash. Help your teacher cover the bill, will you? The moment Jiraiya saw Minato, it was as if an angel had appeared before him. Instantly relieved, he clapped Minato on the shoulder. Hearing Jiraiya mention dragons, Minato couldn't help but think of Kushina at home. He quickly shook off the treacherous comparison, and then looked over to see Tsunade and Ling sitting at the table. Good evening, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Ling. Minato greeted them, and when he saw Tsunade and Ling sprawled out in a food coma, he couldn't help but think that Jiraiya-sensei really didn't lose unfairly. If he brought his own girlfriend along, they might just clear out the entire barbecue restaurant. Oh, Minato, long time no see, but it looks like that old toad is tricking you again. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile as he gave Minato a careful look. He could sense that Minato's strength had already reached Kage level. No wonder the third had chosen him to be the 4th Hokage. Burp. Minato, you're here to pay again? Jiraiya is really shameless, always making his student foot the bill. Tsunade was honestly just a bit jealous that Jiraiya had such a reliable student he could borrow money from at any time. Unlike herself, who was constantly being managed by a 10-year-old girl and couldn't even enjoy gambling to her heart's content. Sorry about this again, Minato-senpai, having you pay for us and all. Ling apologized, but her eyes were clearly fixed on the one who always ended up paying. Haha, well, Jiraiya-sensei is still pretty dependable in his own way. Minato couldn't really think of anything else to praise Jiraiya for, so he just went with the all-purpose compliment. Reliable. In the end, the 2 teacher-student pairs pooled their money together and finally managed to cover the bill, sparing Jiraiya from having to wash dishes or put on a tab. Otherwise, by tomorrow, the whole of Konoha would be buzzing about how one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had to charge his meal. Everyone, Kushin is waiting for me to have dinner. I'll be taking my leave now. Minato gave his much-thinned wallet a squeeze and decided he'd better take on a few higher-paying missions in the coming days. Funds were running low. Supporting a girlfriend was expensive, and subsidizing his teacher was even more so. Thanks, Minato. Once I get my manuscript fee next month, I'll pay you back. Jiraiya said this with great confidence, convinced that his gutsy ninja series was destined to become a phenomenon, and that he was on his way to being a famous writer. Minato thought of Jiraiya-sensei's stories, but couldn't bear to shatter his dreams. With that, he vanished in a flash with a Flying Thunder God technique. Thank you for the meal, legendary Sannin. I'll take my leave as well. Ling had just enjoyed a free, hearty meal and was in excellent spirits. There's nothing quite as satisfying as getting something for nothing. Heh, I hope you'll be even stronger next time we meet. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue to lick his chin. Yeah, kid, don't go tarnishing the reputation of superhuman strength, Tsunade said, a little drunk, but still showing care for the 1/4 clansman she had left. Kid, next time you eat this much, I'm pawning you off, Jiraiya grumbled, though all he could really do was complain. Thump. Jiraiya, if you have a problem with how much I eat, are you planning to pawn me off too? Tsunade's beloved iron fist sent Jiraiya crashing once again, but the moment he heard Tsunade's words, he immediately apologized. Back at the Namikaze household, Kushina noticed Minato's return, mainly because her gaze had been fixed on the Flying Thunder God Kanai he left behind. Minato, what happened to that old pervert? Well, it's nothing really, just that he didn't have enough money to pay for a meal. Minato was so embarrassed he had no idea how to save face for his teacher. Haha, even that old lecher has days like this. Wait, Minato, don't tell me you want to bail him out. Only then did the straightforward Kushina realize what the messenger toad meant when it said to bring money. Sensei ran into Tsunade-senpai and Ling both going full force, so things went a bit over budget. Minato couldn't help but blame himself for not warning his teacher about Ling's legendary appetite, which led to this disaster. Oh, I see. Next time, I'll bring Tsunade and Ling along and make that old rascal treat us. We'll eat him out of house and home. Kushina let out her signature fairy-like laughter, leaving Minato speechless. All he could do was silently pray for his teacher. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye, during which Ling led a monotonous, almost flavorless life. Day after day, if she wasn't training, she was on her way to train, but Ling relished every moment, for the rush of improvement was simply irresistible. Over these 2 weeks, Ling first mastered a monstrous strength technique tailored to her own body, thanks to a scroll of Tsunade's personal insights. Her taijutsu attacks soared in power as a result. Next, by combining this raw power with the techniques of the Gale Sword style, she developed the prototype of a swift heavy blade. Each strike channeled a sudden burst of chakra, sending the sword's speed and force surging. What's more, channeling her strength this way greatly reduced the backlash to her own body, since the weapon absorbed most of the shock. Most weapons, however, couldn't withstand more than a few of these impacts before shattering. Yet, the Totsuka blade was a rare exception. Now, in the ninja world, save for a handful of legendary blades, most weapons would crumble before Ling's monstrous strength sword. Even a Jonin's skill at dispersing force wouldn't save them. Their weapons would fail, tipping the fight instantly in Ling's favor. On top of that, Ling's physical abilities had advanced to the point where she could now face off against special Jonin taijutsu users. With pure raw strength alone, a leap owed to unlocking the heavenly binding hammer and refining natural energy during this time. In terms of ninjutsu, she had become proficient in nearly every technique she'd found in the scrolls she'd studied. There was nothing she couldn't perform. She'd even mastered the summoning technique, though she was still lacking a contract beast. Thanks to her improved constitution, her chakra reserves had grown dramatically. By her own estimation, she was now on par with a young Kakashi, with a full Kakashi bar of chakra at her disposal. In the realm of illusion techniques, she had already laid the foundation for her own world of illusions. Now, both the speed and power of her jinjutsu had increased dramatically. This illusory world, crafted entirely through in-release, granted her illusions an immense boost whenever she cast them. With her swift and heavy blade, combined with her illusionary prowess, anyone who faced Ling would find themselves lost in confusion. Even a momentary lapse in focus could prove fatal. However, in the area of chakra nature transformation, her progress remained limited. This skill relied heavily on accumulation and innate talent, and Ling simply lacked the natural aptitude for it. She could only grind away at it over time. As for mastering the wind-release chakra mode, she still hadn't fully succeeded. Yet, she had reached the halfway mark. She could now circulate a small amount of wind-release chakra inside and outside her body. Still, any interference or surge in chakra would destabilize the process. The cultivation of sage mode and spirit transformation was also a slow and painstaking endeavor. At present, Ling had only managed to speed up her absorption and refinement of natural energy, but she was still far from taming her own heart. Regarding cursed energy, Ling's progress was minimal, mainly because her Sharingan hadn't evolved further. Still, she sensed that evolution was near. Her ocular power was nearly overflowing, and the single Tomo Sharingan was about to awaken. When it came to the 10 shadow techniques, Ling hadn't seen much improvement either, largely due to her own limitations. These arts depended entirely on cursed energy. Today, however, Ling planned to subdue another Shikigami, the Great Serpent. This massive snake possessed tremendous constricting strength, could burrow underground and strike from below, and carried deadly venom. Note, this is a creative addition. The original story only briefly mentioned the Great Serpent before it met its end. Of the remaining 5 Shikigami, Ling had yet to feel confident in controlling any of them. The full elephant was thick-skinned and tough, able to spray water to create waves, and its immense weight allowed it to unleash devastating stomps. Ling estimated a 50-50 chance if she tried to subdue it. The resulting chaos would be too much for the Hidden Leaf Village. As for Enroku, its reversal technique was simply too powerful. Ling couldn't guarantee a one-hit kill, although Enroku itself lacked offensive power and served purely as a healer for its allies. It was not something Ling could finish off, no matter how long the fight dragged on. Guanyu was another tough one, thick-skinned, incredibly strong, and terrifying when it came to ramming attacks. The farther it charged, the more devastating its impact became. Even though its attacks were straightforward, Ling simply wasn't strong enough to subdue it at her current level. The main issue was that most of Ling's abilities were tailored for fighting people. They excelled at quick and efficient kills, fitting her assassin-mage hybrid style. To take down Guanyu, perhaps only a massive Rasengan would do the trick. Note, this is a creative adjustment. In the original work, Guanyu, Full Elephant, Enroku, and Tiger Burial might not have been so powerful, but their abilities have been enhanced here for the sake of balance. Tiger Burial is a defensive Shikigami, capable of drastically reducing or even nullifying both energy and physical attacks from enemies. Once subdued, its powers can be bestowed upon the host. This is my own interpretation. Its original abilities are unclear, but since the 10 Shadows technique already covers offense, control, healing, teleportation, with the toad, and support, I decided to give Tiger Burial a defensive role. A Shikigami like this may lack offensive strength, but its sheer defensive power alone is enough to make it impossible for Ling to defeat at her current level. Perhaps if she managed to unleash a wind release, Raisen Shuriken, there might be a chance of defeating it. As for the eight-handled sword Divergent Sila, Divine General, Maharaga, there's no need to say more. It is the strongest of the 10 shadows Shikigami, the ultimate trump card. That gives Ling the confidence to go down fighting. Unless you intend to unleash a mushroom cloud-level attack, it's best not to attempt to subdue it and risk your life. After making her preparations, Ling was ready to begin the taming ritual for the Great Serpent. She had already used her clairvoyance technique to confirm that there were no outsiders lurking in this forest of death. What's going on, Great Serpent? Ling had already started the ritual, but the serpent failed to appear, just as she was puzzling. Over this, the ground beneath her feet suddenly shattered, and a massive white serpent, more than 3 meters in diameter, burst forth. Its jaws opened wide, and in a flash swallowed Ling whole. Countless venomous fangs, sharp as arrows, pierced in her body, flooding her with deadly poison. The end, just kidding. The Ling inside the serpent's mouth instantly transformed into a flurry of escaping rabbits, which the serpent swallowed in vain, while the real Ling reformed from a mass of rabbits that darted out of the trees. This was Ling's carefully prepared rabbit clone escape technique, which allowed her to evade the serpent's fatal strike without harm. What a cunning creature, though its size is impressive. Ling gazed up at the serpent's 100-meter-long body with satisfaction, showing not a hint of fear. Still, Ling had underestimated it. She had assumed the serpent wouldn't be so large and that she could tame it in the forest of death, but now, faced with its massive form, she knew she'd have to end this quickly. Anyone who didn't know better might think Ling was fighting Orochimaru, since throughout Konoha and the entire shinobi world, only Orochimaru was known to control serpents of such enormous size. With a furious hiss, the giant serpent lunged at Ling, its coiled body propelling it forward in an attempt to swallow her once more. An average jonin wouldn't stand a chance against you, but unfortunately, you've run into me. A faint current of wind-release chakra began to circulate around Ling, the embryonic form of the wind-release chakra mode. Though it wasn't fully mastered yet, it could still give her a burst of speed when needed. Meanwhile, the Tomo and her Sharingan spun wildly, allowing her to perceive the serpent's movements in slow motion. In the instant their gazes met, she unleashed a Genjutsu, letting her Yin release invade the serpent's consciousness. In her hand, the Tatsuka blade erupted with a terrifying wind edge, the blade extending outward by 2 meters, a full-force display of her Gale sword technique. Staring intently at the enormous serpent head before him, Ling suddenly pushed off the ground, unleashing his monstrous strength. The earth beneath his feet shattered and caved in, radiating out from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, Ling vanished from his original spot, leaving behind only a ragged afterimage torn apart by the force of his movement. He reappeared at the snake's neck in a flash. By now, the wind-release chakra cloaking his body had dissipated under interference, but it had already helped him break through the barrier of air, boosting his speed. The Tatsuka blade in Ling's hand flared to life with chakra once more. The wind blade, already over 2 meters long, surged even further in size. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at the serpent's neck. The verdant sword of wind was wreathed in countless razor-sharp gusts, like a divine blade wielded by the god of wind. With another burst of brute force, his sword's speed increased dramatically, slicing cleanly across the snake's throat. There was a sickening splatter, and with a single strike, Ling severed the great serpent's head. The massive creature's body crashed to the ground, carving a long trench into the earth. It seemed like a swift victory, but Ling had unleashed his full power. Even a seasoned jonin would have no time to use a substitution jutsu in the face of such an attack. The serpent was subdued, its body disappeared without a trace. Not even a drop of blood left behind, as if it had never existed. Yet the snake-shaped trench carved into the ground was undeniable proof that an intense battle had erupted here. Ling steadied the turbulent chakra within him. This all-out burst had also helped him realize his current limits. He estimated his strength was above average among ordinary jonin, though in his normal state, he'd likely only match a special jonin. That was already impressive. In times of war, if he kept a low profile, adapted to the situation, and avoided provoking the truly formidable, figures like Yi Tsang or Raza of Kaga level, he'd have little to worry about. After all, Ling was only a little over 5 years old, with more than 3 months to go before his 6th birthday. He was born on June 6th, a string of sixes that seemed almost uncanny. Just as Ling was about to leave and head home for a rest, he found himself surrounded. The newcomers all wore standard AMBU vests and a variety of masks, but Ling could tell a glance. They were not AMBU, but root operatives. Ling grew wary, ready at any moment to summon Magotsui and unleash havoc. Chakra surged within him, ready to be deployed. Uchiha Ling, tell me what happened here. One of the Root members, a nondescript figure, likely a squad leader on par with Ling's normal state, spoke up to question him. I don't know. I was training here, then a big snake burst out and attacked me. After I wounded it, it just vanished. Ling subtly shifted the narrative, casting himself as the victim of an attack and pointing to the traces left by the serpent. Anyone in Konoha would know who wielded such a creature. A few EMBU members returned from their investigation of the battlefield, approaching the squad leader and communicating something in coded language. Clearly, Orochimaru must have uncovered evidence of your wrongdoing, and that's why you attacked him. This accusation, heavy as a mountain, felt all too typical of Root to Ling. Unexpected, yet somehow inevitable. Oh, then why don't you go and ask Orochimaru directly? Why bother framing me here? Ling was already preparing for the worst. If things truly became impossible, and these Root members insisted on violence, he'd have no choice but to cut them down and flee the village as a rogue. Lord Orochimaru is at the Root base right now. Please come with us and confront him face to face. The Root members parted, revealing a path leading directly to one of their bases. Their intentions couldn't be clearer. I don't believe a word you say. I'll wait for the Hokage's ANBU to arrive. Ling knew this might be futile. Root never feared the Hokage's authority, listening only to Danzo. Still, he needed to stand on the side of righteousness, making it clear he was willing to be investigated, just not by Root. Inwardly, Ling couldn't help but curse the ANBU for incompetence. Root had been here so long, and not a shadow of ANBU had appeared. But in truth, Ling was unfair to the ANBU. This area was under Root's jurisdiction, and with their base nearby, it was simply Ling's misfortune to have chosen such a place. If you have anything to say, tell the Hokage's advisor yourself. This way, the Root squad leader's tone brooked no argument, and the killing intent radiating from the surrounding Root agents pressed in on Ling. Oh, so if I refuse to go, are you planning to use force? Ling didn't know what orders Danzo had given these Root members, but he was certain Danzo wouldn't want him simply eliminated. No, Danzo was waiting for an opportunity, a legitimate reason to take Ling away and keep him under control. Ever since Ling had displayed the morning peacock technique, Danzo had been watching him closely. Ling only now realized it. He'd let his guard down. Uchiha Ling, if you ignore Lord Danzo's summons, I have the authority to declare you a rogue ninja. Don't be foolish. The squad leader drew his ninja blade, and a dozen Root members followed suit, weapons gleaming, ready to strike at any moment. Stop shouting. Fine, I'll go. Ling relaxed his body, but stayed on high alert, wary of a sudden attack, a stab in the back. Even though Ling deliberately slowed his steps along the way, the ANBU never appeared, fueling his silent curses at Hiruzen Sarutobi's incompetence. But then, another possibility occurred to Ling. Perhaps today's ordeal had Hiruzen Sarutobi's tacit approval. He was known for turning a blind eye when it suited him. Because of his silent consent, the first Hokage's grandson Nawaki was killed in an explosion, his organs torn out. The White Fang of the Leaf took his own life, slandered and hounded by Root. Ling was seething with anger. All she wanted was to live a simple life, to carry on as an ordinary person. Yet, time and again, someone insisted on dragging her into vortexes of conspiracy. Just because she shared half the Uchiha blood, just because her remarkable talent had been discovered, she could never escape their grasp. All along the way, Root treated Ling as a criminal suspect, never giving her the slightest chance to escape. And Ling herself knew there was no way she could take down a special Jonin and over a dozen elite Chunin in one fell swoop. It had to be said, Danzo, that old fox, truly knew how to train Root. On average, Root's skill surpassed that of the Umbu. If, a year from now, in Konoha year 44, Danzo hadn't lost his mind and allied himself with Hanzo the Salamander, plotting to wipe out the budding Akatsuki together. If he hadn't managed to get himself killed by provoking Nagato, causing the true power of the Rinnegan to erupt after Yahiko's death, and even summoned the infamous moving toilet, which wiped out Root's elite forces. If not for that, then after the Night of the Nine Tails, Danzo might really have had the chance to ambush and assassinate the third Hokage, usurping the title for himself, instead of sending Yamato to do the job. But that was never going to work. Even without Kakashi's warning, there was no way Yamato could take down the third. With Yamato's middling wood release, he could at best reach the level of an elite Jonin, but he was still powerless against Kaga-level opponents. By now, Ling had been brought to the foot of a mountainside. Several Root operatives lifted the seal there, revealing a pitch-dark entrance. One had to admit, Root lived up to its name. They certainly had a penchant for burrowing underground. They never forgot their origins. Just like the snakes who love their holes, Orochimaru was also fond of digging around. They descended, winding through a labyrinth of tunnels, the walls etched with sealing jutsu and arcane runes. measures to prevent anyone from sneaking in or out with Earth release. It was all quite sophisticated, though perhaps a waste of the taxpayers' money. Still, remembering that most of these funds came from the Land of Fire's feudal lord's military budget, Ling felt a bit better. At least it wasn't coming out of her own pocket. Danzo had tunneled more than his fair share. This place didn't even look like his main base. There was no doubt Danzo was waiting for her. He had had his eye on her for some time. This meeting was inevitable. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Ling has been brought in. The squad captain dropped to one knee, delivered his report, and then instantly flickered to the side, ready to respond to any move Ling might make. Uchiha Ling, I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Danzo said, leaning heavily on his cane. His right eye was wrapped in bandages, and his stern face radiated a suffocating pressure. Oh, I wonder what business Lord Danzo could possibly have with a mere academy student like me. Ling tilted her head, giving a bright, carefree smile. On the surface, she appeared utterly relaxed, but inwardly, she was prepared to summon Majora at a moment's notice. I have looked into you. The Uchiha clan does not value you, but I do. Serve me, and every secret art will be yours to learn. Danzo didn't bother with any pleasantries. He was running out of time. Before long, the third Hokage would realize he had taken Rei, so he had to recruit Uchiha Rei to his side quickly. Why would you say that, Lord Danzo? The Uchiha clan values me greatly. They've given me an abundance of ninjutsu scrolls and insights into genjutsu. Rei wore a look of genuine confusion, as if she truly believed the Uchiha clan had treated her well and she was sincerely grateful to them. Even someone as shrewd and calculating as Danzo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye upon hearing her words. Uchiha Rei, joining the Foundation doesn't just mean you can study the village's forbidden techniques. It also allows you to protect Konoha itself. That is the true embodiment of the will of fire. Danzo went straight for the carrot and stick, mixing enticement with moral obligation, because he was deeply impressed by Rei's written interpretation of the will of fire. Even he had to admit, Hiruzen really was a remarkable ninja. With a genius like Rei, who so thoroughly understood the will of fire, she could one day surpass Hiruzen's reputation by spreading tales of Danzo's own achievements if he ever became Hokage. Huh, the Foundation? Isn't there only the Umbu in Konoha? Rei put on a look of utter shock, feigning total ignorance of the Foundation's existence. It was all a ploy to buy more time. She refused to believe the third Hokage would remain indifferent once he realized Rei had been taken. After all, Rei was certain the third had his own reasons for needing her, whether as a spy or as a bridge between the village and the Uchiha clan. The Foundation is simply another branch of the Umbu. Whatever the Umbu can do, the Foundation can do as well. And what the Umbu cannot do, my Foundation can still accomplish. Though Danzo's tone was calm, there was an undeniable authority in his words. He would not tolerate anyone questioning the purpose of the Foundation. Amazing. I feel like Lord Third's Umbu hardly even needs to exist. Though Rei said this with apparent sincerity, inwardly, she was mocking how similar Danzo's Foundation and the Third's Umbu were, just like the West and East bureaus in the old courts. Uchiha Rei, you have sharp eye. One day, I will abolish the Umbu for good. Danzo was clearly pleased. Who said those who dwell in the shadows dislike a bit of sunlight? He knew that to become Hokage, he'd have to stand in the light, not skulk in darkness as he did now. There was a particular line in Rei's reflections on the will of fire that resonated with him. It's not becoming Hokage that earns you recognition. Only those who are recognized by others can become Hokage. That thought struck him deeply. No wonder he was so eager to recruit Uchiha Rei. He needed someone like her to help reshape his image and lay the groundwork for his rise to Hokage. So, have you thought it over? Will you join my Foundation? Though his emotions were somewhat turbulent, Danzo didn't let it interfere with his business. He still needed to make good use of his time to recruit Ling for his own purposes. Well, I'm still young. How about we talk about this after I graduate from the academy? Ling, of course, had no desire to join the Foundation. She certainly didn't want to have the cursed tongue seal branded on her tongue. At that point, even her own life and death would be out of her hands. With her looks, she'd no doubt be molded into something she'd rather not become. Then she'd be forced to endure a life like a cream puff, filled up over and over again, and eventually, just like Nono Yakushi, she'd be sent to gather intelligence from other countries, earning a title akin to a wandering shrine maiden. It's worth noting that in Japanese culture, shrine maidens once served as attendants to the gods, girls chosen for their purity. Your abilities are more than enough for graduation. As long as you agree to my terms, you could graduate as soon as tomorrow. Danzo's tone was resolute, and he seemed to take pride, not shame, in his abuse of authority. Thank you for your appreciation, Lord Danzo, but the third Hokage always told me that for any major decision, I must discuss it with him first. Ling lowered her head, nervously touching her index fingers together, her demeanor as delicate and cautious as a white lotus. Oomph. That wretched Hiruzen. So he made his move early. Danzo cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart, seething at his cunning. He hadn't expected that Hiruzen had already succeeded in brainwashing her. Meanwhile, when Ling was brought to Danzo's foundation base, the barrier corps had already noticed the appearance of a large snake in a nearby battle. They immediately reported this to the third Hokage, who took a deep drag from his pipe, his eyes narrowing in thought. His first instinct was to suspect that Orochimaru was up to something dubious again. Using his far-seeing jutsu, he quickly discovered that Ling had been taken away by the Foundation. In a flash, he pieced together the conspiracy in his mind. Surely, it was a scheme by Danzo and Orochimaru. While Ling was training, they had Orochimaru summon a giant snake to ambush her. After Ling defeated the snake, the Foundation would appear and falsely accuse her of attacking Orochimaru's summoned beast. Branding her a spy, they'd have the perfect excuse to take her away for interrogation. Furthermore, the Foundation must have been masquerading as the Umbu, which was why Ling had offered no resistance when they took her. Danzo's real goal was clear: Ling's extraordinary talent and her profound understanding of the will of fire. With a genius like Ling on his side, it wouldn't be long before Danzo's strength and influence would be enough to realize his ambitions. The third Hokage had always known that Danzo aspired to become Hokage himself. Yet, out of loyalty to an old comrade and a lingering sense of guilt, and because he couldn't fully control Konoha on his own, needing someone to handle the dirty work, he had no choice but to let Danzo run amok. Now, though, Danzo's actions had crossed the line. The Hokage immediately ordered Sarutobi Shinizuke to lead 3 Umbu squads to retrieve Uchiha Ling. Danzo, as long as I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remain Hokage, you will never be more than an advisor. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not allow Danzo to slip beyond his control. Even when he had once ordered the young Kakashi to assassinate him, it hadn't crossed his bottom line, but today was different. Sarutobi Shinizuke, fully aware of how important Uchiha Ling was to the old man, hurried along the road, using the body flicker technique to close the distance in an instant. Meanwhile, Ling was still cursing Hiruzen Sarutobi, her strength almost spent. If help didn't arrive soon, she was ready to break out of Konoha herself. So how about it? I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Refusing is fine. After all, I'm no demon, Danzo said, his patience worn thin. If Uchiha Ling didn't give him a clear answer this time, he would simply seize control and force the curse of tongue eradication upon her. In that case, go to hell. You think you're worthy of having me as your underling? Dream on. Ling flipped the table, her act at its end. She unsheathed the aim no Habakiri, chakra surging from her in a violent burst and whipping up a fierce gale. Oof. You wicked little Uchiha brat. I'll deal with you myself, Danzo growled, just as tensions hit their peak. At that moment, both Ling and Danzo sensed a large number of people storming the root base from outside. Huh, you conniving old rat, go ahead, make your move. Ling taunted, emboldened by the arrival of the ANBU sent by the third Hokage. She'd been under pressure for so long. If not for her reluctance to defect from Konoha just yet, she would have fought her way out already. Kid, I'll remember you. Don't let me catch you. And don't let me find out you've endangered Konoha. Otherwise, Danzo knew there was nothing more he could do to Ling today, and that knowledge burned. The prize was snatched away by the old monkey once again. TCH, if anyone's a threat to Konoha, it's you. Uchiha Kagami died under mysterious circumstances. Dare you remove the bandages from your right eye? Hatake Sakumo's death was on your hands too. The decline of Konoha is all you're doing. Ling spat, accusations flying whether or not they could be proven. After all, Danzo's right, I was concealed, hiding a Sharingan with the power to use forbidden Uchiha techniques like Izanagi. Only someone with close access to Uchiha Kagami, a clan elder, could have provided such an opportunity. Danzo likely deceived or controlled Kagami with secret arts, stealing one Sharingan, while the other was used up when Kagami died in an ambush. Coveting Izanagi, Danzo then threatened Shirsue's life to force Kagami's hand and seize the forbidden power. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're slandering me. I would never do such things. Danzo protested, his voice indignant. When Danzo saw that Sarutobi Shinizuke, leading the Umbu, had already entered, he realized that Ling's words had been overheard by the Umbu, and had no choice but to loudly defend himself. Yet inwardly, his desire to kill Uchiha Ling had reached its peak, for what she said happened to be the truth. If he couldn't have this talent, then Hiruzen Sarutobi shouldn't even dream of it. and as long as Uchiha Ling remained beyond his control, Danzo knew he would never rest easy. Danzo, by order of the Hokage, take Uchiha Ling away. Sarutobi Shinosuke peered intently at Danzo's right eye, as if trying to see whether the Sharingan was truly hidden beneath those bandages. He thought Ling's words had some merit, but suspicion alone wasn't enough to convict Danzo. He was well aware of how much tolerance his old man still had for him. Take her away, then. Danzo turned his back, unwilling to meet Sarutobi Shinosuke's probing gaze. He knew Hiruzen Sarutobi would inevitably hear about this matter. You evil old Danzo, thanks for the hospitality. See you never. Ling spun around and pulled a silly face at him, making the veins on Danzo's forehead throb in anger. He nearly lost control and gave the order for Root to cut down both the Umbu and Uchiha Ling right then and there. Even Sarutobi Shinosuke twitched at the corners of his mouth. This little girl was rather too bold for his taste, but he had to admit, it was satisfying to watch. He had long been fed up with Danzo's ways himself. Escorted by the Umbu, Ling swaggered out of Root's base, though she knew she'd probably face harassment from Root in the days to come. But she didn't care. Once her wings grew strong enough, Danzo and even the third Hokage would amount to nothing more than a passing storm. The Umbu moved at a blistering pace, as if testing whether Uchiha Ling could keep up. Unfortunately for them, Ling's skills were second to none in the group, save for Sarutobi Shinosuke himself. With her mastery of the body flicker technique, she had no trouble keeping up at all. For this, she had to thank Uchiha Shirsue's generous teaching. Her body flicker technique was a family secret she'd learned from him. Most likely, it had been passed down from Uchiha Kagami or some other ancestor, and later, Uchiha Shirsue had used this exclusive technique to develop the water flow technique, another form of body flicker, but even faster when moving across water. When Uchiha Shirsue entrusted her with this secret, Ling almost lost her composure. For a moment, she thought she was destined to be Shirsue's bride-to-be. Only afterward did she realize it was simply a selfless act of mentorship, though she had also contributed the core idea behind the water flow technique that Shirsue would later develop. Thanks to her suggestion, Shirsue created the technique ahead of schedule, and Ling studied alongside him, ultimately devising the gale flow technique. Now, gale flow wasn't some speedy delivery service, though on average it might be just as fast. If it had air shipping, well, maybe that's a different story. Ling figured she'd soon earn herself the nickname Ling of the Gale. Once she and Shirsue teamed up, they'd breeze through every challenge. Just hearing the name sounded like a lucky omen. In fact, the tailwind technique makes use of certain principles from the wind release chakra mode, though not as greatly amplified, and only provides a brief burst of enhancement. After entering the village, he didn't slow down at all. Instead, he leapt straight onto the rooftops, once again adopting the classic ninja way of travel. He knew full well the reason behind this. Running along the main roads would risk colliding with ordinary townsfolk, and it was also a way to keep ninja movements concealed, so darting and bounding across rooftops was the obvious choice. This skill is practically second nature to ninjas, something they've mastered since childhood. Take Naruto, for example, at just a few years old. He was already scrambling all over the place, even sneaking up the Hokage rock to doodle on the faces of the past Hokage. Of course, this is also thanks to the particularly sturdy rooftops in the ninja world. Without that, one careless leap would leave a gaping hole, and there'd be no more fun to be had. He soon arrived at the Hokage Tower, a venerable old building that had stood firm for 43 years. If it could avoid the calamity of Pain's invasion in the future, it would likely remain standing for years to come. Ling, Danzo didn't give you any trouble, did he? The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, set it down, and spoke in a gentle tone. It was fine, sir. Your ENBU arrived just in time. Ling replied politely, though his expression betrayed a distinct sense of disgust, making his stance clear and also responding to the Hokage's subtle probing. In that case, how about I make it up to you? Let me take you as my disciple. The third Hokage, wary of unforeseen complications, got straight to the point. This was both to put Uchiha Ling at ease and to send a warning to Danzo. What? That's wonderful. Ling bows to his new teacher. Ling's face instantly lit up with delight. This way, he wouldn't have to spend every day scheming about how to defect from the village. Ling had a vague inkling of the Hokage's true intentions, but this was an outcome he was more than happy to accept. Being a Hokage's student meant security, and if things ever came to a head, betraying the master was always an option. Every transmigrator knows that's a good deal. I'm glad you agreed. But I'll be honest, I'm usually quite busy and may not have much time to teach you directly. You'll have to study on your own most of the time. The third Hokage produced a scroll from who knows where and tossed it straight to Uchiha Ling. These are scrolls of various ninjutsu. Try learning them yourself. or ask Tsunade and the others if you need help. The Hokage knew that a genius like Ling hardly needed guidance to flourish. This would also save him a fair bit of trouble, especially with war looming on the horizon. Thank you, Master. I promise I'll study hard and make you proud. Ling tucked away the scroll, a wide smile on his face. After all, he just scored more ninjutsu for free, and there might even be some of the third Hokage's unique combination techniques in the mix. Oh, by the way, Ling, was it Orochimaru's snake you fought against today? The third Hokage suddenly recalled the massive snake-shaped crater left in the Forest of Death. It was clearly the mark of some colossal beast. Well, I'm not really sure. All I know is that it suddenly burst out from underground and attacked me, so I had no choice but to fight back. Ling put on an expression of complete innocence. She truly had no idea how to explain the origin of the giant serpent, so she had no choice but to let Orochimaru take the blame. Yes, I understand. This matter will remain confidential. You should go back and continue your studies, the third said, taking a drag from his pipe. Lost in thought, he wondered if Orochimaru was really behind it all, but in his heart, he was almost certain. After all, just yesterday Orochimaru had bid him farewell, saying he was off to complete a mission, and then had gone straight to the land of rivers. Perhaps this was merely a smokescreen to cover Orochimaru's true intentions. But then, why attack Ling? The third Hokage racked his brain, but couldn't find an answer. He was well aware that Orochimaru and Danzo were up to something behind his back. Yet, with the war looming and every shinobi needed, he had no choice but to let the matter drop. With age, he'd grown softer, more forgiving. The third Hokage snapped out of his reverie and noticed Ling watching him with concern. He smiled kindly. Is there anything else, Ling? Hiruzen Sarutobi knew his new apprentice was worried about him, and the warmth in his heart grew. That's all, but please take care of yourself, Sensei. You're the pillar of the Leaf Village, after all. Konoha can't afford to lose you. Ling spoke with utter sincerity. With the village now facing the threat of 4 great nations, they truly needed the third to hold things together. He laughed, deep and hearty. To help new buds grow, even the falling leaves must burn bright. It's all worthwhile. The third Hokage never missed a chance to extol the will of fire. And in the grand scheme of things, he was worthy of the Hokage name. Well, I'll take my leave now. Don't stay up working too late, Sensei. Ling knew all too well how much overtime a Hokage had to put in. Just looking at Kakashi and Naruto after they took the mantle was proof enough of how exhausting the job was. The third had divided his workload among 3 advisors, which did make things a bit easier. But with power shared, new risks inevitably arose. He was never very skilled at balancing power. Most of the time, it was just him and Danzo jockeying for control, while Hamura Mitokado and Kokoyudatane played little real part. His greatest strength was his compassion, and, in the end, also his undoing. Unable to hold all the power in Konoha, he distributed it, letting Danzo off the hook time and again, even after multiple assassination attempts. This allowed Danzo's influence to grow unchecked, hollowing out the great tree that was Konoha from within. It was his soft-heartedness that let Orochimaru slip away and, ultimately, led to his own death at his students' hands. On the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers, Orochimaru led a group of his subordinates, making haste toward a hidden rendezvous. Orochimaru-sama, it's 20 li to the meeting point. There are no ambushes within 5 li, reported a sensory ninja, eyes closed, focusing all his chakra on sensing the surroundings before giving his update. Full speed ahead, Orochimaru ordered, excitement flickering in his eyes as he thought of his negotiations with Tsunagakure. He licked his lips in anticipation. In order to obtain information from Orochimaru about the whereabouts of the third Kazekage, Ebizo brought the Suna Umbu with him, carrying 80 million ryo worth of desert gold. All of this was thanks to the current acting Kazekage, Raza, who had painstakingly spent over a month panning for gold in the desert to gather enough of it. In truth, he didn't want the third Kazekage to return, because he still wasn't certain he could secure the position of fourth Kazekage, especially with Yashimaru as a rival keeping him in check. If the third Kazekage were to come back, unpredictable complications might arise. Yet, he had no choice but to put on a show, acting as though he was dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the third Kazekage's cause. By now, Ebizo and the Umbu had already arrived in the land of rivers. However, since Orochimaru had chosen the meeting place, they could only wait anxiously for a signal. Ling would never have imagined that Orochimaru, just for money, would go so far as to sell out the whereabouts of the third Kazekage. Delaying for time should have been the smarter move. But ever since Orochimaru learned that he was unlikely to become Hokage, he had thrown himself into research on experiments and immortality with even greater fervor. With the third Hokage and Danzo restricting the funding for his experiments, Orochimaru grew ever more dissatisfied with the third Hokage's limitations. That's why he decided to make a tidy profit from this information, reasoning it was far better than handing it to the old man Sarutobi and getting nothing in return. Orochimaru quickly arrived at the designated location in the Land of Rivers. After thoroughly checking the area for any sign of an ambush, he summoned a snake to relay the meeting spot to Ebizo, then used the summoning technique to appear at Ebizo's side. Though anxiety showed on Ebizo's face, he didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, he circled around the area, investigating with care and caution. On both banks of an unnamed river in the Land of Rivers, Orochimaru and Ebizo stood facing each other across the water, each side warily watching the other. Orochimaru, where did you get your information about the third Kazekage? Ebizo asked, his voice tense. What he feared most was that the third Kazekage had already been captured by Konoha, turning him into a bargaining chip to threaten Sunagakure. That's not something you need to concern yourself with, Orochimaru replied, his tone mocking. You can only blame your Umbu for being useless, unable to find any trace of the third Kazekage. Orochimaru's words dripped with scorn, provoking the Suna Umbu until they could barely contain themselves. Here is the gold you asked for. But how can I be sure your information is genuine? Ebizo retorted, pulling out a massive sealing scroll and planting it firmly on the ground. Though he had already tried to judge whether Orochimaru really had any information, the final decision at the council meeting was to let him come in person. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, Orochimaru replied with a sly grin. I can always walk away. I'm sure Wagakure would be very interested in this information. That wicked smile made it clear. Orochimaru intended to get his price, one way or another. I hope you're not trying to deceive me. Otherwise, the Suna Umbu will never let you go, Ebizo threatened, forced to accept the deal. After a final warning, he handed over the sealing scroll. Slurp. Once my subordinates finish checking, the information will naturally be handed over. Orochimaru's subordinate first cast a summoning seal on the scroll, then began opening and inspecting it one by one. Lord Orochimaru, there are no issues, the subordinate reported respectfully, presenting the scroll to Orochimaru for review. As expected, Chiyo from the Sand Village is quite the trustworthy fellow. Next time your Kage goes missing, I'll certainly investigate with all my might, then sell the information back to your village. Orochimaru's words dripped with mockery, openly taunting the Sand Village. Chiyo's face twisted with barely restrained anger, veins bulging on his forehead, while the Sand's covert operatives grew restless, eager to act. Orochimaru, cease your empty boasting. Hand over the intel to me, or you'll all be buried here together. More Umbu appeared around Chiyo, newly arrived reinforcements. Counting them, there were hundreds, clear evidence they prepared for the worst. Relax, I wouldn't bother with fake intel, just to deceive you. The only question is if you can bear the truth. Orochimaru tossed the intelligence scroll straight to Chiyo, already preparing to withdraw. Leaving so soon? Wait until I verify this information. Don't let them escape. Chiyo, not to be underestimated, immediately ordered his Umbu to encircle Orochimaru's group. I knew this would happen, but I placed a seal on that scroll. No one can open it for 3 hours. Try to force it, and it'll destroy itself. Orochimaru smiled wickedly, utterly unconcerned about being surrounded. By all means, give it a try. See if you can break the seal. Chiyo gestured to a nearby Umbu skilled in sealing techniques, signaling him to attempt breaking the seal. The ninja tried for several minutes, but found no solution. Sweat poured down his face in heavy drops. He felt like a failure, unable to break the seal and forced to let Orochimaru go. Elder Chiyo, I'll take my leave for now. Remember, not to pursue for the next 3 hours. Otherwise, you'll never find the third Kazekage again. Orochimaru bowed his head low, a wicked smile curling his lips. The purple eyeshadow made his expression even more sinister. He then summoned a small snake, had it swallow the massive sealed scroll, and sent it slithering back to Ryuchi Cave. With a puff of smoke, Orochimaru and his subordinates vanished before Chiyo's eyes, leaving him looking both frustrated and conflicted. Lord Chiyo, that was just a shadow clone. Should we give chase? A sensory ninja scanned the area with all his might, but found no trace of Orochimaru within several miles. Pursue them. Split into 2 teams. One cuts through the border of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain to intercept Orochimaru in the Land of Fire. The other shadows them from a safe distance. Ebizo couldn't be sure if this mysterious information was true, so he had no choice but to order a risky capture of Orochimaru in order to interrogate him for more details. Orochimaru, ever the sly one, actually kept his real self near the border of the Land of Fire. As soon as he received news from his shadow clone, He and his companions immediately moved deeper into the country. Yet even so, Orochimaru slipped up. At that very moment, several puppet masters from Tsunagekyu's covert unit, skilled at controlling flying puppets, had already spotted him near the border. These were all part of Ebizo's cunning plan. However, rather than alerting Orochimaru, he quietly passed word to his two squads, urging them to rush to the scene at full speed. Over 3 hours later, Ebizo finished reading the information Orochimaru had provided about the third Hokage. His face grew even more grim. For within the report was a detailed account of Tsunagekyu's puppet genius, Sasori of the Red Sand, poisoning and ambushing the third Kazekage, complete with the location and supporting evidence. He dared not let this information reach Tsunagekyo. He couldn't bear the thought of his aged sister learning the truth, for it would break her heart. Besides, such news would only spark internal strife within the village, plunging Tsunagekyo into a precarious position. He knew, with almost absolute certainty, that the report was 90% true, and that was precisely what made it so difficult to accept. Orochimaru-sama, we're being watched. It's Tsunagekyo's aerial puppet masters. At last, a sensory ninja discovered Tsunagekyo's pursuit, and panic flickered across his face. How amusing. Immediately inform Danzo's route. Tell them Tsunagekyo's covert unit has invaded the land of fire. Let them tear each other apart. Orochimaru had always despised Danzo for holding evidence of his human experiments, threatening him at every turn to perform would release research. Now that he no longer sought the Hokage's seat, he was free from such blackmail, but that didn't mean he wouldn't take revenge. This was the perfect chance to deal Danzo a painful blow. If the opportunity arose again in the future, Orochimaru would not hesitate. When Danzo received Orochimaru's report, he immediately sensed something was off. How could Orochimaru know that Tsunagekyo's covert unit had invaded? He quickly ordered root operatives stationed at the border to collect intelligence, then made his way to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, this is intelligence just relayed by Orochimaru. Take a look. Danzo's face was dark with suspicion, wondering if Tsunagekyo was preparing to invade the land of fire. We must drive Tsunagekyo's invading forces out at once. The third Hokage didn't stop to ponder why Orochimaru would report Tsunagekyo's incursion. He only knew that the brazen Tsunagekyo covert unit had to be stopped. Hiruzen, just expel them? I believe we should eliminate them outright. Only then can we deter the restless ambitions of the other villages. This is a prime opportunity. Otherwise, the other shinobi villages will think we're weak. Shimura Danzo's face was turning a furious shade of green. Others were already trampling all over him. Yet Hiruzen still wanted to keep the peace and avoid any bloody conflict. All you need to do is order your root agents to obey. Don't go behind my back with any sneaky tricks. The third Hokage truly hoped to delay the war. Konoha had only just regained its strength, barely recovering from the second great ninja war a few years ago. He couldn't afford to let another war exhaust the village's resources. Every time a ninja world war broke out, it was always Konoha fighting against multiple enemy forces, wave after wave. These endless battles had left the village worn and weary. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo snapped, grabbing the intelligence report and stomping off with his cane, bristling with anger. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The third Hokage shot back reflexively, but his words only made Danzo walk even faster. Immediately, the third Hokage issued orders to pull back the border outposts along the land of fire and instructed the Umbu to sweep the country's interior, rooting out spies, bandits, and other uncertain threats. Meanwhile, Danzo dispatched 3 squads to the border to intercept the Sand Village's covert operatives. Orochimaru, however, had long since instructed his subordinates to split up using shadow clones and escape in 3 different directions. As a result, the already small number of Sand's flying puppet masters divided into pairs, each pursuing one of Orochimaru's decoy teams. Elder Chiyo's Umbu, meanwhile, had already crossed the border, advancing deep into the land of fire under hidden guidance. Watching the 2 puppet masters soaring above, Orochimaru's lips curled into a merciless smile. 2 wind-style ninjas followed a companion skilled in super beast imitating drawing, soaring through the clouds on inky birds conjured from his brush. But the 2 puppet masters were only chunin. Their skills were no match for the 2 jonin they faced, and puppet parts rained down from the sky as they fell. Orochimaru's scheme had succeeded. He had lured Danzo's root operatives, sent to intercept the Sands covert squad, directly into the path of the furious Elder Chiyo. Danzo, never one for half measures, had ordered his root to act with ruthless force, and the resulting clash was inevitable and fierce. What followed was a battle that everyone had anticipated, a dramatic showdown, with Elder Chiyo, still formidable in her old age, leading the charge. The two root squads Danzo had sent were completely wiped out, dealing a severe blow to the strength of his secret organization. Sand Village didn't escape unscathed, either. Of their 100-strong covert force, only a little over 30 made it back, an outcome that hurt them nearly as much as it hurt their enemy. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, most of Konoha's senior leaders were present, debating whether Sand Village should be punished for this incursion. Led by Danzo, the hawkish faction clamored for an immediate assault on the Land of Wind, arguing that the timing was perfect. Sand had just lost their third Kazekage and were leaderless. Lurking quietly in the corner, Orochimaru let out a soft, mocking laugh. He had profited handsomely from all of this. After all, he'd sold this very information to more than just Sand Village. Even the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages were sold a copy. As for the Hidden Mist, the current third Mizukage was under Uchiha Madara's control, playing at isolationism and turning the village into the Bloody Mist. This was a deal that couldn't be made, so the information was instead sold to the Bounty Guild, which in turn passed it on to both the major and minor shinobi villages. Konoha also paid to acquire this intelligence. Now, the bounty on Sasori of the Red Sand had skyrocketed, since everyone knew he possessed the puppet of the third Kazekage. Who wouldn't want to collect a Kage from one of the 5 great shinobi villages as a trophy? Especially one who could fight, endure, and wield the power of magnet release as a human puppet. Facing the aggressive and indignant Danzo, the third Hokage simply lowered his head, puffing on his pipe, carefully weighing the pros and cons. He didn't want to drag Konoha into the abyss during his term in office. He feared being forever nailed to the pillar of disgrace. No, Konoha must not be the first to start a war. This is our bottom line. With the ninja world's tensions ready to explode, Konoha did not wish to be the one to light the fuse. If they were invaded, at least they could claim the moral high ground, which would greatly help mobilize their own shinobi. You're still as weak as ever, Hiruzen. Are we, the greatest village in the ninja world, only capable of issuing condemnation? Danzo's cane nearly smashed through the floor, his heart once again filled with disappointment toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. All right, Danzo, Hiruzen, calm down. Discuss this properly. Midokado Hamura, the perennial meddler, quickly stepped in to soothe their tempers. As I thought, I should have been Hokage. With Hiruzen as Hokage, all we do is lose power and dignity. If I'd been the first to volunteer, if Sensei had chosen me, Konoha would have already crushed the other villages. Danzo kept these thoughts to himself, but his only remaining left eye flickered with a cold gleam, one that quickly faded. If Konoha launches a war, the other villages will swarm to declare war on us. They're only lacking a pretext to act, and our decision must not become that excuse. Hiruzen Sarutobi might be soft-hearted, but his insight was sharper even than Danzo's, when it came to reading the current state of the ninja world. On the other side, the neutral camp, headed by Nara Shikaku and the Inoshikacho trio, along with the Silent Sannin and the solemn Minato Namikes and Kushina Uzumaki, watched on. Whether it was for war or peace, they were ready to support either path, though none of them welcomed war. Shikaku dreaded the hassle. Inoichi wanted to spend time with his new wife, and Choza simply couldn't bear to part with Konoha's delicious food. If war broke out, he'd have no time to eat. Tsunade would not participate in the war. Her hemophobia was a serious problem. At most, she could help prepare antidotes to counter Chiyo's poisons from the hidden sand. Orochimaru, now flush with funds, was in the midst of ordering a vast array of equipment. Having finally made some headway with his living corpse reincarnation, he was in no mood to let the war disrupt his experiments. And then there were the 3 who truly loved peace. Jiraiya, thoroughly indoctrinated by the toads of Mount Myaboku, wished for nothing more than to find the child of prophecy and bring an end to the endless wars. Minato's only desires were to become Hokage and spend his days with Kushina Uzumaki. He, too, cherished peace and detested war, though he was not one to shy away from it. Kushina Uzumaki, on the other hand, knew that even if war broke out, she would never be allowed to take the stage. For her appearance on the battlefield would only signal Konoha's weakness to the world. After all, the ultimate weapon is always used as a last resort, and the tightly bound Ninetales sealed within her was left to listen, deeply irritated, to the human's conversation. Once, it had been a free fox roaming the mountains, content with lazing about and sparring with Shikaku. Who could have guessed that one day it would be targeted by a pair of red-eyed, half-mad maniacs? First, someone piloted a giant robot to beat it senseless. Then, a bewitching gaze robbed it of consciousness, and before it knew what had happened, it had become a servant at someone's feet, sealed away in a jar. It finally got a taste of freedom, only to run into another spiky-haired, red-eyed fellow. the reincarnation of Indra, no less. No questions asked, he controlled the fox and pitted it against a giant wooden avatar. It was quickly defeated, and then that wooden giant wrapped its hand around the fox's body as if it were nothing more than a helpless chick. Its controller even had the nerve to lecture it in a self-righteous tone. "Ninetails, your power is too great. I have no choice but to seal you." "To hell with that," the fox thought. "If my power is so great, how come you can squeeze me like a chick in your fist? Don't think I don't recognize you just because you've changed faces. You're nothing but the reincarnation of that foolish Ashura." And so it happily moved into a new home. When that home finally perished, it was shuffled into yet another. Only this time, its spacious apartment was swapped for a cramped cubbyhole. Day in, day out, it was bound and tormented. If there were animal rights laws in the ninja world, Kurama would have had them all in court by now. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, his brows furrowed in thought. "Old geezer, if you want to smoke, take it outside." Tsunade, having inhaled a breath of secondhand smoke, exploded in anger and smashed the Hokage's desk with a single punch. "Whatever you people want to do, it's got nothing to do with me." Tsunade stormed out, slamming the door behind her. The mention of war had dredged up memories of her lover Dan and her brother Nawaki, both lost to conflict. Sensei, you all go ahead and talk. I'll go check on Tsunade." Jiraiya, though no master of romance, made the right choice at that moment. "Old man, I'm going to check on Sister Tsunade." The only other person daring enough to show such disregard for both Danzo and the Hokage was Kushina Uzumaki. "Ah, sorry, Lord Hokage, esteemed elders. I'll go keep an eye on Kushina," Minato said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, but never losing his polite smile. "Go on, then," the third Hokage replied, not bothering to say more. There was no point. He was well aware of Tsunade and Kushina's dissatisfaction with him, for it was his signature on the mission application that sent Nawaki out in the first place. "Shikaku, what's your view?" The third Hokage turned to the only strategist in the room, reflexively seeking his counsel. Well, Lord Hokage, I think we should first make the crimes of Sunagake public, then demand reparations, and at the same time prepare for war." Shikaku could only voice this compromise, not wanting to offend either side. Though, truth be told, he disliked Danzo even more. Meanwhile, the arguments in the Hokage's office were completely unknown to her. She had no idea that, because of her, the third great ninja war might erupt ahead of schedule. At that moment, Ling was just leaving the training ground, having immersed herself in practice all morning. Her primary focus was the jutsu scroll given to her by the third Hokage. There were many techniques worth learning. From the content of the scroll, it was clear the third Hokage was truly sincere in taking her as a student. There was Ash Pile Burning and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet from the Fire style, Earth Flow River, Yellow Spring Swamp, Earth Dragon Bullet, and Earth Clone from the Earth style, Water Dragon Bullet with Four Seals, Water Gun, and Water Clone from the Water style, Lightning Needle for Pillar Binding, and Lightning Clone from the Lightning style, Vacuum Sphere and Beast Wave Palm from the Wind style. Most of these were B-rank techniques, but the true power of ninjutsu was never just about their rank. As long as one possessed enough chakra and excelled at chakra nature transformation, even lower-ranked jutsu could unleash overwhelming force. Walking back into the village, Ling was just about to find somewhere to satisfy her growing appetite. Her meals had increased along with her strength. Turning a corner, she instantly spotted Tsunade at the front of the group. But Tsunade's expression was far from her usual. Grief and anger warred for dominance on her face. Trailing close behind were Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and his girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki. The three of them looked at a loss, trying to comfort Tsunade, but unable to find the right moment to speak. "Minato-senpai, Kushina, are you two following Tsunade to the casino again?" Ling assumed Tsunade had lost at gambling once more and was now heading back for another round, with the others coming along to talk sense into her. "Kid, you said it. Off to the casino we go. I'm ready for a rampage tonight." Tsunade's sorrow vanished from her face, though she simply buried it deeper inside. She had always used gambling and drinking to numb her pain. Tsunade, maybe we shouldn't go to the casino. Can't we just gamble at home instead?" The thought of the casino made Kushina's scalp tingle. Every time, Tsunade would lose all her own money, and theirs as well. They'd always have to rely on transformation jutsu to escape. Then, inevitably, the casino owner would take the bill straight to the Hokage, which, in its own way, kept the economy of Konoha circulating. Yes, Tsunade, we'll join you for a game." Jiraiya chimed in, though he was flat broke. His last royalties had already been spent in a feast with Ling and Tsunade. "Oof. Do you really think I'll lose?" Tsunade retorted indignantly. She had indeed won before, but aside from that one victory over her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, every other win had come at the cost of some personal tragedy. Of course not, of course not. How could we ever think that? Minato quickly waved his hands, though beads of cold sweat continued to trickle down his forehead. Kid, what do you think of my gambling skills? It's just bad luck, not lack of skill, you know. Tsunade prided herself on over 30 years of gambling experience, convinced her technique was unmatched. Time and again, it was only misfortune or a cheating opponent that explained her losses. Well, I heard tales from all over the ninja world about a legendary big, easy mark. Would you happen to be that famous person? Ling finally realized Tsunade was in a foul mood. To pull her out of it, she needed a powerful emotion to take its place. Ling couldn't bring Tsunade genuine happiness, but perhaps anger could chase away her sorrow, even if it was a risky move. With a thud, Tsunade's fist landed squarely on Ling's head, instantly raising a sizable lump. Now, Ling truly looked like someone destined to stand out. Oomph, I'm not some big easy mark. That's just slander spread by others. Come on, let's have a match, and I'll show you real gambling skill. Without another word, Tsunade grabbed the still dizzy Ling and marched toward the Senju estate. Today, she was determined to prove to this little brat that she was no one's easy mark. Kushina and Minato exchanged a glance, and both could see relief in each other's eyes. Clearly, Ling's words had managed to pull Tsunade out of her sadness. That Ling kid's a good soul. We should invite her for another meal sometime. Just not with Tsunade, Jiraiya mused, catching on to Ling's good intentions and feeling a newfound fondness for her. This kid was nothing like the rest of the Uchiha. As Tsunade dragged her along, Ling suddenly received a message from her golden finger. She now had 4 new stable sources of emotional energy: Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kushina Uzumaki, and Minato Namikaze. The news filled her with joy. Combined with the 3 sources she'd earned before, Ling now had 7 stable emotion sources. Just 3 more, and she'd be eligible for another draw. The Senju ancestral home wasn't far away, occupying a prime location. Although the Senju clan had declined, and, with the second Hokage's policies, most members had married out and taken new names, the family estate had been divided into many small households. Yet the old house of Hashirama Senju still stood firm. Stepping into the courtyard of the Senju ancestral home and entering the main building, Tsunade immediately fetched her favorite gambling tools, ready to put her skills to the test. 3 dice. Listening to Tsunade brag, you'd think she was about to pull out some complicated gambling contraption, but to everyone's surprise, it was just the simplest dice game. Tsunade immediately caught the look of disdain on Ling's face, so she gave her another punch. In that instant, Ling's hair was knocked into a bun, making her look just like the legendary Neza. Kid, don't underestimate me. Even the simplest gambling tools can showcase the most formidable gambling skills. Tsunade picked up the dice cup and immediately started shaking it with all sorts of flashy moves, even adding some theatrical flourishes as if she were performing a magic trick. The 3 people who walked into the house saw Tsunade showing off her skills, but they all knew better than to pay attention. No matter how dazzling her technique, Tsunade always managed to lose in the end. All right, kid, how much you want to bet? Want to guess if it's big or small? Tsunade slammed the dice cup down on the table with a bold, heroic air, as if the god of gamblers had come to life. TCH, I'll bet today's lunch money. I'm betting on small. Ling slapped her entire day's allowance, 30,000 Rio, onto the table, looking just as bold and fearless. Ling felt this was an absolutely safe deal. She might not know much about gambling, but when it came to betting against Tsunade, victory was guaranteed. That's the confidence of a true winner. All right, Shizun, bring over the money, count out 30,000 Rio. Today, I'm settling the score with this little brat. Tsunade signaled to Shizun, who had just brought in tea, to fetch the money. She was determined to sweep the table today. Kushina, isn't it a bit early for Ling to be gambling at her age? Minato looked uneasy. He was worried Ling might follow in Tsunade's footsteps and become a habitual gambler, one who always loses. Don't worry, there's no way Tsunade can win. Looks like this little one's about to make a fortune today, said Jiraiya, completely unconcerned, sipping his tea and composing stories in his mind. I'm just worried Ling might keep winning against Sister Tsunade and develop a massive interest in gambling. Kushina Uzumaki added, face full of concern as she watched Tsunade and Ling, both with their chins held high, neither willing to admit defeat. Tsunade-sama, this is all the gambling money you have left for the month, 250,000 Rio. If you go over, you'll have to wait until the hospital pays you next month, Shizun said helplessly, clearly believing Tsunade was destined to lose. Tsunade brushed off Shizun's caution without a second thought. A true gambler never doubts her luck or her skills before the game even begins. Enough with the nagging. I'm going on a winning spree today. This little brat will be begging for mercy, Tsunade declared, counting out 30,000 Ryo and placing it on the table, beckoning Uchiha Ling to open the dice cup herself. Huh, Sister Tsunade, you're bound to lose today. Ling whipped off the dice cup in a flash. The 3 dice revealed their numbers for all to see. 2, 3, and 1. Clearly, the result was small, just as everyone expected. Oh wow, thank you for the sponsorship, Sister Tsunade. When I win later, dinner's on me. Everyone's invited. Ling snatched the 30,000 Ryo bills from Tsunade's hands in one swift motion, a wide grin spreading across her face. She was clearly overjoyed. After all, if you find yourself in the world of Naruto, how could you possibly pass up a chance to gamble with the legendary fat sheep of the shinobi world? If she were still a man, she'd make sure Tsunade lost everything, even her shirt and pants. Don't get cocky, kid. Winning the first round usually means you won't win the next, Tsunade snapped, the veins on her forehead throbbing in frustration. She could only watch her precious money slip away, reluctant to part with it. Come on, Tsunade, you shake the dice this time. Let's make sure your loss is beyond dispute. I'll still bet on small, Ling said, placing another 30,000 Ryo on the table, utterly unconcerned about whether Tsunade might try to cheat. Honestly, if Tsunade could or even wanted to cheat, there'd still be no chance for her to win. You brat, you'll regret this. Tsunade growled, grabbing the dice cup and shaking it fiercely, pouring all her skill and strength into it. It was as if she imagined Ling himself inside the cup, wanting to shake him to pieces. Open it. Compared to my gambling skills, your luck is nothing. Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest, chin lifted high, looking down at Ling with absolute confidence. Ah, if you insist on giving away your money, why bother? Why bother? I really don't want to win. I have no interest in taking your cash, Ling said, her tone dripping with mockery as she lifted the cup. Tsunade's face, outwardly calm, betrayed her nerves as she squinted, stealing a glance through her lashes at the result. What? Impossible. Ling stared in disbelief at the dice. 4-3-3. It was a large, not by much, but still a win for large. Suspecting she'd misread, Ling rubbed her eyes and even activated her Sharingan to double-check. The outcome remained the same. Tsunade's expression grew even more grave. Even Jiraiya and Kushina, who stood to the side, were drawn in by the gravity of the moment. They all knew exactly what it meant for Tsunade to win a bet. One more round, kid. I need to be sure of something, Tsunade demanded, assuming Ling didn't understand the true weight of her victory. Fine, you shake again, Ling replied, her voice dropping to match the seriousness in Tsunade's eyes, both of them now focused intently on the dice cup. Are we betting money this time? Ling asked, unsure if Tsunade's fortune-telling trick required cash on the line. Yes, 30,000 Ryo again. I'm betting on large, Tsunade declared, slapping her winnings back onto the table. Ling matched her with another 30,000. With a sharp thud, Tsunade slammed the cup down. Neither dared to lift it right away. Though she couldn't imagine having any loved ones left to lose, Tsunade was still afraid to take the risk. Her grandfather, her friends, and her dearest companions were all still on the line. Ling's hand trembled as she opened the dice cup, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Phew! Ling let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Tsunade's fortune-telling had nothing to do with this outcome. It was just a fair game. The dice showed a low number. Ling had won. The others also exhaled deeply, releasing the tension that had made the air feel suffocating just moments before. Tsunade's expression softened, and then she broke into a dazzling, radiant smile. She had found, once again, a rival worthy of her, a rare opponent who could match her win for win. Since the death of her great-grandfather, this was the first time she'd felt such excitement. Ah, Tsunade, it's lonely at the top. I won again. Piece of cake. No pressure at all, Ling boasted, as if her victory was a testament to her unmatched skill. Cut the nonsense. One more round. Although Tsunade had lost this hand, her spirits were high. She'd finally found someone to trade blows with, a kindred spirit in this back-and-forth contest. Unsurprisingly, Tsunade took the 4th round, and now it was her turn to gloat. Who dares call themselves undefeated? Who truly claims to be invincible? Tsunade's banter was no less sharp than Ling's, and to the 3 onlookers, it seemed the two had an endless arsenal of witty retorts. Again, in the 5th round, Ling won, and the spotlight shifted back to her as she reveled in her victory. And so, the entire afternoon passed in this playful rivalry, each winning in turn. Far from getting bored, their competitive banter only grew more spirited. It wasn't until Kushina Uzumaki and Shizen Kato arrived with a sumptuous dinner that the two finally called a truce. Tsunade, Ling, dinner's ready. Kushina's voice was followed by a thunderous rumble from both their stomachs. Clearly, hunger had caught up with them. Ling hadn't eaten lunch after her morning training, and now, with her gambling itch scratched, hunger crashed over her in waves. Both women's eyes gleamed green as they stared at the bountiful, mouth-watering feast before them. Once everyone was seated, the two of them grabbed their bowls and chopsticks in unison, shouting, "Let's eat!" To Minato and his friend's astonished eyes, Tsunade and Ling transformed into unstoppable eating machines, sweeping the table clean in a whirlwind of chopsticks and laughter. Half an hour later, after finishing the food from a third round of cooking, their bellies were finally appeased, the rebellion within quelled. Burp! Neither could hold it back. The room shook with the force of their monstrous belches. The sound was enough to startle Jiraiya, who promptly snorted tea out of his nose. It was quite the shock. One was the goddess he adored, the other, the usually cool and aloof Uchiha Ling. The contrast was so jarring it shattered his illusions, leaving him momentarily unsure of his feelings for Tsunade. Only Kushina, hearing their thunderous burps, burst into hearty, raucous laughter. Her laughter as unrestrained as their appetites. "All right, kid. Thanks for keeping me company at the gambling tables today. Here, this is for you." Tsunade pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Ling, a gesture that clearly signified her recognition and approval. Ling didn't even bother to look at it. Anything Tsunade handed over was guaranteed to be valuable, something that would fit her needs perfectly. "Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Kid, I hope you don't die young." Ling wiped imaginary sweat from her brow, feeling a bit sheepish in response to Tsunade's words. "As long as you don't give me the first Hokage's necklace, I think I'll probably be just fine." Of course, Ling kept that thought to herself, not wanting to touch a nerve and upset Tsunade further. "I'll do my best to stay alive. Even if another great ninja war breaks out, I'm determined to survive." Ling now understood the real reason behind Tsunade's anger that day. She hadn't expected that giving information to Orochimaru would help trigger the third great ninja war ahead of schedule. The realization weighed on her, leaving her feeling somewhat exhausted. Back at home, Uchiha Ling unrolled the scroll Tsunade had given her, guessing that it was most likely a medical ninjutsu legacy. Sure enough, she was right. The scroll began with instructions on how to break down chakra into cellular energy, then moved on to the process of transforming it with yang release. It started with the basics, healing techniques, blood-stopping jutsu, and so on. These all relied on decomposing chakra into cellular energy to slowly repair the body by activating its cells. Then came the most widely used techniques, the mystic palm technique, the extraction technique, and the chakra scalpel. Once these medical ninjutsu were mastered, one could become a pillar among medical ninja. The heads of hospitals and major ninja villages were usually at about this level. Beyond that, it depended on their individual areas of expertise. Techniques like creation rebirth, mitotic regeneration, the strength of 100 seal, these were all advanced applications of yang release. Ling certainly possessed yang release chakra, but because her 7 chakra natures were relatively balanced, her talent with yang release was far below Tsunade's, though still a good deal stronger than Sakura's. When it came to chakra control, Ling had already mastered even the more advanced superhuman strength, so learning medical ninjutsu only required her to deepen her understanding of human anatomy and the properties of various medicinal ingredients. All of this knowledge, Tsunade noted in the scroll, could be found in the Konoha library. The next day, Ling once again sent a shadow clone to attend classes at the Ninja Academy, while another went to the library to study the foundations of medical ninjutsu. Simply knowing medical ninjutsu would only qualify someone as a battle medic, able to treat external injuries at best. But a true medical ninja had to be a researcher, like a scientist, studying the body's subtle structures, the mechanisms of disease, clinical diagnostics, pharmaceutical chemistry, and the formulation of medicines. With deeper research, there were even greater mysteries to explore, the essence of bloodline limits, the link between genes and chakra, the mechanisms behind bloodline diseases, and so on. Ling aspired to become a learned person, so from now on, this shadow clone would take up permanent residence in the library, learning all kinds of theoretical knowledge alongside the shadow clone stationed at the Ninja Academy. One would immerse itself in reading at the library, while the other would borrow books to study independently at the Ninja Academy, all the while listening to lectures on the basics of ninja skills. A third shadow clone focused on practicing hand seals and taijutsu, while Ling's true self devoted her efforts to mastering chakra nature transformation and perfecting various ninjutsu. At the Ninja Academy, Ling's shadow clone had just stepped into the classroom when she noticed the usually silent and brooding Uchiha Shursui. Recently, Ling had rarely seen Shursui come out to train. He'd said he was undergoing special training within his clan. Now, judging by Shursui's expression, it was clear that the outcome of that training had not been good. "Shursui, are you all right?" Ling showed a hint of concern for her little lamb. if only to avoid receiving a message from her golden finger one day saying she'd lost a source of stable emotions. Oh, it's you, Ling. I'm fine, just a bit worn out from all the training. Seeing Ling, Shirsue's brow relaxed a little as he forced a smile and tried to reassure her, likely afraid she'd worry about him. These days, Shirsue truly had been receiving training, but it was root training. In the end, pressured by the clan's needs, he had joined Danzo's root. The family wanted him to serve as a bridge between the Hokage's faction and the Uchiha clan, but in reality, he'd become a double agent. Although Ling had become the Hokage's disciple, causing some of the clan elders to waver in their opinions. These elders believed there was no need for excessive interference. Just offer Ling some support, and, when she became Hokage or a high-ranking member of the Hokage's circle, the Uchiha's predicament would naturally improve. However, another faction saw all this as a mere ruse by the Hokage's side, a false comfort. Their attempts to secure the top 2 positions had failed, and then their efforts to clinch 3rd or 4th had also come to nothing. The 3rd Hokage was now out of reach. Kagami had failed and passed away. When the 4th Hokage came, they supported Fugaku, but that too ended in failure. Now, to hope for the 5th Hokage was, in their view, only courting another inevitable loss. In short, the Uchiha clan was now split into 3 factions. One advocated seizing power by force, the Hawks. Another preferred pacification and compromise, the Doves, and the last pinned their hopes on Ling, seeking to save the clan by helping her become the 5th Hokage. Ling herself was unaware that there were even clansmen who supported her or were preparing to follow her. Most likely, they thought Ling was still too young and needed further protection as she grew, so in the village, no one openly guarded her in daily life. They planned to assign her 3 jonin as bodyguards once she set foot on the battlefield. That was probably the extent of this faction's current strength. Ling enjoyed a very good reputation in the village, for she always greeted everyone with a warm smile and spoke with courtesy. She often lent a helping hand to the elderly or the disabled whenever they needed it. She didn't seem like a typical Uchiha at all, but after some influential and well-connected villagers revealed that Ling actually had a quarter Senju blood in her veins, she was embraced even more sincerely by the community. Back in the day, the entire Senju clan had merged into the ranks of Konoha's common folk. That was why so many brilliant talents had sprung up among the villagers over the years. All those small families with marital ties to the Senju clan took a particular liking to Ling. Ling herself had once suspected that Minato Namikaze might also carry Senju blood. After all, the Uzumaki bloodline was famously dominant. Look at Karen Uzumaki, who, despite being of mixed heritage, still had the red hair that marked her clan. But then there was Naruto Uzumaki. His hair had turned a bright golden blonde, a dramatic shift that hinted at something unusual in Minato's own bloodline. The only bloodline capable of causing such a transformation was the Senjus. Just look at Tsunade and Nawaki. Neither of them had red hair. These days, Shirsue only felt a little better when he saw Ling at the Ninja Academy. His gloom stemmed from the brutal training he received en route. It was ruthless to the extreme, completely erasing any trace of humanity. Framing, poisoning, assassinations, sowing discord, manipulating enemies for their own benefit. These methods shook Shirsue's core beliefs to the very foundation. Though he was loyal to Konoha, and though Danzo styled himself as the executor of the will of fire, Shirsue could never fully accept it. Ling had once told him, if you want to judge someone, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do, and watch for a long time. If someone could devote a lifetime to doing good, even if in disguise, then he is a good person. He found this logic sound, and Ling's analysis of the will of fire rang much truer than Danzo's indoctrination. Danzo was the kind of person who preached one thing and practiced another. His words and actions never matched, and that, in Shirsue's eyes, could never represent the true will of fire. You could say Danzo was loyal to Konoha, but only under one condition, that it was a Konoha under his personal control. I'm just glad you're all right. If anything troubles you, you can always talk to me. I'd be happy to listen and help you figure things out, Ling said, patting Shirsue on the shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie that left him both amused and exasperated. Shirsue couldn't bring himself to erase his own humanity and become just another tool of Root. The pain of trying to fit into a group where he didn't belong was almost unbearable. Ling, however, didn't dwell any further on Shirsue's troubles. He was already in her grasp. There was no need to invest more effort. She had assumed that this morning would be yet another dull lecture on the theory of ninjutsu, so she simply pulled out a book she'd borrowed from the Konoha library, Principles of Sealing Techniques, and began to read. As a shadow clone with her own personality, how could she simply watch whatever the original body decided to watch? She had no interest in medical ninjutsu at all. It was better to leave that to number 2 Ling, who enjoyed spending hours in the library. In her opinion, sealing techniques were far more useful than medical ninjutsu. After all, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the only things that could truly inflict harm were taijutsu, senjutsu, and sealing techniques. Senjutsu was something her original body practiced every night in the realm of Zhuang. Once her chakra reserves were sufficient, she'd be able to meet the requirements for that training. As for taijutsu, Ling felt she was making swift progress. Her heavy blade technique was already taking shape. All she needed now was to gain more combat experience and polish her skills further. But when it came to sealing techniques, that responsibility fell on her, the ever-worrying number 1 Ling. The basic runes of sealing were certainly obscure, but for a top student like Ling, they posed no real challenge. Homeroom teacher Nakamura Hirohiko wasn't surprised to see Ling buried in her own books, paying no attention to the lesson. Whether it was him or other teachers, they all knew that if they quizzed Ling on anything from the curriculum, she would always have a right answer. So, seeing her read about other topics during class was nothing unusual. He simply turned a blind eye. After all, if even the 3rd Hokage didn't mind, why should he be concerned? Every day, Nakamura Hirohiko reported Ling's performance to the 3rd Hokage. This was an old habit that Hiruzen Sarutobi himself had requested. To truly understand a person, constant observation was necessary. No one could keep up a facade forever. He needed to confirm whether Ling was truly as she appeared to be. Yet, Hiruzen Sarutobi had miscalculated, for Ling had always shown her true self from the very beginning. She knew it was impossible to pretend forever. Otherwise, if Ling were truly deceitful or harbored ill intent, how could she possibly get along so well with Kushina Uzumaki, who was practically a walking detector of malice? Although the Nine Tails wouldn't actively warn Kushina, as a Jinchuriki with a Kagura mind's eye, she naturally possessed such abilities. There was no way she would befriend someone with impure intentions. Ling had always treated others with sincerity. Sometimes what seemed like a mask was, in fact, just her nature. Human nature is complicated, after all. Just because she had a multifaceted personality didn't mean her intentions were impure. If possible, Ling too wished she could become the successor to the Will of Fire. Starting her own journey from scratch would never compare to inheriting a legacy directly. Ling was even looking forward to the day of the Fourth Great War, imagining the expression on Tobarama Senju's face, a man born with a dark heart, when he saw an Uchiha child, also born with a hint of darkness, ascend to the Hokage's seat. That would be quite a spectacle. Still, it was nothing more than Ling's idle fantasy. Tobarama Senju wasn't that petty after all. All right, this morning we'll have practical combat class. You'll be working together with Class A from a 2nd year, Nakamura Hirohiko announced. He, too, felt it was a bit early to pit new students against each other in real combat, but this was the will of the 3rd Hokage. There was nothing he could do about it. In truth, Hiruzen Sarutobi was here to see whether the current Konoha Ninja Academy could truly prove itself. With the 3rd Great Ninja War looming on the horizon, the students of the academy would inevitably have to graduate early. Putting them through tougher training now would at least increase their chances of survival. Of course, Ling was entirely unaware of the schemes her so-called teacher was plotting. At this moment, her mind was occupied with pondering the principles behind the combination of sealing technique runes. Sealing techniques were indeed fascinating. They felt somewhat out of place within the modern shinobi system, more reminiscent of the methods used by ancient shrine maidens and priests. In fact, before Kagaya Otsutsuki descended upon this world, it seemed logical that things would have evolved along the lines of spirits, monsters, and priestesses. Unfortunately, that path was twisted by the arrival of the God Tree. What used to be a spiritual cultivation system has, over time, become what is now known as senjutsu. Those early practitioners of spiritual arts observed the world, spirits, and deities, and from their insights, created these powerful written symbols. These potent pictographic runes eventually evolved into the sealing technique symbols used today. Otherwise, how could something based on the chakra system possibly seal away the progenitor of chakra itself? Senjutsu and sealing techniques must be the lasting legacies left behind by those ancient spiritual practitioners. That's why they can transcend the chakra system and even seal away the originator of chakra. It goes to show that the chakra system itself is fundamentally flawed. When facing beings of a higher order, it is utterly suppressed. The Renegade's ability to absorb chakra is no mere exaggeration. As the ninja system has developed to this day, aside from the inherited arts of senjutsu and sealing, perhaps only the 4 gates of the 8 gates release formation, certain space-time jutsu, and some rare eye techniques still hold any real power. Drawing her wandering thoughts back, Ling had already followed the group to the training grounds, where the homeroom teacher and students of Class 2A were already waiting. Mr. Nakamura, I hear your class has produced quite a few prodigies this year. Looks like that outstanding teacher title is in the bag for you. A cold young man with a black eye patch greeted Hirohiko Nakamura with a sly, insincere smile. From his demeanor, he was likely the teacher of Class 2A. You flatter me, Mr. Wagatsuma. Don't you have students from both the Hyuga main family and the Ino Shikacho clans in your class? Hirohiko Nakamura had no patience for small talk with this man. One was a retired AMBU teacher appointed by the Hokage, the other a root operative assigned by Danzo. Everyone knew the score. They were both here to scout for talent for their respective factions. Wagatsuma Koi was just a taijutsu instructor, not a homeroom teacher. Danzo didn't have the sway to appoint a full teacher. Even getting him in as an instructor was only possible with Hiruzen Sarutobi's reluctant approval. Well, since everyone's here, let's move straight to drawing lots. Those with matching numbers will spar against each other. Hirohiko Nakamura brought out 2 cardboard boxes and had the students from both classes draw their numbers accordingly. Although Ling was further back in line, she still managed to draw a number near the front, number 9. Because Nakamura, Hirohiko, and Abiko Koi were each supervising 4 pairs of children sparring at a time, Ling would be up in the next round. So, she could only watch as the other kids began their simple and clumsy taijutsu matches. Some of them didn't even have any technique to speak of. They just flailed their fists wildly, making Ling feel somewhat bored. In truth, the second-year students did have a clear advantage in terms of physical strength compared to the first years. On average, their performance was a bit better. Out of the 8 pairs competing, 5 of the winners were second years, though to Ling's eyes, they were all still rather unskilled. Next, it was Ling's turn. She stepped forward with 4 other students, but those who knew her true strength, like Shui and Hei Gecko, didn't bother to cheer for her. Ling's opponent was a boy from a civilian family. Though he looked sturdier than Ling, his confidence came mostly from the fact that she wasn't wearing anything bearing the Uchiha clan crest. In fact, Ling considered herself more a member of the Yagyu family, since her mother had married into the clan, rather than her father marrying out of it. But now, thanks to a handful of stubborn old men in the Uchiha clan, she'd been forcibly added to their family register and branded with their name. Ling looked at her opponent and found it all rather dull. His chakra reserves weren't even on par with a genin. He was just an ordinary academy student. Still, this relatively sturdy boy stood before her, brimming with confidence. He formed a seal of confrontation and shot Ling a rather provocative look. With a wave of Nakamura Hirohiko's hand and a sharp call, "Begin!" The match started. The boy drew 3 shuriken and, with a rather sloppy technique, hurled them at Ling. He then dashed forward, arms reaching behind him in a clumsy imitation of a ninja run, lowering his body as if that might make him faster. Ling barely spared the shuriken a glance. With the smallest shift of her body and a few graceful steps to the side, she easily avoided the attack. The boy looked surprised, but quickly convinced himself the little girl had just gotten lucky. Once he was in front of Ling, he reached behind to pull a kunai from his tool pouch, gripping it in reverse and sweeping it out in a bid to win with a single strike. Ling couldn't even be bothered to open her eyes. She simply raised her leg and, with a swift whip kick, struck the boy's face, her attack landing before he could even finish his move. Of course, Ling held back. She hadn't used even a fraction of her true strength. She had no intention of cracking his skull in a mere spar. Even so, her whip kick left his face twisted and his teeth loosened. The boy was sent flying, tumbling across the ground. He struggled for a moment, but in the end, couldn't get up. Match over. Uchiha Ling is the winner. Form the seal of reconciliation. Nakamura Hirohiko hadn't even finished speaking when he realized that the little brat had already fainted. Fortunately, after a quick check, he found there was nothing serious, just some minor injuries, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Ling, I know you're strong, and you did pull your punches this time, but it was still a bit much," he said. Nakamura Hirohiko had learned about Uchiha Ling's strength from the third Hokage himself, so he didn't blame Ling for what had happened. "All right, I get it. But honestly, it's his fault for being so weak and still acting all arrogant," Ling replied with a pout, feeling that he had exercised enough restraint. It was just that his strength had improved a lot lately, and he hadn't fully gotten used to it yet. "Oof. You brat from the Uchiha clan? I'll remember you," came a voice as Wasaniko Koi strode over. As a member of the Root, he naturally hated what Danzo hated, and, if anything, his resentment was even stronger. See, Ling had only roughed up his student a little, and already this man held a grudge stronger than Danzo himself. Truly, he was even more petty. From the way he acted, Ling was certain now that Wasaniko Koi was a spy planted in the Ninja Academy by Root. But instead of feeling upset, Ling was actually a bit pleased. Wasaniko Koi had just given him a steady new source of emotional energy for free. That's right. Ling's stable sources of emotional energy had now reached 8, and what Wasaniko Koi provided was hatred, a stark contrast to the friendliness represented by the previous 7. This made Ling think that the Root organization was full of truly wonderful people. Maybe it was worth provoking Root a few more times, so more of Danzo's diehard followers would come hate him. It seemed like a good plan. Hatred was much easier to cultivate than goodwill. Things like killing one's parents or stealing one's spouse and so on. After that came a string of dull matches. Well-known names like Hate Gecko and Yugao Yuzuki naturally came out on top. What caught Ling's attention, however, was that among the second years, there was actually a Hyuga from the main family. A boy so proud he seemed ready to hold his nose in the air. And to be fair, the boy did have some talent. He could already use the 8 trigrams 4 palms, and even managed to defeat Uchiha Toka, who was considered an elite of the class, though he only knew basic taijutsu and throwing techniques. Ling wasn't surprised. After all, opening the Sharingan was much harder than awakening the Byakugan, and the Byakugan had a clear advantage in the early stages. Some unlucky souls, even after their whole clan was wiped out, could only open a single tomo. Without Indra's chakra, they'd probably never rise to greatness. And then there were the truly gifted ones, who only needed to kill a single person to awaken the Sharingan. But having less complex emotions could be a blessing in itself. Other Uchiha either killed themselves, lost their will to live, or dreamed of creating a world with Rin in it. So, when a Byakugan-wielding Hyuga from the main family faced an ordinary Uchiha ninja without the Sharingan, there was no surprise in the outcome. After that, Ling's opponent turned out to be Ebisu, the sunglasses-wearing ninja, someone who could be compared to Jiraiya himself. Ebisu is probably just a bit younger than Kakashi, and our protagonist is about 3 years younger than Kakashi, so if Ebisu entered the academy at 6, it's plausible he's a year ahead of Ling. Anyway, this is just a secondary setting detail, no need to get hung up on it. But when it comes to lechery, he's the real rival. If he ever ended up in the same camp as the Hokage, Ling wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, the way he faints with a nosebleed in the face of seductive jutsu is identical. Well, what a cute little girl. Your name's Uchiha Ling, right? That's such a lovely name. I'm Ebisu. You should remember that now. Despite being so young, he already had the same sleazy vibe he'd be known for in the future, making Ling's eye twitch in exasperation. She decided Ebisu deserved the same treatment as Jiraiya. Shursui, who was watching Ling closely, and Hate Gecko were both ready to step in and teach this creep a lesson, if needed, warning him to stay far away from Ling. Anko Mitarashi was nibbling on a dango, but seeing Ebisu's ridiculously lecherous antics, she found the treat suddenly lost all its flavor. At Nakamura Hirohiko's call for the match to begin, Ling took the initiative. She had no desire to see Ebisu's flushed, excited face any longer. With a flicker, Ling vanished from her spot, reappearing instantly right beside Ebisu. Though Ebisu saw her close in, his body couldn't keep up. The smirk on his face twisted into terror. A body flicker, so fast, so strong. Some sharp-eyed ninja academy students from the clans recognized the technique Ling used. But what they felt most was fear. After all, the body flicker technique is usually only performed by those at the Chunin level or higher, both in terms of skill and chakra reserves. This meant Ling's ability was at least on par with the Chunin, not something any first or second-year academy students could hope to challenge. Even Hugo Lingyun, who prided himself as the Leaf's most gifted, had to admit he was outmatched. Still, he stubbornly clung to the belief that if he activated his Byakugan and used his gentle fist, he might just stand a chance. Ling calmly retracted her leg and landed back on the ground, and naturally, Ebisu was nowhere in sight. He'd been sent flying, promptly knocked out cold. She hadn't been harsh. She'd simply ensured Ebisu would spend the next week enjoying the unique pleasure of a stiff neck. Soon, both classes were down to just a handful of students. First years had only Uchiha Shursui, Ling, Hate Gecko, Yugao Yuzuki, and Anko Mitarashi remaining. On the other side, the second years still had Hyuga Lingyun from the main family, Hyuga Zuyun from the branch family, and 5 others from the supporting lines of the Ino Shikacho clans. In the next match, Uchiha Shursui faced off against Hyuga Lingyun. As expected, Shursui won effortlessly. 1 crow substitution and a single Jinjutsu were enough to secure victory. As for Ling, when she faced Hyuga Zuyun, it was even simpler. With a single body flicker and a swift hand strike, she knocked him out cold. In the following 3-way duel, it was the Sword Masters, Hate Gecko and Yugao Yuzuki, who triumphed over the branch members of the Ino Shikacho clans, who had yet to master their family's secret techniques. Only Anko Mitarashi, before she became a disciple of Orochimaru, nearly lost to the pudgy branch member of the Akimichi clan. In the end, she scraped out a miserable victory. Thus, the first-year class completely defeated the second-year class astonishing both the academy and the entire Hidden Leaf village. Ling, however, found it all rather dull. Apart from Shursui Uchiha, no one in the Ninja Academy could match him in a single bout. He would much rather immerse himself in quiet study of the fundamental runes of sealing techniques. Perhaps due to the incomplete inheritance he'd received, these sealing runes had no individual meanings. Instead, only the collective wisdom of predecessors remained, a string of runes assembled to express a rather simple idea. Ling couldn't tell if this was because the library's basic sealing theory lacked the details, or if the knowledge had simply been lost to time. The Hidden Leaf was quite stingy as well. Ling scoured the entire library and found only a few E-rank jutsu, such as the rope escape technique and the imitation voice technique. As for sealing techniques, he managed to find just one, a basic lamp array. Its principle was simple, its execution even simpler. One hand sign was all it took. This became the very first sealing jutsu Ling learned. Its effect was somewhat similar to the Nara clan's shadow paralysis technique. By using sealing runes, it could temporarily trap an enemy's body, though only for a brief moment, and the effect was fragile, easily broken free from. Still, it was better than nothing. Fortunately, Ling's main goal was to study the fundamentals of sealing arts. He could take his time, learning more advanced sealing techniques in the future. As long as the foundation was solid, learning anything would be swift. For instance, at this moment, Ling's main body was focusing on practicing the healing technique. After his shadow clone, who'd been studying medical basics in the library, dispersed and returned its knowledge, Ling began to experiment with this most basic of medical ninjutsu. The basic principle of this technique is to return chakra to its original form, releasing it as mental energy and cellular energy, then using the latter to enhance cell activity and speed up their division. Compared to the mystical palm technique, which can heal injuries in minutes, this method merely reduces a week-long recovery to 2 or 3 days. So, how did he practice this jutsu? For that, he had the small animals of the Forest of Death to thank. Earlier, during training, a rabbit had been severely injured by the aftershock of his power punch, so it became Ling's test subject for practice. Fortunately, while this jutsu is simple, it's also quite safe. Unlike the mystical palm technique, a lapse in control wouldn't cause abnormal cell proliferation in a specific area. That may not sound like much, but put another way, it's what you'd recognize as a tumor, though a benign one. Because the mystical palm technique heals so rapidly, it can sometimes cause excessive cell division, which is why it's rumored to shorten the user's lifespan. In this unscientific world of ninjas, the Hayflick limit somehow still exists, though perhaps it's set a bit higher than for humans on Earth. Even so, a cell can only divide 100 times before it must die, its genetic material collapsing in the process. Logically, a Hayflick limit that allows over 100 divisions should grant a much longer lifespan compared to Earth's 60 or 70. But there's a catch. You see, you're forgetting that the people in the ninja world have roughly twice as many cells as regular humans, so their actual lifespans end up being about the same. Everyone starts from a single fertilized egg, and while the higher Hayflick limit means each cell can divide more times, the sheer number of cells needed to form their bodies cancels out any real gain. This is also why people in the ninja world possess greater physical strength and resilience than ordinary humans. The truth is, even if you solve the problem of the Hayflick limit and your cells could multiply endlessly, you'd still have to die. Take Hashirama Senju, for example. Years after his death, his cells remained brimming with life. Planted in another body, they would multiply wildly, behaving no differently from cancer cells. Ling was quite curious about how Hashirama actually died, and she had 2 theories. One was that during the final battle at the Valley of the End, his soul was grievously wounded by Madara Uchiha. Death by a soul wound fits the original story suggestion that Hashirama died from serious injuries. After all, his body was still in peak condition with no signs of age or decay when he passed. The second theory was that Hashirama's cells multiplied so much that his body simply ran out of nutrients and he died as a result. But that idea seems a bit far-fetched. After all, his body wasn't infinitely large, so boundless cell growth doesn't really make sense. Then there's Orochimaru, a scientist who studied Hashirama cells. He knew full well how vigorous and seemingly endless their growth was, a clear recipe for immortality. Yet, Orochimaru never chose to use Hashirama's cells for his own immortality. Instead, he remained obsessed with achieving eternal life through the soul, willingly changing bodies again and again. Even though this soul transfer technique made him more vulnerable to illusions, Orochimaru never gave up swapping bodies for the sake of living forever. Clearly, he had discovered something crucial. In a ninja world, Only by preserving the soul can one achieve true immortality. For instance, Hamura Otsutsuki has existed all this time as a soul. Even the body of the Sage of Six Paths has perished, and that was the very first sage in history. Yet even he couldn't preserve his physical form forever. What, then, is the secret that allows the three great sanctuaries toads, snakes, and slugs to live for thousands of years? There must be hidden mysteries within chakra and sage mode, but Ling still hasn't unraveled them. Ling believed that with her current strength, she could easily subdue the giant elephant and the charging ox. But being inside the Konoha barrier meant that even the slightest disturbance would draw attention. That would be hard to explain. Last time, she managed to talk her way out of taming the giant snake, but to tame these two Shikigami, she'd have to find a way to leave Konoha again. Watching the lively little rabbit squirming in her hands, Ling couldn't help but break into a heartfelt smile. She had finally mastered the healing technique. Next on her list was the hemostasis technique. This one worked on much the same principle as healing, except that the target this time was the blood vessels. It was a method for stopping bleeding quickly on the battlefield, because sometimes there simply wasn't time to patiently heal every wound. Every second counted in combat, so it didn't matter if the wound itself remained. As long as the blood vessels were sealed, you could just wrap a bandage around it, and voila, another brand new foot soldier ready to be sent back into the fray. Since this technique focused specifically on stimulating blood vessel regeneration, it required more advanced knowledge, a thorough understanding of the names and locations of human blood vessels. Ling's shadow clone had spent a whole morning at the library memorizing all that, though unfortunately, she hadn't managed to remember the blood vessels of other animals. But when it came to practicing the technique, she couldn't very well cut herself open, so, regretfully, the little rabbit would have to bear the brunt. With a twinge of sadness and guilt, Ling drew a kunai across the rabbit's hind leg. Tears of remorse welled up uncontrollably at the corners of her mouth, for the thought of spicy rabbit stew flashed through her mind. Shaking off such distractions, Ling trapped the struggling white rabbit in a circle of light, its red eyes glimmering with what almost looked like gratitude. Although she wasn't sure exactly where the rabbit's blood vessels ran, Ling had come prepared. She would use the perception technique, a foundational ninjutsu. This technique, a basic rank skill she'd learned at the library, allowed her to send out waves of chakra that could sense the structure of objects within a certain range. Originally, this ninjutsu was used for security screening, much like a body scanner at a checkpoint, designed to spot any suspicious individuals passing by. When used on a rabbit, the clarity surpassed even X-rays, revealing blood vessels, muscles, and bones in crisp detail. It was the pinnacle of high-tech scanning, really. There were times when the convenience of ninjutsu and chakra was truly astonishing. If it weren't for Black Zetsu constantly stirring up wars from the shadows, perhaps the ninja world would already be exploring the stars by now. They might even have launched a counterattack on the Otsutsuki homeworld, sending Kagaya Otsutsuki back to visit her family after marriage and children, since she hadn't returned in over 1,000 years. That kind of neglect was truly unfilial. Forming a series of seals, Ling gathered a bluish-green glow in her right hand and pressed it gently to the rabbit's wounded leg. The chakra dissolved into cellular energy, gathering precisely around the blood vessels in the rabbit's wound. It was delicate work, and any misstep could lead to disaster. For example, if the surrounding tissues proliferated instead, it could block the blood vessels. That might stop the bleeding on the surface, but in reality, the vessel would be clogged. Soon enough, the area would turn dark and swollen, filling with trapped blood. Sorry, little rabbit. My first time's a bit clumsy, but I'll get the hang of it after a few more tries. Thank you for your contribution to the advancement of human medicine. Ling, feeling rather embarrassed, carefully removed the proliferative polyp that was blocking the blood vessel at the wound, and then clumsily tried to heal the rabbit's blood vessel again. After several different types of mistakes, and with the rabbit already foaming at the mouth and rolling its eyes, she finally managed to reconnect the vessel. It seems I really need to learn how to do proper sutures. Otherwise, sometimes when the vessel retracts, it just makes the whole healing process take even longer, Ling muttered, recording the knowledge she still needed to learn and the issues she encountered during treatment in her notebook, making a mental note to ask that big, fat sheep for advice next time. Seeing the rabbit looking rather pale from blood loss, Ling decided to restore its blood volume to prevent anemia from affecting its health. So, with only some basic medical knowledge and her fumble-fingered prairie vet skills, Ling prepared to use a much more advanced medical ninjutsu. This was the blood creation technique, which involved stimulating the hematopoietic stem cells in bone marrow with cellular energy, prompting them to produce red blood cells, platelets, and white blood cells. The hand seals were roughly the same as before, just with a few more steps to further focus and gather the chakra. Because hematopoietic stem cells are located in dangerous areas, like the skull, spine, and pelvis, one careless move could damage brain or nerve cells, turning an anemic patient into someone with brain damage or paralysis. To play it safe, Ling didn't start with the rabbit spine, where red marrow is abundant, but instead targeted its ribs. As she gathered chakra to the marrow and delicately controlled the cellular energy to activate the stem cells, she coaxed them into dividing and differentiating. The process went so smoothly that Ling herself could hardly believe it. She thought she might be a genius, with everything falling into place perfectly. But when the whites of the rabbit's eyes started to swell and redden with blood, and its floppy ears began to stand up as if being inflated with a vivid red flush spreading across them, Ling realized she'd probably failed again. This time, she hadn't controlled the chakra properly, causing a massive overproduction of blood. In the blink of an eye, she'd turned an anemic rabbit into a hypertensive one. Before Ling could disperse the excess chakra, the rabbit let out a series of sharp screeches, its eyes burst, and it collapsed on the ground, dead as a board. Blood continued to spurt from the wound in a gruesome display. Fortunately, Ling moved quickly enough to avoid getting soaked in the spray. Poor little rabbit. To thank you for your contribution to medicine, I've decided you'll stay in my belly forever, Ling said, picking up the rabbit by its ears and bleeding it with a kunai to keep the smell from affecting the taste. Jino could only think that Konoha was still far too dangerous. A 5-year-old girl could play such bloody games without even batting an eye. After finishing this maintenance work behind the explosive tags hidden in the Leaf Village, it's best to leave quickly, in case some lunatic takes notice. Although he was a jonin, fighting was never his strong suit. He had only come to the Forest of Death, planning to circle around and reach the Hokage Rock from here. He never expected to witness this scene. Who's there? I've already noticed you. Come out. With Ling's perception skills, she quickly detected Jeno. She assumed it was someone from the Root Division coming after her. Although Jeno was a jonin, in Yinyang Village, a minor ninja village, that didn't mean much. Compared to the Leaf Chunin, he wasn't much better. At best, he was on the level of an elite Chunin. So, being discovered by Ling was not surprising. Don't be alarmed, young lady. I'm Jino, a master architect here on a sightseeing tour of the Leaf. Jino announced his cover identity and stepped out from the bushes, adopting the friendly air of a cultured gentleman. Ling's pupils contracted. In an instant, she recognized this was the very man whose infiltration had nearly blown the entire Leaf Village sky high. During the Second Great Ninja War, he'd been ordered to infiltrate the Leaf and plant explosive tags, preparing to launch a coordinated attack from within when Yinyang Village invaded. Unfortunately for him, a twist of fate led to Yinyang Village being overrun by Takigakure, and the plan was never set in motion. Still, he returned to the Leaf every year to check and maintain the explosive tags he'd hidden. This ruthless man had placed a vast number of explosive tags in the Hokage Rock and throughout many buildings in the Leaf, concealing them with secret techniques so well that even the Hyuga clan couldn't detect them. A bit of creative liberty here. In the original, Byakugan could see chakra and should have discovered them. But if the Leaf was riddled with explosive tags, wouldn't the Hyuga ever have activated their Byakugan in the village? Masashi Kishimoto left some plot holes here. Doesn't make much sense. Oh, then maybe you shouldn't be wandering near the Forest of Death. There are a lot of wild beasts in there. It's dangerous. Ling, apart from that fleeting look in her eyes, betrayed nothing. She acted just like any ordinary student from the Ninja Academy, running into a stranger in the Forest of Death. I must have gotten lost. My apologies, Jino said, pushing up his glasses and laughing awkwardly. Jino realized this young girl was no ordinary child. At her age, venturing alone into the Forest of Death, and even leaving out the scent of blood to attract wild beasts, spoke volumes. And even though he hadn't used his secret techniques to hide his presence, it was still far beyond what a typical genin could have detected. I see. Well then, let me escort you out of the Forest of Death. As Ling spoke, she began skinning the rabbit she'd bled earlier, removing its head and limbs, burying them with the innards in the earth. Then, carrying the rabbit meat, she prepared to leave. Thank you, young lady. Jino had no other intentions for now. There would be plenty of chances in the future to check on things. For now, it was best not to stir up suspicion. As she made her way out of the Forest of Death, Ling kept a watchful eye on Jinyu, quietly noting that he looked several decades younger than when he had appeared in the original story. Wearing black-rimmed glasses and a brown bowl-shaped cap on his head, he was dressed entirely in brown, shirt, scarf, and all. He hardly looked like a ninja at all, which explained how he had managed to keep up his disguise for so many years. Ling pondered what to do about Jinyu. Should she let him go, or report him to the third Hokage and leave it to Konoha to deal with him. Suddenly, a mournful wolf howl echoed through the forest, soon followed by a chorus of howls rising and falling all around them. Were there wolves in the forest of death? Ling wasn't sure. She had never encountered one before. It was usually insects and snakes that dominated this place. But the moment she heard the wolves, an idea sparked in her mind. She cast a subtle glance at Jinoyu, who was putting on a convincing display of panic. He was a talented actor, fitting for the ace spy of Inyo Village, a master of mechanisms and traps, and truly one of the standouts from the Second Great Ninja War. Mr. Jinoyu, don't worry. I may be just a student who hasn't graduated yet, but I'll protect you, Ling said, stepping in front of him and drawing a kunai. She was testing to see if Jinoyu would make a move against her. How he responded would decide how she would deal with him next. Jinoyu's eyes flickered with hesitation as he saw Ling standing in front of him, exposing her back completely defenseless. For a moment, he struggled internally, but in the end he did not attack. Ling, in fact, had already used the rabbit substitution technique, leaving only a decoy of scattered rabbits in her place. It was her insurance against any sudden betrayal from Jinoyu. Soon enough, a pack of more than a dozen gray wolves emerged from the trees. Leading them was a massive white-furred wolf, its shoulders nearly 2 meters tall, and its body radiating a powerful chakra. Be careful, Mr. Jinoyu. That's a wolf king. It's a ninja beast, and extremely dangerous, Ling said, feigning the nerves of a student, her voice trembling and her legs shaking, yet still keeping the ordinary man, Jinoyu, safely behind her. Jinoyu felt a surge of emotion. This brave little girl, though clearly terrified herself, hadn't abandoned him. In that moment, he felt that sparing her life had been the right choice. Truth be told, he held little real hatred for Konoha. He was only ever a ninja carrying out the missions his village assigned him. But years ago, when Inyo Village fell to the hidden waterfall, his duties ended abruptly. Outwardly, he had been on standby for years, waiting for new orders, but inwardly, he was exhausted by war. He knew his village was gone, his family lost to the conflict, his son dead. He was nothing but a puppet, left drifting in the aftermath. Perhaps the only thing that kept him going was that unfinished task from long ago. Though the village had been destroyed, the mission remained incomplete. How could he allow himself to die with it unfinished? All these years, the reason he never detonated the explosive tags he had so carefully set was because he needed that mission to give his life meaning. It was the reason he still existed. Ninja of this world all seem to be searching for the meaning of their own existence. For some, it's for their village, for others, for their clan, or for peace. But each one has a reason, a single conviction, to help them survive in this cold and shadowed world. To lose that sense of purpose, that belief, is to become unworthy of being a ninja at all. Of course, there are a few who live outside these rules, lost instead in the pursuit of wealth, pleasure, or bloodshed. Xuanwing knew all too well that the meaning supporting his existence was nothing but an illusion. He suffered intensely, devoured by pain and hatred, but in the end, he either let go or simply grew numb. For more than 30 years, this hollow mission kept him clinging to life in agony. But when he finally met Naruto, a boy who so closely resembled his own son, he was at last set free. The Wolf King didn't attack right away. Its instincts warned it that both of the people before it could easily threaten its life. Though this Wolf King seemed formidable, it was really only about as strong as a low-ranking ninja. To kill it, Ling could have dispatched it in a single blow or a simple ninjutsu. But she was putting on an act. Such chances to hone her acting skills were rare, and perhaps Ling had a flair for performance. Right now, she was utterly lost in her role. Xuanwang, however, was not. After a moment's thought, he decided it would be best to let the little girl leave first. He could easily escape on his own afterward. If the girl stayed, not only would his act become more difficult, but her life could also be in real danger. Should he save her if things went awry? If he did, he'd expose himself. If he didn't, and she died, he doubted he could live with the guilt. Little one, thank you for protecting me. But you should go now. On your own, you might still have a chance to get away and survive. Xuanwang was something of a performer himself. Though he was no fighter or killer, he had perfected the arts of acting, trap-making, mechanical devices, and carpentry. I won't go, Mr. Xuanwang. I'll keep you safe. Ling was a natural performer. Give her someone to act with, and she would throw herself into the scene without hesitation. Such talent was wasted in this world. Had she been born in another life, she might at least have made a living as a bit-part actress. Xuanwing's composure began to crack. Looking at the girl, her legs trembling like leaves, sweat pouring down her face, his expression softened once more. People who cannot find meaning in their existence often lack the unwavering affirmation of others. While this makes them less likely to trust easily, when such individuals are moved by love, they give back all the more in return. In her previous life, Ling hadn't studied psychology in vain. For a world like the shinobi realm, teeming with mental disorders and all manner of psychological issues, her knowledge was practically a secret weapon for a ninja. The Wolf King watched Ling's frightened demeanor with a hint of doubt. Could it be that the threat this little girl posed was nothing but a bluff? It let out a thunderous roar, signaling 3 gray wolves to attack Ling together, intending to test whether her apparent weakness was real, so as not to waste time here unnecessarily. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of the shinobi realm, even ordinary wild beasts were enormous. Each of these wolves stood over a meter at the shoulder, bodies stretching nearly 2 meters long, with claws and fangs as sharp as blades. The 3 giant wolves leapt at the trembling Uchiha Ling from 3 different directions, closing in all at once. Geno's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. The sight was even more nerve-wracking than when he himself had faced a wolf pack. He hesitated, torn between stepping in or holding back. Ling, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. She hadn't even activated her Sharingan. To her, the swift movements of these giant wolves appeared as slow and clumsy as tortoises crawling. Still, she needed to feign a desperate struggle. If Geno didn't step in, she'd have to somehow stage a series of lucky mishaps to take down the 3 wolves herself. Don't come any closer, Ling cried, squeezing her eyes shut and stumbling backward a few steps, wildly swinging a kunai in her hand without any real aim. In the chaos, the wolf on her right accidentally had its throat slashed by Ling's blind flailing, dying a pitiful death. On the left, another wolf's claws slashed through the air, missing Ling by a hair thanks to her nimble footwork, managing only to tear a piece from her sleeve. As Ling retreated, the 2 wolves in mid-leap crashed into the corpse of their fallen companion. The 3 giant wolves tumbled together in a heap, and when the dust settled, only 2 rose to their feet. The surviving wolves, more cautious now, scraped furiously at the earth, sending clods of dirt flying as they charged at Ling once more. This time, they learned from their mistake, advancing low to the ground on all 4s, using the earth for traction to avoid unexpected mishaps. But, alas, against Ling's expert performance and carefully engineered chaos, how could these supporting players hope to steal the scene? Geno had no idea whether Ling was truly nervous, but his own heart was pounding in his throat. Sensing his anxiety, Ling decided to up the intensity, staggering back in feigned panic. She stepped squarely onto the outstretched foreleg of a wolf's corpse, lost her balance, and toppled to the ground. The 2 giant wolves' eyes gleamed even brighter with bloodlust. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprang at Ling's seemingly helpless form, jaws wide enough to reveal strands of saliva stretching between razor-sharp fangs. Ling had her back to Geno, so he couldn't see that her expression in that moment was nothing like someone facing certain death. The Sharingan spun in Ling's eyes, casting a genjutsu that instantly ensnared one of the great gray wolves. Under its spell, the beast lunged straight at Ling. Almost as if by fate, the kunai in Ling's hand stood perfectly upright, its tip aimed at the giant wolf's heart. As the massive creature crashed down, the blade slipped between its ribs and pierced its heart clean through. In the very instant Ling was tackled, Xuanwang flashed forward in a blur. He kicked another wild wolf aside, then grabbed the giant wolf, pinning Ling, and flung it away with a powerful toss. Xuanwang's decisive strike seemed to confuse the Wolf King. Coupled with Ling's earlier dazzling display, it misjudged the situation, concluding that only Xuanwang posed a real threat. In response, over a dozen giant wolves charged at Xuanwang, while the Wolf King slunk to the rear, chakra gathering in its jaws as it waited for the perfect moment to strike from the shadows. But Xuanwang's taijutsu was formidable. Relying solely on fists and feet, he dispatched the attacking wolves with ease, his agile movements so deft that not a single wolf could get close enough to land a blow. Meanwhile, Ling had already stepped outside the fray, her Sharingan keenly observing Xuanwang's martial arts. She copied some of his more intricate moves, adding them to her own repertoire of taijutsu techniques. The ordinary giant wolves that were sent flying mostly ended up with snapped tendons and broken bones, or were simply knocked out cold, left behind to whimper in pain, stripped of any fighting spirit. At last, the Wolf King's patience snapped. If it didn't unleash its chakra attack soon, its minions would be wiped out and it would lose its chance to act. Seizing the opportunity as Xuanwang stomped out the life of one giant wolf and prepared to backflip away from an incoming side attack, the Wolf King finally let loose the attack it had been charging. This Wolf King, however, was no master chakra shape or nature transformation. What it spat out was simply a dense ball of highly compressed chakra. Unlike the Rasengan, this sphere's chakra showed almost no rapid, erratic movement. Because of the intense compression, the chakra within the ball was nearly motionless, yet this very compression granted it considerable destructive power. Though it couldn't match the Rasengan's damage at equal chakra levels, it still packed a punch comparable to a C-rank jutsu. Ling watched the formation of this compressed chakra orb with keen interest, thinking it had merit. To compress chakra to this degree, keep it from exploding, and even have it remain stable in flight. This was truly impressive. Perhaps the principle could be applied to the Rasengan. In the world of Naruto, most Rasengan users could only attack at close range, unable to launch the technique from their palms. Later, in Boruto, the main character's plot armor allowed him to develop a Rasengan that could be thrown and even become invisible, something Ling herself yearned to master. She noticed that the stability of this compressed chakra orb seemed to stem from a unique internal arrangement of chakra, giving it its remarkable steadiness. Although chakra possesses a cohesive quality, this property isn't particularly pronounced. This unique chakra structure is like taking different ratios of chakra, first condensing them into ribbon-like strands, and then weaving them together into a spherical chakra orb. Such a construction greatly inspired Lung. Almost any spherical ninjutsu could use this principle to enhance its stability. This discovery alone was enough of a reward for Lung's performance this time. No wonder the ancients said to emulate the natural world. Their wisdom truly never fails me. As for Xuanwang, faced with this formidable chakra sphere, he immediately performed a backflip, twisting his body mid-air, then dove headfirst toward the giant wolf, preparing to unleash his ninjutsu. It seemed he had long been on guard against the Wolf King's attacks. That backflip, just now, was meant to bait the Wolf King into making a move. Noticing that Xuanwang was about to use a technique, Lung readied himself to borrow another ninjutsu for free. Ninja art, scattering blaze of sunflowers. Lung watched this technique with keen interest. Typically, ninja arts aren't limited to a single element. They often involve composite attributes or incorporate elements of yang release or yin release. This particular technique, which required only a dozen or so hand seals, clearly involved fire chakra, and upon closer inspection, even seemed to utilize a summoning jutsu. Xuanwang first summoned a number of metallic and wooden mechanical parts, all of which were rigged with explosive tags, skillfully hidden by a special concealment method. Then, he unleashed a stream of fire, much like the fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire, engulfing these parts in flames. Unlike Phoenix Sage Fire, when these mechanical parts burned to the point of igniting the explosive tags, they detonated violently, hurling metal fragments outward like a fragmentation grenade. The destructive power was far superior to Phoenix Sage Fire. After all, a shuriken set ablaze can't explode. It can only burn red-hot, making it deadlier than an ordinary shuriken, but not by comparison. Unfortunately, although Lung recorded the hand seals and release principle of the technique with the Sharingan, actually replicating it himself was nearly impossible. First, he hadn't mastered the summoning technique, nor did he possess the necessary mechanical components or explosive tags. All he could do was absorb the underlying concept from these ninja arts, hoping to draw inspiration when creating his own in the future. The flame-wreathed mechanical parts soon collided with the chakra compression orb spat out by the Wolf King. Several parts in the middle struck the compressed chakra orb, and both sides erupted in a fierce explosion at once. The mechanical parts exploded due to the concealed explosive tags, their damage coming from splintering wood and flying metal shards. The chakra orb, on the other hand, exploded because its stable structure was disrupted, causing the compressed chakra to burst forth in a shockwave, much like a cannon blast of air. Both techniques are similar in power, but the Flaming Sun Blossom Jutsu has a much wider blast radius. A few metal fragments at the periphery, which hadn't been intercepted, quickly shot toward the Wolf King. By now, it was too late for him to escape. Even though he had concentrated a large amount of chakra on the surface of his body for defense, he was still blasted away by the explosion. Shards of metal flew in all directions, piercing and shattering trees within a 20-meter radius. The surviving gray wolves met with a miserable fate. Those not killed outright were struck by several fragments, some dying instantly, others left howling in agony as they waited for the end. When the smoke finally cleared, the Wolf King's corpse lay on the ground. His once silvery fur was now scorched and ragged, with pieces of metal embedded deep within his body. It was only then that Jino descended from the air, brushing off imaginary dust from his clothes. "Little girl, aren't you even a bit surprised?" Jino looked at Uchiha Ling, noting that her face showed not a trace of shock, as if his display was nothing out of the ordinary. "Huh, why should I be surprised? You mean I should be impressed by your powerful jutsu?" Ling dusted grass and dirt from her clothes, her manner casual, as if she'd seen such things 100 times before. But aren't you surprised that I'm a ninja? Or that I disguised myself as a traveler? Aren't you afraid I might be a spy or something? Jino couldn't help but feel exasperated. This girl's nerves were tough as iron. Shouldn't she be interrogating him by now? Had just a few years passed, and the shinobi world had already changed so much? The air was thick with tension, and it was clear the third great ninja war was about to erupt again. Oh, you mean that? The Flame Sun village doesn't even exist anymore. So what kind of spy could you be? Unless you've joined another village. Ling's reply was so breezy, Jino almost wondered if he was dreaming. He understood every word she said, yet when strung together, her meaning felt strangely foreign. How do you know about Flame Sun village? And that I'm from there? Jino's expression was that of someone who'd just seen a ghost, like a lover revealing, after a night together, that she was actually not who she seemed at all. Oh, that? Our organization has had its eye on you for quite some time. You've got some talent, so you're on our list of potential recruits. Ling tapped her rosy lower lip with a delicate finger, her almond eyes curving into a crescent as she tilted her head and smiled slyly. But I never revealed any information about being from Flame Sun village. Even my handler who contacted me one-on-one is long dead. Back then, even the village itself didn't know I existed. Even with Ling's mention of some mysterious organization, Jino couldn't shake the sense of shock that gripped his heart. It was like someone who'd never confessed their hemorrhoids to a soul being called out in front of a crowd with irrefutable evidence. For our organization, there really aren't that many secrets. Any trace can be followed. Ling certainly couldn't reveal to Jino that she'd watched every episode of Naruto. Apart from things not found in the manga, she knew almost everything. So, you also know why I came to Konoha, don't you? Why didn't you report me? Why are you just toying with me here? Jino was slowly regaining his composure. Though his heart was still racing over 100 beats per minute, his face showed absolute calm. That was the psychological fortitude of a World War II veteran, able to withstand any test. Of course I know. You're here to service those explosive tags that could blow Konoha sky high, aren't you? Ling squinted and smiled, waving her hand as if to say, that's no big deal. As for why I haven't turned you in, well, it's simply because you're useful to me. Ling didn't treat Jino as an outsider at all, discussing his value right to his face. Jino was at a loss, half amused, half exasperated, unable to decide how to react. As for teasing you earlier, that was just to see if you're qualified to join our organization. After all, to save the world, we can't recruit villains with twisted hearts. Ling's so-called organization didn't even exist yet, and she was already making up recruitment standards to hoodwink people. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder Ling never intended to recruit me. What a shame. A cold, sinister voice suddenly cut in, making both Ling and Jino tense up. Ling had never imagined that Orochimaru, that scoundrel, would be eavesdropping in the shadows. Jino, for his part, was stunned to realize there was a third person present. Was this the end for him? Should he detonate the explosive tags buried throughout Konoha right now? Who could have guessed? I was just showing off, trying to trick a side character, and suddenly I get discovered by none other than the story's early-stage big boss, the villain Orochimaru. Ling's mind was a storm of frantic thoughts. She was even weighing whether to unleash Magukuro to finish off Orochimaru. Meanwhile, deep underground where none of the three noticed, Black Zetsu watched with a grave expression. He hadn't expected that after a millennium of pulling strings in the ninja world, there would still be a mysterious organization beyond his sight and control. He'd only come to Konoha today on old Madara's orders to pick a suitable successor, but while observing Uchiha Ling in the Forest of Death, he'd stumbled on a surprise. That's right, Uchiha Ling was also within old Madara's scope of investigation, alongside Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Bido. These three were, in his view, the most suitable candidates. Each of them carried great love in their hearts and possessed deep, overflowing emotions, qualities that made them especially likely to awaken their eyes. Among them, Uchiha Ling's talent seemed, to Madara, the most exceptional. Not only was she physically strong, but she also mastered all 5 elemental natures, learned ninjutsu at a startling pace, and possessed a mysterious bloodline ability that allowed her to summon animals from shadows. Indeed, Ling was dazzling in her transparency before the elderly Madara and Black Zetsu. She kept no secrets from them. Fortunately, Ling had never developed a habit of talking to herself, nor had she accidentally revealed the deeper intelligence she held. Otherwise, she might have already fallen under Black Zetsu's direct control, or perhaps, during some journey, would have encountered the infamous, toothless, white-haired Rose of the ninja world. Ling snapped out of her daze, forcing a sheepish smile as she fixed her gaze on the small, earth-colored snake emerging from the soil. It seemed Orochimaru had never truly relaxed his surveillance of her during this time. She had been careless, far too careless. She reminded herself she needed to be much more vigilant going forward, and absolutely must refrain from both talking to herself and exposing her golden finger or her origins. Lord Orochimaru, it's not impossible for you to join us. However, I'm afraid the rules of our organization might not be to your liking, she said. Genon remained silent, his entire being on high alert. He knew all too well what Orochimaru was capable of, and understood that this was an opponent he stood no chance against. Ling, you're as guarded against me as ever. What a shame. I had hoped we could work together a few more times, came Orochimaru's voice, though only through the communication snake. There was no way to glean his true intentions from his words alone. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu was hidden underground, using his mayfly technique, listening with all his focus in hopes that Ling would divulge some information about that mysterious organization. The main reason is that Lord Orochimaru's presence is so overwhelming. To me, the threat is too great, and the organization fears it couldn't keep you in check, Ling replied. She certainly couldn't admit that the organization she spoke of was entirely her own fabrication. No one would believe that, least of all Orochimaru or Genon. Perhaps only Black Zetsu would consider it. Could you at least tell me the name of your organization? That way, if I encounter it in the future, I'll know to keep my distance. Orochimaru pressed. His strategy was always to extract information, and in his eyes, something as trivial as a name hardly counted as real intelligence. Genon, too, appeared deeply intrigued. After all, a mysterious organization with such terrifying information-gathering abilities, yet which had never made an appearance in the ninja world, was a rare thing indeed. Ling now found herself in a bind. She debated whether to borrow the name of an existing organization or invent one of her own. If she were to borrow a name, only Akatsuki and Kara fit her requirements at present. However, Akatsuki, given that Obito and Black Zetsu hadn't yet joined, was sorely lacking in intelligence and overall strength. Anyone with a discerning eye would see through the ruse in an instant. As for Kara, that monk Sishin whose whereabouts are unknown, and Ishiki Otsutsuki, if they find out that I've been using their names, exposing their existence, wouldn't they want me to vanish from the face of the earth? So, after thinking it over, it's better to just make something up. As long as I can get through today, I'll deal with whatever comes next when the time comes. Our organization is called the Void Order. The purpose of our existence is to wipe out the Otsutsuki clan, who threaten life on planets throughout the universe. Ling didn't know why, but the words slipped out, and she made eradicating the Otsutsuki clan their noble cause. After all, this was the grandest goal she could think of. Talking about peace in a shinobi world felt far too narrow in comparison. Orochimaru and Xuanwang, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. After all, neither of them had ever heard of the Otsutsuki clan. If anything, the talk of the universe and life-bearing planets captured their interest more, making them wonder if this organization was founded by beings from another world. But, deep underground, Black Zetsu felt as if the sky were about to fall. He knew only too well what the Otsutsuki clan meant. He hadn't expected his mother's old enemies would chase her all the way to the shinobi world. Now, his poor mother was not only sealed away on the moon by her two unfilial sons, but their enemies, the Otsutsuki, were still out there. And now, out of nowhere, an organization dedicated solely to hunting the Otsutsuki had appeared. He silently pleaded, "Heavens, have mercy! How much more suffering must mother endure?" Strictly speaking, he himself was also an Otsutsuki. His mother was the purest of their bloodline, and those two traitorous sons were Otsutsuki as well. Yet, right under his nose, an organization bent on destroying the Otsutsuki had managed to flourish. He felt he had truly let his mother down, all thanks to the inherently evil Hagoromo Otsutsuki. But now, on this planet, who else was left from the Otsutsuki clan? Wasn't it just him and Kagaya, sealed on the moon? He was beginning to understand why Ling possessed that strange power, a force that clearly didn't belong to the chakra system, nor to any spiritual cultivation system. This ability must belong to that organization from another world, the one powerful enough to stand against the Otsutsuki. He suspected this organization had only appeared recently. After all, his network of white Zetsu spies scattered throughout the shinobi world hadn't uncovered any information about such powers. That meant the organization must have discovered this planet, with its god tree and chakra, purely by chance, and chosen a local representative. And Ling, as their emissary, was meant to draw out any remaining Otsutsuki, luring them into action, so the organization could descend and strike as soon as any Otsutsuki revealed themselves. Fortunately, Thanks to his quick wit and sharp instincts, he managed not to reveal himself in front of Uchiha Ling otherwise. Not only would he be doomed, but his mother might also be released from her seal, only to be killed. Black Zetsu let out a long sigh of relief and resolved never to appear before Ling so recklessly again. He was determined not to let Ling discover his existence, much less allow her to become Uchiha Madara's mouthpiece. He would never risk inviting disaster by letting a wolf into the house. Still, necessary surveillance was essential. He had to determine whether this organization was truly targeting his mother. If their aim was merely to confront the evil Otsutsuki, then perhaps he and his mother could even consider cooperating, as she too was an enemy of the Otsutsuki clan. If possible, he might even be able to manipulate the organization into releasing his sealed mother, and together they could join forces to fight against the Otsutsuki. Orochimaru pondered deeply over the intelligence he had on the Otsutsuki clan, but found nothing. There was no information at all. Although most people in the shinobi world knew of the Sage of Six Paths, records of his name could only be found in the ancient texts of the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Kagaya, and Hyuga clans. Still, if Orochimaru wanted to investigate, he could likely trace the Sage of Six Paths back to the Otsutsuki family name. The expression on his face when he discovered this would surely be priceless. The Void Organization, is it? The Otsutsuki clan? Could you tell me more? Orochimaru's curiosity finally got the better of him. He decided to see if he could obtain some information directly. I'm sorry, I can't. These are top secret matters. We'll only reveal ourselves when you're faced with the calamity of the Otsutsuki clan, and only then will we step in to resolve it. Ling felt exceedingly clever. If anyone dared call her naive again, she'd be sure to prove them wrong. It had been laughably easy to fool Orochimaru. Though this might result in even more intense surveillance, she wasn't bothered. After this, she planned to develop her own technique specifically to guard against surveillance, so she wouldn't be caught unawares. And this technique didn't necessarily have to rely on the chakra system. Cursed energy could also be extremely effective for detection, just like Mekamaru in the original story. Although she didn't possess the vast reserves of cursed energy that Mekamaru did, she didn't need to monitor such a wide area. 100 meters around her would suffice. For a little girl not yet 6 years old to be watched by the ANBU, Root, and even Orochimaru, it was almost too much honor to bear. But if Ling knew she had already been monitored by Black Zetsu, and that the intensity of surveillance would only increase in the future, it would surely strike terror into her heart. What a pity. But I wonder, does Ling still have any information for sale? A small, earth-yellow snake flicked its tongue, mimicking Orochimaru's habit of licking his own cheek. Oh, Lord Orochimaru still needs information? If it's something I know, of course I can tell you. Ling was also somewhat curious about what information Orochimaru could possibly need. By rights, at this stage, Orochimaru should be too busy researching the impure world reincarnation to spare time for much else. So what intelligence did he want to buy from her? It's quite simple. I just want to know what function Danzo's right Sharingan serves. After all, for anyone who isn't of the Uchiha clan, using the Sharingan does far more harm than good. Orochimaru, having collaborated with Danzo in researching Hashirama cells, naturally knew that Danzo's right eye was a 3-tomo Sharingan. He was merely curious if there was some hidden ability to the 3-tomo Sharingan that he didn't yet know. He, Lord Orochimaru, the secrets of the Sharingan are the Uchiha clan's greatest secrets. I wonder, what price are you willing to pay for them? Ling's shoulders quivered, as if she found Orochimaru's request amusing, admiring, perhaps, his insatiable curiosity. Oh, so Ling is also concerned about leaking Uchiha secrets? Some of the Uchiha don't even consider you one of their own. I know you're studying sealing techniques. How about I give you a complete scroll of sealing jutsu? Orochimaru didn't believe there was anything in this world that couldn't be bought. If he couldn't obtain it, it was simply because the price you offered wasn't high enough. Lord Orochimaru, surely you know, the Uchiha are all my dearest friends and brothers, my family. Ling put on a troubled expression, which made Orochimaru, Jino, and even Black Zetsu underground twitch at the corners of their mouths. You'll have to pay more. I want the summoning jutsu and the scroll for Rashomon. Ling tilted her head, her tone righteous and unyielding, perfectly imitating her spiritual idol, the patron saint of Raise the Price. Her words left all three utterly stupefied. They thought she'd never betray the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Was it really this easy? How interesting. I agree, but I can't give you the summoning scroll itself. You can sign your name on it, though. Orochimaru had barely managed to obtain the summoning scroll for himself. There was no way he'd just hand it over. What? Is that so? Then add the reverse summoning jutsu too. Ling was not one to suffer a loss. Without the summoning scroll in her possession, it was still risky. If someone erased her name, she'd lose the contract. Deal. Here's the complete guide to sealing techniques, along with the summoning and reverse summoning scrolls. Orochimaru produced 2 scrolls, spitting them out and tossing them to Ling, both still slick with his trademark slime. Ling shook off the sticky residue in disgust before storing them away in her own sealing scroll. Despite his reputation as a mad scientist, she trusted Orochimaru's sense of honor. He may have been evil, but he always kept his word. This should be enough, right? Now tell me the information, and you'll be allowed to sign your name on the Rashomon summoning scroll. Orochimaru didn't care much about ninjutsu and sealing techniques. After all, knowledge could always be copied and reproduced at will. Of course, that's not a problem, but I would ask Lord Orochimaru to set up a barrier to keep sound and light from escaping. Ever since she realized she was being watched by so many people, Ling had decided that from now on, any exchange of information must take place within the confines of a sealing barrier. Very good. Ling, your caution is partly thanks to me, isn't it? Haha. There was a teasing note in Orochimaru's voice. He had clearly guessed why Ling had become so exceptionally wary these days. I can't help it. In this shinobi world, there are too many schemers lurking in the shadows. You can never be too careful. Ling spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. She hadn't always been this cautious. She used to be reckless. But now, caution was a necessity. Orochimaru made no comment, but he did as requested. From the mouth of a small earth-colored snake, he produced an arm, then formed a hand seal with one hand and slapped his palm onto the ground. As the symbols of the sealing technique spread across the ground and surrounding space, a gray, misty barrier enveloped Ling and Orochimaru. From the outside, the barrier looked like a pixelated blur, and no sound could escape from within. It had to be said, aside from his mastery of sage techniques and his lack of overwhelming offensive jutsu, Orochimaru was truly a ninja with no weak points, at least before he began his experiments with living corpse reincarnation. All right, you can speak now. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, a sign that using the little snake for such a barrier had taken a toll on him. With the 3-tomo Sharingan, one can use a forbidden ocular jutsu called Izanagi. By sacrificing the sight in one eye permanently, you can turn any misfortune experienced during a set period into mere illusion, keeping only the outcomes favorable to yourself as reality. Ling couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to have such a resurrection coin. No wonder both Danzo and Obito favored this technique. What terrifying eyes and a terrifying clan. Orochimaru was genuinely awed. There weren't many Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan, but there were still dozens, each with 2 lives. That alone could be enough to throw the entire village into chaos. A plan began to form in Orochimaru's mind. He was determined to find a way to obtain Izanagi from Danzo, and if possible, to collect a few 3-tomo Sharingan for his research. Excellent information. Here's the summoning scroll for Rashomon. Sign your name on it. Orochimaru directed the small snake to spit out an enormous scroll, and Ling couldn't help but envy such ninjutsu. It was simply too convenient. Ling unrolled the scroll and glanced over the list of names. There weren't many, and most belonged to the dead. Names like Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Mito Uzumaki stood out. Then there were Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. It was clear that Orochimaru hadn't acquired this scroll by honest means. Otherwise, a summoning contract belonging to the Senju clan would never have fallen into his hands. Hell, Ling, are you wondering how I got my hands on this scroll? Orochimaru immediately saw through Ling's expression, mainly because Ling hadn't bothered to hide it all. That's right. Did you seize it by force? Or perhaps steal it? As Ling signed her name on the scroll, she quietly focused, sensing the subtle connection forming between herself and some distant place. Only once she was certain did she finally relax. Orochimaru gave a low chuckle. The Rashomon summoning scroll isn't unique. If you have the right materials, you can even make your own copy. He wasn't lying, although creating a summoning scroll required specific components from the summoning beasts themselves. Without those, the scroll would be useless. Hence, crafting a new one was far from simple. This was especially true for the legendary Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi cave scrolls. Because their clans were so numerous, forging a new scroll required gaining the entire group's consent. Of course, if you only wanted to summon a particular toad or snake, you merely needed to sign a contract with that specific creature. I see. Thank you for clearing that up, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Now then, Ling, what do you plan to do about the last remnants of the Flame Sun village, who buried all those explosive tags in Konoha? He was well aware of the former conflict between Flame Sun village and Konoha, but hadn't expected the village to have such tricks up its sleeve. If the village hadn't been wiped out by Takigakir's surprise attack, Konoha might have been blown to bits and become the laughingstock of every ninja village. Ling's eyes narrowed with purpose. First, I plan to remove all those explosive tags. After all, with the next great ninja war looming, whether I sell them or use them myself, they'll be incredibly useful. Ever since she'd encountered Geno, Ling had been tempted by the sheer number of those explosive tags. They were practically a fortune waiting to be claimed. Orochimaru smiled, clearly amused. Interesting. I'm quite satisfied with this transaction. You can trust me to keep your secret. I hope you'll deal with the explosive tags perfectly. Money was no longer a concern for Orochimaru. His sole focus was on advancing his experiments as quickly as possible, avoiding any distractions. Besides, Ling's information was still valuable to him, so there was no sense in making an enemy. Of course, since you've helped me, Lord Orochimaru, next time I'll give you a piece of intelligence for free. Ling watched as Orochimaru's little snake vanished before her eyes, probably not even hearing her last words. Orochimaru's hasty departure could only mean he was needed in his lab. Unsurprising, considering how tirelessly he worked towards perfecting the living corpse reincarnation technique. Has Orochimaru left already? Geno looked around, noting the ceiling barrier had been lifted, but there was no sign of the earthy yellow snake. Yes, he's gone. So, Mr. Geno, have you decided if you want to join our organization? Ling blinked her eyes. She didn't think Geno would refuse. After all, Orochimaru already knew about the explosive tags Geno had planted in Konoha. If he didn't know what was good for him, the interrogation unit would be his final destination. Do I even have a choice? If it weren't for that look of shock on your face when Orochimaru suddenly appeared, I would have suspected you set me up on purpose. Geno sounded rather helpless. Joining a mysterious organization shrouded in secrets was hardly what anyone would call a good thing. Sadly, he didn't have a choice. Besides, with his life now muddling along in a haze, maybe it was time for an ending of sorts. Haha, Mr. Geno, welcome to our organization as an unofficial member. From now on, you'll answer only to me. I'll be your handler. Ling was delighted, her large, almond-shaped eyes curving into crescents, a blush of excitement coloring her pretty face. As long as you don't send me on suicide missions, I'll go along with it. Even if I no longer see much meaning in living, I still carry my family's last wishes. I have to keep going for their sake. Geno lifted his gaze toward the direction of Yinyang village, as if lost in thoughts of his wife and child in their final moments. They had never blamed him for failing to protect them, but the guilt weighed heavily on his heart. Then, Mr. Geno, do you have any wishes? If it's within our power, maybe our organization can help make it come true. This was the classic carrot and stick approach. If he had no hopes left, then give him one to hold on to. Ling herself wasn't sure if she could really fulfill such a wish, but with her own growing power, there probably weren't many things that would be impossible. Geno's sorrowful expression almost slipped. Did joining this organization really come with perks like this? If possible, I'd like to see my wife and child one more time. There's still an apology I never got to say. Geno, ever the honest man, hadn't even asked Ling to bring his family back to life. Truly a man too kind for his own good. Of course, resurrection was a rare feat in the shinobi world. Perhaps only the Rinnegan could bring back someone who'd been dead for so long. But even so, Ling wasn't overly worried. In this world, there's a place called the Pure Land for departed souls. Bringing back someone whose soul remained shouldn't be too difficult. Later, she could draw on a wealth of sorcery and jujutsu from her golden finger. The world of Jujutsu Kaisen was vast, and the manga only showed a fraction of its techniques. Surely there would be some mysterious, never-before-seen methods, resurrection, perhaps, among them. If you don't like the idea of original techniques appearing in the later stages of Jujutsu Kaisen's world, please leave a comment here. No problem. If you do well, we can arrange for you to see your wife and child again. Ling spoke without a hint of empty promise. After all, she'd already set a condition. She wasn't about to grant his wish right away. Really? Really, are you sure? That's wonderful. Xuanwang's eyes turned a little red, though the tears never fell. After all, as a seasoned ninja, he was well used to holding back his emotions. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, eavesdropping below ground, was puzzled. In his eyes, someone like Xuanwang, who had little real value, was nothing more than a disposable pawn. Was it really necessary to go to such great lengths for someone so useless? Or was it that, in this mysterious organization, this young girl's word alone decided all matters concerning the ninja world? He began to wonder whether there was something here he could exploit. True, Ling could no longer act as Madara's proxy or watch over the Eye of the Moon plan after her death. But with an organization like this, perhaps with just a little nudge, he could quietly harness their power for his own purposes, and no one would be the wiser. Although he had been plotting the Eye of the Moon plan for 1,000 years, now that the moment approached, he could not be sure if he would truly be able to rescue his mother. For now, so as not to attract Konoha's attention, I need you to first dismantle and safely store the explosive tags hidden in remote locations. As for those in busy areas, we'll deal with them slowly and carefully. Ling had no intention of letting these explosive tags remain in the village. She didn't want to wake up one day to a sudden detonation, triggered by someone's stray jutsu. If all the tags were to go off at once, she and the entire village would be sent flying. What a disaster that would be. Understood. I'll start with the tags hidden inside the Hokage Rock. As for the others, some are now in residential areas. Those places were originally planned as bustling commercial districts, but later became housing for refugees. Xuanwang produced a map, a fan-shaped layout of Konoha as it stood today. Many locations were marked with the explosive tag symbol. Only the newly expanded areas were free of them. And I need you to teach me how to craft explosive tags, and how to set and hide them like this. Ling made her request without the slightest hesitation. She knew that forging strong ties with someone wasn't about doing more for them, but about letting them help you. She was set on shearing this sheep. After all, when Xuanwen was gone, these techniques would be lost. In a way, she was ensuring the survival of ninja arts for future generations. Well, all right, but could you tell me what method you'll use to let me see my wife and children again? Although Xuanwen was sure that Ling had a powerful organization behind her, he and Black Zetsu, as well as Orochimaru, had drawn the same conclusion. That was, Ling was likely the sole operative this organization supported in the ninja world. Otherwise, how could she know so much, yet have such shallow foundations? It seemed that the organization had not invested many resources or much support in Ling, perhaps as a test, to let her grow on her own. Would Edo Tensei do the trick? Ling tapped her cheek nervously, worried that Xuanwang might decide to demonstrate right then and there. If that happened, wouldn't her disguise be blown? What she didn't realize was that the imaginary organization she had just made up on the spot was now being filled in by Orochimaru, Xuanwang, and Black Zetsu using their own imaginations. Even the parts that made no sense were being rationalized by them. In the eyes of everyone else, she was already seen as a wolf king, a figure of tremendous power. But in reality, she was the only one who thought of herself as just a husky. Edo Tensei? Never heard of it, but I believe you. Here's the entirety of my jutsu legacy, including my mechanism techniques and trap-making skills. From a ceiling scroll, Xuanwang took out a massive scroll and handed it to Ling. It seemed he had long since prepared his inheritance. He must have known that once he died, the secrets of Flame Sun Village would be lost, so he made preparations in advance. Oh, thank you very much. Once I master that Edo Tensei, I'll help you. But you should know, Edo Tensei requires a part of the deceased remains as a vessel. You better get that ready soon. Ling grinned foolishly as she accepted the enormous scroll, feeling as if she had struck gold. Her bluffing really worked wonders, almost as effective as a silver tongue. Watching Xuanwang disappear into the distance, Ling got ready to head home for dinner. The heavens binding curse had turned her into a bottomless pit, but also made her body grow stronger at an astonishing rate. She glanced at the scattered wolf corpses on the ground. Not wanting to waste anything, she sealed all of them into a scroll, planning to sell them when she got back to the village. As for the Wolf King, its meat was packed with energy and nutrients, truly the finest quality. It was a shame about the pelt, though. Xuanwang's jutsu had left it in tatters, beyond any hope of selling for a good price. Isn't there a saying, after all? The level of your life is determined by the quality of the food you eat. If Ling could have Mount Mayaboku's toads for hot pot every day, her progress would be off the charts. Back in the village, Ling took her dozen or so gray wolves to sell at a butcher stall run by an uncle. His name was Yoshino Sa, a retired ninja who used to be a chunin. He lost 3 fingers during a mission and became a butcher after leaving active duty. Because of the heavens binding curse, Ling bought meat and vegetables here so often that all the uncles and aunties along this street knew the adorable little Uchiha girl. Hey Ling, here for beef again? How much this time? 10 pounds or 20? Uncle Yoshino twirled his sharp knife with practiced ease, deftly carving up a cow leg. He looked down to see Ling, who was only about as tall as his stall, and greeted her warmly. After all, she was not just a regular, but one of his best customers. The only thing was his way of greeting made Ling want to crawl into a hole. Who starts a conversation by pointing out someone's quirks? If it weren't for Uncle Yoshino's meat being the absolute freshest, she wouldn't have come here at all. No wonder his business isn't doing well. He simply can't talk to people. He's always offending someone. And on top of that, he's so tall and imposing, with a fierce expression to boot. All his negative traits stack up like a full set of bad luck. Ling glanced around and noticed that no one seemed shocked by how much she could eat. This helped her relax a little, though the blush lingered on her face, making her look both cool and bashful, a combination that drew more than a few curious glances from passers-by. Hey, Uncle Yoshino, I'm not here to buy meat today. I'm here to sell it. I hunted down a few wild wolves in the forest of death. Interested? Yoshino scratched the back of his head a little sheepishly. He was well aware of his own shortcomings, but they were hard to fix, so he could only rely on fair prices and good quality to keep his shop afloat. Of course I'm interested. If you got a lot, I can ask around with the other butchers to see if they need any. In reality, Yoshino was a genuinely warm-hearted person. Otherwise, his shop wouldn't have lasted so long or managed to turn a profit. Oh, I've got quite a haul. 15 wolves, each weighing over 300 pounds. Ling took out a sealing scroll and waved it in her hand, indicating that all the meat was stored inside, perfectly fresh. The space inside a sealing scroll is completely suspended in time, so there's no risk of spoilage. Ling had already drained the blood from the wolves before storing them, making sure the taste would be clean and not at all gamey. All right then, wait here. I'll go call the others over. Yoshino hurried off to the other butcher shops along the street. Despite the competition, they were all comrades in arms and knew each other well. They'd survived the Second Great Ninja War, but each had their own reasons for retiring. It had to be said, Konoha could be quite humane when not pushed to desperation. At least they hadn't forced these disabled ninja to fight until their last breath. Meanwhile, Ling opened the sealing scroll and began laying out the 15 large gray wolves in front of the stall, immediately drawing attention from nearby shopkeepers and passersby. Well, if it isn't Ling, another batch of unlucky beasts ended up in your hands. Huh, that's tough luck for them. The first to arrive was a middle-aged man with a comically wild hairstyle. His hair looked like a bird's nest, and he didn't care much for appearances. Uncle Yumin, you say things like that, and it really wounds me. How is it their bad luck to end up with me? I'd call that a stroke of luck. Ling, I'll say it now. If the meat you're selling this time is all mashed up around the wounds, I'm not buying. Seriously, I'm not running a meatball shop. Why do you have to turn it into mince every time? This time it was an old man who spoke up, a survivor from the First Great War. He was well into his 50s, but still hardy and robust. Ever since that time, Len sold him a black bear, and he handed over the payment without inspecting it carefully, only to discover later that half the bear's body had been smashed to pulp, barely held together by its pelt. He would grumble about it every time he ran into Len. Old man Uchiha, serves you right for not checking carefully. And then you went around telling everyone I'm freakishly strong. If you hadn't done that, I would have made up the difference ages ago. Len gave this white-haired old fellow a dismissive wave, still feeling irritated. After all, her reputation for brute strength was all thanks to his spreading the word. Now, whenever people in Konoha mention Uchiha Len, the first thing that comes to mind is her immense strength, almost on par with Lady Tsunade. The second thing they recall is her voracious appetite. She's a legendary glutton, said to out-eat even Kushina Uzumaki herself, a rumor started by that petty old lecher, Jiraiya. Just listen, when others are spoken about, people praise their genius or formidable power. But when it comes to her Uchiha Len, not a word about her strength, or talent, nor even her beauty, which would have been acceptable. No, all anyone ever says is that she's an unstoppable eater and a girl of monstrous strength. Someday, when she makes a name for herself in battles against other ninja villages, their intelligence departments will hear about her, and the leaders of each village won't be able to keep a straight face. Out in the world, when people encounter Len, no one says, "That's Uchiha Len. Give up the mission immediately." Instead, they say that's the strongest and hungriest girl in Konoha, Uchiha Len. All right, this time the game is whole, and the blood's been drained properly. You've improved, Len. The one crouched on the ground, inspecting the wild game, was Uncle Aoki. He had once been a special jonin, but after taking a kunai to the knee, he'd become lame and eventually retired. These 15 wild wolves will each take 3. Let's say 50,000 ryo for each one, settled all together. Uncle Aoki had the most authority, so when he spoke, the other 4 voiced no objections. Just like that, Lin pocketed a tidy sum of 750,000 ryo, a huge windfall. With her earnings in hand, Lin returned home, sent a shadow clone to deal with the corpse of the Wolf King, carving out the edible portions and saving the rest to feed to her jade hounds. She then took out today's haul, the sealing technique scroll obtained from Orochimaru, along with the contract for summoning and reverse summoning. Lin first opened the sealing technique scroll. The moment she unrolled it, her face lit up with joy. It was incredibly comprehensive. There were everything from single-line lamp arrays to the 4-symbol seal, as well as the 5-element seal and its corresponding single-element seals, like the fire seal. In addition, there were seals for exorcising evil, capturing souls, and sealing away energy. Orochimaru had thoughtfully included his own notes and explanations, along with applications for sealing runes he developed through his own research. There was even a fragmentary curse seal, likely something Orochimaru hadn't yet perfected. All in all, this collection of sealing techniques was more than enough for Lin's current needs. If one studies diligently and masters the four-symbol seal or the five-element seal, it becomes possible to attempt sealing even-tailed beasts. The other scroll, which covers both the summoning technique and the reverse summoning technique, is remarkably comprehensive. It details everything from how to select a summoning beast to forming contracts and even creating summoning scrolls. It also explains how to summon objects, such as explosive tags and weapons, which means Ling will no longer have to bother with carrying supplies everywhere. In truth, Ling already had a way to retrieve anything needed at any moment, much like Orochimaru did. This method involves the toad among the 10 shadow techniques, a toad whose belly forms its own space, capable of storing supplies and even living creatures. However, at the time, Ling couldn't openly use techniques resembling summoning jutsu within the Hidden Leaf Village. Now things are different. With Orochimaru shouldering the blame, Ling could easily claim that the summoning technique was passed down from Orochimaru. During this period, Ling developed a new Shikigami by merging the toad Shikigami with the new, a creature called Unknown Depths, a frog with angelic wings. Despite their limited strength, these creatures appear in great numbers, and each Unknown Depths can serve as a storage space impervious to destruction. As a result, all of Ling's assets, ninja tools, and scrolls are tucked safely within the stomachs of these creatures, erasing any worry about home invasions or theft. Ling planned to master summoning techniques in the coming days, then approach the Uchiha clan to request a summoning contract with the ninja cats, thereby providing a legitimate source for this summoning style. From then on, Ling could disguise the use of the 10 shadow techniques as summoning jutsu. As for the origins of these Shikigami, well, Ling would simply claim to be lucky, contacting these summoning beasts by chance during random summoning attempts. At last, Ling opened the comprehensive compendium of Fire Sun Village's ninjutsu, along with Master Xuanwang's treatises on mechanisms and trap techniques. Though Fire Sun Village was just a small ninja village, it was by no means weak. Back in its heyday, it could even stand toe-to-toe with the Hidden Leaf. Although it eventually fell, its legacy was anything but meager. Most of Fire Sun Village's ninjutsu centered on fire and earth release, with some water release techniques as well. After all, when you play with fire, you need water techniques to put out the flames. The village's hallmark was the way it combined all three elements with explosive tags to greatly enhance their destructive power. Given how expensive explosive tags are, how did a small village like Fire Sun manage to produce them in such quantities? That's right, Fire Sun Village possessed a method for mass-producing explosive tags. This was the foundation of its confidence in challenging the Hidden Leaf in its prime. As everyone knows, to create an explosive tag, you must first master sealing techniques and then fire release. With these two prerequisites and specially crafted tag paper, one could produce high-quality explosive tags. As for the sealing aspect, it's actually quite straightforward. Only basic foundational knowledge of sealing techniques is required, and Ling now meets that standard. Moreover, Ling had already mastered fire release. Although her training in altering its nature was still at an early stage, it far surpassed what was required to make explosive tags. Finally, there was the matter of the special paper used for the tags. Generally speaking, the materials for making tag paper were not much different from those used to craft various types of scrolls. Both required plants rich in energy, either those naturally infused with elemental power or those saturated with chakra. The former were gifts of nature, while the latter were man-made, involving secret concoctions that allowed the paper to retain a portion of chakra. The Land of Fire's Konohagakure was particularly fortunate. Within its borders grew not only many plants steeped in natural energy, but also trees brimming with chakra, remnants of the legendary wood release performed by Hashirama Senju in ages past. For the village of Yinyang to produce explosive tags on a large scale, they had to overcome two major hurdles. The first was to solve the problem of drawing the explosive tag itself. The second was how to mass-produce suitable tag paper. If they couldn't manage that, Yinyang would be forced to keep painstakingly crafting each tag by hand, one at a time. During the Second Shinobi World War, there was a shortage of everything, except genius. Just look at the second leaders of each village, and you'll see. Every one of them was a prodigy with some unique talent. Tobarama Senju of Konoha was a master of forbidden jutsu, creator of the Flying Thunder God, Shadow Clone, impure world reincarnation, spirit transformation, and even the mutually multiplying explosive tags. The second Reikage of Kumogakure perfected the lightning release chakra mode and pioneered advanced taijutsu, paving the way for the third Reikage's legendary exploits. Mu, the second Tsuchikage of Awagakure, was a ruthless innovator who developed the fearsome dust release, a bloodline limit that eliminated all others. Unfortunately, he perished together with the second Mizukage of Kirigakure. The second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, was another formidable figure, creator of the miraculous steam tower and the deadly steaming danger tyranny, sacrificing himself to take down the second Tsuchikage. The second Kazekage, shaman of Sunagakure, was also a genius. He studied the one-tail shikaku, developed the secret techniques of magnet release and sand manipulation, and made them a symbol of every Kazekage to follow. Puppet Jutsu, too, was his brainchild, a craft that flourished in the hands of his wife and grandson, the latter of whom even turned the third Kazekage into a human puppet. Based on the timeline, many fan works claim Chiyo was the wife of the first Kazekage, but judging by her age, the first was long dead by the time she was in her 20s. Besides, Puppet Jutsu originated with the second Kazekage, whose wife and grandson were both masters of the art. Makes perfect sense. Yin Yang's second leader at that time was a genius as well. He studied the chakra-rich wood release trees left by Hashirama Senju, and by combining earth and water release, he created paper release. This is a secondary setting. The author sees paper release as a bloodline limit, not something Konan could have invented on her own. It had to be a Kekkai Genkai, and since Konan's origins are shrouded in mystery, making her the daughter of Yin Yang's second leader is hardly far-fetched. The timeline fits perfectly. The paper release, a chakra-based creation, is absolutely ideal for making Ofuda paper. With the Ofuda ready, the next step is figuring out how to draw explosive tags. But is there anything faster than mass printing? Unfortunately, duplication alone isn't enough, because drawing explosive tags requires a continuous infusion of chakra, and the strokes must follow a precise order. Otherwise, the tag won't work. Of course, something like this could never stump the second leader of Yin Yang Village. He simply invented a jutsu to control ink, allowing him to manipulate the ink to draw directly onto the Ofuda paper. In this version, this is considered the origin of the super beast imitating drawing technique. Though a person's focus is limited and he could only control the ink to create a handful of explosive tags at a time, the speed was still astonishingly fast. Later, in his drive to produce enough explosive tags in a short time to bombard Konoha, the second leader exhausted himself and died suddenly. A bit of dark humor. If Hashirama could die under mysterious circumstances, why can't I have someone die of overwork? Besides, if he were still alive, would Takigakure dare invade? But what truly delighted Ling wasn't the fire, earth, or water-style techniques woven into the use of explosive tags. It was the detailed notes on the chakra fusion ratios for paper release, plus insights into ink manipulation and a simplified method for drawing explosive tags. Ling hit the jackpot. Although Ling's mastery over earth and water nature transformation wasn't yet at its peak, and thus he couldn't yet create paper release himself. At the moment, his progress with wind nature transformation was the fastest. He had already grasped the entwining and sharpness of wind. Water and fire followed, with an understanding of water's adhesiveness and fire's explosiveness. Currently, he was working on the sturdiness of earth, though he hadn't mastered it yet. His progress with lightning was the slowest. He was only beginning to explore the numbing effect of lightning, and was still at the starting line. Therefore, it would still take Ling quite some time before he could acquire a second Kekkai Genkai. Even without paper release, the ink manipulation technique was extremely useful. With some store-bought Ofuda paper, he would soon be able to mass-produce explosive tags on his own. For the next week, Ling remained busy, immersing himself in the study of sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, Yin Yang Village's unique jutsu, and the art of ink manipulation. He had also mastered the summoning jutsu, engraving a summoning contract rune onto his own Tatsuka no Tsurugi. From now on, just like the 7 ninja swords of the mist, his weapon could be summoned back at will. Very few people in this world can perform contract sealing, so there was no fear of the Tatsuka no Tsurugi being sealed away by someone else anytime soon. Having learned how to draw explosive tags, Ling tried using the ink manipulation technique to create them. Due to his lack of skill, he could only manage 3 at a time. Still, he wasn't worried about explosive tags. By now, Xuanwing had already contacted him with a coded message, saying the explosive tags in the Hokage Rock had been dismantled and safely collected. Ling was a little excited. After all, that was over 300,000 explosive tags in her possession. While it wasn't as outrageous as Conan's 600 billion tags, Ling had never felt so wealthy before. Many people said Conan's explosive tags were bought, but to be honest, there probably weren't even 10,000 people in the entire ninja world capable of crafting explosive tags. Consider this. The total number of ninjas in the world was estimated to be less than 200,000. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even the Allied forces only mustered 80 or 90,000. and that was after mobilizing every available ninja. To craft explosive tags, one not only needed a foundation in sealing techniques, but also mastery of the fire release nature. Generally, only a chunin would meet these requirements, and sealing techniques required talent. Some people simply couldn't learn them, let alone even have a chance to study. So, for 600 billion explosive tags, even if there were 10,000 ninjas skilled in crafting them, working tirelessly, disregarding chakra exhaustion, it would still take over 300 years to complete. 300 years ago, would those explosive tags even still be usable today? Clearly, Conan's tags had to be mass-produced using her paper release in combination with some technique. Explosive tags had always been in high demand in the ninja world. In times of peace, a single tag could fetch 2,000 ryo. During war, the price could soar to around 10,000. Now, Ling had over 300,000 explosive tags in hand, with more than 700,000 still planted throughout the village, not yet removed. And with the Third Great Ninja War on the horizon, even if Ling sold them in bulk at 6,000 ryo apiece, she'd rake in over 6 billion. That was equivalent to the bounty for 200 Asuma's heads. Even the annual military budget of Konohagakure was only 30 to 40 billion ryo. In other words, if she sold all these explosive tags, Ling would be rich enough to rival a hidden village, though, she had to admit, that did make her feel a bit less dignified. With wealth in hand, Ling no longer hesitated to spend on herself. She immediately bought a great deal of rare medicinal concoctions to assist her training. Master Jinnu truly lived up to his reputation as a good-natured elder. He was even willing to entrust such a fortune to Ling. Of course, Ling had no intention of selling all her explosive tags. Many of Inyang Village's jutsu required them as essential components. Combined with the technique to conceal explosive tags, she could easily boost the power of her jutsu by a full level, enough to catch a jonin off guard and take them down. Over the following month, Ling barely had a moment to rest. She pushed both herself and her shadow clones to the limit, but the progress she made was remarkable. First of all, in the field of medical ninjutsu, Ling had mastered the mystical palm technique, the fine illness extraction technique, and the chakra scalpel. She finished reading every book on medical knowledge in the library. Now, even when it came to compounding poisons and toxic agents, Ling was on par with the average physician at Konoha Hospital. The gap between her and Lady Tsunade probably lies in the mastery of Yang Release's nature transformation. As for Ling, she has yet to even step through the doorway of understanding when it comes to the nature transformation of Yang Release. But to achieve such results within a single month is already remarkable. Ling's progress is impressive. One could even say that, at present, there are no more than 10 medical ninja in the entire Hidden Leaf Village who surpass her skill. Of course, no one is aware of this yet, and Ling has no intention of revealing her abilities. Otherwise, when the Third Great Ninja War breaks out, she would almost certainly be sent to the front lines as a medical ninja, healing the wounded day in and day out. As for the art of sealing, Ling has already mastered all the techniques recorded in the scrolls, with the exception of the 4-symbol seal and the 4 violet flames formation. She has also learned how to craft sealing scrolls and contract scrolls, enough to be called a master of sealing techniques. If she were to join the sealing corps, she would easily hold a squad leader's rank. When it comes to ninjutsu, Ling has already become proficient in every technique she has acquired. She even developed her own version of a compressed chakra sphere, inspired by the Wolf King. She didn't learn the Rasengan outright, since that is Minato Namikaze's original signature technique. Even if she wanted to use it, she ought to respect his unique creation. Though Ling has learned the Rasengan, she chose to create her own enhanced version, a compressed chakra sphere, all her own. This version can be thrown directly, and it's larger, over 30 centimeters in diameter, with even greater destructive power. When Minato returns from his mission, all Ling has to do is demonstrate her compressed chakra sphere once, and she's sure to capture his attention. Whether they exchange techniques, or Minato simply gives her the Rasengan, Ling would then be able to legitimately claim it as her own. This compressed Rasengan is even more compatible with chakra nature transformations. Unfortunately, Ling hasn't had the time to develop more variations of the technique, but even so, the compressed Rasengan already matches A-rank jutsu in difficulty and power. In terms of taijutsu, Ling has essentially recreated all the strong fist techniques demonstrated by Might Guy and Rock Lee in the original story. Combined with her monstrous physical strength, she believes that aside from the Reikage and Tsunade, no one else would dare face her in close combat. As for Gale-style swordsmanship, since she hasn't yet grasped the elusive sword intent, her progress remains at the stage of wind nature chakra transformation. Even so, her power has increased tremendously. Now, Ling can easily unleash wind blades 5 or 6 meters long, each one packing the punch of a C-rank ninjutsu. Paired with her swift and heavy sword techniques, she's practically a nightmare for anyone brave enough to face her in close-quarters combat. In the realm of Jinjutsu, Ling has constructed a far more vivid illusionary world, and her Sharingan has reached the advanced Tutomo stage. Her chakra reserves, after a month of using secret medicines and consuming the meat of summoned beasts without restraint, and with the assistance of heaven and curse bindings, have already reached the level of an elite jonin. Her physical abilities have also been greatly enhanced. Even relying solely on her raw strength, she's more than a match for an ordinary jonin in hand-to-hand combat. Due to the evolution of his Sharingan, Ling's cursed energy had also multiplied several times over. By her own estimation, she was now on par with a grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerer. She even managed to combine a cursed energy sensory technique, which radiated energy to perceive nearby souls, with chakra sensing methods to invent a new approach. Good grief. Within a 100-meter radius, there were no less than 4 separate factions keeping her under surveillance. Ling couldn't help but feel both flattered and bewildered. What had she done to deserve this much attention? First, there were 2 individuals wearing animal masks and AMBU vests. One was perched in a tree 80 meters away, shrouded by the transparent escape technique, clearly a subordinate of the 3rd Hokage. Another was hiding inside her own chimney. This one's breath-concealing technique was truly impressive. Even her chakra sensing had missed it before. Without a doubt, this person was one of Danzo's people. Beneath her house, a small black snake slithered in the dark, its body radiating faint chakra fluctuations. That could only mean it was sent by Orochimaru himself. But what truly made Ling's skin crawl was what she discovered in her bathroom. A white Zetsu hiding beneath the toilet, using the mayfly technique to conceal itself. At that moment, Ling just wanted to let loose a string of curses. Seriously, white Zetsu, what kind of deranged idiot hides under someone's toilet? Of all the places to pick, why choose the most disgusting one? Being watched by white Zetsu meant she'd already drawn the attention of black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. She had no idea when white Zetsu had started tailing her. But one thing was certain, all that fabricated information she'd shared about the Void organization and their supposed secrets had likely reached both black Zetsu and Madara by now. The thought made Ling's scalp tingle with anxiety. She hadn't even left the proverbial beginner's village, yet she was already staring down the final boss. Luckily, she hadn't leaked too much crucial information. Besides, those 2 master schemers had no idea that she was aware of their existence. That gave her a valuable edge, an information gap she could exploit. Still, Ling couldn't fathom how she'd ended up on Black Zetsu's radar. Shouldn't he be busy guarding old man Madara's Rinnegan? How'd he find the time to keep tabs on her? If she ever got the chance, she swore she'd snatch the Rinnegan just to mess with them. Maybe even smash it to pieces and feed it to a dog. As for their Moon's Eye plan to rescue Kaguya, well, let's see how they manage that once she's ruined everything. Wait, that wasn't quite right. The next reincarnation of Indra's chakra was due to be born soon, so Black Zetsu might not have to wait centuries after all. Moon's Eye plan. Damn it, now I know how I got on their radar. Ling's mind screamed in silent realization. She'd uncovered the key point. She must have been designated by Old Man Madara as a potential guardian for the Moon's Eye plan, just like Obito. Now, she, too, was under close observation. If Madara eventually chose her as a successor, she might end up experiencing everything that happened to Obito all over again. Yeah, but I don't even have anyone I like or love that deeply, do I? Ling pondered to herself. How could she possibly awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan without sacrificing someone she truly cherished? To be an Uchiha without anyone you care about the most. It's a kind of sorrow in itself, because it means you'll never have the chance to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But even if you do awaken it, so what? You'll just go blind anyway, unless you have a close sibling willing to give you their Mangekyo eyes, or you pull an Obito and load up a white Zetsu Cell core driver. So Old Man Uchiha, who understood all too well how the Mangekyo Sharingan was awakened, would never pick someone like her to be a successor. Even Shursui Uchiha, the one she was closest to, died right before her eyes, yet she still couldn't awaken the Mangekyo. Wait a minute, if I died in front of Shursui, would he awaken the Mangekyo? Ling mulled over this question. It was a grim prospect. Could she end up as the sacrifice for Shursui's awakening? Her gut told her that if she died before Shursui, he'd likely awaken the Mangekyo in an instant, just like Obito, and cradle her body while vowing to create a world where she still existed. Ugh, that sent chills down her spine. Ling decided she'd better be extra careful from now on. She absolutely did not want to be the catalyst for someone else's Mangekyo. But ever since she revealed her ties to a mysterious organization, she figured Black Zetsu had already written her off. Just listen to the things she said. Her aim was to eradicate the Otsutsuki, causing havoc on the planet of life. Black Zetsu would probably keep his distance, sending only white Zetsu to watch her from afar. Of course, there was also the possibility that Black Zetsu might try to take her out, just to test the reaction of the organization she didn't actually belong to. In the end, her life was still at risk, so she had to keep a low profile. She simply wasn't strong enough yet. These days, she didn't need to send shadow clones to grind at ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu anymore. Her physical abilities had already surpassed the limits for someone her age, and her chakra and cursed energy weren't getting any stronger, either. Her basic strength had reached elite Jonin level. Seriously, an elite Jonin before the age of 6? What kind of script was this? Among all the transmigrated protagonists in the Naruto world, she had to be at the very top. At this point, she could probably kill Sarutobi Shinnosuke with no trouble at all. If she went all out without holding back, she could even take on quasi-Kage-level opponents like Chiyo or Yakura. And if she faced a true Kage-level ninja, her own teacher, the third Hokage, that old geezer, she could probably hold her own for dozens of rounds without dying. The main thing was both she and the third were all-rounders with no real weaknesses. Other than physical prowess, she was just a step behind the third Hokage. With her mastery of the 10 shadow techniques, she could even stall him for quite a while. But still, that was all she could do, just stall. She really needed to pick up the pace and get stronger fast. The areas where I can still improve are mainly in the wind release chakra mode, sage mode, and chakra nature transformations. My progress with the wind release chakra mode has been minimal. I can only maintain the wind chakra circulation through a small number of acupoints. If the battle or movement becomes even slightly intense, I lose control. Still, it can now serve as a one-time body flicker technique. My speed surges to the extreme, and within a 50-meter range, I can unleash a movement almost as fast as the Flying Thunder God technique. Used well, it could take down a Jonin in an instant, but it's only good for a single use. Afterward, I have to restart the process of circulating wind chakra for the mode. I feel that mastering the wind release chakra mode might be even harder than the lightning release mode. With lightning release, you just need to stimulate the body's cells, activate them, and then form a lightning armor on the surface with the chakra. But with wind release, I have to circulate thousands of threads of wind chakra along precise routes through the acupoints, keeping them in constant motion. It's truly a daunting task. As for Sage mode, I still can't train in it because my chakra reserves are lacking. At the very least, I need to reach the baseline level of Kage. However, my mindset and my body's adaptation to natural energy have already reached the standard. The Sage chakra I refine can be stabilized for a while without going berserk, allowing me to use it for a single Sage technique. It's all thanks to my training in the state of Zwalong. Under the snake's saliva, I can maintain a state of no thoughts and no desires. Even in my normal state, I can easily reach a place of mental clarity, free of distractions. This already meets the requirements for Sage mode. But if I want to use the spirit transformation technique, that's still out of reach. For now, I'm using the state of emptiness to absorb natural energy, strengthening my body and soul. During nighttime training, I can also restore both physical and mental fatigue, healing injuries and recovering lost vitality. The best option right now is to focus on chakra nature transformations. Currently, I'm investing most of my efforts into wind, earth, and water release. Wind release is for the wind chakra mode and gale sword technique, which directly boost my combat power. Earth and water release are for the future fusion with paper release, Akekiai Genkai. Paper release, when combined with explosive tags and sealing techniques, becomes the perfect partner. It allows for flight, can be used to print money, and it packs a fair punch, truly a cost-effective bloodline limit. Although it's weak against fire release, I could develop fire-resistant and waterproof paper. If I upgrade explosive tags into explosive tag cards, I could use these flying cards as weapons. Normal explosive tags are too flimsy to throw far, but hardened paper explosive cards will be a different story, definitely more practical than shuriken. However, I'm still a long way from meeting the chakra nature transformation requirements needed to create a bloodline limit. In the early morning, Ling once again sent a shadow clone to attend school on her behalf, while instructing it to study the mechanical arts and trap-setting techniques of Yin-Yang Village. At the same time, she had 2 other shadow clones stay at home, one practicing the wind release chakra mode, the other immersed in the discipline of the realm of seated forgetfulness. As for Ling herself, she was preparing to head out for a stroll, since today Master Xuanweng would hand over the last of the explosive tags he'd dismantled, which meant a tidy sum would be coming her way. She activated a jutsu to sense the 4 shadows tailing her, and found their presence rather amusing. They escorted her all the way, acting as bodyguards on her little outing. If they wanted to keep her under surveillance, so be it. After all, once she'd spotted her watchers, their continued efforts only worked to her advantage. Sometimes, she could even feed them false information, leading their handlers to draw the wrong conclusions and profit from their mistakes. Even while out strolling, Ling never neglected her chakra control training. She believed her difficulty in maintaining the wind release mode stemmed from insufficient control. She condensed a ball of compressed chakra in her hand, using it as a tool to hone her precision. The chakra compression orb had no weight at all, yet it was still affected by the planet's gravity. When she tossed it upward, it always fell back into her palm. It was much like playing with a basketball, spinning it on her fingertip from time to time. Dangers seemed to shimmer around it, but the truth was it was every bit as unsafe as it looked. Although Ling appeared to handle the orb with ease, tossing and catching this compressed sphere, powerful enough to rival a C4 explosion, she was actually focusing intently, maintaining control over the surging chakra at every moment. Even when she threw it into the air, she had to calculate precisely how long it would take to land in her hand. If she missed the timing, the orb would become unstable, and if left unattended or hit by an outside force, it could explode. Ling herself didn't feel threatened holding it, but every ninja she passed sensed the intense chakra radiating from the glowing blue sphere and steered clear, as if avoiding a plague. None of them wanted to risk the little girl, barely older than a ninja school student, suddenly tossing it their way. That could be a beautiful way to meet their end. As Ling passed through the main gate of Konoha village, she noticed that the guards on duty weren't Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, but rather two rather aloof chunin. They were busy checking the documents of merchants and ninjas moving in and out of the village. With the clouds of war looming over every village, the number of traveling merchants had dropped sharply. Ling made her way into the forest, arriving first at the rendezvous point she'd arranged with Xuanwang. Finding he hadn't arrived yet, she decided to entertain herself with more advanced tricks, still playing with the compressed chakra orb. Using the technique for forming a chakra scalpel, she condensed a fine thread of chakra and attached it to the orb, ready to try something new. Afterward, she started playing with the yo-yo, reminiscing about the days when she herself was the firepower king of youth. How things had changed. Now, she had come to the shinobi world and become a little girl. Thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. Not only had she caught the attention of the world's greatest villain, she also had to deal with the manipulations of a gloomy old man in the village. Soon enough, Ling sensed Jeno Yu's spiritual presence. She used the shadow clone technique, letting her Shikigami toad swallow the shadow clone, and sent it off toward Jeno Yu's location. Meanwhile, she remained where she was, drawing the attention of the four watchers. With Ling's current mastery of Jinjutsu, the two men, the snake and the white Zetsu, had all long since fallen under her illusion. At any moment, she could trigger the Jinjutsu, ensuring that whatever the watchers saw was exactly what she wanted them to see. It was perfectly safe, all thanks to the way natural energy had strengthened her soul. The real reason she stayed in person was just in case. She needed to be prepared for sudden surprises, like an unexpected visit from Orochimaru or Black Zetsu. Those two cunning schemers could see through the white Zetsu and the little snake's oddities at a glance. So Ling had only used Jinjutsu to control these four monitors for a brief moment. Fortunately, during her last conversation with Jeno Yu, there hadn't been any ANBU or root agents tailing her. Or if there had been, perhaps they'd already been tricked by Black Zetsu or Orochimaru's illusions. Otherwise, with Danzo's usual methods, she would have been surrounded by root operatives and dragged off to be detained in the interrogation department by now. On another front, Ling had already acquired 500,000 explosive tags, with the remaining 200,000 placed by Jeno Yu for sale at various exchange shops. She was out of money. Her savings of several million Ryo had been completely spent in just a month, all on secret medicines to boost her abilities. Thankfully, the results had been outstanding, greatly improving her physical stamina. Most importantly, she'd grown 3 centimeters taller, now reaching 115 centimeters, barely meeting the average height. Jeno Yu was well aware of Ling's progress, since they had sparred half a month ago. She had utterly overwhelmed him in taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ninjutsu. This only made Jeno Yu even more loyal. He was astonished that a 5-year-old girl like Ling already possessed Jonin-level strength, and no longer worried about her future achievements. For ninja, the period of explosive growth and power is between 12 and 25 years old, when chakra and physical abilities skyrocket. As for Ling, Jeno Yu dared not imagine what she'd become at 20, perhaps even a match for the legendary god of shinobi. She had the toad spit out the sealing scroll, arranged their next meeting, and Jeno Yu departed. Ling, meanwhile, had it even easier. She could simply dismiss the shadow clone and Shikigami toad with a thought, a method as convenient as any of Orochimaru's multi-purpose snakes. Retrieving the chakra-compressed orb that she'd been manipulating on chakra threads 10 meters away, Ling prepared to head home. Busy hurrying back, she needed to inscribe a summoning contract onto the ceiling scroll packed with explosive tags. That way, she could summon at any time and blow her enemies to smithereens. But as she passed by the gates of Konoha, Ling caught sight of some familiar faces. Minato with his yellow hair, Kakashi with his dead fish eyes, Obito in a heated, flustered state, and Rin, ever the voice of reason. How can a dead last who couldn't even take care of a single bandit have the nerve to criticize the main force so loudly? If you're weak, you ought to train harder. Kakashi shot a lazy glance at the flustered Obito, pointing a finger at him. It was obvious who he was talking about, even without naming names. Damn it. Stupid, arrogant Kakashi. You totally stole my kill. I'd already beaten that guy within an inch of his life, but you just had to swoop in and snatch the final blow. Obito's face flushed red as he hunched over, jabbing an accusatory finger at Kakashi, loudly decrying his underhanded tactics. Yeah, right? You fought that bandit from start to finish, but if I hadn't stepped in and finished him off, you'd probably still be locked in an epic struggle with him for 3 days and nights. Kakashi brushed off Obito's anger, turning his head so only the back of it was visible. His contempt was unmistakable. Arg, Kakashi, I challenge you to a duel. Don't you get it? My opponent was the only real ninja among those bandits. Obito clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, ready to launch himself at that infuriating back at any moment. Obito, don't get so worked up. Kakashi didn't mean any harm. He was just worried that Bandit might lash out and hurt you in his final moments. Rin gently held onto Obito's arm, trying to calm him down. After all, this was the gate of the Hidden Leaf Village. They couldn't let everyone see their team make a scene. Feeling the softness of Rin's touch and catching a faint whiff of her scent, Obito froze, stiff as a board, afraid of doing anything that might offend her. His blood was still running hot, but now it was embarrassment instead of anger. The accusations against Kakashi in his mind quickly turned into daydreams about Rin becoming his girlfriend. Kakashi, noticing that Obito had fallen unusually silent, glanced over with his dead fish eyes and immediately saw right through Obito's distracted, love-struck state. Calling someone who only knows some taijutsu and can barely use chakra and ninja? Please, even a genin would be better. Yet our dead last managed to barely hold his own against a bandit who isn't even on a genin's level. Pathetic. Kakashi's words snapped Obito out of his daydream, and for a moment, he felt as if he'd lost both wife and child in a single instant. His anger reignited, and he was ready to go after Kakashi again. Hey, Kakashi, what's your problem? You want to fight or something? Stop looking at me like that. I'm talking about you, Kakashi. Come out and face me one-on-one. Kakashi dismissed Obito's shouting with a wave of his hand. From their days at the academy until now, he fought Obito 372 times, and every single time, Kakashi had come out on top. Honestly, he was getting bored of always winning. All right, Obito did great too. It was your fireball jutsu that split up the battlefield, even if it didn't actually take anyone out. Minato Namikaze laughed as he ruffled both of their hair. Watching the two turn their backs on each other, clearly fed up with one another, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He honestly didn't know why, but every time Obito used his fireball jutsu, he always aimed for the densest crowd, and yet, not a single person had ever fallen to his flames. It truly was a mystery. On reflection, it seemed fire-style techniques rarely resulted in fatalities. He hadn't really seen it happen himself. Minato-senpai. Kakashi Obito Rin hello. Was a mission a success this time? Uchiha Ling approached, holding a chakra compression orb in hand, greeting the four who had just arrived. Ah, Ling. Yes, things went pretty smoothly. The only hitch was that it turned from a C-rank mission into a B-rank one. Minato noticed Uchiha Ling had grown a bit taller since last time, and greeted him with a warm smile. This mission had been commissioned by the Hidden Leaf Village to eliminate a bandit camp. Ling, this time we completed a B-rank mission. Huh, pretty impressive, right? Obito turned around and, spotting Ling, immediately began boasting about his achievements. For a genin who'd only graduated a year ago, completing a B-rank mission was certainly impressive. Though, in reality, this particular mission was about as basic as B-rank tasks could get. It had only been bumped up to B-rank because one of the bandits happened to know a little chakra control. Otherwise, it would have stayed a C-rank job. TCH, someone didn't even take down a single bandit, yet you have the nerve to say you completed a B-rank mission? Kakashi shot Obito a sidelong glare, but then his attention was caught by the chakra orb in Ling's hand. He instantly sensed the overwhelming chakra emanating from it. Rin, ever observant, also noticed the orb and was startled by its intense chakra presence, involuntarily stepping back. Ling, that chakra orb in your hand is dangerous. You really shouldn't be playing around with it. Rin managed to overcome the suffocating sense of dread the orb gave off, and resolutely stood by Obito's side, giving Ling a firm warning. At that moment, Minato snapped out of his own thoughts about the chakra orb. The reason he had gotten lost in thought was because he noticed how this technique seemed to complement his own Rasengan. Ling, did you invent this jutsu yourself? I'd say it's at least B rank in terms of power. Even though Minato didn't possess any ocular bloodline techniques to analyze the orb's inner workings, his keen perception allowed him to roughly discern its structure and strength. Self-created jutsu? What a genius! Kakashi was honestly stunned by Ling's talent. Thinking of his own jutsu that was still nothing more than an idea, he suddenly felt an intense sense of urgency. This compressed ball? You could say I invented it myself. I'm training my chakra control with it. Ling tossed the chakra compressed ball up and down a couple of times, making the corners of Minato's squad's eyes twitch. Had they not trusted Ling, they might have instinctively jumped back a few steps. Ling, that's amazing. You created your own B-rank jutsu. Way cooler than that show-off Kakashi. Obito, feeling a sense of pride since Ling was also a Uchiha like him, couldn't help but take the opportunity to slight Kakashi. It's really impressive. This method of training chakra control is great, though a bit dangerous, Minato commented, sensing the vast chakra swirling inside Ling. It was already at elite Jonin level. He could also feel an undercurrent of danger from her, and genuinely admired her talent. What Minato didn't realize was that the sense of danger came from Ling's readiness to summon the demonic ghetto statue at any moment. Not as a precaution against him, but as protection against Black Zetsu. Ling had also discovered that keeping herself in this state, ready to summon the ghetto statue anytime, seemed to make many Jonin who harbored grudges against the Uchiha clan speak with her more calmly and peacefully. Incredible! Ling is still so young, yet she can already create her own jutsu. She's truly Konoha's #1 prodigy. Rin clasped her hands at her chest, gazing in admiration at Ling, who was only up to her shoulder in height. Ling could tell that Rin was giving genuine praise. Had anyone else said the same thing, it would have sounded like sheer sarcasm. Haha, actually I got the inspiration for this while I was in the Forest of Death, after encountering a ninja beast. Ling felt a bit embarrassed to admit that she had merely copied, the Wolf King's move, but since the Wolf King was long dead, there was no one left to call her out. Have you tried making the chakra inside the ball move chaotically? That might make it even more powerful. Minato was never one to hoard knowledge, and immediately shared the principle behind his own Rasengan with Ling. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, who knew about the Rasengan, were all surprised to see Minato openly offer to teach it to Ling. I heard Minato-senpai had a jutsu called a Rasengan, so I came specifically to learn and exchange ideas. Ling's honesty and clever little scheme didn't bother the team at all. In fact, it made them like her even more, seeing her as a charming and sincere child. Well then, let's submit our mission report first, and afterwards, how about everyone comes over to my place for dinner? I haven't been home in a month, and I'll invite Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-senpai too. Minato agreed to Ling's request without hesitation. Everyone benefited, so why not? The 5 of them set off together toward the Hokage's office. Along the way, quite a few ninjas and villagers recognized Minato and greeted him warmly. His popularity was truly sky-high. However, Ling wasn't faring badly either. Only a small number of die-hard, deeply brainwashed hardliners disliked Ling's presence, but their feelings hadn't escalated to outright hatred, something Ling found rather unfortunate, as it meant fewer opportunities to harvest stable emotional energy. Though Ling could have tried provoking them, it ultimately went against his own principles, so he let the idea go. After all, he was aiming for a place among the higher ranks of the Hokage's circle. He couldn't afford to let his reputation crumble. With his current strength, the upcoming Third Great Ninja War would be his chance to rack up achievements and prestige. When the time came, he could save some Konoha shinobi, offend some from other villages, and then watch as his reservoir of emotional energy swelled with a satisfying rush. If people found the Mangekyo Sharingan's beauty off-putting, he'd just switch to the 6 eyes of the heavens. Worried about a short lifespan? Then he'd simply borrow Tengen's technique for eternal life. Entering the mission hall, he watched as Minato submitted their mission and collected the reward. Although the mission was classified as B rank, the payment was only at the C rank level. The only real benefit seemed to be padding their mission record, since under normal circumstances, a ninja's rank advancement required both quantity and quality of missions. During wartime, temporary rank promotions were possible. If you receive a rank up and survived missions appropriate for that level, it meant you truly deserved it. If you died, well, it would be considered a posthumous honor. Lord Minato, Uchiha Ling, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please follow me. An Umbu appeared suddenly, delivering a summons from the 3rd Hokage. Since the 3rd was just upstairs, he'd probably seen Minato and Ling entered the mission hall already. Understood. Let me make some arrangements for my team first. Although Minato didn't know why the third was calling him, he was certain it had something to do with the current state of the ninja world. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, you three go inform Kushina, and then pick up some groceries. Ling and I will be back soon. He'd promised them a team dinner, after all, and he wasn't about to go back on his word. Plus, he wanted to talk to Ling about their respective dango recipes. He was sure there'd be something to gain from the exchange. Let's go, Ling. We shouldn't keep the Hokage waiting. Minato led the way, with Ling following close behind, mulling over what his teacher might want from him. Hopefully nothing too dangerous. They climbed the stairs and soon arrived at the third Hokage's office. It sounded as though a heated discussion was taking place inside, while two Umbu stood guard at the doorway. Lord Hokage, Namake's Minato, and Uchiha Ling have arrived. One of the Umbu announced them, cutting through the voices within. Come in, came the third's weary reply. Ling couldn't shake the feeling that this summons boded no good. Stepping inside, they were greeted by the sight of Konoha's so-called four elders. The old, the weak, the sick, and the infirm. Danzo glanced at Ling, then let out a cold snort. Is Lord Danzo feeling unwell? You really ought to take care of yourself. After all, Konoha still needs its great roots to draw in nourishment. Ling had no intention of indulging this old fossil. She started with a jab, her words dripping with mockery to rile up this old bastard. Uchiha brat, don't think that just because you become a monkey student, you can look down on me. Danzo immediately caught the sarcasm in Ling's tone, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eye. But when he caught the third Hokage's warning glance, he simply closed his eyes, choosing to ignore her altogether. Ling, Danzo has made tremendous contributions to Konoha. You must show him proper respect. The third Hokage chided Ling in a measured tone, helping his old comrade save a bit of face. Oh, of course, sensei. So, what business calls both Minato-senpai and me here today? Ling really didn't want to see Danzo lingering about, though she had to admit he'd just become a convenient source of emotional stability for her. One more push, and she'd have enough to try her luck at the lottery. Minato, you're well aware of the recent maneuvers from Tsunade-cure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure, aren't you? The third turned to Minato, whose face was solemn, his tone gentle and inquiring. Ling felt a pang of curiosity. She had no access to any intelligence network, so the current state of the ninja world was a mystery to her. I am. Tsunade-cure is hunting down Sasori of the Red Sand, while Iwagakure and Kumogakure are openly recruiting. Minato had just returned from a mission and only had a general understanding of the larger picture. The third Hokage picked up his pipe, flicked his finger to conjure a small flame, and lit it. He took a long drag, exhaling as if releasing his fatigue along with the smoke. Sasori killed the third Kazekage. After being hunted, he crossed into the land of fire, and now his whereabouts are unknown. Yet Iwagakure and Kumogakure's Umbu are still in pursuit. But according to our information, the Umbu from Iwagakure are actually Kumogakure operatives in disguise. Conversely, the Umbu from Kumogakure are really Iwagakure agents in disguise. After discussing with the elders, I've decided you'll lead the Umbu. Your mission, either capture Sasori or drive him out of our borders. After what felt like a lengthy preamble, the third Hokage finally revealed the purpose of the meeting, to fix the butterfly effect caused by Ling's selling information. All thanks to that damn Orochimaru. Monkey, my opinion remains unchanged. All intruders should be executed on sight. Danzo opened his eye, the single orb blazing with a ruthless light that sent chills down the spine, though no one present was cowed by his threat. Minato, don't listen to Danzo's nonsense. We can't afford to ignite the powder keg the world has become, said Koroyudatane. She's right, Minato. Danzo's a bit too extreme. Be careful with how you handle this mission, added Hamura Mitokado. Cowards, Danzo snorted, shutting his eyes again, unwilling to look at these two weaklings any longer. Yes. I totally agree with Lord Danzo. With his formidable root, I'm sure he could take out all the Umbu from those 3 villages. Ling's quick, right, instantly set Danzo's temper ablaze. His foundation had already suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing here arguing. You little brat, you're looking for trouble. Danzo's chakra surged wildly, the pressure almost tangible, but it didn't frighten Ling at all. That's enough, Danzo. And you too, Ling, both of you stand down. The third Hokage sounded weary. Ever since Danzo had tried to force Ling in a joining route, the two had been at each other's throats, and there was little he could do about it. Danzo shut his eyes with a proud huff. TCH. Ling turned his head away as well. He wasn't a child at heart. No problem, Lord Hokage. When do we depart? Minato's love for the village was unwavering. Receiving a mission in a time of crisis, he would never refuse. Immediately, 3 squads from the Umbu are already assembled. Only you can execute this task perfectly. The third Hokage was a master of persuasion. Minato's mobility made him the ideal choice for small-scale pursuit and elimination missions. Understood. Ling, here's my personal notes on training the Rasengan. It's a pity we don't have more time to discuss it together. Minato pulled a small scroll from his ninja pouch and handed it to Ling. Ling accepted it, then immediately used a summoning technique to produce another scroll, which he offered to Minato in return. Senior Minato, this is the structure for my original compression sphere jutsu. I hope it's useful to you. The two exchanged jutsu scrolls right in front of everyone, causing the 4 elders, old, weak, sick, and wounded, to fix their eyes on them in amazement. Huh. Lord Third, esteemed advisors, I'll take my leave now. Ling, please tell Kushina and the others for me. Minato didn't bother with the door. After tucking Ling's scroll away, he swiftly vanished, heading straight for the Umbu headquarters. Sensei, what did you call me here for? Ling asked again as the third Hokage took a long drag on his pipe. By all rights, there shouldn't be anything that involved him. Ling, your strength has already reached Jonin level, hasn't it? I'm planning to assign you to the Umbu. Hiruzen Sarutobi set down his pipe, gazing at the disciple before him. A 5-year-old who had already created his own ninjutsu and taijutsu, his strength rivaling elite Jonin. There was a complex look in his eyes. Huh, but sensei, I was hoping to spend a few more years learning and growing. The Umbu won't miss me if I'm not there, right? Ling knew all too well what life in the Umbu was like. Calling it 007 would be putting it kindly. On call 24 hours a day, every assignment was a dance with death. One wrong move, and your life was forfeit. Day in, day out, it was nothing but fighting or on the way to a fight. Besides, child labor should be illegal, shouldn't it? Even if the ninja world had no labor or child protection laws, sending children into battle went against the very will of fire the first Hokage had championed. The third Hokage had long anticipated Ling's response. Although this disciple was exceptionally diligent, he preferred a life of tranquility, much like those old shinobi who had grown weary of endless battles. Monkey, hand this brat over to my root division for training, and he'll never defy his superiors like this again, Danzo interjected, seizing the opportunity to pressure Hiruzen Sarutobi. In truth, he was quite eager to recruit Ling into root. Ling, it's only been 8 years since Konoha emerged from the Second World War. The village has yet to recover, and the ranks of the Umbu are seriously lacking. Right now, we don't have any outstanding shinobi left. The third Hokage appealed to Ling's emotions. He spoke the truth. Apart from his own son and daughter-in-law, there weren't any elite Jonin left in the Umbu, and even regular Jonin were few and far between. Moreover, he believed Ling needed real-world experience. He knew Ling had attained his current strength through solitary training, but he was certain that with the trials of the Umbu, Ling's abilities would reach even greater heights. When firmness failed, the third Hokage turned to gentler persuasion, playing the good cop while Danzo played the bad cop. At this point, Ling really had no choice but to agree, yet he knew he had to bargain for some advantages. Otherwise, he'd end up doing everything for free, and might as well defect instead. Master Sarutobi, I don't mind joining the Umbu, but I do lack a few truly decisive, powerful jutsu, you know? Ling's eyes sparkled like clear water as he made his request, cautious but unmistakably seeking some benefit. Both Hiruzen and Danzo could see right through his bargaining. I'm not asking for much, just 3 to 5 S-rank jutsu for self-defense. After all, you wouldn't want your own disciple to fall in battle just because. He lacked strong enough techniques, right? Ling clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head, as if making the most modest of requests. Hiruzen's mouth twitched at the outrageous demand. 3 to 5 S-rank jutsu? Even he would hesitate to ask for that many. But it was clear that unless he agreed, Ling wouldn't join the Umbu at all, and even if he did, he'd likely just go through the motions. Ling, Konoha does have S-rank jutsu, but most of them are extremely dangerous forbidden techniques and notoriously difficult to master. How about we narrow it down to just one? Said Hiruzen, clearly troubled. After all, most of Konoha's S-rank jutsu had been left behind by the first and second Hokage. The first techniques were mainly would release, while the seconds were largely forbidden jutsu. Huh? Only one? At the very least, I should have one for defense and one for offense. Besides, isn't learning these powerful jutsu still for the sake of serving Konoha? Ling spun on his left toe, his words righteous even as he bartered for personal gain. What's more, if I become stronger, won't I be able to accomplish missions more effectively and eliminate enemies more efficiently? That benefits Konoha as well, doesn't it? Ling looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and knew she was likely in the clear. The third was known for his soft heart. If you had a good relationship with him and said the right things, chances were you'd get what you wanted. Monkey, there's no precedent in the ANBU for granting advanced jutsu to someone with no record of achievement, Danzo interjected, refusing to make things easy for Ling. He made a point of opposing anything she requested. TCH, old man Danzo, that's not what you said when you tried to recruit me in Naruto. Back then you promised I could learn any ninjutsu or forbidden technique I wanted. So Root can do it, but ANBU can't? Sensei, ANBU is your blade. How could you dull your own sword? Ling shot back, throwing Danzo's empty promises right in his face. She knew the third was well aware of Danzo's habit of handing out forbidden techniques to Root operatives. All right, you've convinced me. The third Hokage relented. How about I grant you my 5-element Great Bullet and Super Beast imitating drawing techniques? While the latter isn't quite S rank, its versatility and power are on par with 1. He felt these two jutsu suited Ling perfectly, one for assault, one for reconnaissance and escape, making them an excellent combination. However, even though I'm giving you these jutsu, I can't just break ENBU protocol. You now owe the village the merit of 2 A-rank missions. Is that fair? The third rummaged through his drawer, pulled out 2 scrolls, and tossed them to Ling, who was already beaming with delight. He couldn't help but find his disciple endearing. Thank you, Sensei. I promise I'll give my all in ANBU and never bring shame to your name. Cradling the 2 scrolls, Ling tucked them into her ninja tool pouch strapped to her thigh, a true treasure. Her pouch was special, with several compartments and 3 half-cubic spaces created with sealing technique runes. It had cost her a small fortune, tens of thousands of ryo. Otherwise, how else could ninja pull so many weapons out of such small packs? Most tool pouches could barely hold half a cubic foot, and wore out quickly, their sealing runes fading in a year. But Ling's was top tier, good for 3 years, the best money could buy. Now that you've joined ANBU, you're officially graduated. Here's your ninja headband and your registration papers, the third Hokage said, handing her the items. Clearly, the old man had prepared them in advance. Thank you, Sensei. It's just a shame I haven't said goodbye to my classmates. Ling replied with a dramatic sigh, trying to squeeze out a tear or 2 for effect. But she was simply too happy. There was no way she could pretend to be sad. As for the forehead protector, that ugly thing, Ling simply tied it around her thigh. This way, her right thigh had the ninja tool pouch, and her left thigh had the forehead protector. Now, that made sense. This spot wouldn't affect her combat ability, and it could even serve as a kind of accessory. As for the genin identification document, it featured Ling's photograph, her ninja physique and illusion scores, as well as her teacher's comments. Her ninja ID number was quite auspicious, 010520, signifying that she was the 10,520th ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. The number seemed a bit small, but considering this was during the period between the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, it was understandable. Sensei, when do I need to report to the Umbu? I'm planning to spend 3 days studying these 2 jutsu. If she could slack off for a day, she would. No one in their right mind would rush to start working. That would be sheer drudgery. Ling certainly had no intention of being a workhorse. I'll give you 3 days, then report to the Umbu base. Remember, when you're on a mission, don't be soft-hearted or hesitate, no matter what. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little worried that his young student might run into trouble due to lack of experience. But all he could do was remind Ling, every ninja had to go through this rite of passage. Don't worry, Sensei. I'm actually quite strong. Ling had no intention of showing mercy. As long as she wasn't faced with harming innocent elderly, women, or children, she felt she could handle it. And if she really couldn't, well, that's what teammates were for. Let them take care of it. And if they refused, she'd just have to give them a piece of her mind, even if that meant using her fists. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Ling walked out of the Hokage's office. She still needed to drop by Minato Namikaze's house to deliver the news, and then it would finally be time for her favorite group dinner. It was a pity that she never got to properly enjoy her days at the Ninja Academy, forced to graduate so soon. From enrollment to graduation, it had only been 2 months. Still, it wouldn't be long before Shursui would probably join the Root Division, so she wouldn't stand out so much. And graduating at 5 wasn't so unusual. After all, she had Kakashi as a trailblazer. Ling bought some meat, figuring that if she didn't, there was no way she'd get enough to eat at this dinner. When she arrived at Minato's home, she found a 2-story standalone house with its own courtyard. It was clear the young couple were living quite comfortably, and the location was prime, right in the heart of the Hidden Leaf. Unlike her own home, which was also a 2-story house with a courtyard, but way out at the edge of the village, though at least it was close to the training grounds. Ling knocked on the door, and soon heard light, cheerful footsteps approaching. It sounded like Kushina. It's you, Ling. Didn't Minato come back with you? Uzumaki Kushina opened the door and found only Ling, small in stature, but lugging a huge bag of meat. She glanced around but saw no sign of Minato. Sister Kushina, Senior Minato, was assigned an urgent mission by the third Hokage. He asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. Ling naturally couldn't reveal any details about Minato's mission, not even to Kushina. There were always ears against the wall, and with war on the horizon, it was best to guard against spies. After all, it was during Kakashi's visit to Rin's grave when he mentioned that Kushina was about to give birth, that Obito seized the opportunity, leading to the tragedy of their teacher's death. That old third Hokage is just the worst. Minato just got back from a mission, and now he's been sent off again. It's not like Konoha doesn't have enough people. One day, I'm going to pluck out his beard, so he'll stop giving Minato so much work. Kushina waved her spatula with a few determined sweeps. She was more than used to the third Hokage, constantly assigning Minato new tasks. Yes, you're absolutely right. Sensei really is being unfair. Ling echoed Kushina's complaint, though her protest was for her own reasons. Not only did he employ child labor, but he also encouraged a 5-year-old girl to kill and set fires. Crimes truly beyond redemption. Ling, come on in. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito have gone out to buy vegetables. Did you buy this meat, Ling? There's so much. Kushina held out a pair of slippers for Ling to change into. She then took the basket from Ling's hands and found it packed to the brim with beef. Just lifting it, she could tell there was at least 20 pounds inside. Haha. Well, you know how much I love meat. I bought extra so I could eat my fill. Lately, my appetite's gotten even bigger. Ling scratched her stomach a little sheepishly. She really didn't want to be known as a bottomless pit, but going hungry was just too uncomfortable. She had no choice but to give in. But what are we going to do with all this beef? We don't even have a grill at home. Kushina looked at the mountain of beef, unsure how to handle it. Whether for barbecue or sukiyaki, it was way more than they'd ever use. Let's have hot pot. I've got everything we need. Along with all sorts of ninja gear, Ling kept a full set of cooking equipment and plenty of spices sealed away in her scroll. A trick she picked up from Urusei Kosuka, Konoha's strongest among the so-called weakest ninja. It's well known that, since ancient times, some of the greatest warriors have come from the ranks of the army cooks and medics. Even among ninjas, the strongest sometimes started out as genin. And now, she could be a medic, a cook, and she was still a genin, truly stacking up all the blessings. She was practically born to be the ultimate powerhouse. Hot pot. What's that? Kushina asked, puzzled. She'd never heard of such a dish. Maybe it was the latest trend sweeping through the ninja world. It's kind of like sukiyaki, but you fry up a broth first, and then dip your food in special sauces. Leave it to me. I brought everything we need. Ling took the apron Kushina handed her, tied it on, and got right to work, starting by creating 3 shadow clones. First, Ling number 1 sliced the beef into suitable pieces and put them in the freezer for a while to make it easier to cut into thin slices later. Next, Ling's second shadow clone took out various seasonings and began to prepare the hot pot base and dipping sauces. The third shadow clone pulled out a stove for a divided hot pot and lit the charcoal. The whole process was seamless, and everything was ready in no time, while Ling and Kushina watched from the side. So this is hot pot. I can't believe so many herbs can be used as seasonings. It smells wonderful. The hot pot base that Ling prepared wasn't overly spicy, but the aroma of beef tallow sautéed with spices was irresistible. Soon, a knock sounded at the door. Since Ling number 1 had already finished slicing the beef, Kushina was busy preparing her own dish, so Ling went to answer the door. Little Junior, is that you? As soon as the door opened, there stood Jiraiya, the lecherous old man, sporting a look that said he was about to surprise someone, only to realize it was Ling. Thud! Tsunade, standing behind Jiraiya, landed a heavy punch on his head, leaving a large bump. Jiraiya, stop embarrassing us here. Honestly, you're ruining the Sannin's reputation. Tsunade closed her eyes, one arm folded across her chest, a vein throbbing on her forehead. With her other hand, she hoisted the now limp Jiraiya by the collar. TCH, like you want to talk, lady big spender of the ninja world. Jiraiya muttered under his breath, clearly annoyed that Tsunade had pinned the blame on him. Thud, what did you say? Are you looking for a death wish, Jiraiya? Tsunade landed another punch on the other side of Jiraiya's head, giving him a perfectly symmetrical pair of lumps. Tsunade, Jiraiya-senpai, and Shizen, please come in. Just as Ling welcomed the 3 inside, he noticed Kakashi and his 2 friends rounding the corner, carrying baskets of groceries. Hey, it's Ling. Wait, is that a ninja headband? Where did you get that? Don't tell me you stole it. Obito was the first to spot Ling at the door, but his attention was quickly drawn to the headband on Ling's thigh. He was shocked, but immediately came up with an explanation for himself. Obito, don't be ridiculous. Ling must have graduated today and become a genin, right? Isn't that right, Ling? Rin Noera, holding a basket in both hands, listened to Obito's wild guess, then leaned forward a bit, tilting her head with a gentle smile as she explained. Huh? Oh yes, that's right. Congratulations, Ling. You became a genin so quickly. Now let's see how cocky Kakashi is. He can't look down on us Uchiha anymore. As Obito looked at Rin, who had suddenly moved closer with her warm smile, his face turned beet red. He hurriedly stepped back, bumping into Kakashi, then immediately started teasing Kakashi to cover up his embarrassment. TCH, someone at the bottom of the class isn't even worthy of talking to me. I just looked down on a certain Uchiha. That's all. Kakashi had no intention of indulging Obito. He shot back immediately, though he had to admit he was surprised that Ling had graduated even faster than he had. Although they both graduated at the age of 5, he himself had entered the academy at 4. And now, he couldn't sense any threat from Ling at all. It was as if she were just an ordinary genin standing before him. But he knew that couldn't be true. He hadn't made much progress lately, while Ling had developed her own taijutsu and ninjutsu techniques. Her strength was undoubtedly above his. Haha, please come in, all of you. Kushina has been waiting for a while. Ling watched the three of them banter, their rapport so natural. Despite all the bickering, she couldn't help but think that Obito and Kakashi were the real deal. Wow, it smells amazing. What has Kushina prepared today? With this aroma, I feel like I could eat a whole bowl of rice with just the scent. Obito stepped through the door and took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale every bit of the hot pot's savory essence. I can smell a lot of medicinal herbs in there. Rin, now quite a skilled medical ninja, easily picked out the scents and types of herbs, even though they were somewhat mixed together. Hey kid, I hear from Kushina that you're the one who prepared this dish. What'd you call it, hot pot? Tsunade, settling onto the sofa, realized she was feeling rather hungry herself. The enticing aroma was simply too hard to resist. Yes, Tsunade. How is it? Doesn't it smell great? Once Kushina finishes up, we can dig in right away. Everything gets cooked right at the table. Ling glanced at the platters of beef laid out on the large table, and her stomach began to rumble in anticipation. Is it only beef? Not a lot of meat. Can we really finish it all? Rin instinctively overlooked Ling's appetite, despite having witnessed its magnitude firsthand before. Haha, Rin, you don't need to worry. With Ling's appetite, she could polish off all this beef by herself. Don't forget, she's got the appetite of a bottomless pit. Obito, blissfully unaware of social cues, kept teasing even as Ling's face darkened, determined to poke at her sensitive spot. Oh, I'm a bottomless pit, am I? But have you forgotten about Kushina and Tsunade? Ling promptly dragged Kushina and Tsunade into the fray, eager to prove that her appetite was perfectly normal, and not some odd exception, while also setting a little trap for the clueless Obito. Sure enough, Obito, never one for subtlety, fell right into it, completely missing Kakashi's pitying look and Rin's frantic tug on his sleeve. Ha, you're the bottomless pit, and Kushina and Tsunade are just little bottomless pits. Obito burst out laughing, utterly convinced of his own cleverness at coming up with such a perfect explanation. Go to hell, you annoying little Uchiha brat. With a powerful punch, Tsunade landed a blow squarely on Obito's head, and then Ling followed up with another strike for good measure. Obito, who was already seeing stars from Tsunade's punch, felt as if he was meeting his kindly great-grandmother after Ling's additional blow. Obito, are you okay? Rin, worried, grabbed Obito by the shoulders and shook him vigorously. At that moment, 2 large bumps crowned Obito's head. His eyes rolled back to show only the whites, and his mouth hung open, drooling like a fool, while an invisible soul seemed to drift above him. Kushina, who was walking out of the kitchen, had originally intended to teach Obito a lesson herself, so he'd learn to respect his elders. But upon seeing his pitiful state, she decided against it, fearing that one more punch might send Obito straight to the memorial stone. After quite a while, Obito finally returned from his vision of the afterlife, but he seemed dazed, as if he'd lost his memory. Obito, wake up. Did you lose your memory? Do you still recognize us? Among everyone present, Rin was clearly the most concerned about Obito, and not in the fake, calculating way some girls treat their backup guys. Does Rin know that Obito likes her? Ling thought she probably did, but unfortunately, Rin's admiration at this moment was focused on Kakashi. I'm fine, Rin. Just a bit of a headache. Ouch, that hurts. As soon as Obito came to, he gingerly touched the lumps on his head, and a wave of pain shot all the way down his spine. Ling, why did you hit me? Don't you know my brilliant mind is priceless? If you break it, can you afford to pay for the loss? Obito, fired up, jabbed his finger at Ling, who was sprawled on the sofa as if nothing had happened, seriously accusing her. Oh, that? It was just to see if Rin cares about a certain someone. But it looks like Rin really does care the most about that person. Ling idly twirled a strand of her hair, telling a blatant lie with a straight face, leaving Obito utterly baffled. Huh, really? Rin, you're the one I care about the most, too. It was as if a light bulb went on in Obito's head. He grabbed Rin's hand, gazed at her shy face, and broke into a big, silly grin. Ling smirked coldly to the side. If she hadn't helped Obito out, this timid boy would never have dared to hold Rin's hand his whole life. Enough of that. Let's get ready to eat. Kushina-sensei is almost done with dinner. Rin cast a quick, unreadable glance at Kakashi, who looked completely unbothered. A pang of sadness flickered in her heart, but quickly faded. All right, everyone, let's eat. Seeing that Kushina had brought out an array of Japanese dishes, Tsunade picked up her own bottle of sake, poured herself a cup, and began drinking with Jiraiya. Ling, as usual, had finished preparing early. She poured herself a glass of juice, then promptly started cooking a plate of beef. After that, she began to stretch her limbs, eating with a refined elegance and astonishing speed. Ling, congratulations on becoming a genin. Did the Hokage summon you today, just to let you graduate? Rin raised her glass of juice and stood up, ready to toast Ling on her new rank. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya looked surprised. They hadn't expected this little prodigy to become a genin so soon. I suppose you could say that. Honestly, I was hoping to spend another 3 years at the academy. Ling couldn't help but think that maybe she shouldn't have sparred with Uncle Dai. That match had given her away. Still, with her talent, it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. A needle in a sack can't stay hidden for long. Ling, are you planning to join a mission team? Or will you be entering the Konoha military police force? Kushina sounded a little worried, concerned that Ling might not have enough experience to handle the kinds of trouble that come with missions. Sarutobi-sensei wants me to join the Umbu. Less pay, more work, always on call, and stationed far from home, 24/7, all year round. Even though Ling had bargained hard and managed to get an advance on 2 jutsu, it still wasn't enough to soothe her wounded spirit. Umbu, that's incredible. Ling, I bet you're almost as strong as Kakashi now. He joined the Umbu when he was about your age, too. Rin looked at Ling with admiration. In her eyes, Ling was just like Kakashi back then. Both had become genin at the age of 5. At Rin's words, Kakashi's mouth twitched, while Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kushina all wore strange expressions. They could all sense the vast chakra swirling within Ling. Huh, did I say something wrong? Rin noticed the odd looks on everyone's faces and asked, puzzled. Rin, honestly, Ling's probably surpassed me already. Kakashi wasn't the sort to get hung up on pride, so he readily admitted that Ling was stronger. Still, deep down he told himself he'd have to work hard to catch up. Kakashi, look at you now. My Uchiha clan is just a factory for geniuses. Obito cared little that he was even further behind the curve. As long as he could poke fun at Kakashi, he didn't mind losing 1,000 if it meant his rival lost 10,000. TCH, I don't know what makes a certain deadlast think he has the right to say that to me. Kakashi replied to Obito's taunt with cool indifference, showing no sign of annoyance. At the word deadlast, Tsunade burst out laughing and couldn't help but glance at a mortified Jiraiya. Jiraiya, for his part, took a strategic sip of sake to mask his embarrassment. After all, he'd once been at the bottom of the class himself, just like Obito, while Orochimaru back then had been much like today's Kakashi. As the drinks flowed and dishes were enjoyed, nearly 80% of the 20 pounds of beef Ling had ended up in her own stomach. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they helped Kushina tidy up the aftermath, then each sprawled out on the couches to digest. So, kid, how's your medical ninjutsu coming along? Tsunade, thinking about Ling joining the AMBU, grew a bit worried about her safety. She had to ask about Ling's proficiency in medical ninjutsu. After all, those who can heal themselves tend to live longer. I've already mastered mystical palm technique, the chakra scalpel, and the delicate extraction technique. Unfortunately, I haven't even begun to grasp the nature transformation of yang release. Ling gave a little flick of her right hand, conjuring a shimmering green chakra scalpel. After quickly forming new hand seals, it shifted into the vibrant green glow of the mystical palm's yang release. Not bad. Your talent is even greater than mine. Tsunade downed her cup of sake in one go, feeling a bit more at ease about Ling. After all, this was her only gambling partner who could go toe-to-toe with her. It wouldn't do to lose her so easily. Tsunade, sister, you're too modest. You're the pioneer, so of course the path was harder for you than for us who follow in your footsteps. Ling didn't think she was especially gifted in yang release. Otherwise, why hadn't she even glimpsed the beginnings of its transformation after all this time? On the other hand, her progress in yin release was rapid. Ever since she constructed the illusion world, she'd quickly grasped the nature transformation for yin-based jinjutsu. Now, any jinjutsu below B rank was effortless, with greater power and stability, and far less likely to be seen through, at least for anyone below the level of Chunin. I heard from Orochimaru that you asked him for sealing scrolls to study. Remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. Being well-rounded is good, but you must have something you truly excel at. Tsunade worried that Ling's interests were too scattered, slowing her own progress. She knew Ling was advancing fast, certainly the strongest genius Konoha had ever seen. Even her great-grandfather hadn't been this impressive at Ling's age, and even Orochimaru, at the same age, couldn't compare. Understand, I'll be sure to find my focus. Ling had no intention of changing her training plan. For now, only those 3 areas held any potential for short-term progress. She'd hit a bottleneck everywhere else. Ultimately, she was simply too young and had reached the current limits of her age. Ling, would you spar with me? I'd like to see just how far apart we are. Kakashi, uncharacteristically, spoke up, challenging Ling, who was 3 years younger than him. His request left everyone present a little surprised. Of course, I'd like to spar with you as well, Kakashi-senpai. Would you prefer taijutsu or kenjutsu? Ling planned to bully Kakashi with ninjutsu. With 5 nature transformations and the Rasengan compression sphere under her belt, she was already at an elite Jonin level. No restrictions. I just want to see myself clearly. Kakashi's tone was firm. He needed Ling to push him to ignite his own growth. She was the goal he'd set his eyes on. All right then, shall we go now? Ling had no objections. She more or less understood Kakashi's intentions. After all, there was a time when she had looked up to Kakashi as her goal, striving to catch up with him. Let's go now. We'll head to the training grounds, Kakashi said, rising to bid Kushina farewell. He opened the door and stepped outside. Then I'll be on my way. Thank you for your hospitality, Sister Kushina. Goodbye, Sister Tsunade, Uncle Jiraiya, Senior Shizen. See you all. Ling walked out the door and followed Kakashi toward the training grounds. I'm coming too. Master Kushina, I'll take my leave. Obito couldn't possibly miss the chance to witness Kakashi's defeat. He was determined to comfort him afterward and let his own charm win Kakashi over, so that Kakashi would never call him a dead last again. I'll go as well. I'm a bit worried, Rin said, bowing politely before excusing herself and heading out. Ling made her way down the main street, eyes fixed on Kakashi, who walked ahead with his head down. With her Sharingan's perception, she could sense that Kakashi's chakra level was about that of a seasoned Chunin, and his physical vitality wasn't particularly impressive either. At 9 years old, Kakashi had only inherited his father's white fang swordsmanship and some skill with lightning release. Everything else was at the level of an ordinary Chunin. They arrived at a training ground near the Forest of Death. There, Ling and Kakashi faced off, Ling holding the Amino Habakiri, its blade wrapped in wind-released chakra. Kakashi gripped his white fang short sword, lightning-released chakra crackling along the blade. He watched Ling warily, who stood casually before him, revealing no openings at all. I'll be the referee. Form the seal of confrontation. Obito volunteered to referee, stepping between the two. Neither Ling nor Kakashi had any objections. Ready? Begin. As soon as Obito announced the start of the match, he leapt over to stand beside Rin, who watched Kakashi anxiously. A gentle breeze swept by, and in an instant, Ling vanished from sight, moving with such blinding speed that Kakashi could barely make out a fleeting afterimage next to him. The hairs on his neck stood on end, and by pure reflex, he raised his short sword to block. Leaf-strong whirlwind. Ling's voice and her attack struck Kakashi at almost the same moment. He managed to bring his blade up to defend, but was still sent flying by a sweeping kick. The force behind the blow made his arms instinctively recoil. The back of his sword pressed hard into his shoulder, and a gust of wind, charged with wind-released chakra, sent him tumbling through the air. Kakashi couldn't regain his footing, barely managing to twist his body to minimize the impact of his landing. His shoulder throbbed with pain. Despite channeling chakra for defense, he'd been caught off guard and struck with the back of his own blade, leaving the whole area numb. While airborne, Kakashi glanced at Ling and saw her shatter the ground with a single step. Then, to his astonishment, her form vanished from his sight. Immediately afterward, he sensed a surge of turbulent air behind him. Before Kakashi even touched the ground, Ling had already pushed her speed to the very limit of human capability using her monstrous strength technique, arriving behind Kakashi in advance. Kakashi was just about to form hand seals for the body replacement jutsu, but Ling grabbed him by the collar, pressing a sharp blade against his neck. You've lost. Ling gave Kakashi no time to play tricks. She simply overwhelmed him with raw strength and speed, leaving him no chance to react. He didn't have time to use Shadow Clone or Subterranean Decapitation or any other fancy moves. He was taken out in a single instant. In fact, this was only to be expected. Even an elite Jonin would find Ling's speed and power hard to handle, let alone Kakashi, who was only an elite Chunin. It was a complete mismatch in abilities. The fact that Kakashi managed to block the first leaf-strong whirlwind was impressive in itself. His muscle memory and battle instincts were sharp. Unfortunately, he'd run into someone like Ling, a total anomaly. Both Obito and Rin stood frozen, stunned as if they'd just seen a ghost. I lost, but I want another round. Kakashi felt he had underestimated his opponent. He knew Ling was strong, but he hadn't preemptively activated his lightning release chakra to enhance his body. Maybe, if he had, he could have put up more of a fight. That was it. I didn't even see what happened. Without his Sharingan activated, Obito, like Rin, could only see a blur flash by before Kakashi was already defeated. Then let's go again. You can prepare yourself this time. Ling returned to her spot, deciding to let Kakashi take the initiative this round. Kakashi gathered lightning release chakra, using the secret technique from the White Fang sword style to activate his body, pushing his speed, power, and reflexes to a new level. He formed hand seals, and with a puff of smoke, summoned 3 shadow clones. The 3 Kakashis charged at Ling in a triangular formation, moving at breakneck speed. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kakashi unleashed a massive fireball, using the smoke to cover his movements. Beast Wave Palm. Ling barely needed to form any seals. She thrust her right palm forward, sending out a violent whirlwind that scattered the fireball. Ling's mastery over wind release far surpassed Kakashi's fire release. Even with the elemental disadvantage, she blew the fireball apart. Going underground? Ling sensed a surge of chakra approaching from below. Without a second thought, she stomped the ground with a devastating kick, shattering the earth within a 10-meter radius. Both the underground Kakashi and the 3 in front of her vanished in puffs of smoke. As the smoke cleared, several shurikens spun out from tricky angles, aimed at Ling's most vulnerable spots. With a series of crisp metallic clashes, she swept her Tenyuyuzan blade, sending blades of wind to knock the shuriken aside. A sneak attack from behind, is it? Ling turned calmly to face Kakashi, who was lunging straight at her. Blue-white arcs of lightning danced along his White Fang short sword as he swung it toward Ling with blinding speed. How is this possible? I can't move. Kakashi stared at the ceiling runes that had suddenly appeared on the ground, spreading up his body and rendering him completely immobile. A simple combination of a basic lighting array and parts of a binding formation, straightforward and effective. Ling had long since inscribed the ceiling patterns on the ground, waiting for Kakashi to leap in. Even though she'd only managed to trap a shadow clone this time, her preparation had paid off. With a sharp bang, Kakashi's clone burst into a cloud of smoke, enveloping Ling in a thick haze and obscuring her vision. From above, Ling sensed the rush of wind overhead. In an instant, her sword, Heavenly Feather Slash, flashed from its sheath, sending hundreds of gust-infused slashes arcing upward, covering a 10-meter radius above her. The sound of a shadow clone being sliced apart echoed from above, another decoy. Kakashi was being exceptionally cautious. Beneath the gnarled roots of a sturdy tree, Kakashi watched Ling intently. Despite testing her defenses with various clones, he had yet to find a single weakness. What unsettled him most was that, even under his relentless attacks, Ling hadn't budged from her spot. Not even a step. He, on the other hand, was running dangerously low on chakra. At best, he could manage one last attack, but he had no confidence it would succeed. No matter the technique, ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, or swordsmanship, he simply wasn't on the same level as her. In truth, Ling had already pinpointed where Kakashi's true self was hiding. Under her cursed energy detection technique, every soul in the vicinity was laid bare before her eyes. She was simply curious to see if Kakashi had developed Chidori yet. Apparently, he hadn't. Soon, Ling noticed Kakashi making his move again. He used the Earth Release, ground collapse technique, causing the ground in a 5-meter radius beneath her feet to suddenly give way. Naturally, Ling wasn't about to wait around and get buried alive. She leapt out with ease. At that moment, Kakashi lunged at her midair, wielding his White Fang short sword in a lightning-fast thrust. Ling immediately saw through it. It wasn't the real Kakashi, just a water clone. She pretended not to notice, allowing the water clone to approach, curious to see what other tricks Kakashi might have. As the water clone closed in, Ling shattered it with a single slash. The resulting torrent, manipulated by Kakashi, surged toward her, trying to engulf her. But Ling broke it apart with a single punch. Just then, a volley of shuriken whistled toward her back. She drew her sword and cut them down, sending shards flying. Yet from above, a shuriken that seemed to miss its mark suddenly burst into smoke. It was Kakashi himself, transformed into a shuriken to get close. He swung the white fang-short sword down in a fierce strike, but Ling was even faster. Her blade pierced straight through his chest. Kakashi! Rin Noera cried out at the sight of Kakashi on the brink of death, her voice trembling. Obito, too, watched the scene unfold, his face clouded with worry. However, it was only a lightning clone. The moment it was pierced, electricity surged along the Totsuka blade and shot straight into Ling. In an instant, Ling was charred black by the electric shock, smoke curling from her mouth as she collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Kakashi landed, pointing his short blade at Ling's neck, gasping for breath. His chakra was completely spent. Ling, are you okay? Obito couldn't help but cry out when he saw Ling injured. But to everyone's astonishment, the Ling on the ground suddenly transformed into hundreds of rabbits, which swarmed over Kakashi and buried him beneath their furry bodies. Dozens of rabbits merged together again, reforming into another Ling. You've lost, Kakashi-senpai. Ling looked calmly at Kakashi, now pinned to the ground by the flurry of rabbits. Her composure showed she had never doubted her victory. You win. So from start to finish, I've only been fighting a solid clone made up of these rabbits. Then, are you, the one before me now, really the original? Kakashi stared at Ling, unable to spot a single flaw. He couldn't tell if this was the real Ling or yet another clone. Ling did not answer. Instead, she pointed to a tree behind Obito and Rin. Sitting up in the branches, another Ling waved at them in greeting. So that's it. Even before the fight started, you'd already switched places with a clone. Ling helped the exhausted Kakashi to his feet. Then, with a burst of shadow, she disappeared from before Kakashi's eyes. Her true self walked over together with Obito and Rin. Kakashi, just admit it, my Uchiha clan really is that powerful. Obito couldn't resist taking a jab at Kakashi, determined to pay back every bit of frustration he'd endured over the years. And what does the Uchiha clan's strength have to do with a certain someone? Ling doesn't even wear the Uchiha crest, but everyone still knows she's an Uchiha. Yet someone else sticks the crest to his back and the clan still refuses to acknowledge him. Kakashi said, getting to his feet and mercilessly poking at Obito's sore spot. After all, Obito was thick-skinned. He wouldn't take it personally. Ugh. Ling couldn't help but complain to herself. She didn't wear the Uchiha clan insignia precisely because she didn't want to admit she was an Uchiha, yet now it was widely broadcast anyway. It was definitely part of the Uchiha clan's scheming. That old Uchiha Kinzuya was practically on his deathbed, but he was still setting traps for her, tying her fate to the Uchiha war chariot. Just recently, at a gathering with Shursui, she'd heard him mention that some Uchiha children were already looking down on the village kids, relying on the fame of Shursui and Ling's genius. The Konoha police force had also become even stricter in their enforcement, supposedly to avoid bringing shame to the Uchiha geniuses and to uphold the clan's prestige. To hell with it, Ling thought. She was almost tempted to storm the Uchiha clan herself, to do what Itachi, still just a toddler, would eventually do, wipe out the entire clan. Let's see if I can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan someday. The chance is slim, but you never know, right? Kakashi and Obito were still bickering, with Rin trying to mediate between them. Unfortunately, Kakashi and Obito seemed to care only about their banter, completely ignoring Rin's attempts at peace. It's getting late. I'll head home now, Ling said. She hadn't yet had the chance to examine the 3 ninjutsu scrolls she'd obtained today, and she certainly wasn't about to waste time lingering here in idle chatter. Naturally, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin each returned to their own homes, eager to make the most of their rare free time. Back at home, Ling laid out the 3 scrolls in a neat row. After a moment's thought, she picked up Minato's Rasengan scroll. Just as she expected, the scroll explained the inspiration, principles, and training methods behind this jutsu. Perfect material for a beginner. But Ling had already figured out the Rasengan on her own. She opened her left hand, and a blue Rasengan formed, swirling with chaotic chakra particles within. It looked even more mesmerizing than the compressed sphere technique. She let the Rasengan dissipate, then formed an even larger orb, her own creation, the compressed Rasengan, born from merging the Rasengan and the compressed sphere technique. This new jutsu could be launched at a distance, combining the strengths of both techniques. It boasted greater stability and power, nearly reaching S rank. In fact, it now resembled the tailed beast ball far more than Minato's original Rasengan. The tailed beast ball was formed by blending yin and yang chakra in a 2:8 ratio, while her technique used several streams of chakra with varying densities and proportions, shaped into a series of nested Mobius loops. Within each Mobius loop, the chaotic chakra flow described in the Rasengan's principle took shape. This was the secret to combining the best of both worlds. Minato was an honest man, for he'd even included his own thoughts on further developing the Rasengan in the scroll, detailing ideas like the giant Rasengan and wind style. Rasengan. He'd also recorded his research on altering wind nature chakra, which proved immensely valuable to Ling. The section on the lightness of wind in nature transformation sparked new inspiration within her. With enough training, she felt confident she'd soon master it. Ling had a hunch that once she grasped the essence of wind's lightness, her training in wind-style chakra mode would see a significant breakthrough. She put away Minato's Rasengan scroll and unrolled the Super Beast imitating drawing scroll next, intending to compare it with her ink manipulation technique. Perhaps combining the two could yield even better results. After reading through the Super Beast imitating drawing, Ling felt deeply inspired. This jutsu was a secret art rooted in yin release, allowing the user to infuse special ink with yin chakra and manifest drawn creatures as real, physical beings. This scroll delved into the training of yin release nature transformation, a skill of immense value, as it touched upon the very act of creating something from nothing. Although it's possible to use this jutsu with just pure yin release, the resulting super beasts are extremely fragile. There's even a formula included for preparing the right ink, and just by looking at the required mineral pigments and high-grade graphite powder, it's clear this is a jutsu that burns through money. The ink is used to give the drawn patterns physical form, but why must it be ink and not ordinary water? After careful study, Ling concluded that it's because ink is denser than water, making the creations more stable and durable. However, using water as a substitute isn't entirely out of the question. For example, one could use the highly viscous water produced by certain water release techniques, like Mizurina gens, to perform the Super Beast imitating drawing. This is an original setting. I'm not sure it's canon, but let's go with it, since ink is such a hassle to prepare. After putting away the scroll of Super Beast imitating drawing, Ling opened up the 5-release Great Consecutive Bullet Scroll that Hiruzen Sarutobi had given him. This jutsu is the 3rd Hokage's signature move, and its power definitely reaches S rank. During the 4th Great Ninja War, it was even used to clash with the giant wooden Buddha summoned by Wood Release. To perform the 5-release Great Consecutive Bullet, a ninja skilled in all 5 elemental releases creates 4 shadow clones, with each one using a different elemental jutsu. Specifically, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Wind Release, Wind Bullet, and Lightning Release, Lightning Roar. Again, this is my interpretation. Who really knows which techniques make up the combination? The 5 elemental jutsu are combined following the principle of mutual enhancement, making the attack even more powerful. Sarutobi noted in the scroll that any 5 elemental techniques can be used in combination, but his recommended lineup is the 5 listed above. He also included notes on the chakra nature transformation for each element. Most of these overlap with what Ling has already mastered, but he's still missing lightning and earth. The piercing quality of lightning release and the hardness of earth release will allow Ling to steadily learn these new transformations. For the next 2 days, Ling was busy training in these 2 jutsu and working to master the new chakra natures. With the help of shadow clones, Ling prepared enough ink to fill his large gourd and soon mastered the Super Beast imitating drawing. He even combined it with ink manipulation techniques, so instead of having to draw on a scroll, he could control the ink directly to form any shape he wished, and then bring it to life using the Super Beast imitating drawing. This dramatically shortened the time it took Ling to cast the jutsu, and he could now create several Super Beasts at once. It's a pity he hasn't yet grasped the yin release's ability to create something out of nothing. If he had, this jutsu would be even more formidable. As for the nature transformation described in the Rasengan scroll, Ling has managed to grasp the basics, but it will take more time and training to fully master it. He's also learned the 5-release Great Consecutive Bullet, though he hasn't yet mastered the lightning and earth nature transformations. The main reason is that there just hasn't been enough time. Today was the last day of freedom. Tomorrow, she would report to the ANBU and begin her new life of endless, round-the-clock missions. So, Ling had taken the time to prepare a sumptuous lunch, planning to bid farewell to her days of leisure. But what she hadn't expected was an unexpected visit from Shui. Ling, it's been a while. Shui greeted her, his face clouded with fatigue. Dark circles hung heavy under his eyes, making him look utterly worn out. Shui, what's happened to you? Ling asked, concern coloring her voice. She'd sensed for some time that Shui wasn't himself, but whenever she tried to ask, he would just brush her off. It's nothing, just a bit worn out from training, he replied. The once bright spark in his eyes had faded, leaving them dull and listless, not unlike Kakashi's perpetually tired gaze. He forced a weak smile in response to her worry. Training alone couldn't exhaust you like this. Did you join the police force? Ling pressed, suspecting there was more to the story. She figured the only thing that could explain Shirsue's state was the complicated relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. If he had joined the police force, confronting Konoha's animosity toward the Uchiha and the tension between the two sides, it would certainly take its toll. Haha, you could say that. Actually, I'm here because Elder Kazuya asked me to let you know he wants to see you. He doesn't have much time left, Shirsue said quietly. A trace of sadness flickered across his face. Elder Kazuya's protection had allowed Shirsue to gain the resources and guidance he needed within the clan, and the old man's decline weighed on him. Kazuya, that old man, is he really dying? Ling murmured, recalling the thin, wizened elder who had once urged her, with heavy earnestness, never to forget to lend a hand to the Uchiha in days to come. Lately, Shirsue had been struggling to juggle his grueling route assignments with caring for Elder Kazuya day and night. On top of that, he noticed the Uchiha's hawkish elders, growing restless, scheming to stage a coup during the chaos of the upcoming Third Great Ninja War, aiming to seize power while Konoha was vulnerable and unseat the third Hokage. All of this weighed heavily on Shirsue's young shoulders. Though he had chosen to shoulder these burdens himself, unlike Ling, who could afford to watch from the sidelines, indifferent to the conflict, he could feel the pressure mounting. In the original story, the Uchiha never staged a coup, and realistically, there was little chance of it now. How many Jonin did the Hawks really have? Not to mention the strong opposition from the Dove and reformist factions. Even Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, was more inclined to keep the peace than to rebel. Fugaku's approach was to support his own bid for fourth Hokage while maintaining good relations with Minato Namikaze. No matter how things turned out, he believed the Uchiha's problems could be solved, or at the very least, eased. Well, let's go, Ling said at last. She was curious to hear what Elder Kazuya, the dove among the Uchiha elders, wanted to say to her. Was he about to entrust her, with his dying breath, to watch over the Uchiha clan? Watching Shirsue leading the way ahead, Ling could sense that both Shirsue's spiritual and cellular energy had weakened compared to before, though his chakra reserves had increased somewhat. It seemed he was pushing his body to the limit in his training. Shirsue, don't drain yourself like that for the sake of training. You're borrowing from your own future, and it's easy to end up with bloodline diseases that way. Ling didn't want Shirsue to die young. She had finally gathered 9 stable sources of emotional energy, just one more, and she could set things in motion once again. I understand. Shirsue turned back to look at the girl who was worrying about him. His soft hair swayed gently in the air, the ends tied neatly with a red ribbon, keeping it from becoming a mess. A few strands brushed his cool, delicate face, making him look like a rosebud trembling in the wind, not yet in full bloom. For a moment, Shirsue was lost in thought, then gave her a gentle smile. They arrived at the Uchiha clan's compound. This time, no one stopped Ling at the gates. Her reputation as a prodigy had already become well known among the clan. They made their way to Elder Kazuya's courtyard, where quite a few elders in traditional Uchiha attire were gathered. At the front stood a man, close to 30, his gaze sharp and fierce. Ling immediately recognized him as Uchiha Fugaku, who had only recently inherited the position of clan leader. There were about a dozen elders, divided into 3 groups. As Ling arrived, they all turned to look at her, each with a different expression. The ones with cold, scrutinizing eyes were the hawkish elders, led by Uchiha Setsuna, an old man who had once followed Uchiha Madara. Those who gazed at Ling with calm interest were the dovish elders, headed by Uchiha Hakadai. And finally, there were a few elders who looked at Ling kindly, the smallest group, and the ones Ling didn't know. They were the rescue faction, whose leader had originally been Uchiha Kazuya. Now his younger brother, Uchiha Joya, led them. Hurry in. My brother wishes to see you one last time. Elder Joya, a few years younger than Kazuya, said warmly, ushering Ling inside. It seemed they had all already visited Kazuya and now waited outside, bearing witness to the passing of a pillar of the Uchiha who had survived since the Warring States era. Ling said nothing more, only nodded in greeting before entering Kazuya's quarters. Contrary to what she expected, the room was not dark or cold. Instead, Elder Kazuya's quarters were as bright as midday, warm as spring. That was thanks to the many stoves and oil lamps placed throughout the room. Even so, they could not bring the dying man any real warmth. Is that you, Ling? You've finally come. A voice, raspy and frail, as if carried on the wind from deep within his throat, broke the silence. Yes, it's me. Elder Kazuya, why did you call for me? Ling knelt on the tatami without a trace of fear, her expression serene, her bearing as poised as the most refined young lady. I am near my end, but for the Uchiha clan, I cannot rest easy. Kazunari's tone held no nostalgia, but there was a sense of indescribable regret. You don't need to say anything. I don't have much time left. Just listen to me. Now, the Uchiha clan's Dove faction has split into a new group that supports you as Hokage. If you face difficulties in the future, you can turn to my younger brother, Masaya. I've arranged everything. If you step onto the battlefield, 3 Jonin will accompany you to protect you. Now that you've joined the ANBU, you must be extra cautious. Ling could hardly believe that the elders who had just been so kind were actually her supporters. It was beyond comprehension, utterly absurd, as if absurdity itself had thrown open the door and taken up residence. The Hawk faction has ambition but lacks strength. They cannot unite the clan's voice and are incapable of great deeds. The Doves are weak and pose no threat. If you wish to reclaim the Uchiha clan one day, all you need to do is cut down Setsuna and subdue the dissenters. Ling didn't even know how to respond. He spoke as if he himself hadn't once been a dove. Fugaku is indecisive. As long as you rally the majority to your side, you'll be able to force him to step down. You must ensure the survival of the Uchiha. Promise me. Kazunari's words broke off abruptly before he could finish. Ling immediately checked his breathing, then used a medical secret technique to assess his condition. Hearing the commotion from outside, the elders entered, their heads bowed as they looked upon Kazunari's lifeless form. Ling's yang release chakra vanished into him like a stone sinking in water, with no effect at all. Kazunari's body had finally exhausted every last reserve. His life's candle snuffed out at last. Ling, has Elder Kazunari passed away? Shursui came to Ling's side, his voice trembling just a little. My condolences. Elder Kazunari passed on very peacefully. Ling stood up, joining the others in a moment of silence. The rest of the funeral arrangements would be handled by others. There was no need for her to worry. She was still somewhat dazed, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of everything Kazunari had revealed. She had never imagined that she actually had supporters among the elders. Ling, please come with me. There's someone important who wishes to meet you. Please, this way. Masaya had long been prepared for his brother's passing. Years ago, Elder Kazunari had followed Uchiha Yiri in quelling the clan's rebellion, and had suffered grievous wounds. That he had lived to this day was already something of a miracle. Though the elders of the Uchiha Salvation faction numbered only 3, making them the weakest of the 3 factions, their views generally aligned with the Doves. Ling followed the 3 old men to a courtyard where cherry blossoms bloomed in profusion. The garden was filled with flowers and greenery, protected by a ceiling barrier that kept the temperature just right. That was how this garden came to be, a sea of blossoms, butterflies dancing through the air. It was a breathtaking sight, entirely unlike anything one would expect from the Uchiha clan. Ling gazed around in wonder, curiosity piqued. She couldn't help but wonder, just who in the Uchiha clan could possibly own a garden like this. Little one, are you curious about the way this place is arranged? Ha, how amusing. You're just as adorable as Jinri was when she was little. As Ling gazed at the scattered petals beneath the largest cherry blossom tree, the swirling shower of blossoms gathered together, forming the graceful figure of a young woman clad in a cherry-colored kimono. She looked at Ling with gentle kindness, her violet hair swaying in the breeze, with delicate petals settling atop her tresses. Lady Chiri, 3 respectful voices rang out beside her. The 3 elders, Joya, and his companions. Uchiha Chiri. Ling's pupils contracted in shock, as if she had just witnessed something impossible. She wasn't surprised that Uchiha Chiri was alive, but to see her so youthful was nothing short of terrifying. It defied reason, for Ling hadn't noticed the Yin seal on Chiri's forehead. Little one, it seems you recognize me, but you look so surprised to see me like this, Uchiha Chiri walked over from beneath the tree, an amused, teasing glint in her eyes, yet her expression remained gentle and kind, with a subtle trace of affection and pity that was almost imperceptible. Is this one of your Mangekyo techniques? Though you appear quite young and your vitality is strong, your life's flame isn't burning brightly. With her spell-sensing technique, Ling could tell that the fire of Uchiha Chiri's life and soul gleamed with the hue of old age. Setting aside the possibility of an Yin seal, this could only be the work of a Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Oh, Ling, you know about the Mangekyo Sharingan? And that this is a doujitsu? Uchiha Chiri glanced at Joya and the others, but they all shook their heads, making it clear that Ling hadn't gotten this information from them. How interesting. Little one, where did you pick up such intelligence? Would you care to share it with me? Uchiha Chiri bent down and, quite naturally, plucked a cherry blossom petal from Ling's head, her eyes filled with curiosity, but with not a hint of pressure or interrogation. My father left behind a compendium that recorded information about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ling wasn't lying. Yagyu Ichimiai had indeed left behind such a compendium, describing the fearsome powers of Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan. It was likely a record from the ancestors of the Yagyu clan, perhaps left by Ling's own grandfather. I see. Little one, are you perhaps curious as to why I wanted to meet you? Uchiha Chiri took Ling by the hand and let her kneel on one of two cushions beneath the cherry tree, looking at her with playful interest. Not really. Ling knew full well that Chiri was trying to tease her, so she did her best to suppress her curiosity and feigned indifference, intending to turn the tables and tease this Chiri, to whom she felt an inexplicable closeness. Oh, then aren't you at least a little curious how my doujitsu allows me to live on in this form? Uchiha Chiri had seen through Ling's little ploy, finding her utterly endearing, and once again teased her. Not curious at all. Of course Ling was curious. She knew that the other ocular technique possessed by Uchiha Jili was Izanami, the ultimate eye technique that could ensnare an enemy without relying on the five senses. This jutsu could control a foe's fate, trapping them in an endless cycle within a predetermined destiny. Only when the victim accepted their fate and sincerely repented would the technique be lifted. In this way, it bore a striking resemblance to Kodo Amatsukami. Originally, this ocular power was one of the Mangekyo Sharingan techniques unique to Uchiha Jili. Yet after she delved into its secrets, she managed to simplify it so that even a regular three-tomo Sharingan could wield it. The price, however, was the same as with Izanagi, blindness in one eye. But for Uchiha Jili, such a consequence never applied. If she wished, she could even dictate the fate of every high-ranking official in Konoha, binding them to destinies of her own design. Now it seemed there was yet another eye technique in Uchiha Jili's arsenal, one whose effects were not unlike those of the Yin Seal. Is that so? Then aren't you curious about what kind of relationship I have with you? Little one, aren't you the least bit curious? A mischievous smile played at the corners of Uchiha Jili's mouth, her gaze brimming with a doting affection. She was eager to see how long this stubborn little girl could keep up her act. No, I'm not curious. Ling's eyes widened at first, but when she caught sight of Jili's teasing expression, her cheeks flushed bright red, and she turned away in a huff, refusing to respond. Despite her outward denial, she mulled over the hidden meaning behind Jili's words. What exactly was the relationship between Uchiha Jili and herself? If there was a connection, the most likely explanation was that they were relatives. Her mother was just an ordinary Uchiha, with no ninja talent to speak of, and as for her mother's parents, Ling realized she had no memories of them. They had never been mentioned, never appeared. They were probably gone, but what was the link between Uchiha Jili and her mother? The first thing she could rule out was a close friendship. Though Jili looked to be only in her 20s, Ling knew full well that Jili was probably over 60 years old. That left only a family connection, perhaps a relative on her grandfather's side, or maybe her grandmother's. Thinking back to the first time Jili saw her, when she'd remarked, "You're just as adorable as Jinli was as a child," Ling realized that Uchiha Jinli must be a key figure. Jinli was clearly a girl's name, and its similarity to Jili suggested a familial link, most likely sisters. And since Jili had called Jinli adorable, it meant Jili was the elder sister. Ling didn't know her grandmother's name, yet Jili's comment that she resembled Jinli as a child hinted at a strong resemblance between them. The moment Uchiha Jili laid eyes on her, she thought of Uchiha Jinli. Considering that Ling's features bore a trace of Jili as well, and taking their ages into account, it all added up. Jinli had to be her grandmother, and Uchiha Jili, Jinli's elder sister. That meant Uchiha Chiri was actually her great-aunt. No wonder Chiri always looked at her with such affectionate eyes. I'm not sure if great-aunt is the right term for your grandmother's. Elder sister in English. In China, it's sometimes called ipa or something similar. If anyone knows for sure, please leave a comment so this scatterbrained author can fix it. You're my great-aunt, aren't you? Ling tilted her head up, gazing at Uchiha Chiri, whose smiling eyes curved like a sly little fox. Aren't you even curious? Huh, little one, how did you know? Chiri had been ready to ask her question again, but she hadn't expected Ling to answer the previous one directly, and to actually guess their relationship. That truly took Chiri by surprise. So, Ling, can you tell me how you figured it out? Chiri gently poked Ling's slightly chubby cheek with her slender, fair finger, her voice taking on a playful, pleading tone. Off to the side, the three elders quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at this not-so-young lady acting cute. The last one who dared to make fun of her had already been set straight by Chiri's use of Izanami. What's wrong? Do you three have something to say? Chiri turned her head to look at the trio, a flash of menace flickering in her eyes. She might be old, but she wasn't past her prime. She could still wield a blade. Cutting down three elders, whose strength now barely reached Jonin level, would be a breeze for her. No, not at all. Absolutely not. Lady Chiri, please take your time catching up with your granddaughter. We still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. With that, the three didn't even wait for Chiri's permission. They hurriedly left the ever-spring-like courtyard at lightning speed, nothing like the slow, cane-tapping pace they'd had when they arrived. As Chiri turned back, her expression once again gentle, Ling recounted the reasoning behind her deduction. No pressure at all. Ling, you're really clever, just as I was when I was young. Uchiha Chiri was truly a genius, second to none. Other than those who'd crossed over from other worlds, she was the only woman in the Uchiha clan to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. She had quelled the clan's internal strife, all on her own. Much like Uzumaki Mito back in the day, she was the very foundation of her clan. As long as Chiri was alive, neither Konoha nor the aging Madara dared to lay a hand on the Uchiha. After all, here was an old woman on the verge of death, but thanks to her ocular powers, she remained at her peak. If he managed to anger her, she'd just activate her fully manifested Susanoo and come barging in to talk. She could easily crush the third Hokage and the elderly Madara, who could barely cling to life by relying on the demonic statue of the Outer Path after losing his Rinnegan. It was just like an ancient saint in the world of Jiken, nearing the end of their life, showing up at your door wielding an imperial weapon and declaring, if I have to, I'll sink all of Zhongzhou. Let's see how you handle that. Grandma Chiri, did you come to see me for something? Ling didn't believe that Uchiha Chiri had come simply to acknowledge their family ties. There was definitely another reason behind this visit. Come on. Ling, you really let Grandma down. Do I always need a reason to see you? Can't it just be that I simply want to spend time with you? Uchiha Jili somehow produced a handkerchief and, lowering her head, covered her eyes, pretending to cry. Ling was speechless, a dark cloud on her face. Since when did Jili become such a drama queen? Wasn't she supposed to be the very image of nobility and cold elegance in the anime? Give me back my original Jili. Or maybe with age, Jili has turned into another mischievous Uchiha? Oh, I see. Ling, are you secretly cursing at Grandma in your heart? Poor me, an old woman over 60, almost at death's door, still getting scolded by her own granddaughter. Boo-hoo. Jili kept her head down, one eye covered as she feigned tears, but the other eye was wide open, blinking at Ling, as if to say, well, aren't you going to comfort me? Ling's face darkened further. She was now sure Uchiha Jili was a born performer, even more dramatic than herself. It seemed her own flair for theatrics was inherited straight from Jili's side. Jili's younger sister, her own grandmother, must have been just as much of a drama queen. All right, I did have a reason for calling you here, Ling, but I truly wanted to see you as well. Jili composed herself, returning to her dignified demeanor. She lifted her head, gazing at the cherry blossoms drifting through the sky. In that moment, the sorrow of falling petals matched Jili's breathtaking beauty. Her flowing purple hair and the cherry-pink kimono created a scene Ling wished she could capture with a camera. Ling, I can only shield you and the Uchiha clan for another 5 years. You have just 5 years to grow in peace. Ling sensed Jili was telling the truth. She could feel the faint flicker of life within her, even though, like Uzumaki Mito, Jili's appearance stayed forever youthful. The last time, when Danzo dragged me to Root, didn't you know about it? Ling truly felt how determined Danzo had been to use force, no matter the cost, the last time she was at Root. Is that so? Looks like that little monkey hasn't kept Danzo, the mad dog, on a leash. Don't worry, Grandma will warn both the monkey and Danzo. Until I'm gone, neither of them will trouble you again. Jili's presence grew commanding. Her eyes, marked with a 3-petaled Mangekyo pattern, radiated a terrifying chakra pressure that coalesced into a tangible current, scattering all the flowers and butterflies around them. A wild, swirling sea of petals, cherry blossoms mixed with countless other blooms, filled the air, a tidal wave of color. Yet even the most beautiful wave must settle. The petals, at last, fell to the earth, becoming spring soil to nourish new blossoms, leaving behind only a field of flower stems. Ling, aren't you curious about my other Mangekyo Sharingan technique? This one is called Mukai Heneki, the blossoming of wood. The Mangekyo pattern spun in Jili's right eye. With an invisible surge of power, the flowers and grass in the courtyard burst into bloom, and a fresh shower of cherry blossoms descended all around them. There will always be a day when flowers bloom again, and a time when people feel young once more. It's nothing more than a cycle of life. Uchiha Chiri's body suddenly burst apart, scattering into a flurry of petals that whirled on the wind, only to gather behind Ling and reform into Chiri once again. How about that? Isn't it beautiful? Do you want one too? Chiri plucked a flower stem, and to Ling's amazement, it blossomed anew before her eyes. Chiri then tucked the freshly opened flower into Ling's hair, winked playfully, and regarded her with a mischievous smile. This is Jinjutsu. That's incredible. Ling stared at the scene before her, half convinced she'd fallen into an illusion, but her sense of cursed energy affirmed that everything was real. Nope, it's just an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan technique. Nothing much in terms of combat, just something pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Uchiha Chiri was in an almost boastful mood. This ability, which allowed her to remain perpetually at her peak, though it didn't grant immortality, was enough to make any old-timer who needed the demonic statue of the outer path to cling to life burn with envy. Ling pursed her lips, not wanting to watch Chiri bask in her own cleverness. She longed for such a Mangekyo technique herself. Oh dear, Ling, are you already tired of your dear granny? That breaks my heart. Chiri swept her billowing sleeve over her face, pretending to sob, but her exaggerated theatrics couldn't fool Ling for a second. All right, enough teasing. Here, for you, I'm passing on everything I've learned in this life. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, jinjutsu, and secret techniques. Treasure it and study well. With a flourish, Chiri produced a scroll from seemingly nowhere, leaving Ling to wonder if Chiri secretly possessed her own personal dimension. Thank you, Granny Chiri. I'll cherish it. Ling held the enormous scroll, nearly as tall as she was. This was a lifetime's distilled mastery from a Kaga-level powerhouse. Its value was beyond measure. If word got out and it fell into the hands of another genius, it could easily give rise to a hidden village as formidable as Amagekure itself. Now, my dear Ling, hurry home and start learning. Your granny has some other matters to attend to. Remember to come visit often, or I'll be heartbroken to. Chiri ruffled Ling's hair, as if she were a beloved kitten, reluctant to let go. All right, goodbye, Granny Chiri. I'll come see you often. With that, Ling followed the attendant out of the courtyard, where she found Elder Joya waiting outside with more than 30 members of the Uchiha clan. Ling, these are the Uchihas who support you in our faction. Besides us 3 old hands, there are also 3 elite jonin, 6 jonin, and more than 20 chunin. Joya gestured at the assembled Uchihas behind him. Among the elite jonin, the oldest looked to be about 40, while the other 2 were in their 30s. Hello, Miss Ling. My name is Uchiha Kaze, and I specialize in wind release and fire release. The eldest of the elite jonin took a step forward, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself. Miss Ling, I am Uchiha K. I am skilled in fire release and swordsmanship. Once Kaze stepped back, a middle-aged man with a slanting scar across his face walked out to introduce himself. The last to introduce himself was a middle-aged man with the most refined features among them. Miss Ling, my name is Uchiha Ran. I specialize in sealing techniques and sensory ninjutsu. After the 3 finished introducing themselves, the 6 other jonin in their 20s did not come forward for introductions. Ling found their formalities somewhat confusing, as if she were inheriting the family business, though in truth, she was just a half-blood Uchiha. Well hello everyone. I am Uchiha Link. I'm decent at ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. I'm also skilled at sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, and my sensory abilities are fairly good too. Ling counted off her skills on her fingers as she spoke, though it was clear that none of this information surprised them. They already knew. However, the younger chunin, those in their teens and early 20s, looked at her with genuine admiration. They were well aware of Uchiha Ling's strength. The Uchiha clan naturally revered the strong, and this young girl they were about to follow was not only powerful, but also extraordinarily gifted and talented. Ling, here's the roster of our faction and information about each member. Elder Zhengya handed her a stack of documents, almost like resumes, as if seeking the approval of a company boss. Oh, thank you. But why aren't there any kunoichi? Ling asked curiously, noticing that the entire group was male. Miss Ling, because our faction has been jointly suppressed by both the Hawk and Dove factions, our allocated resources are limited. We have to prioritize talented male ninja. Elder Jiangya could only smile wryly. Despite being the largest clan in the ninja world, their economic situation was not as prosperous as it had been in the Warring States period. Many of their mines were now under the village's control. I see. Here are 300,000 explosive tags. Find a way to sell them at the highest price through different exchange houses. All. At the same time, the money from selling 250,000 tags will be distributed among the male and female ninja in our faction. As for the remaining 50,000 tags, use the money to recruit neutral or overlooked lower and mid-tier ninja from within the clan. We need to strengthen our ranks. Ling retrieved a sealing scroll from the mouth of a toad, hiding in her shadow, and handed it to Elder Jiangya. The funds from these explosive tags will be distributed by the 3 elders. The 3 elite jonin will be responsible for oversight, while the other jonin and shunin will serve as supervisors. I want this money to be put to real use. If anyone comes to me with a report, I will reward them with either money or jutsu. And as for anyone who lines their own pockets, no matter who they are, I will personally cut them down. Ling unleashed her chakra in full force. The terrifying pressure of her chakra, combined with the ever-present threat of summoning the demon king Majura at any moment, created a sense of mortal danger that forced more than 30 people present, including elite jonin, to instinctively step back several paces. Those at the front turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down from their foreheads. In that moment, they truly felt their lives were no longer their own. The small girl before them, who wasn't even half their height, could take their lives at any instant. Understood. All 30-something Uchiha, including Elder Joya, responded in unison, their faces flushed with excitement and awe as they looked at the powerful Ling. In that moment, they revered her like a deity. Though they had read about Ling in reports, none of them had expected her to be this powerful in person, far surpassing even elite jonin. With such a formidable leader at their helm, how could any grand endeavor fail? Hawk faction, Do faction, such divisions were nothing. More than petty squabbles to them now. The Uchiha's admiration for strength made them, in this instant, wholeheartedly loyal to Ling. Don't be stingy with money. Make sure everyone has enough resources to improve themselves. But there should be tiers, divide them into Jonin, Chunin, and Jinin, 3 levels. Those with exceptional talent can receive more, but not so much that they cross into the next tier. Although Ling's expression remained calm and cool as ever, inside, she was elated. After that impressive display, she had just secured over 30 stable sources of emotional energy. That meant she could draw another prize soon, but perhaps she'd wait until she washed her face back home first. 300,000 explosive tags, if handled properly, could sell for as much as 3 billion Ryo, subtracting the 30-odd people present. Even if there were another 60 Uchiha with average talent and 80 more to be bribed, the total would be just under 200 Uchiha. Each person could get over 15 million Ryo, enough to support them for a year or two. Miss Ling, this amount of money should last us about 2 years. If we economize, maybe even 3. We estimate we could train around 10 jonin and over 100 chunin. Kinzuya scribbled quickly across a scroll, soon coming up with rough numbers. Our clan's shinobi don't have any income? Don't they go on missions? Ling was curious about the Uchiha sources of revenue. For such a large shinobi clan, their strength seemed less than in the Warring States era. Miss Ling, some of our clan's shinobi aren't registered with ninja ID numbers, so they rely mainly on clan stipends to get by. A small number with average talent join a mission, squads, and make a living by completing low and mid-level missions. The majority join the police force and depend on village funding, but now that funding has been cut again and again. So that's how it is. In our faction, how many members have joined the police force, and how many have joined the mission squad, and how many are without ninja registration numbers? If you rely on the mountains can crumble. If you depend on village funding and clan support, your finances are entirely at the mercy of others, an unhealthy situation. The police force has the most members. We control a whole team, 16 people in total. 7 of them don't have ninja registration numbers, and 9 have joined the mission squad. Why are there so many ninjas without registration numbers? Ling asked directly, puzzled by the ninja clan's peculiar arrangements. This has been the unspoken rule among the major clans since the village was founded. These are the black gloves. They handle the kinds of missions that can't see the light of day, and, at the same time, it helps the village feel less threatened by the clans. Oh, that explains it. So the explosive tags need to be handled by these unregistered ninjas? But how do they get out of the village? Wouldn't the barrier detect them? That's right. The black gloves usually complete their missions through the exchange house. As for how they leave, when a village barrier was constructed, each ninja clan had their own sealer participate in the process. Most clans have secret exits that avoid detection. As long as only a few people pass through, and not too frequently, the barrier won't notice. Ling hadn't expected the ninja clans to be so cunning. No wonder Uchiha Itachi and Kisame could slip into the village undetected. We need to find a way to get other clans to join the Konoha police force. If anyone refuses, I'll go with Granny Ji to pay them a visit myself. Now, when Ling looked at the Konoha police force, it was like staring at a nest of vipers. This was the poison honey that the inherently sinister Tobarama Senju handed to the Uchiha. You could say that half of Uchiha's bad reputation came from the police force. The Uchiha police force was notorious for their strict, unyielding enforcement and never offering explanations, earning them the resentment of the villagers. But why do things have to be this way? Until now, Shursui had been lost in thought, still shaken by that moment Ling unleashed her chakra, when he realized the gulf between them. But now, hearing Ling suggest inviting other clans to join the police force, he couldn't help but feel confused. The truth is, it's not the village that's hostile to the Uchiha, but rather the Hokage's faction, especially Danzo. The reason you all feel the village rejects the Uchiha comes down to three things. First, the Hokage's faction has deliberately blurred the line between themselves and the village, making it seem as if they represent the village itself. By spreading negative rumors about the Uchiha, they've turned the villagers against you. Second, the Uchiha police force enforces the law with such severity, never bending, never explaining, always acting with pride and disdain, that the villagers have come to fear and resent them at heart. The Konoha police force was nothing more than a poisonous honey date handed to the Uchiha by Tobirama Senju. It was the second Hokage's scheme to drive a wedge between the Uchiha and the common people of Konoha, ensuring they would never gain true recognition or ever become Hokage. Even if the Uchiha succeeded in a coup, they would be overthrown or denied by the villagers. Military force wouldn't work either, because other hidden villages would seize the opportunity to invade. Can the Uchiha clan alone stand against any one of those villages? Ling paused here, casting a glance at the crowd, who now wore expressions of sudden realization. She felt her words had not been in vain. There was hope for them yet. The third reason lies in the Uchiha's innate talent, which far surpasses that of other clans and the civilians. Their excellence only serves to alienate them further, coupled with their pride and their self-image as the founding clan of Konoha. It becomes difficult for them to form bonds with other ninja clans or with the common folk. Public opinion can destroy reputations and wear down the spirit. Without a voice, the Uchiha become the natural targets of exclusion. So that's how it is. But then, what's the purpose of letting other ninja clans join the Konoha police force? The three elders, including Jiang Yi, were struck by sudden clarity. In just a few words, Ling had swept away the fog clouding their minds. Therefore, to change the Uchiha situation in Konoha, we must take a three-pronged approach. At the very least, this will keep our clan from being mocked and ostracized. First, we must strengthen our own faction, use wealth, resources, and other advantages to draw more Uchiha to our side. Then, suppress the dissenters within the clan, unifying the Uchiha while under a leadership centered on my vision. Second, we should allocate half of the police force positions to other major ninja clans and to the civilians. Mix up the teams so that bonds can more easily form among members. Let the villagers see for themselves what is truly different about Uchiha enforcing the law compared to others. Only through comparison can strengths and weaknesses be revealed. In law enforcement, we must be as gentle as possible. When dealing with villagers, we should explain the laws. Keep a straight face if you must, but never mock or look down on others. This way we can begin to turn around the Uchiha's reputation in Konoha, weeding out those among us who are cruel, arrogant, or hostile toward the villagers, and replacing them with strict but fair ninja from other clans or the civilian ranks. After these two steps were laid out, everyone present looked upon Ling as if she were their spiritual leader. They had always been the more moderate faction, so they could fully appreciate the meaning behind her words. Third, we need to craft new images for ourselves. Select handsome and beautiful young Uchiha from within the clan and have them join various mission squads. Then promote the idea that the Uchiha are cold on the outside but warm-hearted, kind, devoted to the village. Let Sundara, charming, and beautiful become our new bywords. Of course, these young members must also act the part, earning the approval of their teammates, spreading the Uchiha's good name, and building genuine friendships. Eventually, the villagers will come to see the Uchiha as they truly are, not as the clan of their imaginations. Miss Ling truly is a prodigy. Her natural talent for ninjutsu is unparalleled, and her political acumen is second to none. Thanks to her strategies, we finally have a clear direction to focus our efforts. The more than 30 Uchiha present, including Shui, were now gazing at her, as if beholding a celestial being, for they could see, for the first time, a genuine hope for the salvation of the Uchiha clan. Everyone there made up their minds. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they would ensure Ling's safety. As long as she was with them, the Uchiha would never be without hope. Indeed, Ling's goal was to create a star. No one could resist someone who was not only strikingly handsome and beautiful, but also charmingly proud. The boys would be smitten by the Uchiha girls. The girls would be dazzled by the Uchiha boys. Once these three steps were completed, the final stage would be to seize the position of Hokage. But that would be something Ling herself needed to accomplish. If these three steps were taken, and then an opportunity arose to eliminate Danzo, then at the very least, the Uchiha would never face annihilation again. However, they still needed to guard against the schemes of Black Zetsu and the Elder Madara. These two old schemers, in their obsession with the Eye of the Moon plan, would allow no surprises, After the fall of the Senju clan, the Uchiha had become the thorn in their side. After all, what if an Uchiha unexpectedly awakened a Mangekyo Sharingan, and their abilities happened to counter those of the inheritors of their clan, or even the elder Madara himself? Would the Eye of the Moon project even stand a chance? To them, the only good Uchiha was a dead Uchiha. The wariness of Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, and Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third, toward the Uchiha stemmed precisely from the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. All of this was due to one simple reason. Their strength was not enough to subdue the entire Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were simply too unstable, prone to fits of madness, ready to awaken their Mangekyo at the slightest provocation. Who wouldn't be perplexed with subordinates like that? Miss Ling, what about the Uchihas who have been rotated out of the police force? How should we handle them? Elder Jianya was nothing if not impatient. The first step hadn't even been completed, and he was already worried about the next stage. Still, Ling answered him. I have a technique for mass-producing explosive tags. Those Uchihas who know sealing jutsu will learn this technique and start making explosive tags. Those who don't can help by producing the ink for the tags. For now, Ling had no intention of revealing the advanced mass-production technique, as the Uchiha's unity of purpose was not yet solid. She could not risk strengthening the enemy. All right, any other questions? If not, go and carry out your tasks. Ling was eager to hurry back and test her luck at the lottery. She didn't want to waste time here. Her responsibility was to steer the overall course. If the others couldn't handle the details, then perhaps there was no hope for them after all. No further questions, Miss Ling. We'll take our leave. Jianya still had to tend to his brother's affairs and covertly arrange for the sale of explosive tags, all while avoiding detection by both the hawkish and dovish factions. Ling, let me walk you home. Shursui watched as the others left, and since there was no one else, he decided to personally escort Ling back. To him, Ling's safety was paramount. Thank you, Shursui. Let's be on our way then. Ling had no objections. This visit to the Uchiha clan had been an incredible stroke of luck for her. First, she'd received a lifetime's worth of insight from a Kage-level powerhouse, along with the added protection of a Kage-level bodyguard. On top of that, she'd gotten a chance at a lucky draw. Ling couldn't help but wonder if today was her lucky day. It was broad daylight, so naturally there was little chance of running into troublemakers. Still, for persistent shadows continued to trail behind them. When she first entered the Uchiha compound, only White Zetsu had managed to slip through the clan's barrier and follow her inside. But as they approached within 100 meters of Uchiha Yuri's courtyard, White Zetsu dared not come any closer. Apparently, he'd either suffered a loss at Yuri's hands or had been specifically warned by Madara Uchiha. Either way, White Zetsu had no idea about the conversation that took place just outside Yuri's residence. Returning home, Ling even invited Shursui, who seemed mentally exhausted, to rest at her place for half the afternoon. A couple of hours' sleep did wonders for Shursui's energy, revealing just how little rest he'd gotten lately. As evening fell, Ling had her shadow clone prepare a hearty dinner for herself and a smaller meal for Shursui. The clone collapsed from exhaustion and dispelled itself as soon as the food was ready. Fortunately, Ling's physical and mental resilience was exceptional, so she barely felt any aftereffects. Shursui, both the Leaf and the Uchiha still need you. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Ling glanced at Shursui, who was still eating, and tilted her head with a gentle smile. She had underestimated the effect of her signature move. Her head tilt was so charming that Shursui nearly choked on his rice ball. I will, Ling, but truly, you're the one protecting both the village and the Uchiha. As for me, Shursui trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. What he really wanted to say was, what I want most is to protect you. All right, Shursui, whatever you do, don't trust that old weirdo Danzo. He tried to force me into root, and even wanted to brand me with the cursed tongue eradication seal, so my life and death would be entirely in his hands. Just thinking about Danzo made Ling grit her teeth. If she could take him on, she'd have made him pay long ago. Shursui's expression stiffened. Danzo had always filled his ears with talk of Uchiha treachery and how he alone protected the village. He'd even claimed there were foreign influences surrounding Uchiha Ling and that she should be eliminated at the first opportunity. Of course, Shursui hadn't been brainwashed by Danzo. He'd kept his freedom when joining Root and had become a double agent. Now, learning that Danzo had actually tried to kill Ling and had once tried to coerce her, Shursui's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He might not be strong enough to challenge Danzo yet, but he knew, when I am powerful, things will change. Watching Shursui leave, Ling once again had her shadow clone finish cleaning up, while she herself happily went off to enjoy a bath. She also took the opportunity to wash her face and try her luck with another draw. Of course, during her bath, she had to use Genjutsu to hypnotize the four watchers, especially white Zetsu, who had snuck right into the bathroom to observe her. At present, Ling had 42 stable sources for emotional energy, still 58 short of her next draw, a goal that felt more and more out of reach. But for now, she decided to do a single draw for good luck. Silently, she prayed that she wouldn't get cursed spirit manipulation. After all, where on earth would she find a cursed spirit in the ninja world? Curse power technique, reverse cursed technique. You can convert negative cursed energy in your abdomen's energy core into positive energy by multiplication, then channel this positive energy to your wounds for healing, even regrowing severed limbs. I still don't get why being cut in half at the waist can't be healed with reversal. Does the technique have to be performed in the abdomen? If anyone knows, please tell me. Some of Jujutsu Kaisen's lore is just nonsense. You can also inject the positive energy from the reverse technique into your jutsu, thus reversing the effects of a technique. To avoid confusion between reverse technique and technique reversal, I'll just call this technique inversion. What the? Am I some kind of chosen one? First I get heavenly restriction, then 10 shadows technique, and now reversed cursed technique on my third try. Ling could hardly believe her own luck. With the reversed curse technique, as long as she didn't do anything reckless, it was nearly impossible for her to die. She accepted the sudden flood of knowledge about how to perform the reversed curse technique, the instinctive knack for multiplying cursed energy and the insights that came with it. Although Ling didn't have much cursed energy right now, her healing abilities were still quite impressive. Even if her arm was severed, she'd be able to grow a new one. However, she couldn't use it to heal others just yet. She needed to thoroughly understand the essence of cursed energy step by step. For now, medical ninjutsu would suffice for treating others, unless they suffered especially grave injuries. It was like giving a medical student all 6 years of textbooks and then expecting them to cure late-stage cancer. Sure, you've started the journey, but you're nowhere near the finish line. Ling was also a bit curious. If she gouged out her own eyeball, would it grow back? But she quickly decided that kind of extreme experiment was better left untested on herself. Better to wait until she could use the reversed curse technique to heal others. She'd start with little rabbits as test subjects and save her enemies to squeeze out the last bit of use. For now, Ling wanted to run a little experiment. Compare the healing speed of her newly acquired reverse curse technique with the Palm Sage Jutsu, since she still hadn't mastered the Yang release transformation for that. To keep the test fair, she'd have to control the variables, healing 2 wounds of similar size and depth with equal amounts of healing energy. However, Ling was terribly afraid of pain. So, clever as she was, she first used a chakra scalpel to sever the nerves in her own arm, ensuring she wouldn't feel a thing. Ling thought herself remarkably ingenious for this. She then took out her most precious Tatsuka blade, carefully spraying it with alcohol to disinfect it. And so, the time for self-harm arrived. Children and teenagers struggling with depression must never attempt to imitate this. The Tatsuka blade was incredibly sharp. With just the gentlest press of the edge, Ling's smooth arm split open with a cut about 1/3 the width of the blade. Ignoring the blood that oozed steadily from her arm, Ling pressed a tennis ball-sized sphere of positive energy, multiplied using her reversed curse technique, against the wound. No need for meticulous control. In no time, the bleeding stopped and the blood vessels, muscle, and skin all began to mend. In about 2 seconds, the wound had completely healed. Like medical ninjutsu, this relied on cellular division and differentiation to heal. However, if one could master advanced Yang release, its power could transform differentiated cells back into stem cells, allowing for further division and renewal. This was recorded in the medical ninjutsu scroll Tsunade had given her. In other words, if your command of Yang release is high enough, you could gradually replace your aging, non-regenerating cells, effectively achieving longevity. Ling guessed that Hashirama cells worked in this way, capable of reverse aging and turning differentiated cells back into stem cells automatically. Whether the reversed curse technique could reach such a level wasn't described in the memories she'd inherited, but she reckoned it probably could. After all, Satoru Gojo had once been impaled through the brain by Toji's inverted spear of heaven. Brain cells are irreplaceable. Yet Gojo had still managed to heal himself. Examining her arm, now as smooth and flawless as before, Ling made another cut of equal depth, this time using a sphere of Yang release power from the Palm Sage Jutsu, matching the previous size. This time, there was a difference. The Yang release required precise control, first healing the nerves, then the blood vessels, and finally the muscle and skin. Although the speed was similar, the process was more complex. Yang release could be somewhat unpredictable. If she simply pressed it onto the wound, the muscle might heal completely while the nerves and blood vessels remained severed, or the blood vessels might end up occupying the space where nerves should be. Finally, Ling turned her attention to her own 10 shadows technique. If she injected the positive energy produced by the reverse curse technique into the Shozei ritual, she could perform a ritual reversal. Though her cursed energy wasn't vast, it was sufficient for several ritual reversals. Ling was eager to see what Ten Shadows technique reversal could do. In theory, the effects should be opposite. Repulsion might become attraction, the infinitely small could become infinitely large, and so on. But as for how the reversal of the Ten Shadows technique would manifest, Ling had no idea. She transmigrated before reading that far in the Jujutsu Kaisen manga. So, Ling decisively reversed the positive energy she had obtained through her technique. Berserker, so that's how it works. You can actually borrow a Shikigami's power for your own use. This is fan interpretation. I'm not sure if it's accurate, and I couldn't find confirmation online. Ling was genuinely amazed by how heaven-defying the Ten Shadows technique became once inverted. No wonder Sukuna could adapt to the limitless technique and even pull off spatial slashes. Although Ling hadn't tamed Mahoraga yet, was it really so bad to let her imagination run wild for a moment? One day, with Mahoraga's while spinning above her head, she'd first adapt to all kinds of ninja and illusion arts, then achieve immunity before mastering sealing techniques and senjutsu, and ultimately find a way to adapt to the Six Paths power. Hee. Ling looked up at the ceiling and burst out laughing, the sound resembling a pig's delighted squeal. This was the ultimate late-game ability, no doubt about it. She would use Six Paths Obito, Six Paths Madara, and Kagaya Otsutsuki as her sparring partners, adapting herself to the power of the Six Paths and the various Rinnegan abilities. By the time Boruto's story rolled around, she'd be able to make Ishiki and Urashiki Otsutsuki tremble in fear. For now, though, Ling could only use the abilities of 2 Shikigami at a time. Unfortunately, the ones she tamed so far had rather underwhelming powers. By reversing her technique and channeling the Jade Dog's ability, she enhanced her own bite force, gained a slight boost in strength and speed, and her sense of smell became sharper. But with her physical abilities already so high, the enhancements didn't seem all that impressive. Switching to the Toad, Ling found her tongue unbelievably agile, able to stretch and retract at will. She could even use it to bind people like Orochimaru. Still, the idea was too bizarre and unsettling for her tastes. The Toad's abilities were just too similar to Orochimaru's. Her tongue could extend or withdraw. She could hide people in her belly, and just like Orochimaru, she could spit out scrolls or the Kusanagi sword. Thankfully, she couldn't spit out toads, and the Toad couldn't spit out people. The hair, though, was quite interesting. It allowed her shadow clones to become real, solid entities that could take hits and were indistinguishable from the original. Soon, Ling's shadow clones would leave her enemies utterly dumbfounded. You think you know what's real? Surprise, they all are. How's that for intimidation? Plus, Ling felt she could now use the multi-shadow clone jutsu without suffering any backlash. That was the hair's gift. Thousands of real clones, overwhelming her opponents with sheer numbers, the classic war of attrition. The drawback was that her cursed energy wouldn't sustain the reverse technique for long. In a high-intensity battle, she'd probably run out in 10 minutes, though her 2-Tomo Sharingan did help her recover cursed energy at a remarkable rate. Ling figured she'd only reach grade 1 sorcerer levels of cursed energy once she awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan, allowing her to balance energy consumption and recovery during less strenuous fights. If she ever achieved Mangekyo Sharingan, she'd be almost limitless in cursed energy, just like Satoru Gojo himself, provided she wasn't up against super Kaga-level opponents. The subsequent reversal technique harnesses the power of the serpent, allowing any part of the user's body to become as flexible and contorted as Orochimaru, and with exceptional resilience. Additionally, it grants the ability to spew toxic mist and even to travel freely through the earth itself. All in all, not bad. Combined with the Toad's abilities, if one were to cosplay Orochimaru, even the real Orochimaru would likely be bewildered upon seeing them. The final ability belongs to the new, and is by far the most practical. White wings can sprout from the back, granting the power of flight, and one can wield violet lightning that ignores all defenses. This is born of converted cursed energy, an entirely different system from chakra, and likely even the truth-seeking orbs would be unable to withstand it. At present, if Ling uses the reversal technique and unleashes her full power, her monstrous strength and swift, heavy strikes, she should be able to fight evenly against quasi-Kaga-level opponents such as Danzo and Yakura. It's a pity she has yet to tame the remaining 4 Shikigami, especially in Roku. Ling hopes to learn how to heal others through Enroku's reversal technique. In short, having mastered the reversal technique, Ling's strength has soared once again, though it brings her little sense of accomplishment. Ling admits she wishes to rely only on her own talent to grow, but but her golden finger insists on giving her a boost, forcing her into the role of a despised cheat. Even so, the shinobi world remains far too perilous. She's already caught the attention of two early-stage bosses, Orochimaru and Danzo, and lurking in the future are two final bosses, Black Zetsu and Elder Madara. Ling's current strength must continue to grow. Now, as night falls and her nocturnal life is just beginning, Ling has no intention of wasting time. She activates the reversal technique to borrow the rabbit's swiftness, then uses the shadow clone technique to create dozens of tangible clones, assigning them to train in chakra nature transformation, wind release chakra mode, and sage mode. Meanwhile, she opens the scroll passed down to her by Uchiha Chiri, rubbing her palms together in anticipation. With the reverence of one about to read a great work, Ling opens the scroll. The scroll is divided into 4 sections: ninjutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu, and secret techniques. The ninjutsu section needs no introduction. Various elemental techniques, spanning from C rank to A rank, compiled comprehensively. It appears these are techniques Chiri copied over the years using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Regarding chakra nature transformation, the scroll only records fire release and lightning release. It seems these are Chiri's specializations, and the techniques are profound, likely reaching a Kage-level mastery of nature transformation. Sadly, these are not the wind, earth, or water techniques Ling desires most. But one shouldn't be ungrateful, especially after gaining so much. What's especially intriguing is that Chiri's ninjutsu scroll includes many distinctive techniques from other villages, such as the hidden mist technique and water prison technique from Kirigakure. There are also earth mountain and rock fist techniques from Awagakure, the Gongli style, and even an earth spear technique whose origins are a mystery. All of these books are marked at the end with Uchiha Jili's proudly disdainful comments. For example, regarding the technique of the Akimichi clan, Jili remarks, "Clumsy and brutish, nothing compared to the Uchiha Susanoo." As for earth release, earth spear, and A-rank defensive ninjutsu, Jili's comment is, "Too fragile. A single strike from a lightning-enhanced blade pierces right through." Although Jili is quite dismissive, he still recorded these techniques. Now, Ling reaps the benefit. Earth release ninjutsu is precisely what Ling lacks. In the Genjutsu scroll, besides the various mainstream illusions, there are 2 original techniques created by Jili, Dream Butterfly and Winter Cicada. Dream Butterfly uses In release chakra to conjure butterflies with blue and purple patterns fluttering around the user. This can serve as a substitution technique similar to Crow Clone, and the butterflies can also act as a medium to ensnare enemies in a Genjutsu. Within the illusion, dream butterflies continue to dance around Jili, making it impossible for the victim to determine if they've fallen into a Genjutsu. The very sense of their own chakra coherence has been altered by the illusion. Ling is quite fond of this Genjutsu, but the in-release transformation involved is extremely advanced. While it's possible to cast a diluted version of Dream Butterfly with the Sharingan's power, it's still not enough to make a person truly unable to tell if they're caught in a Genjutsu. Still, even a Sharingan cast Dream Butterfly is useful for weaving a variety of illusions through the butterflies, making it incredibly convenient. My guy once relied on avoiding eye contact with Itachi and attacking with Taijutsu to evade Genjutsu. But with Dream Butterfly, the butterflies flit everywhere. You're bound to see one, and that's all it takes to fall under the spell. Unless you close your eyes and rely solely on hearing and intuition to fight, even someone like Might Guy would be helpless against the Dream Butterfly technique. Following that is the Winter Cicada technique, a sound-based Genjutsu that uses In release to create a cicada that continuously cries. The sound of its cry ensnares the enemy in illusion. In other words, through the cicada's song, a variety of Genjutsu can be cast. Against this kind of illusion, unless you're deaf or possess a special technique that can block or distort sound, you're utterly helpless. When these 2 Genjutsu are combined, the only way the enemy can resist is by becoming both blind and deaf, or by having In release or Sharingan abilities superior to the caster. One has to admit, Uchiha Jili truly deserves his reputation as a master of illusion, able to modify his Mangekyo Sharingan techniques into forbidden Sharingan Genjutsu. Ling had dozens of physical shadow clones record these ninjutsu and genjutsu, assigning them to study each technique, with a special focus on mastering Dream Butterfly and Winter Cicada. Both techniques are especially impressive and practical. Perhaps, by delving into just these 2 genjutsu, one could almost reach the level of a Kage-tier illusionist. Opening the Forbidden Technique scroll, Ling found it was just as expected: Izanagi, Izanami, and the transcription seal. Unfortunately, the first 2 forbidden techniques consume too much of the Sharingan's power. One can be used like a resurrection coin, while the other can render the enemy's resurrection coin useless. Unless you have a vast supply of 3-Tomo Sharingan eyes ready to use at any moment, it's best not to attempt them unless you face a true life-or-death crisis. In a real mortal crisis, however, these two techniques could absolutely turn the tide of battle, rather than being squandered like Danzo did, treating them as cheap resurrection tokens and ultimately only managing to seal a bridge as his final act. Right now, Ling only possesses the 2-Tomo Sharingan, so she can't actually perform these techniques yet, but that doesn't mean she shouldn't learn them. Ling plans to test, when she gets the chance, whether she can remove her own Sharingan and then use the reversal technique to regrow a new one. Her hunch is that it won't work. The eye that regrows would likely be an ordinary one. Still, it might gradually evolve back to her original Sharingan level, and the process should be much faster than starting from scratch. After all, the evolution of the Sharingan ultimately comes down to one's mastery of Yin release. Losing the Sharingan doesn't strip away that mastery, just as Madara could summon Susanoo even without his eyes. As long as she continuously channels Yin release into an ordinary eye, she might regain her Sharingan level within a few days, although reaching the Mangekyo might take much longer. At this point, Ling's understanding of Yin release far surpasses her prowess with Yang release. There's no helping it. Her grasp of Jinjutsu is clearly deeper than her medical ninjutsu skills. As for whether awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future will bring the risk of blindness, Ling had never considered it before. But now, with her studies in both Yin and Yang release, plus the reversal technique, she wonders if she might manage something like a Bido, using the Mangekyo as if it were an eternal Mangekyo. It's a pity, though. Yin release is just Yin release, and Yang release is just Yang release. If only they could be combined into Yin Yang release, then even if her eyes went blind from using as an Aji, she could restore them. Perhaps she could even use Yin Yang release to awaken the Rinnegan. But there's no if about it. The difficulty of mastering Yin and Yang release already surpasses that of the standard 5 elemental natures, not to mention Yin Yang release, which belongs to the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. It's better to be a bit more realistic in her dreams. After all, every night Ling dreams of 6 Paths Madara kneeling in surrender, and Kaguya Otsutsuki weeping and begging for mercy. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Naruto and Sasuke's Yin Yang release powers were also granted by Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Once that power was spent, neither of them could master Yin Yang release on their own, nor did the next generation, leaving them vulnerable to the Otsutsuki's overwhelming might. Ling unrolled the final scroll given to her by Zhili. This one was dedicated to swordsmanship, and Ling was quite curious what kind of sword technique could warrant its own scroll. At a glance, Ling looked a bit dazed. She hadn't expected Zhili to be so accomplished. Her original sword style truly deserved its own scroll, and would be enough to establish an entire school. Without a doubt, this sword style was not just a collection of specific techniques, but rather an illusionary sword art. Much like the Konoha Willow, created by the eternal Genin Marusei Kosuka. However, Chiri's illusory sword technique consists of a full 9 forms, while Mariboshi Kosuka only created a single one. These 9 forms are named Butterfly Dance, Cherry Blossom Rain, Autumn Leaves, Lingering Snow, Blushing Clouds, Gentle Rain, Triple Ridges, Blazing Sun, and Dark Moon. Each form of the illusory sword can conjure a corresponding illusionary scene through the movement of the blade, ensnaring the enemy within the illusion and leaving them vulnerable to a swift, fatal strike. Take Butterfly Dance, for example. As the name suggests, it's not unlike the Dream Butterfly technique. When this form is unleashed, the target sees Ling transformed into a swirling cloud of butterflies, and within that mesmerizing vision, they're struck down before they even realize it. The following techniques, Cherry Blossom Rain, Autumn Leaves, Lingering Snow, Blushing Clouds, and Gentle Rain, operate on a similar principle, differing only in the scenes they evoke. These illusions become even more potent when used in a matching season or environment. After all, it wouldn't make sense to summon drifting snowflakes in the height of summer. It would immediately arouse suspicion. That's precisely why Uchiha Chiri devised illusionary techniques suited to all 4 seasons. As for the Triple Ridges, as the name implies, it causes the enemy to see 3 endless, overlapping hills, instilling a sense of helplessness, as though the barriers before them can never be broken. This form serves as a defensive, counterattacking style of swordplay. Finally, the Blazing Sun and Dark Moon forms are versatile, usable in any season or at any time of day, without any loss of effect. Blazing Sun overwhelms the enemy with the sensation of staring straight into the sun, their eyes squeezed shut, helpless, and in that moment, their throat is cut. Dark Moon, on the other hand, plunges the target into utter darkness, with only the faintest crescent moon glimmering in their vision. A crescent that is, in truth, the gleam of the blade itself. One must admit, Uchiha Chiri is a genius of illusions. To elevate illusionary arts to such heights, there truly is no equal. If Chiri's illusory sword technique were paired with Ling's swift and powerful blade, not a single jonin would be able to withstand even a single strike. Unless they were a master of illusions themselves, an elite jonin or nearly Kaga level, anyone facing Ling wielding both the swift, heavy blade and the illusory sword would be at a constant disadvantage, unable to even attempt ninjutsu that required hand seals. Tomorrow, I'll be starting at the ANBU, so tonight I'll have to work my shadow clones hard, make them put in some overtime, and thoroughly study the various sword and illusion techniques recorded on Chiri's scroll. If it weren't for the limits of my chakra, I'd really want to create several hundred shadow clones to help with my training. With the technique reversing ability of the rabbit's escape, I don't even need to worry about backlash. Fatigue and the shock of absorbing memories are both filtered and managed by rabbit's escape before they reach me, so there's no risk of being overwhelmed or turned into an idiot. The reason Naruto progressed so quickly is at least 70% thanks to the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Unfortunately, that technique is forbidden, and old Sarutobi Hiruzen would never teach it to me. Even if I tried to earn it through merit, Hiruzen would refuse, afraid that I'd end up mindless or develop a split personality from overusing the shadow clones. While Ling's shadow clone was diligently practicing ninjutsu, kinjutsu, jinjutsu, and chakra nature transformation, and her true self was immersed in the tranquil art of Zhuowang, the Uchiha compound on the other side was bustling with activity. For the first time in a long while, Uchiha Chiri had stepped out of her courtyard and made her way to the home of Joya, where a group was busy sorting and assigning the task of selling explosive tags. Joya, where did you get so many explosive tags? Chiri's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of several people taking stacks of explosive tag from a ceiling scroll and repackaging them into other scrolls. Lady Chiri, these were given to us by Ling. She asked us to secretly sell them at the exchange center. We plan to put some up for sale there and the rest through the Ninja Cats network. Joya made no attempt to hide the truth, as Chiri was the strongest supporter of their faction, and, more importantly, Ling's own family. Ling, huh? It seems that little one has secrets even I don't know about. Well, never mind. Who doesn't have a few secrets of their own? Chiri didn't probe further. She knew her own days were numbered. Though she still appeared quite young, her eye technique kept her cells at their peak, but it couldn't increase the number of times her cells could divide. With this much money involved, the kid must have some kind of plan. Chiri couldn't help but be curious about what Ling intended to do with such a large sum. Joya then shared Ling's analysis of the Uchiha's current predicament, along with her ingenious strategy for breaking out of it. Chiri was astonished. It was the first time she had encountered such a penetrating, profound analysis and such a brilliant solution. Despite living for decades as a Kaga-level powerhouse, she realized her political acumen was no match for a modern child's. They'd never received any real education in that area. Raised from childhood as weapons for killing, even having a personal shinobi philosophy was a sign of independent thought. Ask a ninja to carry out assassinations or frame someone, and they'd be experts. But put them in charge of governance, internal affairs, or the welfare of the people, and it would be their undoing. Otherwise, years ago, Hashirama Senju would have unified the ninja world and elevated the Senju clan to the status of Dragon Lords. Even the supremely talented Senju Tobarama, who excelled in both politics and intrigue, never thought to persuade his elder brother to overthrow the daimyo of the Land of Fire and take control themselves. Destruction and sabotage, ninjas excelled at that. But when it came to building up the economy or managing production, they were utterly clueless. That's why the villages ended up relying on the daimyo for funding. Despite their overwhelming strength, the shinobi found themselves having to obey the orders of ordinary merchants, serving these wealthy and powerful civilians. If only they had a little more culture and knowledge, things wouldn't have come to this pass. Just look at Momochi Zabuza. Despite being an elite rogue ninja, it was only when he was courting death that he dared to kill Gato, the wealthy merchant. Otherwise, they would become targets with bounties on their heads, hunted by the entire shinobi world, with nowhere left to hide. Ling suspected that the very structure of the ninja mission system had accustomed shinobi to this high-paying job, where strength alone secured a living. Toiling away at production could be fruitless. Not only was it arduous, but rival villages might destroy everything, leaving them empty-handed. Without a doubt, Black Zetsu, that old schemer, had deliberately guided things this way. What he desired was for ninja to remain locked in endless cycles of conflict and attrition. After all, Black Zetsu confessed in the later days that he shaped the entire history of the shinobi. Perhaps when Indra and Asura split the original shinobi sect, it was Black Zetsu who, in the shadows, whispered to their descendants, those wielders of supernatural power but lacking in practical skills, about this mission and reward system. And so, after 1,000 years of this pattern, it finally evolved into the shinobi village system. Yet, even now, the framework of missions had never truly been broken. Jilly snapped out her thoughts. She decided it was best to focus on her own pressing matters for now. The plan to change the Uchiha's fate would require careful discussion of the details with Ling, and then she would help execute the first step. She wasn't sure how to handle public opinion or rumors, but when it came to killing and suppressing dissent, she was more than experienced. I'm here because I wish to know the whereabouts of Shimura Danzo. There's something I need to discuss with him. At last, Uchiha Jilly voiced her purpose. She had remained out of sight for a long time. Since Uzumaki Mito's passing, Danzo had been far too active for her liking. Danzo should be at the Shimura clan estate right now. Lady Jilly, I'd advise you not to go too far. A bead of sweat trickled down Joya's forehead as he silently mourned for Danzo. Of all people to provoke, why choose a woman of such formidable strength, especially one who had few good years left? Joya, from now on, any information regarding Ling must be reported to me at once. Don't assume that just because I rarely leave the house, others can treat me like I'm deaf and ignorant. Uchiha Jilly understood that many within the Uchiha now merely saw her as a deterrent against Konoha, hiding her away at home, thinking she was clueless. In truth, she was only waiting for the right moment to act. The Uchiha were too combative. Without someone overwhelmingly strong to keep them in check, they would splinter into factions, each unwilling to yield to the others. Madara's departure had left chaos in his wake. Not even Tobirama Senju could quell the Uchiha's internal strife. Then Jilly had emerged from obscurity, bringing an end to the turmoil. Now, as she grew old, those same troubles were resurfacing. Yes, Lady Jilly, I'll inform the other elders, Joya replied, feeling a pang of anxiety for Uchiha Setsuna. He knew this was, in truth, the elders testing Jilly's limits. Jilly stepped out of the clan estate, beautiful, dreamlike butterflies swirling around her. No one passing by noticed her presence, as if she were a phantom moving unseen through the world. Because the moment they saw the butterflies, they were hypnotized by the illusion, subconsciously ignoring Chiri's presence. Even the ANBU agents hidden nearby, watching over the Uchiha clan, were now under the spell. None of them realized they had been ensnared. In their perception, their chakra felt perfectly normal. Chiri hadn't stepped outside to see the current state of Konoha for a long time, but in truth, not much had changed since her youth. Only a few more electric poles and some flashy signs had appeared. She remembered the way to the Shimura clan compound. Passing through the crowds, no one paid her any attention, and she preferred it that way. Only when she stepped into the Shimura clan's territory did she lift the dream butterfly illusion from herself. Since she was here to teach someone a lesson, there was no need for stealth. She meant to make an example. Who goes there? This is the territory of the Shimura. A guard from the Shimura clan barely got the words out before, upon seeing the butterfly's wings flutter again, his voice was abruptly cut off. They fell under the illusion, and within it they felt an invisible grip tighten around their throats, cutting off their breath. In no time, the color drained from their faces as they choked themselves blue. Luckily, alerted by the commotion, a Shimura Jonin rushed over and infused chakra into the guard's body, snapping him out of the illusion before he could suffocate. Who are you? This is Konoha. You can't act with such impunity here. The Shimura Jonin didn't recognize Uchiha Chiri, but he could sense that this woman was far beyond what he could handle. Call Danzo out, Chiri said, casting a single glance at the Jonin. Instantly, he fell under her spell as well, and, without even realizing it, hurried off to find Danzo, just as she commanded. Meanwhile, the ANBU agent watching the Shimura compound suddenly remembered that this woman was a high-priority surveillance target. Should she appear, he was to report to the Hokage immediately. So he raced toward the Hokage's office at full speed, a sense of desperate panic propelling him onward. Chiri had noticed the ANBU's departure, but she let him go. What she wanted was to make an example of a chicken right in front of the monkey. The commotion caused by the Jonin's frantic shouting for Danzo set the entire Shimura compound abuzz. It was as if a hornet's nest had been kicked. Ninja of all ranks rushed toward the gate, but the moment they saw those butterflies, regardless of their strength, they too fell under the illusion. At that moment, Danzo was poring over reports on promising young ninja from minor clans, potential recruits for his rude organization, whom he would stop at nothing to claim. Suddenly, the uproar from within the clan reached his ears. Frowning, he prepared to step out and reprimand his subordinates. only to see his own doors kicked wide open. A visitor arrived, a jonin from the Shimura clan. Yet his eyes were vacant, and he muttered loudly, insisting that Danzo must come with him. Danzo immediately recognized that the man was under a jinjutsu. Without hesitation, he slapped him across the face, infusing chakra with the strike to help the jonin break free from the illusion. As soon as the jonin regained consciousness, a sharp, burning pain flared on his cheek. He looked up to see Danzo standing before him, his expression dark and brooding. At once, the jonin dropped to one knee, begging forgiveness for the offense of having barged into the presence of his clan leader. "Clan leader, sir, there's a woman outside with purple hair, surrounded by butterflies. She's looking for you, and her illusions are incredibly powerful." The jonin's words triggered a rush of old memories in Danzo. He recalled the time when that very woman had left him battered and bruised. He could almost feel the ache even now, to think she had come looking for him again after all these years. But now, his confidence in his own strength was unshakable. He might not be at his absolute peak anymore, yet he doubted that woman could even walk without help these days. That wretched old woman. This time the advantage is mine. Just you wait. His formidable power gave him unshakable confidence. Determined to reclaim his honor, Danzo strode out of the room with his head held high, heading straight for the main gate of the Shimura compound. Meanwhile, the Anbu had reached the Hokage's office. They reported to the third, who was busy with paperwork, informing him that the person of interest, Uchiha Yuri, had gone to the Shimura clan's residence. Uchiha Yuri? Why would she suddenly show herself and go looking for Danzo, of all people? Did Danzo provoke her somehow? No. I seem to recall seeing some other information about her elsewhere. Just then, the third Hokage seemed to remember something. He pulled out Uchiha Rei's intelligence file. In the section listing Rei's grandmother, the name Uchiha Jinri appeared, and an arrow pointed to another name beside it, Uchiha Yuri, marked as Jinri's sister. So that's it. She must have met Rei, and Rei must have told her about being forcibly taken to root by Danzo. The third Hokage decided he had better go see for himself. He knew neither of those women were easy to deal with, and if the slightest thing went wrong, a fight could erupt. Worse yet, if the elderly Yuri were to be killed by Danzo, the Uchiha and Shimura clans would surely be at each other's throats. As Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped out of the Hokage's office, Danzo reached the gates of his clan's estate. He shoved aside the Shimura ninja, still trapped in Jinjutsu, and saw Uchiha Yuri standing quietly by the entrance. But when he took in Yuri's youthful face, Danzo suspected he too had fallen under an illusion, just like his clansmen. He immediately formed the hand seals to dispel the Jinjutsu. To no avail, the woman before him remained as young as ever, gazing at Danzo with mocking amusement as he fumbled through his gestures. Damn it, what a powerful Jinjutsu. There's not the slightest sign of anything amiss. Even my chakra perception has been distorted, making me believe I haven't been caught in an illusion. But why does this woman's Jinjutsu only show me what she looked like in her youth? Danzo's face darkened as he quickly turned over plans in his mind to break this illusion and tried to deduce the woman's intentions. Poor Danzo thought he was trapped in a Jinjutsu, but in reality, nothing had been used on him at all. His right Sharingan, I hadn't detected any illusion, so there had been no reaction as it should have. He tried all sorts of methods, inscribing curse marks on himself, even sealing his own chakra, but still couldn't dispel the so-called illusion. He dared not use the Sharingan in his right eye outright, for that could cause the Yin chakra to leak, and Uchiha Chiri would surely notice. At that moment, Danzo was left with only one option, self-harm. The thought enraged him. How many years had it been since someone forced his hand like this? Ever since he became the Hokage's advisor and took control of the foundation, no one had dared raise their voice to him, save for his greatest rival and old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whom he both envied and cared for most. Yet Danzo refused to ask for help, nor did he want anyone else seeking Hiruzen's aid on his behalf. He couldn't bear to let his old friend witness his weakness. Setting his jaw, Danzo steeled himself. Right in front of Uchiha Chiri's slightly surprised gaze, he thrust a kunai through his own left arm. Agonizing pain shot through him, blood spurting in thin streams. Danzo left the kunai in place, knowing the bleeding would be slower that way. But when he looked up at Uchiha Chiri again, his composure nearly broke. So it turned out the wretched woman hadn't used any Jinjutsu at all. She preserved her youth by some unknown means, making him think he was under an illusion and prompting him to stab himself with a kunai in vain. Well, Danzo, is this your way of seeking redemption? I haven't even laid a finger on you, and you've already pierced your own arm. Do you expect me to forgive you just like that? Uchiha Chiri, of course, saw through Danzo's clumsy efforts, knowing he only acted because he thought he'd been ensnared by an illusion. Still, The whole scene struck her as a rather amusing comedy. Oof. I've committed no crime, and even if I had, it's not up to a Uchiha like you to judge me. I don't need your forgiveness. Danzo was the most stubborn of men, immediately snapping back at Chiri's taunts from every angle. Still, he could tell this woman was here to call him to account. Oh, then do you remember Uchiha Ling? She's my most beloved granddaughter, and you actually dared lay a hand on her. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to appease my rage? As Uchiha Chiri's Mangekyo Sharingan patterns glimmered in her eyes, she locked gazes with Danzo. The oppressive force of her chakra whipped the air into a violent current, scattering dust across the floor. Oof. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha, unlike you narrow-minded Uchiha, who care only for your own clan. Danzo instinctively tried to claim the moral high ground. Over the years, this tactic had never failed him. No one could ever refute it. It allowed him to suppress the alliance of the lesser ninja clans and attract countless geniuses into the foundation. Oof. For Konoha, old woman here thinks you're only looking out for yourself. At that moment, the dream butterflies fluttered even more joyfully around Uchiha Chiri. The cold cicadas, which had always appeared in silence, began their mournful song, sharp and chilling. Yet, no one noticed the out-of-season sound of the cicadas. Assailed by the twin illusions of dream butterflies and winter cicadas, Danzo was instantly trapped in a genjutsu, his right hand beyond his control, locked firmly around his own throat. Even as pain shot through his bleeding left arm, he could do nothing to break free from the illusion. Danzo's face grew more and more ashen, verging on suffocation. A reckless madness flickered in his eyes as the three-tomo Sharingan, concealed beneath his right eye's bandages, began to spin, desperately fighting Chiri's illusion for control of his right arm. So your right eye, hidden all these years, was a Sharingan. The Uchiha haven't lost a three-tomo Sharingan in all this time. So, just where did you get it? Was it from Kagami, the one who died so mysteriously, whose body was never found? Chiri's Mangekyo Sharingan spun as his ocular power surged, suppressing the three-tomo Sharingan at its limit. At the same time, he held Danzo's body in an unbreakable grip, rendering him unable to move an inch. In an instant, Chiri vanished, dissolving into a flurry of fluttering butterflies. When he reappeared, his hand had already gouged the Sharingan from Danzo's right eye. But then, time twisted and rewound. Chiri and Danzo stood where they had been, Danzo's left arm dripping with blood, his right eye's Sharingan faded to ashen gray. Danzo had used the forbidden Izanagi. Yet, in the next instant, the ashen three-tomo Sharingan reverted to its original state, as if the Izanagi Danzo had just invoked was nothing but an illusion. Danzo himself seemed utterly unaware. It was as though his right eye had never used Izanagi at all. Chiri, far from surprised, let a mocking smile tug at the corner of his lips. Danzo was once again ensnared in the genjutsu, and this time, he himself gouged out the Sharingan from his right eye. Time rewound once more. The Sharingan turned gray, then restored itself. A vague sense of wrongness began to creep over Danzo. Again and again, the scene repeated, his eye gouged out, again and again, until Danzo finally sensed that something was terribly amiss. But it was of no use. The vision replayed itself, the moment looping endlessly. Again, Uchiha Chiri plucked the Sharingan from his right eye. In this ceaseless cycle, Danzo's will finally crumbled. He knew that if he kept relying on Izanagi, he would be trapped in this endless loop. Only true repentance from his heart would set him free. At this very moment, outside the illusion, Danzo stood motionless, yet his eyes darted rapidly, betraying the turmoil within his mind as he witnessed the scenes of Izanami. Meanwhile, Chiri Uchiha was unwrapping the bandages from Danzo's right eye, preparing to extract the Sharingan hidden there. Yet she waited. She needed Danzo to truly abandon the use of Izanagi, to repent sincerely and promise never again to covet the Sharingan for such forbidden techniques. Within the world of Izanami's illusion, Danzo had already cycled through his fate tens of thousands of times. His spirit was utterly shattered. He had tried every possible method, yet he could not break free from this relentless loop. Even his most secretive and forbidden jutsu, even the four symbols seal meant to lock away all bridges to escape, failed to free him from this eternal recurrence. He was on the verge of accepting the fate that Chiri Uchiha had decreed for him, to give up forever on wielding the Sharingan for Izanagi. Only a final, fragile longing for power kept him clinging to resistance. But even that last shred of defiance was crumbling. He had long since lost all sense of time, numbly repeating the cycle over and over. At last, after more than 100,000 repetitions, Danzo surrendered to his destiny. He accepted that his will had been rewritten, From that moment on, he would never again scheme to use the Sharingan for his Izanagi. In the instant he accepted his fate and allowed his will to be reshaped by his Izanami, Danzo was finally released from the illusion. He emerged just in time for Chiri Uchiha to take his eye. But this time, Danzo did not attempt to use his Izanagi again. He wept bitterly, overwhelmed by the truth of his fate. Finally, he had escaped that endless nightmare of repetition. The pain of losing his right was almost grounding for him, a tangible agony that brought a sense of reality after enduring thousands of illusory cycles. He knew now that he would never again covet the Sharingan for Izanagi. His will had been irrevocably altered. Unless Kotoa Mitsukami or Izanami itself restored his former will, Danzo would never again pursue the Sharingan for such forbidden power. Chiri Uchiha carefully took out a vial filled with saline solution, placing the Sharingan inside for safekeeping. This would be returned to Shursui. It was, after all, his grandfather's. Chiri Uchiha, what do you think you're doing? Stop this at once. From afar, the third Hokage spotted Chiri Uchiha extracting Danzo's right eye. In an instant, he flashed forward, staff transforming into the golden form of Enma, the Monkey King. He noticed Chiri Uchiha's youthful face, but had no time to ponder. He had to stop her before she could do further harm. Yet the scene before him was baffling. Danzo, sobbing uncontrollably as if redeemed, while Chiri Uchiha calmly displayed the Sharingan in the vial. The Sharingan? How? Danzo, did you really? Kagami. Earlier, when he returned with Ling from the route, brought back by his eldest son Sarutobi Shinosuke, he overheard Ling saying that Danzo's hidden right was actually Kagami's Sharingan. But he refused to believe it, and he forbade Sarutobi Shinosuke from investigating further. He simply could not accept that Danzo would harm their old friend Kagami. Unable to come to terms with this reality, he pretended not to know. It seemed he finally understood why Akimichi Torafu, who had once been closest to Kagami, had declined a seat among the elders and chosen to retire instead, perhaps because he knew the true cause of his friend's death. Now that the truth behind Danzo's right had been fully revealed, and it was indeed the Sharingan, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt nothing but pain and a desire to avert his gaze. There was no surprise, no disbelief, just anguish. Monkey, so you did know the truth behind Uchiha Kagami's death. I never imagined you and Danzo would end up in cahoots like this. It seems today I'll have to make a real scene in Konoha. Uchiha Chiri carefully put away Kagami's Sharingan, preparing herself at any moment for an attack from both Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Chiri, you're mistaken. I just couldn't bring myself to believe that a former comrade would go that far. It runs completely counter to the will of fire I've always upheld. Danzo's actions are unforgivable. Everything I have done was for Konoha. This Sharingan was a gift from Kagami himself. Danzo, though his will to seize the eye and wield his Izanagi had been thwarted, remained unchanged in every other respect. Lies came easily to his lips. Oh, is that so? Monkey, do you dare let me use Jinjutsu on Danzo and make him speak the truth? Uchiha Chiri looked mockingly at Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose eyes had dimmed and whose spirits seemed broken. She wanted to test where Hiruzen truly stood regarding Shimura Danzo now. At this hour, nightlife in the village was in full swing, and many shinobi had witnessed what was happening. Although ANB were keeping people at bay, by tomorrow, word of this incident would have spread to nearly every jonin in the village. This was Uchiha Chiri's open strategy. If Hiruzen Sarutobi shielded Danzo, his authority would be severely undermined, and the shinobi clans loyal to the Hokage would lose faith in him. If Hiruzen chose to deal with Danzo, it would mean abandoning him, cutting off his own right hand, and the scandal would tarnish the Hokage faction's reputation. Even if Danzo were later reinstated, the events of this day would lay bare the true nature of the Hokage's circle for all the village's clans to see. The double standards of the Hokage faction would not be forgotten. And if, in the future, there were ever another case like Danzo's, betraying comrades and stealing Kekkei Genkai, the Hokage side would be powerless to punish it, for someone would inevitably cite Danzo's reinstatement as precedent. This incident with Danzo was a blatant betrayal of the will of fire. If it wasn't dealt with properly, the Hokage would never again be able to use the will of fire to inspire others to sacrifice themselves. In the village, the great clans have become disillusioned with the line of Hokage, and with the will of fire corrupted, a change in leadership seems imminent, perhaps as soon as tomorrow. Everything now hinges on the third Hokage's decision, but no matter what he chooses, it will cost him dearly. Above all, he cannot allow the will of fire to be shaken. Even though they have already done many things that betray the will of fire, no one else has proof. These are all evasions made within the boundaries of policy. Still, the Hokage cannot blatantly violate the will of fire. You may make subtle amendments or interpret it for yourself, but you can never outright betray it. Political correctness is just as crucial in a shinobi village. The will of fire is the law, the very source of authority. Turn your back on it, and power will slip away from you as well. My Sharingan was a gift from a dear friend. Are you Uchiha trying to pin false charges on me? Danzo knew this was something he could neither confess to nor allow Uchiha Yuri to use her abilities to force the truth from him here. As long as he didn't let anything slip now, whatever happened while he was detained or interrogated would still be under the Hokage's control. In any case, he could not admit to anything, and the third Hokage knew it too. But by now, quite a crowd of shinobi had gathered, and several clan leaders had rushed over after receiving word. How could they possibly miss such a sensational scene? Uchiha Fugaku arrived with a host of elders, and from the Hyuga clan, both the head of the main family, Hayashi, and the head of the branch family, Hizashi, appeared as well. The Inoshi Kecho trio, Kohor Udatain and Hamura Midokado, the Aburame clan, Kurama, Inuzuka, and others joined them. They, too, were dissatisfied with Danzo. Some of their clansmen had been coerced by him into joining Root. Author's note, not sure if Danzo was this ruthless at this point in the timeline, but that's how it goes in this story. Hiruzen Sarutobi was now caught in a dilemma, and after Shursui had informed her, Ling sent her clone to continue training and hurried off to witness the unfolding drama herself. Ling hadn't expected Granny Yuri to act so decisively. She had barely left the Uchiha compound before Yuri began making trouble for Danzo, dragging both the third Hokage and Danzo into this public confrontation. It was clear now that her own schemes were nothing compared to open strategies. It was only in the light that true power could be wielded. She would have to learn from this approach. Ling and Shursui, both small in stature, blended into the edge of the Uchiha's front row, their eyes fixed on Danzo's cold, menacing expression. Ling felt a surge of satisfaction. Who would have thought that the old fox Danzo would end up like this? If not for the Umbu keeping order, she'd have been tempted to pelt him with rotten eggs. And don't doubt whether Ling carries any rotten eggs. What self-respecting ninja doesn't have a secret weapon or two at hand? Who says biochemical weapons can't count as ninja tools? Shursui bit his lip hard, the truth now clear to him. His grandfather had died at Danzo's hands, yet he had unwittingly joined Root and served the very man who killed him. In his eyes, a tomo spun, and almost instantly, one tomo split into two, then three. He had awakened the full three-tomo Sharingan. Ling noticed the cold, ominous chakra swirling in Shursui's eyes and realized, to her utter shock, that he had advanced to the three-tomo Sharingan. Coach, I want to report a cheat here. Who in the world has a normal Uchiha child awaken the three-tomo Sharingan at 6 years old? Ling screamed inwardly. She had worked so hard, worked in her own special way, to far surpass Uchiha Shursui, but with a single mood swing, he leapt straight to the three-tomo Sharingan. It was completely unreasonable. The evolution of the Sharingan caused an Uchiha's mental energy to surge, and her chakra would swell in tandem until it reached the level of a Jonin. During this period, with some training and practice of ninjutsu, their strength would quickly rise to the Jonin class as well. This was the Uchiha clan's infamous cheat. Yet, the emotional turmoil that fueled the Sharingan's evolution also inevitably brought about negative side effects, making the user more obsessive and extreme. This was why the infamously prejudiced Senju Tobarama claimed the Uchiha were innately evil. The higher the level of the Sharingan, the more unstable the emotions became. Obsession and aggression only grew. This was the dark cost of the Sharingan's power. An overwhelming surge of Yin chakra could even alter the user's mind and brain structure. So, it was said that every Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan became at least a little unhinged. It was only a matter of degree. Thankfully, Ling's power did not progress through the Sharingan, but rather, her body and soul's growth pushed her Sharingan to evolve. Though her own strength had to surpass her Sharingan by a whole rank before she could push this evolution, at least she wouldn't lose her sanity in the process, right? Just look at Shursui's chakra now. It was always a little cold, but now it radiated an even deeper chill. Ling's chakra, by contrast, was neither as warm as the sun nor as biting as the dead of winter. Instead, it was like an early spring breeze, gentle, yet cool and crisp. One could tell a person's state of mind just by the nature of their chakra. This was why, in the days of the Ninja Creed, people believed chakra could connect hearts and foster mutual understanding. Chakra was a mysterious power. At lower levels, it could carry one's emotions. With growth, it could bear one's will, and ultimately, it could even carry the soul. Ling believed that to bear one's will, you had to reach the pinnacle of Yin and Yang chakra, like Indra and Ashura. And to carry the soul itself, you needed to attain the absolute mastery of Yin-Yang release, like Otsutsuki Hagoromo. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya, just as Hagoromo himself said, Mother was nothing more than a pitiful woman. At this moment, Danzo was still trying to find a way to escape, while the third Hokage was also racking his brains for a way to gloss things over. Meanwhile, the clan leaders of the various ninja families watched intently, curious to see how the two would try to deceive them. But Uchiha Chiri was different. She had no intention of wasting any more time here. Today, no matter what, the two of them had to give everyone an answer. Well, monkey, have you made up your mind? Faced with Uchiha Chiri's relentless pressure, Hiruzen Sarutobi grew increasingly frustrated. He wasn't confident he could defeat Uchiha Chiri, and even if he managed to kill her, could he possibly take down all the clan leaders as well? Danzo cannot be subjected to your interrogation. Haichi, you will read Danzo's memories regarding Kagami and the Sharingan only. The third Hokage finally yielded, but he set clear boundaries. Today, they would only investigate matters related to the Sharingan and Kagami, for he knew Danzo had plenty of other unsavory secrets. But anything that would stain the reputation of the Hokage's lineage absolutely could not be revealed. That was why he couldn't let Uchiha Chiri handle the interrogation. Otherwise, Danzo would spill everything like beans from a cracked jar, and Sarutobi would have no choice but to kill him. Yamanaka Haichi gave a wry smile. No matter what memories he uncovered today, he knew both the third and Danzo would hold a grudge against him. In the days to come, he might very well lose his life on the battlefield or during a mission, all because of some inexplicable accident. He could picture it now, a kunai in the back during a mission, or being ambushed by a sudden enemy while using the Yamanaka clan's secret technique. Yet, he didn't have the courage to refuse, either. If he did, he'd still end up punished and ostracized. He cast a subtle glance at Nara Shikaku, whose face was dark with worry. The message was clear without a word. Nara Shikaku weighed the pros and cons carefully. If he agreed, Yamanaka Haichi would likely die a mysterious death, but the Inoshikicho trio of clans would still flourish and endure. If he refused, they would face endless covert retaliation and exclusion from the Hokage's faction, being assigned the most dangerous missions, their clan's young members becoming targets, and so on. In the end, Shikaku could only nod. As the strategist of the Inoshikicho alliance, he had to put the interests of all three clans above anything else, even if it meant sacrificing Yamanaka Haichi. Haichi seemed to understand his own fate as well. With a bitter laugh, he forced himself to step out from the crowd. Whether or not he was present today, he would have been summoned here all the same. Even if he tried to let another clansman take his place, it would never work. A minor member would never appease Danzo and the Hokage's wrath. His clan would suffer all the same. This might be a bit of creative license. The third and Danzo probably aren't this petty, but for the sake of moving the plot forward, this setup is necessary. Just then, Ling had a sudden idea. She quietly slipped to the back of the group and whispered a few words in Elder Jiangya's ear, then returned to her place as if nothing had happened. Elder Jiangya, in turn, made his way to Uchiha Setsuna and Yatsushiro, quietly relaying Ling's words and analysis. After some reflection, they all agreed that this was an excellent plan, one that would surely win people's hearts. Yamanaka Haichi walked over to Danzo, braving his predatory gaze. With an expressionless face, he slowly formed hand seals, as though counting the pivotal moments of his own past. At that moment, Uchiha Setsuna could no longer hold back and stepped forward. Uchiha Hakadai and Elder Shuya quickly followed. For the sake of investigating the cause of Kagami's death and uncovering the truth behind the Sharingan, our Uchiha clan has been forced into today's situation. But we will not let innocent people suffer because of us. If Yamanaka Haichi should die an untimely or mysterious death in the future, we, the Uchiha, will hold Shimura Danzo responsible, and the entire clan will rise to destroy him. That's right. The Uchiha clan always keeps its word. Everyone here bears witness. We want no innocents implicated, only justice for Kagami. The words of Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Hakadai left the other clan leaders and Hiruzen Sarutobi stunned. As for Danzo, he stared at Setsuna as if looking at a dead man, his murderous intent barely concealed. This was Ling's cunning strategy, a classic case of sowing discord and using one's enemies against each other. By having Setsuna speak out, she sought to drive a wedge between the Hokage and the Inoshikicho alliance, and to fracture the alliance itself. Of course, in canon, their bonds would be much harder to break. Although this would only worsen the hatred from the Hokage and Danzo, the Uchiha had grown used to bearing many grudges. Besides, this was the will of the hawkish faction. It had nothing to do with the rescue faction I support. In a way, this maneuver was also a means to weaken the Hawks, or even eliminate Uchiha Setsuna via Danzo or the Hokage's hand, while winning the Uchiha clan some goodwill and establishing them as people who remember favors and repay kindness. Perhaps this move could also sow discord between the Yamanaka and Nara clans, even though the Yamanaka knew Shikaku's decisions were sound. And even if it failed, it would still deepen the resentment of the Ino-Shikacho families towards the Hokage and increase their hatred of Danzo. It would also help improve the Uchiha's reputation and weaken the Hawks, even if the Doves and the Rescue faction might be caught in the crossfire. But as I've said, it would only be a slight chill, nothing more. If they wished to avoid driving the Uchiha to rebellion, then the current level of oppression was unlikely to get much worse. For the suppression Konoha was meting out had already been pushing against the Uchiha's limits for some time. That's enough, Haichi. Begin. No matter what you see, I will not hold you responsible. The third Hokage, unwilling to lose the support of the Ino-Shikacho alliance, let go of any thoughts of punishing Haichi. Instead, it was Danzo who would have to suffer. Danzo closed his eyes, unwilling to let others see the hatred and chilling intent within them. He knew that the events of today were already set in stone and could not be changed. He could, of course, order Root to rescue him by force, but that would mean turning traitor to Konoha. He had not yet become Hokage, and he was not ready to give up. He knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi would never punish him too harshly. Yamanaka Haichi pressed the memory-reading technique against Danzo's head, carefully sifting through his recollections of the Sharingan and Uchiha Kagami. He deliberately avoided those memories that flickered by like ghostly shadows, gruesome, inhuman experiments, and the bloody training of Root members, choosing not to probe such horrors. Before long, he unearthed the relevant memories and withdrew his hand, ending the jutsu. Well, Haichi, tell us what you found. Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone carried a trace of hope, as if he wished that Danzo had not done what everyone feared, though he knew it was unlikely. Haichi glanced at the many curious clan leaders and at Uchiha Yuri, who wore a cold, beautiful smile beside them. In the end, he chose honesty. After all, Uchiha Yuri undoubtedly already knew the truth. If Haichi dared to lie, it might well be the end of him today. Lord Hokage, esteemed clan leaders, Haichi began expressionlessly. After the Second Great Ninja War, during a certain mission, Danzo was ambushed by enemy village ninja he could not defeat. Uchiha Kagami saved him using the secret art, Izanagi. Afterwards, Danzo coveted the technique. While Kagami was weakened, Danzo threatened him with Uchiha Shursue's life, coercing Kagami to reveal his secret. In the end, Danzo killed Kagami and took his right eye. As Haichi finished, his words left the gathered clan heads and ninja in stunned silence. No one expected Danzo to truly be so heartless. Kagami had saved his life with a forbidden technique, yet Danzo had coveted the Uchiha's family secret, taken his bloodline, and used a comrade's kin as leverage to force out the technique, all to end up killing his former teammate. The Uchiha clan erupted in outrage. Never before had they been treated so brazenly. In the ninja world, to covet another's bloodline or secret arts was to invite a battle to the bitter end. Every ninja present now looked at Danzo with hostility, each fearing that one day he might seek to steal their own secret arts or bloodline in the same ruthless manner. Monkey, what do you plan to do to give me, to give the Uchiha and all the clans with bloodline and secret techniques a proper answer? Uchiha Yuri wasted no time, immediately casting a genjutsu to immobilize Danzo, lest he try something desperate, and then pressed Hiruzen Sarutobi for an explanation. Kohor Udatane and Hamura Mitokado could hardly believe Danzo had done such a thing. Back then, Danzo had pretended that Kagami had died a hero's death to save him, even shedding a few crocodile tears for effect. Monkey-year-old, Danzo, you're ruthless. At that moment, a simple yet aged voice rang out, a rotund old man in red robes. Torafu, it seems you knew something back then. Why didn't you speak up? Sarutobi closed his eyes in pain, torn inside as he considered how to spare Danzo's life. Back then I had no proof. Would you have read Danzo's memories on nothing but my word? Akimichi Torafu glanced at Danzo with disgust, then looked mockingly at the third Hokage. I don't know why Danzo turned out this way either. I truly wasn't aware of these matters. The third Hokage gazed at the gathering of ninja clans, their eyes fixed on him with intensity. He knew that today, Danzo had to be severely punished. Otherwise, there would be no calming the hearts of the people, especially with the threat of another great ninja war looming so near. Danzo has killed his comrade, Uchiha Kagami, and stolen bloodline abilities and clan secrets. According to the law, he should be executed. However, in light of his years of diligent service and great contributions, I have decided, in the name of the third Hokage, to sentence Danzo to life imprisonment. With the third Hokage's verdict, the assembled ninja clans were clearly dissatisfied. Yet they realized they had already cornered Hiruzen Sarutobi, and so, despite their unrest, they could only suppress their discontent. Shursui, upon hearing that his grandfather had willingly surrendered both his Sharingan and the forbidden Izanagi technique for his sake, was overwhelmed. With sorrow, dark chakra began to surge within his mind, so much so that even his very presence seemed colder, shrouded with a chilling aura. His three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, on the verge of merging into a single whirl and forming the Mangekyo pattern. Yet in the end, his youth betrayed him, and he failed to complete the transformation. Overcome by emotional turmoil and the backlash from forcing the Mangekyo open, Shursui lost consciousness and nearly collapsed, only to be caught by Ling, who had been watching him closely. She quickly instructed a few members of the Uchiha to take Shursui home to rest, ordering them to ensure his safety. Only then did Ling let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Shursui to nearly awaken the Mangekyo in his rage, progressing from a single tomo to the verge of Mangekyo in one day. Even protagonists in some of those overpowered Hokage fanfics couldn't achieve such a feat. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Tsunade and Jiraiya both looked upon their old teacher with disappointment. To them, he was no longer the formidable shinobi of the past, but a man bearing the weight of age and compromise. Just as Tsunade was about to turn away, no longer wanting to witness this sordid affair, the voice of Uchiha Jili rang out once more. Diligent service and great contributions, is it? Well then, Danzo, why don't you tell them what other crimes you've committed over the years? Uchiha Jili was well aware that Danzo could never admit to these things. If the third was determined to shield him, then she would simply pile more accusations on Danzo's head and see how the third would respond. Uchiha Jili, you! The third Hokage erupted with chakra, and Uchiha Jili did the same. The two locked eyes from across the hall, both radiating murderous intent. I arranged for human experiments to study Hashirama cells and cultivate them within infants and young children. I encroached on the survival space of several small shinobi clans, seizing their secret techniques and talents. I branded every member of the Foundation with the cursed tongue eradication seal, gaining complete control over the organization, with the intention of using would release and the many secret techniques mastered by Foundation members to seize the position of Hokage. This is a bit of an alternate setup. Yamato is a few years younger than Kakashi and survived the experiments as an infant. At this point, Kakashi is 9 years old, so Danzo should have already begun conducting human experiments on wood release and Hashirama cells. Danzo tried desperately to break free from Shursui's Jinjutsu, but he had underestimated the prowess of a Mangekyo Sharingan master who specialized in illusions at the Kage level. All he could do was spill his secrets, unable to resist, his confessions tumbling out one after another. This time, the outrage was truly universal. While the major shinobi clans were furious, it was the smaller, endangered clans who were most enraged. Their numbers were second only to the main clans in Konoha, and so the crowd harboring hatred toward Danzo grew even larger. Danzo, the third Hokage, staggered, nearly unable to stand. He had never imagined Danzo could be so utterly ruthless. He thought at worst Danzo might have stolen a few secret techniques, but to conduct human experimentation with wood release and Hashirama cells was beyond anything he'd conceived. Danzo, you treacherous old villain, go to hell. How dare you desecrate grandfather's remains and experiment with wood release in secret? With a thunderous crash, Tsunade shattered the ground beneath her just as Jiraiya reached out to stop her. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of the illusion-entranced Danzo, her fist rocketing toward his chest. The Foundation members nearby instinctively leapt forward to shield Danzo, but 3 of them were pulverized by Tsunade's single punch. Her next blow landed squarely on Danzo's chest. The sickening crunch of bones echoed through the room. Danzo was sent hurtling through a dozen walls of the Shimura compound, his body buried beneath the debris. Tsunade, now splattered with blood, stood dazed as flashes of her boyfriend and younger brother dying before her eyes flickered through. Her mind, her strength failed her, and she collapsed, but Jiraiya was at her side in an instant, catching her before she hit the ground. Jiraiya, take me home. I don't want to stay here any longer. Tsunade's voice was weaker than ever before. She couldn't bear to witness any more of this. She wanted nothing more than to escape this rotten, decaying village. I'll take you away. Jiraiya lifted the limp Tsunade into his arms, his own heart heavy with disgust for the village. His resolve to seek out the Child of Prophecy only grew stronger. He was certain the Child of Prophecy would bring change to the village and finally bring peace to this war-torn shinobi world. Tsunade, Jiraiya, The third Hokage could barely speak, his exhaustion overwhelming. For the first time, he wondered if he truly was too old, if the village itself had finally rotted beyond repair. Sensei, there's no need to say more. I just hope you'll handle this matter with fairness and give the people justice. After speaking, Jiraiya took Tsunade in his arms and, in a flash, vanished from sight, leaving the third Hokage standing alone and helpless. The debris of ruined houses was being cleared away, and Danzo, who had been pinned beneath the collapsed building, was still alive. However, all his ribs were shattered, and his lungs were bleeding internally. Yet, because he had transplanted some of Hashiroma's cells, the life force of Yang Release coursed within him, sustaining his life and gradually healing his wounds. That punch had also snapped him out of the Jinjutsu cast by Uchiha Yuri. Until then, he had been lost within the illusion Yuri had woven, dreaming of becoming Hokage. Danzo, why did you conduct human experiments and research into Wood Release? You know Sensei strictly forbade these things. Were you even aware of that? Among the group of 6, Kahoru Yutane was the only woman, and she was the most furious at how utterly Danzo had lost his sense of limits. Everything I did was for Konoha to protect the village. No matter what methods I used, it was justified. As the root of Konoha, it is my duty to supply nutrients for this great tree. Even if it means descending into Azura's hell, so be it. Danzo tore off the sealing bandage from his right arm. The skin of that section was visibly paler, one of the signs that Hashirama's cells had been transplanted there. By this point, Danzo had almost completely healed his injuries. But with the loss of the Sharingan's control and the absence of the sealing bandage, the Hashirama cells in his right arm were gradually slipping out of control. However, Danzo was well prepared. He summoned another bandage inscribed with sealing formulas and rewrapped his right arm, showing no concern for the countless furious eyes fixed upon him. For Konoha's sake? I doubt it. All you ever wanted was to take the Hokage's seat from the monkey. Uchiha Yuri looked at Hiruzen Tsurutobi, whose face was clouded with grief and anger, and scoffed at Danzo's shameless words. Danzo, do you have anything left to say for yourself? The third Hokage now knew he could no longer show Danzo any leniency. Otherwise, he would only draw disaster upon himself. Whether it was the murder of comrades, lust for forbidden bloodline techniques, or human experimentation and research into Hashirama cells, any one of these crimes would be enough to condemn Danzo to death. What crime have I committed? To protect Konoha, I simply used more radical means. If the first Hokage knew his cells could be used to safeguard the village, he would surely approve. Those infants who died for Konoha's sake, their sacrifice was worthwhile. Danzo did not believe he had done anything wrong. In his mind, letting them die for the will of fire was justified. Shouldn't they be willing to sacrifice themselves for it? If not for the will of fire, could they still call themselves shinobi of Konoha? Danzo, you old dog, the will of fire is indeed something worth sacrificing for, but not something to be sacrificed by force. Each of us has the right to choose whether or not to make that sacrifice. Refusing to be sacrificed doesn't mean we love Konoha any less. It's because our living presence is of greater help to the village. Forcing others to die, that is not the will of fire I believe in, nor would it ever be recognized by everyone. At this moment, Ling couldn't help but step forward. Now was the time to win hearts and gain respect. There was no room for hesitation. She, Uchiha Ling, the spokesperson for Konoha's shinobi, would not back down. You wicked little Uchiha brat. You don't even understand what the will of fire truly means. You're just a selfish child who only cares about your clan. Seeing yet another Uchiha stand up, and worse, that most infuriating brat, Danzo instantly burst out in rage, ready to retort. Maybe I don't understand the will of fire as you see it, but what everyone recognizes is the will of fire from the first Hokage. It was his will of fire that allowed us to set aside our conflicts and come together as one. As for you, you're the real selfish one, hiding behind the name of the will of fire, snatching Kekkei Genkai, seeking forbidden jutsu, dabbling in taboo research, conducting human experiments. Who benefits from all of this in the end? Only you, not Konoha, as you claim. You are the true parasite of Konoha. And since we're talking about sacrifice, why shouldn't it be you who's sacrificed? Why is it always the ninja who truly shed blood and risk their lives for Konoha? What have you ever given up for the village? Can you truly represent the will of fire and decide who should die? Is a will of fire that demands others be sacrificed still worthy of its name? As Ling finished speaking, the gathered shinobi felt a deep resonance with her words. They broke into thunderous applause. They were willing to sacrifice, but never to be sacrificed by force. That would be a mockery of the will of fire. an insult to their very existence. I, Uchiha Ling, have never been much of a talker, but today I surpassed myself. To be honest, putting Danzo in his place was just too satisfying. Danzo's face darkened. He still refused to believe he'd done anything wrong. After decades of deeply ingrained beliefs, a few words were never going to change his mind. Enough. In the name of the third Hokage, I hereby sentence Danzo to have his chakra pathways sealed and to be imprisoned for life in Konoha's Umbu prison. The third Hokage delivered what he considered a harsh punishment, but the assembled shinobi were not convinced. Yet, restrained by the third's long-standing authority, no one dared protest openly. Ling and Uchiha Yuri made no objection either. For Danzo, to be crippled and imprisoned meant he could never become Hokage. Knowing Danzo's obsession, the two understood that such a life would be more painful to him than death itself. Moreover, the third Hokage's lenient sentence would sow seeds of discontent, a heavy blow to his administration. It might seem unimportant now, but when the time came, the consequences would burst forth. Just like during the later Konoha crush, no one stepped in to help the third Hokage. They claimed to believe in his strength, but anyone with eyes could see they were simply letting the third go to his death. No matter how formidable the third had been in his youth, for a ninja whose prime is long past, reaching 69 years old meant that even a Kage-level powerhouse would have lost much of his strength. I refuse to accept this. Sarutobi, are you truly going to take things this far? Danzo, of course, could not accept such an outcome. To him, this was more agonizing than death itself. Unrepentant as ever, Danzo believed Sarutobi Hiruzen was using this incident as a pretext to reclaim authority and eliminate dissent. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply cast Danzo a brief glance. He had no desire to exchange more words, but his thoughts turned to the root organization. Have the Umbu immediately detain all root members, seal every root facility, and catalog all incriminating evidence. Hiruzen, how ruthless you are! Without me keeping the Uchiha in check, how will you weaken them? Mark my words, the Uchiha will surely take your place, and you'll regret this, Hiruzen. The third Hokage knew the Uchiha truly were a problem, so he turned his gaze toward the clan, his eyes settling on the strongest among them, Uchiha Chiri. So long as Konoha does not target the Uchiha, we will not cause trouble. Furthermore, our clan is willing to allocate half of the police force positions to other major ninja clans and civilian shinobi. Uchiha Chiri, seizing the moment while all the ninja and clan leaders were present, went ahead and announced the second phase of Ling's plan. Uchiha Chiri, you mustn't. Uchiha Setsuna was the first to object, but age had greatly sapped his strength. In an instant, Uchiha Chiri subdued him with a genjutsu. This is my decision. Elders, clan head Fugaku, does anyone agree? Or oppose? At this point, Fugaku was still young, his Mangekyo Sharingan not yet awakened, and his strength at best that of an elite jonin. He dared not speak out or meet the formidable gaze of those powerful eyes. In that moment, Uchiha Chiri's imposing presence crushed all dissent within the clan. Since no one objects in front of all these witnesses, I will bring this matter to the clan council to discuss how it will be implemented. Uchiha Chiri, are you serious? Are you truly willing to give up half the Konoha police force positions? The third Hokage was genuinely surprised. Though he could tell this was a decision Uchiha Chiri made on the spot, with such authority behind it, even the Uchiha hardliners could only grudgingly accept it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long wanted to resolve the issue of the police force. A permanent unit supposedly meant to protect Konoha, yet not under the Hokage's direct control. Such a thing was far too dangerous. Although he was well aware that the Konoha police force was one of the traps set by his teacher, Tobarama Senju, for the Uchiha, he also remembered his teacher telling him that Konoha could not exist without the Uchiha. That's why the third Hokage wanted to resolve the Uchiha issue peacefully. He hoped the Uchiha would allow other village shinobi to join the force and not remain so isolated. Yet, when he extended this olive branch, the Uchiha flatly refused without hesitation. Of course, the village must also allow the Uchiha to form their own jonin squads as team leaders and give them opportunities to join the Umbu. Among the Uchiha, besides Shursui, Uchiha Chiri was perhaps the most eager to resolve the conflict between her clan and the village. She didn't have many years left to live, and she had to settle this before her death. Otherwise, as Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to age and his influence waned, when the fourth Hokage, whose stance was uncertain, took office, the Uchiha might lose their final chance. Jonin squads are no problem, and Umbu is possible as well. However, in times of war, the Uchiha must follow unified command. Sensing Uchiha Chiri's sincerity, Hiruzen Sarutobi made his own request in turn. All right, from now on, The Umbu can only conduct standard surveillance of the Uchiha. We are not traitors, nor are we outsiders. Though Uchiha Chiri had long withdrawn from village affairs, she was still well aware of how shockingly intrusive the Umbu's surveillance of the Uchiha had become. Very well. I hope the Uchiha can settle down from now on. Konoha can no longer withstand any more upheaval. Having served the longest as Hokage, the third could feel the village's slow decline over the years. The reasons were not only the wars but also the internal strife within Konoha. Unfortunately, he no longer had the ambition to change the situation. All he could do was leave it for the fourth Hokage to resolve in the future. Hiruzen, if the Uchiha are willing to hand over the police force, they must be scheming something. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. At that moment, Danzo was already surrounded by Umbu, preventing him from making any desperate moves. Still, he clung to the hope that he'd only be subjected to ordinary imprisonment, believing that when war broke out, he would inevitably be released. All right, everyone disperse. Take Danzo back to the Umbu and lock him up. Then sever his chakra pathways. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hiruzen walked away, hunched over, shuffling slowly toward his office. Sarutobi-sensei, Danzo has transplanted Hashirama cells and can recover remarkably fast. It would be better to have the Hyuga clan sever his chakra pathways. Otherwise, if it isn't done thoroughly, Danzo will slowly recover. Ling could not allow Danzo to simply disappear from sight unscathed. Given the smallest opportunity, the old man would inevitably return to cause more trouble. With the third great ninja war looming, Danzo might well be reinstated at a critical moment. Hayashi Hyuga and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who were just about to leave, both paused in surprise. This was an unexpected turn for both sides. After all, Hiruzen himself had been planning to imprison Danzo temporarily, with the idea of letting him redeem himself when war broke out. Hyuga Hayashi never expected that, after watching the drama unfold, he would end up drawn into it himself. If he were to carry out the execution, there was a strong chance the third Hokage and the three elders would retaliate against the Hyuga clan. From the perspective of both his family and himself, he had no desire to get involved in this mess. Unfortunately, the other ninja clans, Inoshikacho and the Uchiha among them, had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. They had already offended the Hokage's faction, so why not bring in another ally to share the burden? After all, the law cannot punish everyone if they act together. The Hokage's faction couldn't possibly go after all of them, so dragging the Hyuga into the fray was a necessary move. Yes, exactly. The Hyuga possess the Byakugan. They can see all of Danzo's chakra pathways. There won't be any mistakes. That's right, precisely. With the Hyuga clan taking action, Danzo's pain will be minimized too. The Gentle Fist is known for its accuracy. One after another, the great ninja clans worked to pull the Hyuga into the matter. They all knew full well the third Hokage's true intentions in placing Danzo in the Anbuyu's custody. If it didn't strike while he was down, it would be too late once Danzo was freed. When war broke out, the major clans would undoubtedly be targeted by the Hokage's faction and assigned the most dangerous missions. But if Danzo were crippled, things would change. The Hokage would have to rely on the major clans, not on Danzo's route, and so would be less likely to openly target them. As for covert moves, well, hadn't they all suffered the Hokage's machinations before? The long-standing policy of the Hokage's faction was to suppress the clans and elevate civilian ninja to prevent any threat to their authority. Both the Hyuga and the Hokage's faction looked grim. If the Hyuga refused, the other clans might well sabotage their efforts in the coming war. If they agreed, the Hyuga would be targeted by the Hokage's faction, but at least the burden would be shared, and the Hokage would not dare go too far. Sarutobi Hiruzen, under everyone's watchful gaze, knew full well the clans were pressuring him. Danzo was supposed to be executed to begin with, but Hiruzen had already spared his life. Without some compromise, things would end badly. Hayashi, I must trouble you with this task. With these words, Sarutobi seemed more forlorn than ever, while Danzo himself was struck speechless. He had never imagined that his desire to recruit Rei into Root would lead to this situation. Uchiha, you damnable, wicked child. This is all your scheme, isn't it? Danzo's glare was murderous, as if he wished to tear Rei limb from limb. He seemed to realize how she had deftly used the situation to force him into ruin. Huh? Old man Danzo, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be capable of something like this? Rei herself hadn't expected to push Danzo so far today. Her original plan was to act when Danzo and Hanzo were fighting to destroy the Akatsuki. When Danzo was fleeing from the pursuit of the demonic statue of the Outer Path, he planned to strike again, ambushing the panicked Danzo and eliminating him without leaving a trace. Unfortunately, such a brilliant and flawless plan would likely never have the chance to be executed. What a pity indeed. Once the proud 5.5th Hokage, the pot shadow of Konoha, and the founder of the Fire Wound sect, Danzo was now doomed to rot away as nothing more than a massive, decaying root. Danzo closed his eyes, appearing to accept his fate in silence. But in truth, he was secretly forming the tongue curse seal, urgently signaling for the root members to come rescue him. While the tongue curse seal couldn't convey messages directly, it allowed him to trigger a collective, subtle pain among its bearers. A silent alarm, his secret code. Through a method akin to Morse code, he could inform Root of his location, the number of people needed, and other details. In this regard, Danzo truly was a genius in espionage. Root had suffered assaults on several bases from the Umbu, but that was only because they hadn't fought back. In terms of overall strength, Root was far superior. At Danzo's command, Root operatives instantly launched surprise attacks, ruthlessly eliminating the Umbu shinobi who were inventorying supplies, before rushing swiftly toward the Shimura clan stronghold. Other than a handful of shinobi and the Sarutobi couple, at least 60% of the Umbu were ambushed and killed. The Umbu originally consisted of just 4 squads, totaling fewer than 300 members. Subtracting those out on missions, more than 80 were killed in a single strike, nearly wiping out an entire squad. It was a devastating blow. Sarutobi Shinosuke could only rush to the Shimura clan as quickly as possible to report Root's rebellion to the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan was in the midst of a heated discussion over who should be sent to cripple Danzo. That person needed to possess enough status and strength to withstand the Hokage's wrath in the future. But at the same time, the Hyuga clan could not afford to suffer heavy losses. In reality, the answer was already clear. No one was more suitable than Hyuga Hisashi. Yet, Hayashi still argued with the elders, reluctant to sacrifice his younger brother. Brother, elders, there's no need to argue. Let me go. Isn't this what's expected of those in the branch family? Hisashi had long grown weary of living like a slave whenever facing the main house. If he could die repaying such a debt, it would be a release. Death was the only path to freedom. Breaking free from his brother's grip, Hisashi stepped forward resolutely and came to stand before Danzo. Activating his Byakugan, the veins around his temples bulged with chakra. He gathered chakra for the gentle fist in his palm, ready to carry out the execution. Yet he failed to notice the cold light flickering in Danzo's eyes. I will not sit here and await death. When Konoha needs me, I will return to claim the mantle of Hokage. Hiruzen, what you have done today, you will come to regret it in the days to come. Danzo unleashed a forbidden jutsu he'd prepared in advance, instantly immobilizing Hayashi's brother, Hisashi, before seizing him by the throat and dragging him in front as a human shield. Danzo, what are you doing? Are you betraying the leaf? And remember, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned to see Danzo suddenly rebel. He immediately warned him not to act rashly. If he surrendered quietly, his life could still be spared. Danzo, let Hisashi go. Damn it. Hayashi Hyuga hadn't expected that in just a blink, his brother would be taken hostage. He had no time to stop it. Ling and Uchiha Yuri, meanwhile, watched with the air of spectators enjoying a show. They were clearly hoping for Danzo to defect, and the fact that the other clan leaders didn't intervene revealed they felt the same. Hiruzen, you're the branches and leaves of Konoha, while I am its roots. If one day the branches rot from within, the roots will give rise to a new trunk. As long as I exist, the village will never fall to the Uchiha or those ambitious clans. Danzo didn't see himself as a traitor. This was merely a strategic withdrawal, a chance to start new. In his mind, he would one day return to set things right. At that moment, Sarutobi Shinosuke, having rushed at full speed, arrived just ahead of the Root operatives. He immediately reported the rebellion. Hokage-sama, Root has revolted. They attacked the Umbu dispatched to inspect their base. The Umbu have suffered heavy losses, and now Root is heading this way. Shinosuke's report hit Hiruzen like a heavy blow. He hadn't expected Danzo to go this far. This was true rebellion. The various clan leaders and the Jonin onlookers could hardly believe it. Danzo actually had the nerve to go through with it. Ling herself was surprised by Danzo's ruthlessness. Thankfully, she wouldn't be joining the Umbu until tomorrow. Otherwise, she could have been among the victims of the attack. All shinobi, hear my order. Intercept and annihilate the Root operatives on their way here. Capture Danzo. Do not let him escape. If you do, Konoha will become a laughingstock among the other great villages. Hiruzen gave his command as Hokage. Regardless of whether it was Uchiha Yuri or any other clan, they were to follow his orders and crush Root, something they all secretly desired. Don't move. Stand down at once, or I'll kill Hisashi Hyuga right here. Isn't it your creed to value your comrades? Isn't sacrifice forbidden? If you attack, you'll be the ones responsible for his death. Danzo's mind was working quickly. The shinobi who'd been about to intercept Root stopped in their tracks, looking to the third Hokage, silently asking for his decision. Hiruzen's face turned grim. He had just acknowledged that sacrificing comrades was unacceptable, and now Danzo was using that very principle against them. Clutching Hizashi as his hostage, Danzo swiftly linked up with his arriving Root operatives. No one dared intervene, for fear that Danzo would kill Hizashi and they themselves would be branded as those who allowed a comrade to be sacrificed. Hyuga Hizashi's face was twisted with a fierce, almost feral expression. Bound by the caged bird curse, he had no chance of taking his own life. All he could do was watch helplessly as Danzo used him as leverage to threaten the Hidden Leaf's shinobi. This was an open and blatant scheme. If they chose to attack, it would make a mockery of their oft-repeated claim that no major clan should ever be sacrificed. In that case, Danzo's use of the first Hokage cells and those infants would suddenly seem justified and acceptable. But if they didn't act, Danzo and his Root operatives would walk away from the village unscathed, exposing the Leaf's weakness to all the great clans, who would become the laughingstock of the shinobi world. Even a number of missions they received from other nations would inevitably dwindle. The third Hokage was caught in a terrible dilemma. No matter which path he chose, the consequences for the Leaf were dire. One would poison its future, the other its present. Though they could not openly strike down Danzo and his Root followers, everyone still trailed behind him, ready to act at a moment's notice should the order be given. If any of you dares to pursue, I'll kill Hyuga Hizashi on the spot. The shame will be yours to bear, and you'll have the wrath of the Hyuga to answer for. Danzo's words were sharp and timely. At once, any thought of pursuit vanished. Even the third Hokage himself held back. However, as soon as Danzo was out of sight, the third Hokage wasted no time. He ordered the remaining members of the Umbu to set up an ambush outside the village gates. He then instructed the other shinobi present to follow Danzo from outside his field of vision and, once the Umbu made their move, to join in the pincer attack against Danzo and Root. By now, Danzo had already fled to the main gates of the Leaf. Dozens of Root members, each at least of elite Chunin level, formed a protective circle around him, preparing to leave the village. Meanwhile, Root operatives stationed outside were rushing to rendezvous and provide backup. In truth, among those present, there were two people who could have seized control of Danzo in an instant, thus paving the way for Root's annihilation. One was Inoichi Yamanaka, the clan head who had just read Danzo's memories. He could use the mind transfer jutsu to immobilize Danzo. But unfortunately, the effort of reading Danzo's mind had drained Inoichi's chakra to the point that he was unable to perform the technique. For those with particularly strong willpower, delving into their memories comes at great cost. If such a person is already dead or unconscious, it's somewhat easier, but Danzo was fully aware, so Inoichi paid dearly in chakra and mental strength. The second was Uchiha Chiri, who had used Dream Butterfly technique to lower her presence. With a single Jinjutsu, or Izanami, she could have brought Danzo under control. But to seize Danzo now would only risk him escaping punishment for treason. Only by allowing his full escape could his betrayal be nailed down for good. Well, Lord Danzo, are you going on a long journey? Would you like me to see you off? At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been busy with his experiments, appeared, having heard from his subordinates about Danzo's predicament. He rushed over, eager to witness the spectacle himself. A small snake slithered out of Orochimaru's mouth, and as Orochimaru straightened his clothes, he flashed a mocking smile at Danzo. Orochimaru, you were just as involved in human experimentation and Hashirama cell research as I was. Won't you join me in breaking out of Konoha? Seeing Orochimaru, Danzo's spirits lifted a little. With Orochimaru by his side, he could continue their research on wood release and Hashirama cells. One day, he believed he'd return to Konoha to set things right and restore order. Lord Danzo, you shouldn't make reckless accusations. How could I possibly be involved in Hashirama cell research or human experimentation? Orochimaru showed no fear of Danzo's accusations. Since he had dared to appear here, it meant he had already taken care of all loose ends. For now, he had no intention of leaving Konoha. You? Don't tell me. Damn it. Orochimaru, one day you'll end up just like me. Danzo suddenly realized that Orochimaru must have already eliminated everyone who knew the truth and destroyed all experimental evidence. All those expensive instruments and test subjects he'd purchased were either obliterated or taken away. Lord Danzo, I never expected you'd keep a successful wood release experiment hidden away. His name is Tenzo, isn't it? Such a well-behaved child. Orochimaru let a sly, twisted smile creep onto his face. He hadn't expected Danzo to keep a successful subject from him, leading him to believe their previous research had been a failure. Now, he realized how much time he'd wasted chasing the wrong path. Damn it, that's my would-release test subject. How dare you take him for yourself? Danzo was furious. He hadn't expected Tenzo to fall into Orochimaru's hands. Now, his hopes of using Tenzo to further his would-release research were dashed. I know, of course Tenzo was your test subject, Lord Danzo, but I've already handed him over to my teacher. From now on, he'll serve Konoha as a would-release shinobi. After extracting some of Tenzo's cells and experimental data, Orochimaru no longer cared about the boy with his diluted would-release ability. He handed Tenzo over to Hiruzen Tsurutobi, using it as a token of his supposed loyalty and willingness to turn over a new leaf. Curses! I have nothing more to say to you. Danzo didn't want to get caught up in Orochimaru's games any longer. He resolved to escape Konoha before the village could react, determined not to let himself be surrounded. He guessed that by now, Hiruzen Tsurutobi had already ordered the ANBU to intercept him along his escape route, and that Konoha's border patrols would be ready to block him at a moment's notice. Danzo knew Hiruzen too well. He could almost predict his thoughts and commands before they happened. He couldn't entrust his safety to something as insignificant as a Hyuga branch member like Hizashi. As he walked out of Konoha's gates, the guards had already been dispatched by rude operatives in passing. It was a pity for those two unlucky Chunin, loyal to the core, yet they dared to stand in Root's way. Uchiha Chiri did not join the elders of the Uchiha clan in the pursuit. Instead, he sent Ling, accompanied by several Uchiha representative Jonin, to give chase. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chiri returned with the elders of the three factions to the clan grounds for a meeting, where he would explain and arrange matters concerning the Konoha police force. But with Uchiha Chiri presiding, it was unlikely anyone would object. He would first lay out the pros and cons with courtesy, and if anyone still disagreed after that, only a more forceful form of persuasion remained. A single use of Izanami could rewrite even the most unyielding will. No matter how tough someone was, they would have to yield. Even Uchiha Satsuno wouldn't be surprised. After all, the three-tomo Sharingan was powerless against the Mangekyo. Other ninja clans had made similar arrangements. It wasn't practical for the entire clan to give chase. Sending representatives would suffice. Even so, there were more than a dozen Jonin and over 200 special Jonin, all moving under the Hokage's orders to the Forest of Death, opening the barrier from there for entry and exit. Ling set out with 9 Jonin, 3 of whom were elite Jonin, a force that far outnumbered the representatives sent by other clans. This was actually on par with the Hyuga clan, who, given that the head of their branch family was being held hostage, had every reason to offer their full support. As for the Uchiha sending such a large contingent, it was only natural. The Uchiha were fiercely passionate about hunting down Danzo. Everyone volunteered eagerly, and it was finally decided that Ling and the 9 Jonin would go together to pursue him. Ling herself wasn't optimistic about their chances of actually killing Danzo, but taking down a few Root members would still be a satisfying outcome. She hadn't forgotten how Root once threatened her to come to their base. I, Uchiha Ling, am not one to let go of a grudge. At this moment, within the Forest of Death, more than 200 pursuing ninja and over 100 members of the Umbu had formed a vast net, closing in on Danzo and Root as they tried to escape. Ling moved with astonishing speed. Even the Jonin struggled to keep up with her, a testament to her fierce determination to take down Danzo. She grew impatient with the sensory ninja among the Uchiha Jonin, finding their efficiency lacking. Without hesitation, she sped through a series of hand seals and unleashed the bubble technique and the spyglass technique. A colorful bubble, the size of a human head, floated by her side, reflecting the positions of all the ninja within the Forest of Death and the rapidly fleeing Danzo. Because Ling and the Uchiha Jonin had taken a roundabout route, they now found themselves about 3 kilometers to Danzo's left rear. Moving at a similar pace was the Hyuga clan. Also seeking to rescue Hayashi Hyuga, they were closing in from Danzo's right rear. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had already notified Minato Namikaze, who was out on a mission leading the Umbu, instructing them to intercept Danzo's group and prevent them from crossing the borders of the Land of Fire. The third Hokage himself led several Jonin from the Nara and Yamanaka clans in direct pursuit from right behind Danzo. This was all for the sake of rescuing the hostage in Danzo's grasp. Otherwise, with the speed of the more than 300 pursuing shinobi, it wouldn't take long for them to catch up to Danzo and wipe out his entire group. Ling kept herself trailing just behind Danzo and his followers, always staying outside their sensory range, yet close enough to close the distance in moments if needed. The hostage, Hyuga Hizashi, was undoubtedly slowing down Danzo's escape. Yet, abandoning him wasn't an option. They had to keep the hostage with them. At this moment, Hizashi was trying every possible method to break free from the self-imposed binding curse that shackled him. But with his current strength, which was barely at the Jonin level, escaping a jutsu strong enough to restrain a future Kage-level shinobi like Jujutsu was nearly impossible. Lord Danzo, we're surrounded. The root ninja in charge of sensing wiped cold sweat from his brow. The prolonged use of sensory jutsu was taking a heavy toll. Hiruzen, do you really want to see this old man dead? Too bad. You underestimate me. A cold, fierce glint flashed in Danzo's eyes, making the root ninjas avert their gaze and lower their heads, pushing themselves to run harder. Kuion, Rinyon, and Xinyon, take your squads and inject the Zero Series cell extract. Hold off the pursuers behind us. Buy us time. Over the years, Danzo had invested heavily in the research of Hashirama's cells. How could he have nothing to show for it? Though these were single-use creations, they were more than enough to cover their retreat. Yes, Lord Danzo. Kuion, Rinyon, Xinyon, and their squads knelt on one knee. Even though the instinct to survive lingered in their hearts, years of indoctrination had made them capable of laying down their lives without hesitation. Kuei led his 3 subordinates, each taking out a syringe filled with a glowing green liquid, radiant with life and vitality. Breaking off from the main group, they headed toward the right rear flank. Rinyon and Xinyon mirrored the action, one moving directly behind, the other to the left rear. This so-called Zero Series cell extract was a forbidden drug created using Hashirama cells. When injected, it allowed the shinobi to burn their own lifespan, unleashing a surge of chakra and granting temporary access to wood release. Their strength would instantly soar to near Kage levels. But as the cells rapidly divided and transformed, their remaining lifespan would be consumed within hours, exchanged for immense power. After death, their bodies would be reduced to withered husks, like undead scorched after passing on the flame. True deadwood. Their flesh turned to wood by the power of Hashirama's cells. In return, they gained formidable resilience and regenerative abilities. Everyone, stay alert. 4 powerful chakra signatures are heading our way, Ling cautioned. Her farsight, jutsu, traded clarity for an expansive field of vision, so she couldn't tell that these 4 carried forbidden drugs, prepared to sacrifice themselves. Still, such an anomaly could only mean trouble. Ling could only warn the group to be careful, though the other Jonin paid little heed. Nearly 100 pursuit shinobi, just like Ling, were charging after the enemy from the rear left. None of them believed that 4 root ninja could pose any real threat to them. Even among the Uchiha clan's Jonin, aside from 1 peace-leaning elite Jonin, Uchiha Wan, and 2 regular Jonin, the other 6 dismissed the danger entirely, their faces twisted in mocking smiles. They thought Ling was just a child, talented perhaps, but lacking in experience. To them, her wariness of 4 root ninja was an overreaction, even bordering on cowardice. Ling, of course, noticed their arrogance, but she paid it little mind. Instead, she subtly slowed her pace, quietly drifting behind the group. Or rather, she was gently maneuvering everyone so that they stood in front of her, guarded by her presence. It's hard to reason with those who are determined to bring disaster upon themselves. Ling forgave their ignorance, silently reminding herself never to fall into the same trap of arrogance. As the group rushed forward, the 4 root ninja soon came into view, clad in their signature raincoats and masks. Their eyes were cold, utterly devoid of emotion. In perfect unison, they drew syringes and plunged them straight into their own hearts, injecting a mysterious serum labeled Zero Cells Extract. A thunderous heartbeat pounded in their ears, as if war drums were echoing through their chests. A burning heat, like molten lava, surged from their hearts and flooded their bodies. Their cells multiplied at a terrifying rate, flooding their systems with chakra. The ordinary chakra was rapidly replaced by a vibrant green wood-release chakra, granting them instant access to formidable wood-release techniques. Within Ling's perception, the life force of the 4 ninja erupted explosively. Their chakra swelled, quickly surpassing even hers, and its very nature transformed, now brimming with an unfamiliar, vibrant energy. In that instant, Ling felt as if the 4 root ninja had turned into blazing torches, burning fiercely beneath the night sky, their light illuminating half the heavens. What the? This is the demonic disintegration technique. Did they wander into the wrong story? Ling muttered, tense and alert, never taking her eyes off the 4. Meanwhile, the accompanying Jonin, except for those with heightened sensory skills, were rushing forward as if they'd spotted a mountain of gold. After all, killing a rogue ninja was as valuable as defeating an enemy village Jonin in wartime. Such feats could be exchanged for money, secret techniques, and more. As they ran, they formed hand seals, readying their signature jutsu to finish off the four-root ninja. A few of the more cautious jonin slowed their pace, sensing a dense aura of death ahead. They decided to probe with kunai and shuriken first. In the hands of these jonin, shuriken became deadly weapons, fast, powerful, and unwaveringly precise, some crackling with lightning or slicing with wind chakra. The kunai carried explosive tags tied to their hilts. But as more than 100 shuriken and kunai rained down, the four-root ninja vanished in an instant, leaving only deep craters in the ground, the signature aftermath of a high-speed body flicker technique. What incredible speed, and what an immense amount of chakra. The Uchiha clan's jonin activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, hoping to track the movements of the four attackers, but all he could see were afterimages. Ling also realized that the speed of these four was now comparable to what she could achieve using the body flicker technique fueled by monstrous strength, certainly faster than any ordinary jonin. If Ling were to use her wind-style chakra mode alongside her burst of monstrous strength, she could reach Kaga-level speed herself, though only for a brief moment. With such rapid use of the body flicker technique, it was no surprise that the shuriken and kunai thrown at them completely missed their targets. In fact, even most jonin could dodge these projectiles without injury, let alone the root operatives using the demonic disassembly technique. The jonin at the very front was just about to make a tactical retreat, planning to regroup and focus their ninjutsu firepower. After all, at this speed, close combat was far too risky. But he never got the chance. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a masked figure appearing before him, and then a searing pain exploded in his chest, followed by the agony of something piercing through his entire body. In his final moments, he vaguely heard a cold and emotionless voice, wood-style, piercing technique. At the same time, the jonin standing nearby opened their eyes wide in agony, equally impaled by the wooden spikes that the root ninja had driven into them. From the perspective of the other ninjas, they saw the four jonin sprouting bloody wooden spikes from their bodies, twisting and convulsing like human sea urchins. No one in their right mind would dare to endure such a form of punishment. The wooden spikes of the wood style tearing through flesh, organs, and bone, bringing only a death of unimaginable pain. Damn it, it's wood style. Everyone be careful. One sharp-eyed elite jonin recognized the technique immediately. It was the signature move of their village's very first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It was the same ninjutsu that once ended the chaos of the Warring States era, founded the Hidden Leaf Village, and left their enemies wailing in despair. And now it had fallen into the hands of these leaf shinobi, used in the most inhumane, ruthless way, inflicting the greatest psychological torment, the wood-style, piercing technique. At this moment, Ling finally understood the true nature of that vibrant chakra. This was the first Hokage's chakra itself, though now wielded by burning away the user's very life force. The jonin in the front line had stopped in their tracks, preparing to fight back with their own ninjutsu. But even for jonin, forming the necessary seals for their best techniques took a second or two. And in that crucial window, the four root operatives would select their next unlucky victims, sentencing them to a death by impalement. In just a second or two, the four root ninja had already claimed 3 more lives. Including those killed earlier, there were now 16 jonin dead at the hands of Root. Undeniably a devastating blow to the morale of the Leaf's elite. At this moment, the more distant Konoha jonin had also finished forming their hand seals. In an instant, flames, torrents of water, lightning, earth, spikes, and slicing wind blades rained down, unleashing a barrage of attacks that saturated the entire area where the Root ninja were concentrated. It was a sweeping battlefield barrage, blanketing a 100-meter radius centered on the Root shinobi. In the blink of an eye, sparks flew, water vapor billowed, and the entire field was engulfed in chaos. Yet, based on the principle of where there's smoke, there's often no harm, Ling quickly concluded that the Root ninja had escaped unscathed. Ordinary ninjutsu stood no chance against wood release. It was a hard counter. After all, Hashirama Senju's would release combined earth, water, and yang chakra to create a near-invincible jutsu. And indeed, just as Ling had predicted, as the smoke cleared and the flames died down, 3 hemispherical wooden fortresses, formed from wood release, emerged, sheltering the Root ninja within. Danzo, you old devil, you really are a genius. You actually let your subordinates learn wood release at will. The woodlock wall is something else. Ling immediately recognized the woodlock wall, a jutsu capable of withstanding even a small-tailed beast bomb. Though these watered-down versions couldn't stop such an attack, they were more than enough to block regular elemental ninjutsu. At the same time, it wasn't just Ling's group that was being held back by Root's wood release. Hiruza and Sarutobi's and Hayashi Hyuga's teams were also suffering heavy losses. The Hyuga, in particular, were at a severe disadvantage, relying solely on gentle fist, and without the clan leader's signature technique, rotation, they were overwhelmed by root ninja, whose speed far surpassed their own. The wood release. Cutting technique was pure nightmare fuel for them. The carnage was brutal. Many jonin were skewered like gourds on a stick, dying in agony. Hiruzen Sarutobi was incandescent with rage. He could never have imagined Danzo would use the results of his wood release experiments against the Leaf's own shinobi. Even so, the third Hokage still embodied the spirit of a legendary ninja. With a sudden swing, the golden staff in his hands extended and swept sideways, sending a root ninja flying. But it barely did any damage. These root ninja had bodies hardened by wood, making them incredibly resilient. The four root ninja, facing the third Hokage, knew that, even working together, they could only hold him off for a short time, let alone with other jonin providing backup. Determined to fulfill Lord Danzo's mission, they resolved to make their final stand and burn brightest in their last moments. They decided to unleash a high-cost, large-scale jutsu to trap the third Hokage and his pursuing force. The reason these root ninja were reluctant to use powerful, wide-range wood release before was because it would accelerate their cell division, producing more chakra but drastically shortening their lives. If they stuck to taijutsu and the cutting technique, they could fight for up to 3 hours, but if they used high-powered, high-cost ninjutsu, they'd be lucky to survive an hour. But to stop the mightiest third Hokage, they were prepared to lay down their lives. The three subordinates of Shinshur exchanged a determined glance, made up their minds, and clapped their hands in unison. Wood release, deep forest emergence. This technique was on a much smaller scale than the great forest emergence unleashed by the first Hokage, but with 3 people linking their deep forest creations together, it nearly reached the size of that legendary jutsu. Centered around the third Hokage, hundreds of elite jonin were instantly surrounded by countless, rapidly growing trees. From all directions, vines and roots lashed out. Even the most skilled jonin could only evade for a time, but with the wood release draining their chakra, their strength was quickly sapped. They wouldn't last much longer. Suppressing his anger, the third Hokage swung his mighty staff, shattering the mass of branches and roots that seemed intent on overwhelming him, especially those that had singled him out for special attention. Without slowing for even an instant, he charged toward the 4 root operatives. He knew he had to eliminate them quickly, or the Leaf Jonin would soon be overwhelmed. But Shinshur had anticipated the third Hokage's assault. He had refrained from using the true deep forest emergence precisely to await Hiruzen's arrival. Wood style, wood golem jutsu. The trees of the deep forest wove together, forming a towering wooden figure over 40 meters high. Shinshur stood atop the golem, commanding it with a single-minded focus. In truth, Shinshur alone could only manage a golem a dozen meters tall. Here, he'd cleverly borrowed the wood release power from his 3 subordinates' deep forest creation to build something far grander. The moment the colossal golem rose to its full height, it drew the attention of all 3 sides of the battlefield. Even Danzo, who had already fled 5 kilometers away, couldn't help but notice the spectacle. "Heh, Hiruzen, do you like the little surprise I left for you? Enjoy a taste of true wood release might." Danzo didn't look back. Instead, he sped up, racing out of the land of fire's borders. He was convinced that the 12 men he'd left behind would cause Konoha no end of trouble, perhaps even inflicting serious losses. "Damn it, Danzo, don't let me catch you," the third Hokage growled, gripping his thick, golden staff as sweat beaded on his brow at the sight of the charging wooden giant. People called him the strongest Hokage, but only he knew in his heart that he'd never last even a single exchange against the original first Hokage. Now, faced with a 40-meter golem, memories flooded back. He recalled his youth, standing beside his teacher, Tobarama Senju, watching the legendary battle at the Valley of the End. Yet, compared to the first Hokage's true golem, this 40-meter titan was hardly worth fearing. The third Hokage steeled himself. There was no room for dread. With a swift motion, Enma, the Monkey King, transformed into a staff and struck the earth. Hiruzen leapt to its tip, and in a flash the staff soared upward, growing to over 60 meters tall. Standing atop the massive staff, more than 3 meters across, surveying the rampaging forest and the looming golem, the third Hokage split into 4 shadow clones. All 4 Hiruzen Sarutobis began weaving hand signs in unison. As chakra gathered, their chests swelled mightily. Ninja art, grand 5-element barrage. In an instant, roaring dragons of fire, water, and earth, combined with lightning and blasts of wind, surged toward the wooden giant in a deadly assault. XINC could sense the terrifying power of the 5-element grand barrage. Without hesitation, he burned his life force once more to gain a vast amount of chakra. From the ground, thick wooden arms sprouted, reaching out to meet the oncoming five-element grand barrage with a furious counterattack. A thunderous explosion erupted, lighting up half the sky. The flames twisted into a fiery tornado, interwoven with earth dragon missiles, crackling lightning, and razor-sharp wind blades. The attack engulfed an area over 100 meters across. Countless wooden trees were scorched and curled into blackened husks, and even the wooden giant was forced back, its lower half torn away by the five-element grand barrage. Half of the sea of trees covering the ground was obliterated by this onslaught. Two root ninja, unable to escape in time, were consumed by the barrage and killed instantly. Hiruzen Sarutobi's strike had achieved a decisive victory, greatly boosting the morale of the Jonin. Under Shikaka Nara's command, they began executing coordinated group jutsu. The combination of fire and wind techniques made the flames surge even more violently, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Over 100 Jonin unleashed their combined jutsu, a force so overwhelming that it surpassed even the third Hokage's five-element. Gombahage. The remaining half of the sea of trees was incinerated, and XINC's last subordinate perished in the inferno. Even though he had erected a wooden wall for defense, their wood release was nowhere near the strength of the first Hokage's, just somewhat stronger than Yamato's, but still lacking. Yet, that strength had been bought with their very lives. Now, faced with the collective brilliance of over 100 Jonin's combined jutsu, even burning his own life could not compare to the radiance of so many. Standing against the last of XINC and his half-destroyed wooden giant, the third Hokage summoned a massive Fuma shuriken. He hurled it straight at XINC, who stood atop the wooden giant, the blade imbued with Hiruzen Sarutobi's own wind-release chakra. Ninja A, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Suddenly, countless Fuma shuriken appeared around the original, numbering in the thousands. Even XINC, commanding the wooden giant, felt a chill of fear. But he had no way to escape. All he could do was use the last of his life force to buy Lord Danzo a few more precious moments to flee. He spent the very last of his strength, squeezing out the final drops of chakra. His skin was already turning to wood, his hair transformed completely into pale, root-like strands. Beneath him, the wooden giant regained its form, then raised a massive palm to meet the oncoming storm of shuriken shadow clones. From the wooden giant's palm, countless twisting branches burst forth, forming a wooden shield that blocked the full force of the shuriken shadow clones. But the third Hokage's shuriken shadow clones were not so easily stopped. The wooden shield was completely shredded, and even the giant's palm was badly damaged. At that moment, the wooden figure extended its other hand, and a wooden spike several dozen meters long materialized in its grip, lunging fiercely toward the third Hokage. Unfortunately, the attack was too slow. The third Hokage swiftly shortened his golden staff with a deft movement of his foot, narrowly evading the strike. He then leapt onto the wooden spike before it could be withdrawn, and the staff shrank quickly to fit snugly in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand. Using his own body as a pivot, he spun in midair a dozen times, gathering momentum, then brought the charged staff crashing down toward the wooden figure's head. As he struck downward, the staff elongated continuously, reaching the top of XINC's head in an instant. Seeing the massive, unstoppable staff descending from above, XINC could only barely manage to make the wooden figure tilt its head to the side to dodge. But the staff still clipped its shoulder, smashing one of the wooden figure's shoulders and its corresponding arm, which shattered and fell away. This wooden figure, only at the Quasi-Kage level, was nothing compared to Hashirama Senju's creations. Now, shattered by the third Hokage's blunt weapon, it only further tarnished the reputation of wood release. With the wooden figure's arm destroyed, the Hokage lost his foothold and landed on the ground, bracing himself with his staff, just as over 100 Jonin finished weaving their combined jutsu. A torrent of fire interlaced with wind blades, streams of water crackling with electricity, and suddenly, the earth beneath the wooden figure's feet gave way. Unable to find stable footing, the wooden figure toppled to one side, and by now, XINC was too exhausted to control it any longer. All he could do was watch the oncoming surge of flames and water, his life flashing before his eyes. When the flames and steam finally cleared, the third Hokage's side had resolved the battle first. Aside from some shattered trees, there was no sign of the wooden figure left. Without hesitation, the third Hokage immediately set off in relentless pursuit of Danzo, rather than helping the others deal with the root ninja. Meanwhile, on Ling's side, the Jonin had found their rhythm. They split into 4 squads, each group hunting down the root ninjas. Even though Wood Release typically excels in group combat, being outnumbered by dozens of jonin was overwhelming. The Root Ninjas, having witnessed XINC's defeat, shifted to close-quarter, small-scale Wood Release attacks, hoping to hold out longer. But without powerful ninja to hold the front line and allow others to bombard from behind, these encirclement tactics made it difficult even to take down the notoriously tough Root Ninjas. They could withstand an incredible amount of punishment and regenerated quickly. Ordinary taijutsu or ninja tools barely left a scratch. A jonin's attack was like an ordinary person hacking at a tree root with a knife, while the Root Ninja's cutting technique would occasionally skewer a jonin. Ling, along with 9 Uchiha jonin and several others, faced off against Guei. The Uchiha suffered no casualties, as their Sharingan's dynamic vision allowed them to predict and slow incoming attacks. Ling blended in, playing a minor role. She fought with only the strength and speed of an ordinary jonin, using Gale-style swordsmanship, and was virtually indistinguishable from the others. However, Kuei 4 was quite familiar with Uchiha Ling, because he had once been one of the Root Ninjas who forced Ling into the organization. Ling, on the other hand, didn't recognize him. At this moment, his chakra had completely transformed into Wood Release chakra, hiding any trace of his original chakra signature. Kuei 4 was also well aware that Lord Danzo had been driven to betrayal, and Ling was the main culprit behind it. That's why he intended to finish off Uchiha Ling right here. After all, he had already tested Ling's current strength and found it to be no more than an average jonin, hardly enough to withstand his focused assault. Ling had noticed the malice in Kuei 4's gaze early on, which was why she feigned weakness from the start, preparing to give Kuei 4 a nasty surprise. She quietly gathered her wind release chakra, then switched into a mode that allowed her to boost her speed dramatically, but only once. If there were rankings for slacking off in battle, Ling would definitely have max her level, as more than 30 jonin surrounded Kuei. For Ling always kept her distance, occasionally tossing a shuriken or seizing the perfect opening to land a light cut before retreating. This only deepened Kuei 4's impression that Uchiha Ling was nothing more than a feeble opponent. Before reaching Kage level, most battles could be won with intelligence and strategy, so Kuei 4 remained extremely cautious. He maintained a high mobility stance alongside his 3 Wood clones, always poised to attack any jonin who attempted to use ninjutsu, forcing his opponents to rely on quick, low-powered ninjutsu or close combat techniques. Subtly, Kuei 4 swapped places with one of his Wood clones, his true body gradually edging closer to Ling's position. The 3 Wood clones might have been indistinguishable to most, but did he really think Ling would notice? Wood clones had no soul signature, so Kuei 4's sneaky maneuvers were downright laughable in Ling's eyes. But Ling was a true professional. No matter how amusing she found it, not a single hint of emotion flickered across her face. The distance between Kuei 4 and Ling quickly shrank to 30 or 40 meters and continued to close. Ling had no intention of letting him get any closer, unleashing a dazzling array of curved shuriken throws that must have driven Kuei 4 to distraction. Again, Kuei 4 deflected the shuriken aimed at the back of his head and joints with wooden spikes. Since the shuriken were thrown with ordinary force, he didn't grow suspicious. Ling leapt backwards to land on another tall tree. Forming hand seals with both hands, she unleashed the Grand Fireball Jutsu. This was all part of her plan to reinforce Kuei 4's misconception that Uchiha Ling was simply a ninjutsu specialist. As for the rumors about Uchiha Ling's prodigious strength, well, it was true. Her throws could rival those of jonin. Would anyone call that weak? For slow-moving fire-release jutsu like this, Kuei 4 couldn't even be bothered to use Wood Release to block it. Why waste chakra? Instead, he simply used body flicker to dodge, slipping through the gaps between the shuriken hurled by the other jonin. The elite jonin surrounding Guei were also wary of letting him get too close. With just a few blows, they would be overwhelmed, and if they let their guard down for even a moment, they could be skewered by his wooden spikes. And this was already with support from other jonin, long-range fire style, earth style, and water style techniques, slow and ponderous as they were, posed no real threat to Guei. Meanwhile, lightning style and wind style techniques risked injuring their own teammates, making everyone hesitant to use them. Guei was cunning. He always managed to keep himself within arm's reach of at least one jonin. That way, he was safe from ninjutsu attacks. As for trying to lure him with shadow clones and then concentrate fire, it was futile. The shadow clones were too weak. At a mere glance, they'd be destroyed, and before anyone could even mount a focused assault, Guei would find another opening to close in on a jonin. It was almost comical. Ling had never once been approached by Guei. First, because Ling was too cautious always keeping everyone sheltered in front of her. Second, because the other Jonin were aggressively on the offensive, denying him any opportunity. But now, he had finally found his chance. He needed to get within a dozen meters of Ling to have enough confidence to close the gap in an instant and finish her in one swift move. If the distance was any greater, Ling's double Tomo Sharingan could catch his movements, slow them down in her perception, and react in time, making a one-hit kill nearly impossible. And this method could only be used once. If he failed and startled her, Uchiha Ling would surely keep her distance from then on. A failed attempt or a missed opportunity wouldn't just be a setback for him. It would mean he failed to eliminate this major threat and nemesis for Lord Danzo. In fact, Ling's retreat was always angled in the same direction as Danzo's escape. She would toss out a small jutsu or a shuriken from time to time, keeping Guei's attention firmly fixed on her. Because Ling's strength surpassed that of the other Jonin, her formidable physique combined with the insight of her double Tomo Sharingan granted her dynamic vision on par with the Kage. She could always spot Guei's openings, making him feel constantly pressured. For instance, just as he leapt to the next tree, she would plant a shuriken right where he'd be landing. Should he step on it or not? To avoid falling from the tree and being surrounded, Guei would have to either change his landing spot, losing his balance and inviting a barrage of shuriken and kunai, or use would style to swing away on a wooden vine, wasting precious chakra. But this chakra was drawn from his very life force. Ling had plenty of tricks up her sleeve, like slicing the branch beneath her with wind style, or sneaking in an attack on Guei's blind spots as he defended against the others, the lower flank behind the heel, and so on. Although her wood clones were far stronger than mere shadow clones, they were still only at Jonin level, and now they were quickly shattered by the other Jonin. Now, with only the true body remaining, Guei's presence became clear. The Uchiha Jonin, seeing Guei dart into the range of a dozen meters from Ling, all stared in shock and fury, eyes wide with alarm. Before they set out, the elders and Uchiha Yuri had strictly ordered them to protect Uchiha Ling at all costs. If anything were to happen to Ling, their own futures would be forfeit. The three Jonin from the rescue faction, in particular, wished they had 4 legs so they could catch up faster, but unfortunately, they were all too far away. All they could do was shout at the top of their lungs, urging Ling to put distance between herself and the enemy. Though they knew Ling was strong, those root ninjas, fueled by drugs, seemed even more formidable in their eyes. Guei naturally heard the cries of those Uchiha Jonin behind him, but he no longer cared. At this range, success was almost certain. With his speed and techniques, there was no way he could fail. Ling had also noticed, yet she, too, was unfazed. She had already set her trap and was simply waiting for Guei to walk right into it. Were she to confront Guei head-on, even with her own strength, it would take considerable time to defeat him. But now, things would be much simpler. In the next instant, Guei unleashed his body flicker technique, moving at a blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right at Uchiha Ling's side. A sharp wooden spike formed in Guei's hand, a product of the piercing wood technique. His eyes gleamed with cruelty and malice. This doll-like, adorable girl was about to meet a tragic end. He could already picture the wooden spike piercing through the little girl's body, emerging slick with blood and bits of flesh, grotesquely beautiful like a work of art. It would be his own handcrafted masterpiece. The sound of wood tearing through flesh was music to his ears. The girl's cries of pain, he imagined, would be so much sweeter than the roars of those burly Jonin. Ling's face now filled with terror. She tried to dodge, but her body simply couldn't react in time. All she could do was thrust her arms out haphazardly to block the oncoming spike. The wooden spike pierced through Ling's outstretched arm, then continued forward, stabbing into her chest. Blood bloomed in a crimson spray. Guei savored the familiar sensation of wood entering flesh. Beneath his mask, his twisted face broke into a maniacal, cruel grin. He listened to the Uchiha Jonin's desperate shouting behind him, and to the girl's faint, agonized whimper, such a hauntingly beautiful sound. He watched as the wooden spikes grew out from within the girl's body, stained red with blood. The droplets blossomed on the wood like crimson cherry petals. Wait, a cherry blossom petal? Guei had no time to react. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light flashed toward him. All he felt was searing pain along one side of his body, and then his lower body went numb, vanished. Ninja, don't blame me for being underhanded. Hesitation leads to defeat. Ling's voice remained as cool and clear as ever. With the Jonin's cries fading away, even Guei, in the final moments of his life, could hear her words. In his final vision, he saw the girl who'd been run through by a spike transform into a cloud of white rabbits, which then burst apart into a cascade of blood-red cherry blossoms, ultimately fading away into nothingness. Ling was convinced her acting skills were nothing short of Oscar-worthy, though Gue Si probably wouldn't agree. How did you find out? Darkness had already claimed Gue Si's sight, leaving only his hearing. He desperately wanted an answer. I won't tell you. Die with regret and confusion. Ling finished with the perfect villain's laugh, and with that, Gue Si's life ended. The activity in his brain flatlined. Ling's figure appeared beside Gue Si's body, which he had just sliced in a single motion from shoulder to waist. She was completely unscathed, though the wind-style chakra mode that had shrouded her form had finally dissipated. With a flick of her blade, she scattered the blood and spun it in a flourish. Then, holding the sword in a reverse grip, she slid the blade diagonally into the sheath at her waist, letting gravity draw it in as she released her grip. Yes, she was imitating the classic sword-sheathing pose of the white-robed Sasuke. Of course, the second pillar hadn't even been born yet, so she triumphantly declared this iconic move as her own. If that brat ever dared use it in front of her in the future, she'd definitely charge him a licensing fee. Ling shamelessly thought to herself. Her single strike had felled a root operative who had overpowered so many elite jonin, leaving the gathered jonin in utter shock. Even the Uchiha clan's best could hardly believe their eyes. Ling paid no attention to their stares. Instead, she produced a syringe and plunged it into Gue Si's heart, extracting a sample of cellular tissue. She figured there must still be some of Hashirama's cells lingering in Gue Si's body. This was a resource she couldn't afford to waste. Who knew when it might come in handy? Next, she took out a sealing scroll and siphoned off some of the wood-release chakra still flickering in Gue Si's corpse, using a chakra sealing technique to contain it. This too could prove useful. If her own earth and water chakra natures ever evolved enough, she might attempt to fuse them into a Kekkei Genkai. Even if she couldn't manage true wood release, paper release might work. This sample of wood release chakra could help point her in the right direction for future experiments. Meanwhile, the other three root ninjas, now beset by the jonin who had joined Ling's side, were in dire straits. Ling offered no assistance. Those three wouldn't hold out much longer anyway. They were weaker than Gue Si, and if not for their wood-hardened bodies, they'd have fallen already. Ling formed a hand sign for the 10 Shadows technique, shaping her fingers into the image of a Nu to summon the beast. With the power of her curse technique and the clarity granted by reverse cursed technique, the Nu she called forth was now much larger, its wingspan stretching over 5 meters. She leapt onto the Nu's back, gripping the feathers at its neck, her chakra anchoring her firmly in place. Soon, the Nu's wings beat furiously, whipping up a wild wind that sent sand, stones, and branches scattering in all directions. With a powerful leap, it soared into the sky, carrying Ling ever higher. Yoo-hoo, we're airborne. Let's head this way. Ling exclaimed with excitement, steering with both arms as she felt the wild wind rush past her. At that moment, Danzo had almost escaped to the edge of Ling's far-seeing technique, while the third was still 6 or 7 kilometers behind him. Ling guided Nu to fly swiftly in Danzo's direction. Since Danzo was about to leave the village, it was only proper to see him off. After all, Danzo had taken care of her more than once during his time in Konoha. Now that he was deserting the village, it was only fitting that she give him a proper send-off. When it came to social obligations, Ling was meticulous. She would never let Danzo feel neglected. A warm farewell, perhaps with a touch of fire style, was absolutely necessary. With new speed, factoring in Danzo's own desperate flight, Ling quickly solved this classic pursuit problem with a bit of mental math. It would take her just 13 minutes to catch up to Danzo. When she did, she intended to present him with her parting gift, just to show how much the village valued him. She was certain that Danzo, seeing her go to such lengths to catch up, would be moved to tears. At this moment, Ling's chakra reserves were running low, since dozens of her shadow clones were still at home in the village, diligently studying the jutsu Uchiha Chiri had given her. Most of her chakra had been divided among the clones, leaving her with only as much as an elite chunin. But that didn't mean she was out of options. Her swordsmanship, taijutsu, and monstrous strength barely consumed any chakra, and her recovery rate was exceptional. In these next 10-plus minutes, with the help of a high-grade soldier pill, she could restore nearly 80% of her chakra. Taking down Danzo, who had already been racked by Jinjutsu and nearly crushed by Tsunade's legendary strength, was still well within reach. Though Danzo had used Hashirama's cells to recover some chakra and heal his injuries, his spirit remained deeply weakened. A weakened mind meant slower reflexes and sluggish chakra recovery for any ninja. And with the third Hokage rapidly closing in, Danzo barely had time to escape, let alone fight her to the bitter end. That expensive, top-tier soldier pill she'd bought for a hefty sum was living up to its reputation, even providing a sense of fullness. Her chakra was almost completely replenished, and just then, Danzo and his group came into view. Lord Danzo, there's a strange bird in the sky following us. It must be the village's pursuit. A sensory ninja, eyes closed, focused intently, trying to identify the chakra of the person riding that bizarre creature. Danzo's face was ghostly pale. His spirit had first been tormented by Izanami, then ensnared in Jinjutsu, and afterward nearly beaten to death by Tsunade. His mental strength was depleted. Even after releasing Hashirama's cells to recover some strength, they had quickly gone out of control, forcing him to seal them again. Now his chakra was less than half of what it had been. The breastbone, shattered and only briefly healed, had yet to fully recover. It remained fragile and ached dully with every breath. Oomph. Ignore him. Pick up the pace. Once the backup from Root arrives, let's see if he really dares to throw his life away. Danzo turned his head to look at Hyuga Hisashi, who was being carried by a Root ninja. Hisashi's limbs had been broken, his chakra sealed away, leaving him in a pitiful state. If it weren't for the cage bird curse mark, Danzo might have gained a pair of Byakugan eyes. What a wasted opportunity. Ling hovered above them, slightly lowering her altitude, just enough to stay beyond the reach of Danzo's wind-style jutsu, poised to deliver a special greeting. Art is an explosion, Ling declared, producing a sealing scroll. Inside, 20,000 explosive tags were sealed, ready to show these backwater shinobi the true meaning of an aerial bombardment. The Root sensory ninja finally identified the chakra signature of the creature circling overhead. Lord Danzo, it's Uchiha Ling. She's the only one who managed to catch up. Damn, that Uchiha brat. If you dare come down, I won't hesitate to make you my next experimental subject. Danzo growled coldly, realizing the monstrous bird was hovering just beyond the range of his wind-release techniques. Even his longest-range attack, the vacuum serial waves, couldn't reach that elevation. His expression only grew darker. Ling first pulled out a stack of specially crafted explosive tags. Each set of 5 was affixed to a circular, sturdy piece of cardboard. She quickly calculated how long it would take for the discs to fall from this height. About 4 or 5 seconds. Factoring in wind speed and air resistance with meticulous precision, Ling hurled 3 of the tag-laden cardboard discs in a sharp trajectory toward a calculated position. The discs traced graceful arcs through the air, aiming for a spot just several meters ahead of Danzo and his group. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Ling just threw something down. Get clear, it's explosive tags. The Root sensory ninja, puzzled at first by the falling discs, suddenly detected the surge of chakra as the tags ignited. His shout was sharp and desperate, but the tags had already landed before them. Momentum made it nearly impossible to dodge in time. A thunderous blast erupted. The force of 15 explosive tags was equal to a B-rank jutsu. To stand unshielded against such a blast was to invite devastation, even for the Root operatives. Of the 5 Root ninja leading the group, 3 were instantly killed. The other 2 lost their legs and writhed on the ground in agony. Damn you, Uchiha brat. Just you wait. Spread out, don't bunch together, and keep your eyes on the sky for anything else she might drop. Because Danzo was positioned in the center of the squad, he hadn't been harmed, but 3 of his Root subordinates were killed instantly by the explosions, and 2 more were as good as dead. Though Danzo desperately wanted to take out Uchiha Ling, he was powerless to do so. All he could do was curse under his breath in frustration. At this point, none of the Root ninjas skilled in super beast imitating drawing were nearby, so they had no choice but to become sitting ducks, bombarded mercilessly. Aha! Explosions truly are the highest form of art. Let me spice things up for you. Uchiha Ling combined a sealing technique learned from Jinnu with explosive tags, weaving hand seals and unleashing the Earth Polygon Bomb Jutsu. At Nu's tail, a brown zone materialized, a synthesis point for the Earth Polygon bombs, which began spitting out diamond-shaped Earth projectiles, each launched with considerable initial speed. Ling then fused explosive tags into the very core of the Earth bombs, using the secret technique of Flame Sun Village. This greatly amplified their destructive force and added the threat of flying stone shrapnel. This time, it would surely deal a devastating blow to Danzo and his men, perhaps even make them curse aloud in agony. Da da da. Boom boom booms. Please special delivery, you bastards. Let's see you handle this. Ling was as cheerful as a child with a mouthful of honey, busily adjusting the trajectory of her unique bombs, fusing explosive tags with Earth projectiles, caught up in the thrill of orchestrating the chaos. Meanwhile, Danzo and the others on the ground noticed the rain of Earth bombs descending. However, since they didn't spot any explosive tags, they didn't take it seriously, just did their best not to get hit, and kept running at full speed in retreat. But Danzo sensed something was amiss. Surely that brat from the Uchiha clan wouldn't settle for mere Earth-style attacks. Their instincts, honed by countless brushes with death, screamed at them to dodge when the Earth bombs hovered just a meter or two overhead. Yet the bombs came from all directions. There was nowhere to escape. Only a handful of root ninjas managed to shield themselves by raising Earth-style bunkers or by diving into the ground with Earth-style submersion. Others, who relied on water, wind, or lightning techniques, tried to blast the bombs out of the sky, hoping to destroy them before impact. A deafening series of explosions tore through the air, one after another in relentless succession. Blinding fireballs erupted over and over. Those root ninjas who hadn't reacted in time, or lacked Earth-style jutsu, paid the price. More than 20 unlucky root ninjas were killed outright by the Earth bombs. Over 30 more suffered severe injuries, their bodies riddled with bloody holes packed with shattered stone. Another 30 or so received lighter wounds, scrapes and bruises from flying debris. Some poorly constructed Earth bunkers collapsed, claiming even more lives. Of the more than 100 root ninjas who'd fled with Danzo, their numbers were instantly halved. As the barrage finally subsided, Danzo surveyed what remained of his scattered forces, many writhing and howling in pain. "Damn you, Uchiha brat! If you dare attack us again or stand in my way, then Hayashi Hyuga's fate is sealed. He will die for sure." Danzo had no other choice but to shout at the top of his lungs, using Hayashi Hyuga's life as leverage to bargain for his own escape and the safety of his men. "You despicable old Danzo! What kind of Konoha ninja uses a hostage? Drop your weapons and surrender. If you cooperate and confess your crimes, you might just have a chance to survive, and your punishment could be less severe." At this moment, Ling seized the barrage of Earth spike bombs. On one hand, Danzo's threat with a hostage made her unwilling to risk offending the Hyuga clan. On the other hand, she had just used up 50,000 explosive tags in this attack, each one worth its weight in Rio, and her heart ached at the expense. Fortunately, those 50,000 explosive tags had wiped out nearly half of Danzo's men, along with those severely wounded and unable to move. She had eliminated 70% of his forces in one fell swoop, a truly outstanding feat on the battlefield. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, a member of the Hyuga clan witnessed the aftermath of the explosion, seeing Danzo's root division suffering heavy casualties. Lord Hokage, Danzo, and his root operatives were bombed by Uchiha Ling, who was riding a monstrous bird in the sky. Nearly half of them are dead. The third Hokage was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Ling's aerial bombardment to be so devastating. Danzo's subordinates were supposed to be among the elite. Even the weakest among them were elite Chunin. Most were ordinary Jonin, and there were even a few elite Jonin. Yet, half of them had been wiped out in a single strike by Ling. If such a tactic could be used in war, it would be enough to make any enemy village tremble. Once Danzo was dealt with, he would have to ask his student whether this could become a standard method in their arsenal. Lord Third, Uchiha Ling has stopped. It seems Danzo is using Hayashi Hyuga's life to threaten her. The Hyuga ninja could see Danzo pressing a blade to Hayashi Hyuga's throat, muttering threats. "Damn you, Danzo! Using a fellow villager as a hostage. You've truly lost the will of fire." The third Hokage was furious. Time and again, Danzo had used the helpless Hayashi Hyuga as a human shield, forcing them to let him go. Now, the third Hokage's anger had reached its peak. Fortunately, among those he'd brought along were professionals trained in hostage rescue. "Move out double time. Once we catch up to Danzo, execute Plan A." The third Hokage and his team quickened their pace, heading straight for Danzo's location. 3 kilometers behind them, 200 Konoha Jonin were closing in as backup. Ling knew the third Hokage would arrive soon and was racking her brain for ways to stall for time. Unfortunately, Danzo was utterly unyielding, thinking of nothing but escape. That wretched root ninja kept his blade pressed to Hayashi Hyuga's throat, leaving Ling no room to act. If she made a wrong move, Niji Hyuga would never have a chance to be born into this world. When the time comes, if those fans who adore Niji find out that I was the one who got rid of him, wouldn't they cross worlds just to hunt me down? "Hey, old man Danzo, now that you've turned traitor, when are you planning to become Hokage?" Ling couldn't make a move, so he could only throw out some trash talk to mess with Danzo's mind, though he wasn't sure if it would have any effect. "Dam Uchiha brat. As long as I draw breath, your Uchiha clan can forget about ever seeing one of their own become Hokage." Danzo was indeed a bit rattled. He had always wanted to become Hokage, but now, the only way for that to happen was if Konoha fell, all the top fighters died, and he could come back to pick up the pieces and seize power. But the truth was, Konoha was never going to be entirely destroyed, nor would all its top fighters perish. And even if such a disaster did occur, Would Konoha still be Konoha under his succession? Chances are, by then Konoha would be dropped from the ranks of the 5 great ninja villages and reduced to a minor village. That was something he could never accept. Old man Danzo, now that you've left Konoha, which village are you planning to join? The Hidden Sand or the Hidden Cloud? If you ask me, I'd recommend the Hidden Rain. While Danzo was running along the ground, Ling kept tossing out jabs from the sky. It actually did make Danzo hesitate. He truly hadn't decided where to go. Everything had happened so suddenly. He'd never really considered defecting, and now that he had, he realized he didn't even have a place to call home. Old man Danzo, Hanzo of the Hidden Rain, is getting up there in years. If you go to the Hidden Rain, you might even replace him. Then you could lead the village to help Konoha fend off attacks from other villages. Maybe even earn redemption and be welcomed back to Konoha. Ling was half joking, but if the third Hokage failed to kill Danzo this time, and Danzo really did head for the Hidden Rain, he'd end up forming a 3-way power struggle with Hanzo and the Akatsuki. That was something Black Zetsu and Old Madara would never allow to happen. They'd definitely break this deadlock, set Danzo up to die and pin it on the Akatsuki, then manipulate his leftover root faction to cooperate with Hanzo and strip Nagato of everything. Only then could Nagato be steered down the path they planned, using others as their tools. Ling was quite serious about this. Wicked little brat. Don't think you can read my mind. I'll never do as you hope. Danzo really had considered the Hidden Rain the moment Ling mentioned it, but he was also afraid it might be part of some Uchiha plot. Well then, old man Danzo, I guess it's time for me to pull out a map of the ninja world and give you a country-by-country introduction. I don't believe you'll reject every single one I mention. Surely, there's at least one you'll go to. With that, Ling really did pull out a map of the ninja world and began introducing each country one by one, analyzing the situation, strategizing how to shift the balance of power, and, in the end, explaining how to help Konoha. Danzo listened to Ling's analysis. Although he found the boy's reasoning remarkably sound and convincing, the child's actions made his blood boil with rage. This naturally wicked brat was clearly forcing him into a corner, leaving him nowhere to take shelter. Yet, for all the vastness of the ninja world, there were still lands unclaimed by any master. Old Danzo, there are still some unclaimed territories rich in resources and with excellent locations. Let me tell you about them one by one. Ling began his introduction with the local specialties, then moved on to where to establish a base, and finally explained how to gather people and found a ninja village, all laid out and analyzed for Danzo. The reason Ling possessed such insight was thanks to countless debates back in his previous life storm, arguing with his adoptive son about how to build a nation from scratch. Though every word rang with sincerity and reason, Danzo could not help but feel uncomfortable as he listened. This brat had indeed dissected the entire ninja continent for him, down to the last detail. Lord Danzo, we have to move faster. The third Hokage is already just 2 kilometers behind us. It was that censor ninja again who was growing exasperated at Danzo's serious attention to Ling's nonsensical chatter. Listen if you must, he thought, but why drift off and slow down? Now, with the third Hokage nearly upon them, if they delayed any longer, escape would be impossible. Cursed, innately evil brat, you're just stalling for time, waiting for Hiruzen to catch up, aren't you? Oomph. Don't think you'll get your way. Danzo suddenly realized he'd let himself get distracted, actually slowing down during the escape. Instantly, he sped up again, cursing the little monster above him as he went. Wicked old Danzo, how could you think that of me? Am I not truly analyzing things for your benefit? By now, Ling had already noticed, 10 kilometers ahead, where Minato Namikaze was leading the Umbu in a deadly assault on the Root ninjas who had come to rescue Danzo. Though the Root members were formidable against Minato, who fought with ruthless, watertight precision, they were utterly outmatched, slaughtered without hope of resistance. The sight of Minato hurling his flying thunder god kunai, taking on dozens of jonin at once, hadn't yet been seen by a Wagakure, but the Root ninjas of Konoha were now experiencing it firsthand. There were no complaints, only instant defeat. They barely saw a flash of golden light before they were sent straight to the Pure Land. Just then, Ling sensed one of her shadow clones dispersing, and a sly, satisfied smile crept onto her face. When she set out to pursue Danzo, she'd sent half her shadow clones to infiltrate Root's bases and seize whatever benefits they could. After all, Konoha's Umbu were stretched thin. Most had gone after Danzo, and the fewer than 20, remaining were under Kofurutane and Hamura Mitokado, tasked with clearing out the visible Root bases. But in truth, Danzo the old rat had dug far more holes in Konoha than anyone suspected. Beyond the 3 known Root bases, there were 6 more hidden, smaller ones. These places were the true repositories of Root's most valuable treasures. Because Danzo's summons had been so sudden, They never had time to destroy much of anything. Although Mito Gate and his ANBU had captured a few root operatives, they couldn't extract any information from them. Either the captured ninja took their own lives immediately, or they had nothing to say. A handful of them fell under Jinjutsu, but as soon as anyone tried to read their memories, the curse mark Danzo had left behind was triggered, detonating their brains before any information could be gleaned. Worse still, the ninjas attempting to read their minds were mentally injured by the backlash from a curse. So, all they could do was check the obvious root bases, doing their best to search for hidden ones, but those remained elusive. That was because every root base was protected by powerful concealment seals. Unless one used Earth Release to conduct a thorough, sweeping search, it was virtually impossible to find them. As for how Ling discovered them, she would simply say, "Your sealing techniques may block physical detection, but they can't shield against the sense of curse energy. They're not even the same system." For the past few months, Ling had been wandering around Konoha with a purpose, unearthing 6 root bases and 3 of Orochimaru's hideouts. The ANBU hadn't caught wind of this yet, so of course she'd struck first. The treasures hidden there were truly worth the effort. She went through all the sealing scrolls she prepared just to clear out 5 of Root's bases, an absolute windfall. And why only 5 root bases? Well, it was because that old fox Orochimaru was aware of one particularly well-hidden root base, and he'd gone there himself to destroy evidence of his crimes. That base was where the research on Hashirama cells and wood release had been conducted. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had gotten there before her. Ling had no choice but to withdraw, avoiding Orochimaru's attention. But as a bit of payback, she left behind some dragon, cave snake scales in each of the 5 bases she'd emptied. As for where those snake scales came from, naturally, they were the leftovers from roasting and eating the little snakes that had been sent to spy on her. She had to admit, the taste of those little snakes from Ryuchi Cave was exquisite, rich in natural energy, both nutritious and delicious. Orochimaru, of course, knew she'd been snacking on the snakes he'd sent to keep tabs on her, but there was little he could do about it. All he could do was keep sending more, and Ling kept enjoying the bounty of snake meat. So, while she had plenty of snake scales to try framing Orochimaru, toppling him with this alone would be impossible. Still, causing a little trouble for Uncle Snake seemed only fair, considering how generous he'd been with her. She hadn't even bothered to have her shadow clones tally up the loot from this haul. Things were too tense right now. Better to wait a while, then savor her spoils in peace. Now that Root had fallen, she was well fed, the Hokage's faction could enjoy the leftovers, and Orochimaru got blamed. Perfect. In his previous life, he had been an honest and trustworthy young man, but now, just to survive in the ninja world, he found himself forced to commit all kinds of crimes. But surely, it wasn't his own fault. As the old saying goes, an orange grown south of the Huai River is an orange, but if grown to the north, it becomes a trifoliate orange. That's the wisdom of the ancestors. How could it possibly be wrong? So, for him to turn out this way, it must be the environment's doing and had nothing to do with his own nature. Having thus comforted himself, Ling finally managed to collect his thoughts and prepared to watch Danzo walk right into the trap set by Minato Namikaze. Although Minato usually came across as sunny and cheerful, once he decided to get crafty, he could be as devious as they come. Minato had led the Umbu to retreat 10 kilometers away, but with his flying thunder god technique, he could cover that distance in the blink of an eye. Danzo, completely unaware that he was about to stumble headfirst into a trap, was still puzzling over why that troublesome little brat had suddenly gone quiet. Ling wondered with some curiosity whether Minato had run into Sasori of the Red Sand, and if so, what trouble that might bring. If Sasori was captured, things would get messy. Once Sasori fell into anyone's hands, Sunagakure would go to war immediately. Even returning Sasori to the village wouldn't prevent conflict. Whenever a new Kage took power, if they lacked enough achievements or prestige, they would inevitably try to use war to eliminate dissent within the village, and to make a name for themselves in the process. Ling had no doubt about this guess. Raza was just that kind of person, the type to betray his rival Yi Tsang, or order his brother-in-law to assassinate his own son. All sorts of underhanded tricks. If Raza didn't lack the Sharingan, Ling might have suspected there was Uchiha blood running in his veins, given his questionable mental state. The battlefield was anything but fun. With Black Zetsu and old Madara's temperament, they would surely try to use the chaos of war to get rid of him through someone else's hands. It would be the perfect way to test the reality of the fictitious void organization that Uchiha Ling had fabricated. Whether their plan succeeded or failed, Black Zetsu and Madara would lose nothing. If they succeeded, all the better. They could dismiss the organization as a baseless rumor. And if they failed, they would still learn something about its true strength. Of course, given Black Zetsu's cunning, he probably hadn't shared any information about this made-up organization with Uchiha Madara. After all, just mentioning the name Otsutsuki would be enough to set Madara's mind racing. So, getting rid of him was probably Black Zetsu's solo operation. Still, knowing Madara's temperament, he might even find a way to put him to some use, perhaps by handing Shursui Obito's script. It was also possible that both Shursui and Obito were being deployed at the same time. After all, another pair of eyes to keep watch was always useful. Either one of them, if they awakened the Mangekyo and then lost their will after Rin's death, would fulfill Madara's requirements. With that thought, Ling felt a growing sense of urgency. Whoever they sent against him would surely be a Kage-level powerhouse, or perhaps a whole army of ninja in pursuit. Therefore, not only must one possess Kage-level strength, but also the ability to escape, such as mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. But Ling wasn't sure if she had the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God. If she couldn't master it, then how should she prepare instead? Just as Ling was lost in thought, Danzo had already stepped into the traps set by Minato Namikaze, a trigger-type sealing formation. With Minato's expertise in sealing jutsu, even the sealing specialists under Danzo's command couldn't see through it, and neither could Danzo himself, despite his own mastery. And really, did they forget who Minato's wife was? She was the only remaining member of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, the village's most powerful sealing jutsu user. As soon as Danzo stepped in, he sensed something was wrong. He noticed seal patterns appearing all over the ground, binding him and his men in place. Before he could even shout a warning or attempt to break through the not-so-powerful binding formation, a sudden surge of explosive tags ignited beneath them. There weren't many explosive tags, just enough to cause light injuries, chaos, and a smokescreen. It also served as a signal to Minato in the distance. At that moment, Minato Namikaze and a group of ANBU stood atop the tallest tree on a small hill. The instant he saw the flash of fire, Minato vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. He had already placed a special kunai at the center of the trap, specifically to snatch away the immobilized Hyuga Hizashi amid the chaos. In the thick smoke from the explosions, Danzo and his root operatives quickly regained their mobility. Except for a few unlucky ones who were crippled, most of them were otherwise unharmed. Damn it, watch over Hyuga Hizashi. Danzo was furious after being ambushed. He wondered which bastard had set up this trap here. Then, the thought of Minato leading a team outside crossed his mind, but unfortunately, his warning came a moment too late. The root ninja carrying Hyuga Hizashi had already sensed danger and was on high alert. But facing the fastest shinobi in the world, Minato Namikaze, who was fully prepared, there was little he could do. He barely caught a glimpse of a kunai whistling past his ear. Arc! With a flash of gold, the elite jonin from Root felt a sharp pain pierce his chest, and then his life faded away. Struck directly in the chest by a Rasengan, his internal organs were ground to pieces before he was sent flying, while Hyuga Hizashi was deftly caught by Minato. Damn you, Minato Namikaze. Stop him. Danzo, seeing the blonde figure holding Hizashi, was seething with rage. Well then, Lord Danzo, I've still got a mission to complete, so I'll be taking my leave. Minato smiled warmly, crouched, and with a leap, vanished before Danzo's eyes using the Flying Thunder God. The root ninja who lunged after him were left grasping at thin air. There was simply no way they could catch Minato Namikaze. Not in this lifetime, nor the next. Minato Namikaze, I swear I'll kill you. Danzo felt his end was near, for he could sense the ANBU blocking his path ahead, and behind him, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his group quickly closing in. He had never expected Minato Namikaze to throw all honor aside, deceiving him, ambushing him, and he, a comrade in arms over 50 years old. In Danzo's mental list of those he must kill, Minato Namikaze's name now joined the ranks, just after Uchiha Rei in first place and Uchiha Yuri in second. If Uchiha Rei ever learned she topped Danzo's hit list, she would surely be both alarmed and terrified. She was just a little girl, not yet 6 years old. How could she weigh heavier than two Kage-level powerhouses like Uchiha Yuri and Minato Namikaze? Yet in Rei's own heart, Danzo too held the top spot on her list of enemies to eliminate, followed closely by Kagaya's Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. But where was Rei, who was now plotting to finish off Danzo? At this moment, she had already blended into the unit led by the third Hokage. She knew that Danzo's final counterattack would be fierce, so she planned to avoid the brunt of it and watch as he made his desperate stand. Once Danzo was exhausted and tried to make one last escape, that would be her moment to swoop in and take his head. By now, Danzo was utterly trapped, caught between two forces. Despite his ashen face, he still stood proudly at the center of his root ninjas. When Hiruzen Sarutobi came within 100 meters of Danzo, he stopped as well, his gaze complicated as he looked at his former friend. Monkey, must you really push me this far? Let me go, and I swear I'll never threaten the Leaf Village. Danzo tried to appeal to their shared past, showing not a trace of guilt for the surprise he'd given Hiruzen with his wood release. Danzo, come back to the village with me. I'll see that you spend your remaining years in peace. Surrender yourself. Hiruzen's expression shifted between hesitation and resolve, but finally hardened. He could not allow Danzo to leave the Leaf. The village's secrets were at stake. Ah, ha ha ha. Monkey, you really are naive. Without power or authority, how am I to realize my dreams? How am I to protect the Leaf? Danzo's laugh rang out, bleak and defiant. He knew this was their final parting. He would either escape or die here. Rei kept her eye on the vast lake to the right, and on the statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. A sense of fate hung in the air. It felt like another battle at the Valley of the End. Last time, it had been mortal enemies and old friends Hashirama and Madara. Now, it was Danzo and Hiruzen, comrades turned foes. And in the original story, there would one day be Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The name Valley of the End truly lived up to its meaning. Danzo, you don't have to become Hokage to protect the Leaf Village. You've lost your way. As your closest friend, today I must set you back on the right path. Under the sparsely scattered stars and the gentle night breeze, Hiruzen Sarutobi reached out his hand, catching a drifting leaf between his thumb and forefinger. He stared at it for a long moment, as if making a firm decision. Then, with a sudden burst of flame, the leaf ignited, spinning gracefully through the air as it burned. Hiruzen, it's easy for you to say that. You're Hokage. But I don't want to be just a root. I want to be one of the branches and leaves, basking in the sunlight. Danzo's eyes were fierce. The hollow void where his right eye had once been, left empty after his Sharingan was taken, gave him the appearance of a vengeful specter, staring through the night at the bold words of the third Hokage. No one forced you to become the root, Danzo. There are 100, 1,000 ways to protect the leaf. Yet you chose the worst possible path. As your comrade and teammate, I must wake you up, for the sake of the leaf, and for our teacher's sake. Though Hiruzen's stature was not imposing, in that moment, he radiated an astonishing presence. I'm not wrong. Wasn't this the path you hoped I would walk? Your weakness made me become the root. Sensei should never have chosen you to be Hokage. Danzo's composure broke, his face contorted with emotion. He felt that Hiruzen could never truly understand the depth of his obsession with becoming Hokage. You're right, maybe Sensei did choose the wrong person back then. But even so, that's no excuse for betraying the leaf. Perched atop a tree branch, Ling watched the verbal sparring unfold below, munching on sunflower seeds with relish. Sunflower seeds are always a good snack. Could this drama get any juicier? Actually, this one's pretty sweet. She watched their heated debate with great interest. Both men wanted to persuade the other, but neither realized that fists usually make the most convincing argument. After all, wasn't it Uchiha Madara's defeat at Hashirama Senju's hands that finally forced him to accept Hashirama's ideals, if only begrudgingly? Just then, a flash of golden light appeared. Minato Namikaze materialized, holding the unconscious Hayashi Hyuga in his arms. Clearly, the third Hokage had entrusted Minato with a flying Thunder God Kunai. Such trust. Minato, what is it? The third Hokage, still caught up in his impassioned speech, was a bit annoyed at being interrupted, but asked anyway. Hokage-sama, something's wrong with Hayashi. It seems that breaking free from the cage bird seal has damaged his chakra pathways. With the hospital overwhelmed, treating so many ANBU, even they aren't confident they can heal him. Lady Tsunade has fallen into a coma, so I could only come to Ling and ask for help. Minato had learned from Tsunade that Ling was now studying medical ninjutsu, and her skills already surpassed those of the hospital's medical staff. So he rushed back from Konoha, coming to the third Hokage to find Uchiha Ling, hoping she could heal the shattered veins and the rampaging chakra, as well as the bloodshot eyes that seemed to have triggered the caged bird curse mark on Hayashi. Ling happened to be interrupted while she was eating melon, but she came over to Minato Namikaze's side to see what was going on. She sensed that Hayashi's life force was weak, as if he was on the brink of death. Ling, you've come at the right time. Hayashi is barely hanging on. See if you can save him, Minato said, grasping at straws. If Hayashi died, it would be impossible for him to explain things to the Hyuga clan, even though it wasn't directly his fault. Huh? Me? What about Tsunade's sister or Konoha Hospital? Ling asked, surprised. Until now, she'd only used medical ninjutsu on herself and small animals, and had little real clinical experience. Konoha Hospital isn't confident, and they're overwhelmed. Lady Tsunade is unconscious, and besides, she has hemophobia, Minato explained, laying Hayashi on the ground and gesturing at the blood covering his body. evidence of the explosion from the earlier explosive tags. Well, alright, I'll give it a try. But you should still find a way to wake up Tsunade's sister, Ling replied. If she could use her reversal technique to heal others, there might still be hope. Her current mastery of yang release was only a fledgling concept of regeneration, which she'd gleaned in a flash by borrowing the wood release chakra from the root ninja earlier. Perhaps it was worth a try. Ling began by using chakra to probe Hayashi's internal condition, and sure enough, it was a complete mess. His meridians were tangled and ruptured in places, with numerous internal hemorrhages. The most lethal injury was the bleeding in his brain, which was compressing the optic nerve and had almost triggered the caged bird curse mark. If it weren't for the curse mark, Hayashi's injuries wouldn't actually have been fatal. Ling started by using a hemostatic technique to seal the blood vessels upstream and downstream of the hemorrhages, preventing things from getting worse. Damn, the Hyuga clan really is inhumane. The caged bird curse mark connects to the mind and the soul through the seal, she muttered. One Hyuga clan ninja nearby overheard her and felt a bit ashamed. After confirming the state of Hayashi's body, Ling decided to start treatment with the less severe injuries, stabilizing his vital signs before moving on to the most dangerous bleeding in the brain. No wonder the medical nin at Konoha Hospital didn't dare take action. Any mistake in that area could trigger the caged bird curse mark and doom Hayashi on the spot. They were also afraid that if they failed to save Hayashi, the Hyuga clan would take revenge, so no one dared risk any medical ninjutsu to stabilize him. While Ling treated the injuries, the third Hokage kept arguing with words, fearing that if a fight broke out it would interfere with Ling's efforts. Meanwhile, Danzo seized the opportunity to summon some of his root ninja who were on missions in other nations, hoping to buy himself some time. The two of them were perfectly in sync by now. Minato Namikaze stood guard beside Ling, who was busy with the rescue, wary of any possible sneak attacks. As Ling worked, he used the healing palm technique to stop the bleeding on Hayashi Hyuga's wounds, then drew out the necrotic blood with a fine needle extraction jutsu. Once the bleeding points were dealt with, Ling employed the chakra sealing technique to suppress the rampaging chakra inside Hayashi. This was also Ling's first time coming into contact with the chakra of the Hyuga clan. Only then did he realize that the descendants of Himura Otsutsuki seemed unable to use elemental chakra transformations, setting them apart from the lineage of Hagoromo and ordinary shinobi. Their chakra appeared to be something born directly from their bloodline, rather like the ocular powers of the Sharingan, a degraded form of yin-yang release, the most primitive kind of chakra. In contrast, the shinobi from Hagoromo's lineage and the average ninja could handle all 5 chakra natures, perhaps because their ancestors once had contact with the divine tree. Hagoromo's descendants, after all, included the sage of 6 paths, who once became the 10 tails Jinchuriki. In essence, his chakra had been transformed by the divine tree's power. That's why they could wield all 5 elemental releases. Otherwise, like his brother Himura, he would have been limited to this primal yin-yang-based chakra, or the ordinary Otsutsuki chakra. The ancestors of ordinary shinobi, having once been parasitized by the divine tree's roots, became symbiotes with chakra pathways. Their chakra, in fact, was purified from the divine tree's roots, which is why they possessed all 5 basic natures. Over the course of 1,000 years, this symbiosis even altered the genes of ordinary shinobi, so that their descendants were born with chakra pathways. Ling truly felt as though he had uncovered a terrifying truth. Reflecting on it, he realized that the Otsutsuki on the moon, the Kagaya clan, and the Hyuga clan, descendants of Himura, all lacked the ability to use 5 basic nature transformations. At first glance, it seemed like a disadvantage, but this original degraded yin-yang chakra held an ability to regress to ancestral origins. This, Ling thought, explained why these 3 clans occasionally produced prodigies whose power rivaled that of their forebears. The Hyuga clan, or rather, the lunar Otsutsuki, could even merge their Byakugan into the Tensigen, and that was the ultimate proof. While the Sharingan, once it reached the Mangekyo level, could fuse with the Mangekyo of a close blood relative to form the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This power of regression was limited to the Mangekyo stage and required familial bonds. It was clear that the chakra among Hagoromo's descendants had already diverged. But the 3 branches of Himura's line faced no such restriction, a fact surely also related to their tradition of intermarriage within the clan. Now that Uchiha Ling knew how valuable this chakra could be for research, he openly sealed a portion of Hayashi Hyuga's chakra into his own sealing scroll. Neither Minato Namikaze nor the Hyuga ninja with them found this strange, as they both knew the chakra rampaging inside Hayashi was wreaking havoc along his chakra pathways. They naturally saw this as standard procedure, and admired Uchiha Ling's exceptional medical ninjutsu and her unparalleled skill in sealing techniques. At that moment, the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, and those elite jonin all arrived at the scene, swiftly surrounding Danzo from every direction. Hyuga Hayashi also noticed his younger brother was in a dire state and hurried over to inquire, despite being seriously injured himself. Their Hyuga clan had dispatched 10 jonin for this operation, yet only 4 had made it here. This alone showed just how powerless and tragic the Hyuga had been when facing the would-release users from Root. Minato Namikaze quickly explained Hyuga Hizashi's condition to Hayashi, worried that he might distrust Uchiha Ling's medical care. I trust Lady Tsunade's judgment of your skills. Please do everything you can. Even if something happens to Hizashi, the Hyuga clan will not hold it against you. With his Byakugan, Hayashi could naturally see the blood clots in Hizashi's brain pressing against his optic nerves, as well as the caged bird curse mark poised to activate at any moment. He also understood how difficult Hizashi's injuries would be to heal, so he urged Ling not to hold back in her treatment. He knew well that his brother yearned for freedom, or perhaps was simply unafraid of death. Ling did not reply, focusing her entire attention on extracting the blood clots from Hizashi's brain with the precision of her fine extraction technique. Even with her superb chakra control, she could only carefully clear the periphery of the clot, slowly peeling it away, not daring to make a single mistake. In the end, she could not completely remove all the blood clots inside Hizashi, but she managed to reduce the intracranial pressure enough to prevent serious compression of the optic nerve. It was painstaking work. Nearly 20 minutes passed before Ling had removed all the clots she was confident she could take out. Then, she used the mystical palm technique to heal the exposed, damaged blood vessels, a process that demanded extreme caution to ensure the yang release chakra wouldn't touch the optic nerve, which was only a hair's breadth away. A few minutes later, Ling carefully repaired the blood vessels in Hizashi's head, then cleared the blocked vessels to restore blood flow, and only when she was certain there was no further bleeding did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow, Ling glanced at the chaotic tangle of chakra pathways inside Hizashi's body. The chakra pathways, however, were not easy to heal. After correcting them as much as possible, she left them to recover on their own, using a touch of yang release to gently promote healing and frequently correcting their alignment to prevent future complications. At this point, Hizashi's arms and legs were still twisted and broken. Ling, thorough to the end, set the bones in his limbs back in place. Fortunately, Ling was strong, and with little effort, she managed to reset bones that would have required an orthopedic doctor wielding a sledgehammer to restore. She used a mystical palm technique to stimulate the osteoblasts on the bone membrane, allowing the bones to heal quickly, though full strength would only return after a period of rest and recuperation. The final step was to untangle the chaotic chakra pathways within Hayashi Hyuga's body. The chakra network of the Hyuga clan is quite similar to that of the Uchiha, but it is distinct from that of ordinary shinobi, stronger and more resilient than the latter. So, even though these pathways had ruptured and grown confused, there was still a chance to restore them. For an ordinary ninja, such damage would have spelled the end of their shinobi career. Ling was deeply familiar with the chakra system. With practiced precision, she worked with both hands, channeling the power of yang release to guide the flow. Before long, the pathways were set right again. When Ling finally stood up, the others realized that Hizashi was more or less out of danger, and excitement flickered in their eyes. Ling gathered up the medical cotton and instruments, stained with Hizashi's blood and bits of tissue, and sealed them away in a scroll. These were valuable samples of Hyuga clan cells. Although Ling had no intention of conducting any sinister human experiments, she did see the value in researching the genetic differences among the descendants of the Otsutsuki. Clan head Hyuga, Minato, one good news and one bad. Which do you want to hear first? Ling's expression was unreadable as she looked at the newly awakened Hizashi, then turned to address Hayashi. Hayashi and Minato exchanged a glance. In the end, as the elder brother, Hayashi spoke up on their behalf. Let's hear the bad news first. I'd rather be prepared. His answer was just as Ling expected. Bound as he was by clan rules and the division between main and branch families, Hayashi still cared most about his brother's well-being. The bad news is Hizashi's chakra pathways will need time to recover. There's some blood congestion in his brain that can't be cleared. From now on, he won't be able to use the Byakugan for extended periods. Faced with this reality, Ling could do nothing more. She had done her utmost. If her proficiency with yang release had been greater, perhaps she could have repaired the damage caused by the cage bird seal, healed the destroyed eyes and brain. And the good news? Hayashi sighed, heart aching for his brother's fate. This was a burden that should have fallen on him as clan head. The good news is the main family can no longer use the cage bird seal to punish Hizashi. If the seal is triggered now, his optic nerves will be severed completely, and the seal's lethal effect will be activated, his eyes and brain would be destroyed in an instant. Ling saw this as a small mercy amid misfortune. She believed the Hyuga clan would never dare use the caged bird seal on Hizashi again. After all, if the seal is activated, Hizashi would die instantly. Unless the main family truly wished to end his life, they would never invoke it again. Really? That's wonderful. Hayashi's joy was palpable. The pain of seeing their father punish Hizashi had always weighed heavily on him. Now, unless the elders or his father wanted Hizashi dead, his brother would never again suffer the agony of the caged bird seal. Hinata Hizashi lay on the ground, and upon hearing the news, a faint smile curled at his lips. It was either freedom or death for him. There was no other outcome, and this was exactly what he desired. Minato Namikaze was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this kind of solution to the caged bird seal that bound the branch members of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga branch members were not afraid of death, but they dreaded the pain that seared deep into their souls. Now, with Hizashi, either facing death or completely spared from punishment and pain, it seemed like a satisfactory ending for everyone involved. It was likely that quite a few branch members were considering following in Hizashi's footsteps, using this as leverage to force the main family's hand. Either kill all the branch members, or they'd never have to suffer the pain again. So long as the branch members didn't fear death, the main family would never again dare to invoke the caged bird seal. If every branch member perished, the main family would lose their very purpose. Without the branch family, the Hyuga clan would become easy prey for rival villages. To avoid that fate, they'd inevitably have to appoint new branch members from within. This, in turn, would sow seeds of conflict within the main family itself. After all, everyone was of the main family's blood. Why should any of them be forced into servitude as branch members? Thus, the Hyuga clan would either have to wait for new children to be born to fill those roles, or face internal strife. Ling, however, remained unconcerned. Whatever happened to the Hyuga clan had nothing to do with her. Instead, it was the third Hokage who took notice that Ling had already healed Hizashi, and so he was now ready to take action. Danzo grew anxious, as his final reinforcements had yet to arrive. With Hiruzen Sarutobi about to make his move, Danzo's root division was bound to suffer heavy losses once again. Minato, take Hizashi back to the Leaf Village first. With his hands weaving signs, the third Hokage issued his orders to Namikaze Minato. The old man, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was already preparing an impressive 5 elements bullet jutsu. Minato naturally obeyed. He doubted Danzo could stir up any trouble while surrounded by the third Hokage and so many elite jonin. As Minato departed, Ling quietly retreated to the back of the group. No one objected, knowing she had just healed Hizashi and expended a great deal of chakra. It had become standard practice to protect medical ninja during battle and to let them escape first, a custom largely thanks to Tsunade's efforts. Ling's chakra reserves were indeed greatly depleted. Only about 40% remained. Still, she had her curse power, which, like chakra, could enhance her physical abilities and fighting strength. Monkey, you've left me no choice. K3, K2, K1, R3, R2, R1, X3, X2, X1. Take your squads and use the zero cell extract. K, in our teams, you'll cover the retreat. X team, break out with me. Danzo's mood was heavy. Each subordinate lost made his future ambitions all the more difficult to realize. Yes, Lord Danzo. 36 root members shouted in unison. Thoroughly brainwashed, they felt no sense of abandonment at all. They drew out the zero cell extract and, one after another, plunged the needles into their own chests, igniting the final blaze of their lives. Danzo, don't even think of escaping. 5 elements grand barrage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice thundered with fury. Right before his eyes, Danzo dared to have his root operatives use the so-called zero-cell extract, letting them briefly wield would release at the cost of their own lives. A violent surge of ninjutsu, woven from all 5 elemental styles, swept toward the root members as they injected themselves. The ground was torn into deep ravines along the way, and the dense thicket was carved open to create a clear passage. No tree could withstand the might of the 5 elements grand barrage. Summoning jutsu. Uncle, help me with the gates. Danzo bit his finger, slammed his hand to the earth, and summoned with desperate urgency. He had to buy his subordinates some time. The summoning formula spun, and, with a thunderous bang, thick smoke exploded across the battlefield. Before the oncoming 5 elements grand barrage, 3 towering gates, each reaching 40 to 50 meters, appeared, each one curiously reminiscent of a sheep from Grassland Village. Though the Rashomon gates looked almost comical in their sheepish design, their defensive power was second to none. They could withstand a small-tailed beast bomb, So facing the third Hokage's 5 elements grand barrage, they effortlessly held firm. Yet even so, 2 of the 3 Rashomon gates were blasted down by the attack, a testament to the formidable strength of the third Hokage's signature technique. By now, 36 root operatives had adapted to their altered states and began moving under Danzo's orders. 24 of them, now at Quasi-Kage level with wood release, were enough to hold off the third Hokage and over 300 Jonin. Meanwhile, the remaining 12 Quasi-Kage level wood release users, together with Danzo and the rest of the root ninja, were more than capable of breaking through the encirclement. The 100+ ANBU blocking their way were no match at all. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze arrived in time, saving several ANBU. But even he found himself at a loss, faced with the coordinated assault of 12 Quasi-Kage level wood release users, whose style excelled at overwhelming area attacks. Minato could not halt Danzo and his men. Ling quietly retreated to a safer distance, then summoned Nu to take to the skies. Staying on the ground was far too dangerous. In such chaos, it was wiser not to get too involved. Survival was paramount. Still, Ling hovered above Danzo's group, ready to hurl shuriken whenever an opening appeared. These sudden aerial attacks from above infuriated Danzo, yet he was powerless. He couldn't reach Uchiha Ling, soaring high overhead, and could only push the breakout faster. The 24 root operatives assigned to cover the retreat acted in perfect unison, unleashing a massive collaborative version of Deep Forest Emergence, trapping all 300 Jonin within. Even the third Hokage found himself unable to break free, at least for the moment. The relentless barrage of wood release attacks, combined with their ability to drain chakra, put the Jonin through unbearable hardship. To make matters worse, the 24 root ninja split into wood clones, then slipped through the sea of trees with ease, ambushing those Jonin who were already struggling to hold their ground. From time to time, the anguished cries of Jonin rang out. Struck by the root ninja's wood spikes technique, they suffered wounds that were instantly fatal. The third Hokage found himself beset by several root ninja as well. Though they could not kill him, they did succeed in holding him at bay. Hiruzen Sarutobi shattered a wave of incoming wooden spikes with his adamantine staff, pausing only a moment before leaping to another tangle of roots. No sooner had he left his previous position than masses of wooden tendrils sprang up, seeking to ensnare him. Such was the nature of battle within the advent of the deep forest. From every direction, branches would lash out to attack. Those Jonin who were less quick or responsive suffered most. A moment's distraction, and the wood release would bind them tight, making escape nearly impossible, while their chakra was ravenously sucked away. Fortunately, the third Hokage quickly adapted to this new rhythm. He began to weave hand signs, preparing to unleash his own jutsu, while Inma, the Monkey King, held off the root attackers for the moment. Wind style, true vacuum series. A continuous blast of vacuum burst from the third Hokage's mouth, slicing through wood release attacks from all sides. Several root ninja, unable to dodge in time, were cut down instantly. Fire style, ash pile burning. As more root ninja closed in, the third Hokage swiftly completed another set of hand signs, his chest swelling before he exhaled a thick, gray-black smoke that enveloped his foes. Before they could escape, the ash ignited in a blazing fireball, incinerating them where they stood. A wide clearing opened in the sea of trees, scorched bare by flames. The remaining Jonin quickly regrouped there, preparing to combine their jutsu and fight back as one. The third Hokage's mastery of all 5 chakra natures was no idle boast. Even against this impure version of the wood release, he managed to gain the upper hand. While the third Hokage was turning the tide on his front, the situation for the Umbu was far more dire. They faced an epic-level root ninja, one who could wipe them out in a single encounter. Despite Danzo and his followers fleeing for their lives, the Umbu were cut down without mercy. In no time, half their number had perished, most falling to the merciless wood release. Against techniques with lackluster elemental transformation, wood release always had the upper hand. Ordinary jutsu could barely make a dent, and simple ninja blades were even less effective. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze was breaking the encirclement on his end as well. Against his elusive flying thunder god technique, even the root ninja wielding wood release found themselves powerless. Their numbers dwindled with each passing moment. Amid the chaos, Minato began to merge the theory behind the Rasengan with the compressed spheres Ling had given him earlier, forging an even more powerful technique in the heat of battle. Nevertheless, Minato Namikaze still chose an incredibly over-the-top name for his new technique, something along the lines of Uzumaki Super Hell Zero Dance Compressed Gale Shining Light. First form. Now that he could launch compressed Rasengan attacks from a distance and fire them off instantly, those root ninjas stood even less of a chance. When faced with Minato's close-quarters onslaught, they couldn't last a single second before being taken down. Unfortunately, by this time, Danzo managed to break out of the encirclement, leading the remaining 20 or so Root operatives in a headlong retreat, never once looking back. As for the 12 would-release Root ninjas who fought to clear a path for them, they were left behind to cover the escape. This decision, though ruthless, proved highly effective. By now, Ling's true body was no longer in the sky. What hovered above was merely her shadow clone, riding on a giant bird conjured from the super beast imitating drawing. So, where was Ling herself? She was positioned just a few meters beneath Danzo's feet. Since she hadn't used Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu, or Earth Drifting Technique, there was no chakra fluctuation, and thus, she went undetected. Instead, she was relying on a technique empowered by the reversed sigil of the Great Serpent, granting her the ability to freely move through the earth without giving off the telltale chakra signals, much like White Zetsu's Mayfly technique. At the same time, she had also activated Nu's reversed sigil ability. Just like with the standard sigil, she could only channel the powers of 2 Shikigami at once. Thanks to Nu's power, a pair of white wings had sprouted from her back. If only she possessed holy energy, she could easily pass for an angel. Ling waited patiently beneath Danzo, ready to strike. In her hand, the Tatsuka blade crackled with red lightning. Nu's lightning ability, also undetectable by chakra sensing. Compared to natural lightning or chakra-based jutsu, this lightning wasn't especially powerful, but it had a unique property. It could ignore defenses entirely. In other words, even if Danzo was shielded by an earthen spear, this lightning would slice right through it with ease. That's the might of true damage. Lightning like this could only be endured head-on. It couldn't be blocked or defended against. It was now one of Ling's most formidable techniques. Lurking underground, she waited for an opening, but Danzo revealed no weaknesses. Since he wasn't offering one, she would simply have to create it herself. High above, her shadow clone needed no reminder. She knew her role was to force Danzo into exposing a gap when none existed. The clone prepared to unleash another barrage, combining earth projectiles with explosive tags, not with the intent to kill Danzo outright, but merely to force him into making a mistake. Damn that wicked Uchiha brat. Just wait till my reinforcements arrive. Let's see how long you can keep swaggering in the sky. Danzo cursed. Among the Root operatives he'd summoned from beyond Konoha's borders were those skilled in the super beast imitating drawing, so it wouldn't be long before they could break free from Ling's relentless aerial assault. In the face of Ling's relentless bombardment, they had long since developed a counter-strategy. First, widen the distance between themselves. Then, intercept any earth bullets that posed a threat with shuriken or ninjutsu before they could get close. It must be said, Danzo, a veteran who had experienced the aerial assaults of the Sky Ninja Village, had gathered a wealth of invaluable experience. For the moment, the earth bullets truly couldn't claim the lives of the remaining Root shinobi. So, Ling's shadow clone deliberately lowered her altitude, exposing herself and creating an opening, all to make the earth bullet strikes more precise and harder to defend against. You little brat, now that you've dared to drop lower, you're as good as dead, Danzo sneered, a cold smile spreading across his lips. He swiftly advanced along the rock pillar conjured by the Root shinobi's jutsu, closing in on Ling in the sky. Seeing this, Ling's face twisted in a look of terror, and she moved to climb higher, but Danzo had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. He launched himself from the very end of the elongated pillar, his hands flashing through hand seals as he prepared to unleash a jutsu, his lips pursed in concentration. Wind style, vacuum wave. This technique was fast to cast, had impressive power, great speed, solid impact, and excellent range. A rare and formidable anti-air skill. Ling's shadow clone barely managed to dodge to the side, but the ink-drawn giant bird beneath her feet was shattered into a spray of black droplets. Feigning a loss of control, Ling let herself plummet toward the ground. The Root shinobi below immediately began weaving hand signs, ready to finish off the falling target. As the shadow clone fell, face turned to the sky, the corners of her mouth curled into a victorious smile. Her plan was falling into place. At that very moment, Danzo was also descending, soon to land directly above Ling's true body. Danzo noticed nothing amiss. He simply glared menacingly at the soon-to-be-dead Uchiha Ling, elation bubbling inside him beyond words. A dozen jutsu of various elements and ranks rained down on Ling's shadow clone, completely engulfing her figure. Everyone in Root, Danzo included, believed Uchiha Ling couldn't possibly survive. She was done for this time. To eliminate such a dangerous foe on the path of pursuit filled Danzo with immense satisfaction. As a shinobi of near Kiga-level strength, Danzo would never disgrace himself with a clumsy landing. He touched down smoothly, knees bending to absorb the force. Just as Danzo was about to savor the moment, the root shinobi's jutsu about to obliterate Ling without a trace, he felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. Suddenly, the ground split open with a crack. A small figure shot out from below. Danzo twisted to evade, but it was far too late. The attack came with blinding speed. Ling's ambush had been carefully prepared. Though she wielded only the power of her cursed techniques and news lightning, the strike carried the force of an elite jonin. A blade wreathed in crimson, lightning carved a dazzling arc through the air. In Danzo's wide, terrified eyes, he could see the radiant smile of Uchiha Ling reflected back at him. Danzo's reactions were incredibly quick. His battle experience had saved his life, letting muscle memory pull his body out of harm's way just in time. Of course, Ling had never intended to kill Danzo so easily. A living renegade like Danzo would surely bring plenty of chaos and entertainment to the ninja world. Besides, if Danzo were to die, the third Hokage would immediately turn his attention to the Uchiha clan or other ninja families. Only with Danzo alive and still causing a stir in the world could he keep the third Hokage's focus divided. This played perfectly into Ling's plans. Right now, the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage had just begun to set aside their mutual suspicions. It was crucial not to give the third Hokage any reason to start fearing the Uchiha again. For that reason, Danzo's continued existence was necessary. As a traitor who knew nearly all the secrets and forbidden techniques of the Leaf Village, he would ensure the third Hokage never slept soundly, always on edge. The thought of Danzo falling into the hands of another ninja village and all the forbidden jutsu and secrets of a leaf being handed over so easily was enough to make anyone in the village shudder. Even though Danzo had inscribed trigger-based curse marks in the brains of other root members, he would never risk doing the same to himself. So, to the other villages, a defected Danzo would be a prize far too tempting to ignore, even if taking him would come at a heavy price. But if they ever managed to capture Danzo, the third Hokage would surely unleash a furious counterattack, even if it meant plunging the world into war. Danzo's right shoulder blazed with agony. Turning his head, he saw the remnant sword aura and his severed arm tumbling through the air. His right arm, enhanced with Hashirama cells, had been sliced clean off at the shoulder by Ling's blade. Blood spurted wildly, pain seared through him, but even that couldn't quell the murderous hatred he felt for Uchiha Ling. Old Danzo, you really do have quick reflexes. I'll be taking this arm for myself. Once you're dead, I might even return it so you can be buried in one piece. With a flutter of white wings, Ling darted to where Danzo's arm had fallen, snatched it up with ease, and instantly sealed it with glowing runes before the limb could stir. A moment slower, and the rampaging Hashirama cells in that arm might have sprouted into a towering tree. Ling soared high into the sky, waving Danzo's severed arm as if bidding him farewell. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, Danzo glared up, murderous intent blazing in his eyes despite the cold sweat stinging them. And so, under Danzo's venomous gaze, Ling stored the Hashirama-enhanced arm away in a sealing scroll. After all, it was the perfect experimental material for studying would release and Hashirama cells, an invaluable treasure for Ling, who considered himself a scientist above all. This arm represents the culmination of Orochimaru's current research, a fusion of technology and ruthless experimentation. Although it can't compare to Danzo's future arm embedded with Hashirama cells and Sharingan, it's still of significant research value. It offers Uchiha Ling a glimpse into Orochimaru's present progress and the direction of his experiments. Ling believes that Orochimaru's studies are still at the cellular level and haven't yet reached the realm of genetics, mainly because today's microscopes and lab equipment can't effectively observe or isolate chromosomes. Yet, even working at this broader cellular level, Orochimaru can already address issues like rejection reactions and stabilize cell fusion, a feat that's nothing short of genius. You despicable little Uchiha brat. The humiliation you've given me today, I'll repay it in full one day. Danzo bellowed. He noticed that Minato Namikaze was about to finish off the 12 wood-style root ninjas, with only 4 left using the wood golem technique to buy time. Clutching his bandaged shoulder, Danzo turned and ran without a shred of hesitation. He couldn't afford to waste any more time here in a losing battle. Old man Danzo, safe travels. Don't miss Konoha too much. Come back and visit whenever you can. Ling called out, her words almost causing Danzo to stumble. Come back and visit, she said. What a joke. If he dared return, the third Hokage would make sure he never left again. They'd greet him with all sorts of warm hospitality, letting him experience the full force of family reunion Konoha style. Ling watched Danzo flee, making no move to pursue. She'd already achieved her goal, and keeping Danzo alive served her interests better. Her real target was this very arm, brimming with advanced, ruthless research. In fact, the moment she saw Danzo use its regenerative powers outside the Shimura compound, she'd set her sights on it. She wasn't worried about the third Hokage questioning her for not chasing Danzo. After all, her chakra was nearly depleted. Catching up to Danzo didn't guarantee a victory. Ling landed lightly on the tip of a giant tree, folded her wings behind her back, and waited quietly for the third Hokage to finish off the remaining root ninjas and join her. She remained alert, knowing that several white Zetsu were lurking nearby, likely because this incident had drawn Black Zetsu's attention and prompted an increase in surveillance. Ling was tempted to capture a white Zetsu for study, but she knew that tugging on that thread could unravel everything. She wasn't yet ready to face Black Zetsu or Uchiha Madara head-on. Watching as the third Hokage and Minato nearly finished off the root ninjas, Ling pretended to have recovered some chakra and began to give chase once more. In truth, she had been recovering chakra all along, but she also wanted to put on a show for the third Hokage to avoid any suspicion. When Uchiha Ling resumed her pursuit of Danzo, it was with careful timing. As a naturally cunning Uchiha, she had calculated precisely how many minutes it would take for the third Hokage and Minato to finish their opponents before she started chasing again. Even so, she deliberately slowed her pace. She'd already given Danzo ample opportunity to escape. If he still couldn't get away, then there was nothing more she could do. After running for about a kilometer, Ling heard that Minato Namikaze was the first to finish his battle. He then began to lead the remaining half of the Umbu to pursue Danzo. The third Hokage, meanwhile, took another 3 minutes to completely eliminate the remaining would-release users from Root. With a group of Jonin, now missing a significant portion of their comrades, he too continued the chase. At the current pace, Danzo still had a good chance of escaping across the border without being caught. His only real obstacle now was the border guard ninja. If he couldn't break through quickly, the third Hokage would surely catch up to him. However, in Ling's eyes, Root members who had returned from other countries would likely wait until Danzo was near a certain border, crossing before launching a coordinated attack, smashing through the border post together and helping Danzo escape the land of fire. They would never attack the border guards too early and then wait for Danzo, because these border outposts actually supported and protected each other. If they attacked prematurely, reinforcements would quickly arrive, and a swarm of border ninjas would surround them. Danzo surely wouldn't make such a foolish move. If things played out as Ling predicted, and Danzo didn't run into any mishaps along the way, then his chances of escaping the land of fire were actually quite high. Afterwards, Danzo would become a distraction for the major ninja villages, so he would likely hide in one of the minor villages, or perhaps seek refuge in the Hidden Rain village, relying on Hanzo's reputation to deter others. For the third Hokage, who would be unable to apprehend Danzo in the short term, capturing him would become his sole focus. In this way, Danzo would replace the Uchiha as the #1 thorn in Konoha's side. Well, Konoha's F3, not F4. As long as neither Danzo nor Sasori of the Red Sand were captured, the Third Great Ninja War would continue to be postponed. This would push back the butterfly effect-triggered outbreak of the Third War, which had begun to unfold because of Uchiha Ling's actions. Perhaps the outbreak of war could even be delayed until Konoha's 45th year, 2 years from now, as originally planned on the timeline. By then, Ling would surely have grown much stronger, able to face the dangers of war without fear of Black Zetsu's manipulations, and win herself a bit more time to develop. It's really not easy, Ling thought with a mournful sigh, as though carrying a burden that no child of her age should have to bear. I'm not even 6 years old, and yet I have to stir up the entire ninja world just to survive, playing a game of wits against those in the shadows. Life is just too hard. Yet despite her sorrow, Ling couldn't help but feel a measure of satisfaction. Twice she'd bombarded Root ninjas, and then, with a surprise attack, forced Danzo to lose an arm. In the end, every Root ninja fleeing with Danzo had become a reliable source of emotional stability for her. Now, Ling's stable emotion sources had reached 62 people, a staggering number. Naturally, Ling didn't want the remaining Root members to die. If they did, that number would shrink, and what a pity that would be. These people are, after all, the very source of my livelihood. Even if they resent me, that doesn't erase the contributions they've made. Right now, Ling is about 7 kilometers away from Danzo, and the gap is still widening. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze is 5 kilometers from Ling and steadily closing in. As for the third Hokage, he's almost caught up with Minato, not because he's faster, but because Minato has to accommodate the various wounded members of the Umbu with him. From Ling's perspective, The pursuit should have ended by now. It would have been wiser to cut their losses. Just look at them. To hunt down a single Danzo, they've deployed 2 Kage-level ninjas and 200 elite jonin, losing nearly half their forces in the chase. Of course, Danzo's side has suffered even heavier casualties, but the numbers still don't add up. The real problem is the immense sunk cost they've poured into this affair. The vital intelligence and forbidden techniques Danzo carries are the greatest sunk cost of all. Now, with Danzo ordering his would-release users to eliminate half the pursuers, even that loss counts as sunk cost. Ling was already feeling very sleepy. It was deep into the night, the moon high overhead. Staying up so late was hardly good for a little girl's growth. And by growth, Ling meant height. She didn't care for any other kind of development. She could tolerate being a petite, childlike girl, but the thought of being a short girl with an overly mature figure, or worse, a voluptuous woman, was out of the question. Having too much of a conscience, if it were on someone else, it might be pleasing to behold, but if it were her own, she'd rather do without. A slender branch that bears heavy fruit. Just the sound of it isn't promising. As Ling continued the pursuit, her mind wandered, half her attention on the white Zetsu, moving swiftly alongside her. Black Zetsu truly was cautious. He hadn't used his spore technique to leave a white Zetsu on Ling otherwise. Ling might have had the chance to obtain a white Zetsu body for research. Speaking of research, Ling hadn't yet prepared any scientific equipment, but she had already excavated a prototype of a fully sealed underground laboratory 300 meters beneath her home. She even ran a power line from a shabby little house she'd bought near the Forest of Death, far from her own home. The cable dropped straight down 300 meters, then extended horizontally to the lab beneath her house. As for air circulation, it was handled by a blower in that ramshackle hut, pumping fresh air through pipes into the lab. Of course, both the power line and the blower were placed in the basement, and she'd used sealing techniques to block Byakugan perception. This, too, was a special secret technique from the village of the Blazing Sun. Thanks to Jin Oyu, she had this method for concealing things from the Byakugan. She'd also set up numerous other seals to block chakra sensing and prevent white Zetsu infiltration. To create this laboratory, Ling had truly spared no effort. Thanks to the ability to move freely underground granted by the reversed Orochi technique, managing the installation of electrical wiring, pipelines, and creating a fully sealed laboratory became much less of a headache. All the dug-up soil and rocks were stored in the belly of the toad summon, which then spat the earth out at the bottom of the Nanha River. There was no way anyone could discover this laboratory, dedicated to the study of would-release, Hashirama cells, and the genetics of other Otsutsuki descendants. Now, the walls had been reinforced with earth release and sealing techniques. Standard household appliances were in place, and once the laboratory equipment issue was resolved, everything would be ready to run. She was determined to work quietly behind the scenes, aiming to eventually astonish Orochimaru. From the very start, she had focused on genetic research, progressing even faster than Orochimaru himself. As for how to observe chromosomes, that was thanks to a secret jutsu taught by Sarutobi-sensei, one even Jiraiya could never lay his hands on, the clairvoyant lens technique. By slightly adjusting the optical structure of this jutsu and adding a reflective concave mirror, it could essentially function as an ultra-high magnification, ultra-high precision microscope. Ling had tried it herself. She was able to directly see the base pairs inside gene fragments. In other words, she could observe molecular structures with her own eyes. One had to admit, this unscientific tool called ninjutsu was incredibly effective, granting her research methods far beyond the current age. With her grasp of advanced theory, combined with the knowledge of natural sciences from her previous life, Uchiha Ling was more than equipped to carry out her studies at her own pace. Ling, are you alright? I just saw you fighting Danzo and his men. Don't push yourself too hard when you're alone. It's dangerous. Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage, and several Jonin had finally caught up to Uchiha Ling Minato, fully aware of how perilous it was for Ling to confront Danzo's route single-handedly, expressed his concern. Ling, you were too reckless. Danzo and his route aren't something you can handle right now. The third Hokage understood Danzo's strength better than anyone. If they fought at full power, even he would need a long time to gain the upper hand. I'm sorry, Minato Sarutobi-sensei. I acted on impulse just now, but I did manage to sever one of Danzo's arms. Unfortunately, I couldn't finish him off. Now, Ling's chakra reserves were depleted to the level of an average chunin. She didn't want to take any more soldier pills, knowing overuse was bad for the body. It's alright, leave Danzo to us. Just stay in the rear and watch out for your own safety, Minato reassured her. He didn't want Ling rushing ahead and getting into trouble, so he kept her at the back of the group, where it was safest. Alright, Minato, Sarutobi-sensei. Thank you both for looking after me. Ling smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling like autumn water. With Go bringing up the rear, Ling was more than happy to oblige. The only regret was that it meant no sleep tonight. By the time they reached the border of the Land of Fire, it would probably be around late morning the next day. Fortunately, Ling had already arranged for her shadow clone to use snake venom to enter a state of deep meditation. If the clone succeeded in practicing through the night, it should help replenish the fatigue of her sleepless body. Following at the back of the group meant she didn't need to use chakra to accelerate. Relying on her own physical strength was enough to keep pace. A whole night of long-distance running was a decent workout, though it did leave her stomach rumbling. The ration pills she'd taken earlier helped a bit, but their effects were short-lived. Luckily, Ling had come prepared. She had fashioned her own energy bars, high in sugar, fat, and protein. Apart from tasting rather atrocious and being tough on the teeth, they didn't have any real downsides. Compared to the standard ration pills, these were practically gourmet and healthy. How to describe the flavor? Imagine the richest, sweetest 5-nut mooncake you've ever tasted. Not only were they cloyingly sweet, but the greasy aftertaste was almost overwhelming. These bars were strictly emergency rations. Ling would never touch them if normal food was available. Still, they filled her up quickly. After one, her stomach stopped growling. Thanks to the changes brought on by the heavenly binding curse, Ling's digestion was now exceptionally strong. Since switching her 10 shadows technique to the heavenly binding mode, she felt as if her stomach had turned into an energy furnace. Food was rapidly broken down, replenishing her body's strength. In other words, as long as she had enough to eat, Ling could almost become a perpetual motion machine. She never had to worry about indigestion or being weighed down. In fact, her current power and rapid growth could be credited 70% to the heavenly binding curse. At the end of the day, she'd become the kind of overpowered protagonist others envied and resented. Despite her determination to rely on hard work, Ling now found herself becoming what she once disliked. The third Hokage and Minato Namikaze were both incredibly fast, yet they kept a steady 6 or 7 kilometers behind Danzo. Now, both sides pinned their hopes on the battle at the border. If the returning root agents managed to punch through Konoha's defenses, Danzo would escape for good. That old fox Danzo, his willpower was truly formidable. Even after losing an arm, with no time to tend his wounds, and despite the massive blood loss, he didn't slow down in the slightest. Pain and weakness be damned. Ling could only acknowledge this was the true root of Konoha, as tenacious as they come. When it came to willpower, Danzo had earned her respect. Meanwhile, in a desolate region of the northern Land of Iron, a place littered with the skeletons of large beasts and known as the Mountain Graveyard, an old Madara lay hidden in a cave beneath the graveyard, his life sustained by the energy channeled from the demonic statue of the Outer Path. A creature resembling a pitcher plant, half of its body enveloped by black Zetsu, was at this moment reporting the latest intel from Konoha to Uchiha Madara. That vermin Danzo actually got outsmarted and forced into fleeing by that damned old woman Uchiha Chiri and that brat Uchiha, Ling utterly useless. Madara's face, covered in deep wrinkles, was twisted with scorn. He'd had plans for Danzo, intending to use him to wipe out the Uchiha clan and to eliminate the Akatsuki. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. As for Uchiha Chiri, if not for that wretched woman, the Uchiha clan would have continued to weaken in endless infighting after his own departure. It was unfortunate that it was Chiri who managed to bring them under control. Even the white Zetsu he had sent to keep watch on Chiri had been discovered and killed, thanks to her unique Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. After that, he no longer sent white Zetsu to monitor Chiri, relying instead on his creation, black Zetsu, to occasionally keep an eye on her. In truth, Madara had a certain admiration for Uchiha Chiri, though because they stood on opposite sides, old Madara harbored a deep grudge against her. As for Uchiha Ling, he still hadn't decided whether to have Ling serve as the sacrifice for Uchiha Shursui, or to have Shursui become the sacrifice for Ling. Fortunately, he still had another candidate, Obito, always considered the weakest of the bunch. Perhaps only Madara himself knew how terrifying the talent of an Uchiha with love in his heart and innocence in his soul could become. All it would take was to destroy that love, shatter that innocence, and the awakening of the Mangekyo would be inevitable. Although Shursui and Obito were somewhat similar in this respect, Shursui was ultimately no match for Obito. Madara, Uchiha Ling's power has grown beyond expectation. I think it's time to arrange for her to die in the approaching war. Black Zetsu's real purpose was to probe the mysterious Void organization. The mere mention of it was like glimpsing a viper in the grass, far more terrifying than having an Otsutsuki suddenly appear before him. Do as you see fit. No matter how strong she is, she poses no threat to me, Madara replied, radiating utter confidence. Yet it was this very confidence that would ultimately be his undoing, leaving him thoroughly manipulated by Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. Kakuku, leave it to me. I'll choose a suitable heir to your will. Black Zetsu replied with a sinister chuckle. Watching Madara drift off into slumber, Black Zetsu sank once again into the earth and vanished from the scene. Ling, meanwhile, suddenly sneezed while running, rubbing her nose with a small hand. She had the feeling that someone was speaking ill of her. Dawn was fast approaching, and the landscape around them was shifting into rolling hills, a sure sign they were nearing the border. After a night of relentless travel, Ling's shadow clones all dispersed with the coming of morning. Though her body was left weary, the release also restored much of her chakra and mental energy. Shadow clones, when dispelled, return a portion of their chakra, and the state of sitting in forgetfulness also brings about a recovery of spiritual energy. Now, with the chakra returning from the shadow clones, Ling's chakra reserves have recovered to the level of a high-ranking jonin and are still steadily increasing. Her cursed energy, too, is rapidly regenerating thanks to the restoration of her spiritual energy, and with the power of the Sharingan, its recovery is accelerating. It won't be long before it's completely replenished. This is also related to how Ling has only relied on her physical strength to travel all this way, letting her cells recover their energy. Now, with both her cellular and spiritual energy abundant, she can instantly draw large amounts of chakra whenever she needs to. Even when relying solely on physical endurance to travel, Ling is still ahead of the ANBU ninja team, which shows that the ANBU's strength has somewhat declined. After several fierce battles, their chakra reserves are running dangerously low. Ling picked up her pace, weaving her way into the middle of the pursuit team, planning to look for an opportunity to go easy on Danzo and perhaps give him a chance to escape with his life. At this moment, Danzo was in poor condition, having lost an arm to Ling, and after a long, desperate retreat, he was utterly spent, his face pale and cold sweat constantly breaking out across his brow. Lord Danzo, we're almost at the border. Or should we break through? The elite jonin from Root who accompanied him was clearly anxious about Danzo's state, but, intimidated by Danzo's ever-present authority, he dared not voice his concerns. The monkey must have positioned border ninjas to intercept us at any moment. We must keep changing our route before we reach the border, so they can't predict where we'll break through, Danzo grunted. Danzo understood Hiruzen Sarutobi all too well, just as Hiruzen understood him. At this point, Danzo was confident he could break through and escape. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi wore a deeply troubled expression. Their method of contacting the border guard ninjas was nowhere near as convenient as Danzo's way of notifying his root operatives. This meant they might not have enough time to rally a large number of border ninjas to intercept Danzo, a grim prospect to say the least. Lord Third, I just sensed one of my flying thunder god markers at a border outpost. I can get to the border ahead of them and gather the ninjas. Maybe we can intercept Danzo there, Minato Namikaze offered. Naturally, Minato had placed numerous flying thunder god markers throughout the Land of Fire, but most would fade with time. Most of his markers had been set on rocks or large trees, but as rocks eroded or various other things happened, the marks would eventually disappear. The markers on trees were much the same. As the trees grew, the marks would warp and vanish. Damage from insects or decay would also erase them. Go, Minato. I'll handle things here, Hiruzen replied. The third Hokage was grasping at straws. He had little confidence he could actually catch Danzo. When someone so close betrays you, it's a deadly blow, especially when that traitor is Danzo, a Konoha elder wielding immense power. His escape was no less than an insurrection from within. Minato Namikaze created 3 shadow clones, instructing them to keep him updated on Danzo's escape route. With their communication toads, it was all the more convenient. Why 3 clones? First, to handle any emergencies. If one broke apart, there'd be backups. Second, if the communication toad couldn't use reverse summoning in time, the clones could simply dispel themselves and relay the message. Minato then vanished, teleporting away with the flying thunder god technique, leaving just one Kaga-level ninja to guard the pursuit team. For a village leader to personally leave the village and give chase, it showed just how weak Konoha had become. Aside from Jiraiya and Minato, Hiruzen barely had any Kaga-level ninja left he could command. Orochimaru was preoccupied with his experiments and claiming Root's inheritance. Tsunade had no interest in dealing with Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Uchiha Shursui simply ignored the Hokage altogether. If Tsukumo Hatake hadn't died, Danzo wouldn't have gotten far before the white fan caught up to him. Sadly, it was Hiruzen and Danzo's own sins that led to this. Meanwhile, Sasori the Red Sand was feeling thoroughly unlucky. In a small city within a tiny country, he was in the midst of creating his greatest piece of art, the third Kazekage puppet. But for reasons unknown, Sunagakure suddenly began searching for him, and he found himself relentlessly hunted by their ANBU. It was exhausting. He wondered if his grandmother, Chiyo, had died, leaving him without anyone's protection in the village. Perhaps that's why they were coming after him now, to make an example out of him. Never for a moment did he suspect it had anything to do with the third Kazekage. His work had been done in utmost secrecy, in a remote location where no one could possibly have known. He'd used poison to assassinate his target, causing little commotion. Cleaning up traces in the desert was simple enough. He was sure his actions had been flawless, impossible to uncover. At most, he'd be a person of suspicion. Not wanting any trouble, he tried to relocate. Yet, to his dismay, Sunagakure's ANBU gave chase the whole way. Though a genius in puppet arts, Sasori was still young, not yet at Kaga-level strength. In a desperate moment, he had to use the third Kazekage puppet to fight back. Once he'd used it, he'd have to silence anyone who saw. But in his first attempt at controlling the puppet, someone managed to escape. Right then, Sasori knew he was in trouble. He fled the small country at once, heading for the Land of Fire. He figured Sunagakure wouldn't dare pursue him across Fire Country's borders. Why choose the Land of Fire? Because, to his horror, the villages of Earth and Lightning had also dispatched their ANBU to hunt him down. For over a month now, he had been on the run, yet he still couldn't shake off the three groups chasing after him, leaving him utterly exhausted and scrambling for his life. He had tried to make the three groups clash with each other, hoping they'd tear each other apart. But that trick only worked once. That time, they suffered heavy casualties, but soon after, the three sides seemed to reach a tacit understanding and began working together, as if they decided to join forces and capture him first. In reality, it was the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages who pressured the Hidden Sand, eventually forcing them to cooperate, and the Hidden Sand could do nothing but grit their teeth and accept it. What infuriated Sasori the most was that the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages had the nerve to openly try to recruit him, all while publicly claiming that the Umbu squads chasing him were actually enemy agents in disguise. It was only later that he discovered these two shameless ninja villages had been disguising their own Umbu as each other's, hunting him down, while simultaneously making public offers to recruit him. If not for the fact that he couldn't take on all of them at once, he would have wanted to wipe them out and turn them into human puppets. After nearly 2 months of being hunted, his anger had reached its limit. Still, his name had spread throughout the ninja world. Sasori of the Red Sand had become infamous, though his reputation was hardly a good one, as everyone now knew he had killed his own village's Kage and turned him into a human puppet. Sasori was especially furious that the secret of him killing the third Kazekage had been exposed. At first, he had no idea which bastard had witnessed the murder and leaked it, leading to his current predicament. Eventually, he managed to control a hidden sand Umbu with Jinjutsu and learned that it was Orochimaru, that wretched snake, who had sold the information about the third Kazekage's death. So Orochimaru had made it onto his kill list, though Sasori had no idea how Orochimaru had discovered his secret in the first place. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ling was still unaware that Orochimaru had taken the fall for him. But even if he found out, he wouldn't have cared. After all, Orochimaru had only himself to blame for selling that information. While tracking Danzo, Ling noticed that the old schemer kept changing directions and even sent out shadow clones in different directions. It was an incredibly slippery tactic. Though Ling could tell which ones were real and which were clones, he kept silent. For one, it was hard to explain how he knew. For another, Danzo successfully defecting would ultimately benefit him more than harm. Faced with Danzo's shameless maneuvers, the third Hokage could only dispatch a team of Jonin to pursue the group he believed was a shadow clone. Perhaps because of the bond between Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage managed to make the right choice on his first try. With a 50-50 chance, the odds weren't bad. It seemed, for once, that luck was on the third Hokage's side. No one else could see Shimura Danzo's expression, but Uchiha Ling, who watched through his observation technique, noticed that Danzo was so furious his nose was practically bent out of shape and his face had turned ashen. Although the third Hokage didn't end up chasing the wrong target, his forces were split, which fulfilled a minor objective and increased their chances of breaking through. It wasn't that Danzo didn't want to create more shadow clones to lure the third Hokage further, but rather that they were running low on chakra. To maximize their odds of escaping, they couldn't afford to waste any more energy. Danzo had already chosen their breakout point. They were still over 20 kilometers from the border, so he had to be fully prepared. For Ling, this was the first time since arriving in this world that she had traveled such a great distance. The Land of Fire was vast, although it seemed as if they'd reached the border overnight. The speed of a Jonin at full sprint was not much different from that of a speeding car, covering nearly 1,000 kilometers in a single night. it truly showed how superhuman ninja were. An ordinary person would likely collapse after running 50 kilometers nonstop, let alone keeping up a full-speed assault. At this point, aside from a few injured ANBU who were utterly exhausted, the other ninja, including Ling, were still in good shape. Ling noticed on the map displayed in the bubble she had summoned that a large group was approaching from about a dozen kilometers away. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that 3 squads were pursuing a single individual, with each squad numbering 50 or 60 people. They were moving at breakneck speed. Based on their current routes, it was likely they'd all converge near the border. Ling paused to consider. Drawing on the intelligence she'd gathered earlier in the Hokage's office, she was able to deduce who these groups were and who their quarry was. Those 3 squads must be the Sand Village ANBU, the Iwagakure ANBU disguised as Cloud ANBU, and the Cloud ANBU disguised as Iwagakure ANBU. As for the one being hunted, it could only be Sasori of the Red Sand, the legendary master of life-size puppets, who'd recently killed the 3rd Kazekage. The way they were heading straight down the same path as Ling and her companions suggested that Sasori had likely discovered Konoha's pursuit squad. Ling was quite curious about what would happen when the Iwagakure ANBU disguised as Cloud ANBU and the Cloud ANBU disguised as Iwagakure ANBU ran into each other. Wouldn't that be awkward? She could only imagine the looks on their faces. And if a fight or an argument broke out, it would be even more entertaining. Would the Iwagakure ANBU disguised as Cloud start cursing at Iwagakure, or curse at Cloud instead? That was an interesting question. Cursing their own village would mean they'd completely lost their minds. But if they cursed the village they were impersonating, what would be the point of the disguise? The Sand Village, at least, didn't have this issue. They were bold and straightforward. What you saw was what you got. Unlike the others, who were as false as a stone in a latrine or a mountaintop blackened by lightning. Utterly insincere. In fact, when Sasori of the Red Sand had previously set the 3 villages ANBU against one another, it had led to a truly memorable scene. At that time, the ANBU from the 2 ninja villages found themselves in a dilemma, whether to curse their fate or keep silent. Neither option seemed right. In the end, they simply buried their heads and went all out to eliminate each other, but unfortunately, neither side succeeded. Once the various ninja villages realized that Sasori of the Red Sand had discovered their agents' true identities, they ordered their ANBU to abandon all pretense. Their aim was now to capture Sasori alive, head-on. Had it not been for this need to take him alive with Sasori's strength, especially when paired with the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage, the pursuers might well have met their end by now. Sasori's greatest assets were the 100 puppets' performance and the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage. When combined with his terrifying mastery of poisons, it was no wonder he'd managed to stay at large for over a month, eluding capture. To be hunted by a coalition of 3 great ninja villages. Ling couldn't help but think that Sasori's situation was truly unprecedented, a feat never seen before or since. Just as Uchiha Ling had expected, Sasori of the Red Sand must have detected Konoha's squad pursuing Danzo. He was likely here to turn their blades against each other. Should the 3rd Hokage encounter enemy ANBU so brazenly trespassing on his country's borders, he would be compelled to intervene, to intercept, drive out, or even kill them if necessary. At that moment, one of Danzo's route operatives informed him that an unfamiliar ninja force was approaching from their front right. At first, Danzo assumed it was Minato Namikaze's leading border patrol ninja, but when his subordinate said it wasn't Minato's chakra signature and that the force was split into 3 groups hunting a single person, realization dawned on him. He immediately guessed who was being hunted, and it wasn't hard to figure out the pursuers' intentions. Fortunately, his own plans aligned with theirs. Danzo couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. Just the other day, he'd been discussing with Hiruzen Sarutobi how to eliminate these infiltrating ANBU from other villages, and now, he'd have to rely on their strength to escape pursuit. It was almost like a dream. If not for the stinging pain in his shoulder, he might even have believed he was dreaming. And not just any dream, a bona fide nightmare. He, a rogue ninja, hunted by his old friend Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was more surreal than any science fiction. Yet this fantastical scenario had somehow become reality. Much like people in the modern world observing Alpha Centauri only to discover it really was a 3-body system, and that its inhabitants had even launched a water droplet probe toward Earth. By this point, Minato Namikaze's shadow clone had determined where Danzo intended to break through, and had also uncovered information about Sasori and the other villages ANBU. With the situation growing urgent, the clone immediately dispelled itself to relay the news to Minato's true self, so he could prepare. Otherwise, Danzo and Sasori might force their way through the border together. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage would be tied up by the ANBU from the 3 major ninja villages, leaving Minato to face the 2 most wanted rogue ninjas in the entire ninja world alone. Minato himself wasn't afraid. He believed in his strength, and even if the two joined forces, he would not be in danger. But the Border Patrol ninja accompanying him, those were another story altogether. For the moment, he truly had no good way to deal with the two of them without suffering heavy losses. He could only hope that Danzo and Sasori of the Red Sand wouldn't join forces. And just then, even worse news arrived. At the location where they planned their ambush, other ninja were approaching from beyond the border. Although it was suspected that these might be root ninjas, regardless of who they were, he knew that they were enemies, not allies, and this would not end peacefully. In other words, he might soon find himself leading fewer than 100 border ninjas against Danzo, Sasori of the Red Sand, and root reinforcements coming from outside. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi, who was in charge of enemy surveillance, also spotted the pursued Sasori of the Red Sand and the ANBU from 3 different hidden villages. He didn't recognize Sasori, but he knew the headbands of the other villages, so he immediately realized these were definitely not allies. Lord Third Hokage, at 2 o'clock I've spotted ANBU from the Sand, Stone, and Cloud villages. They're chasing a red-haired youth. Knowing the gravity of the situation, Hyuga Hayashi reported to the Third Hokage without delay. Otherwise, if they suddenly stumbled into a skirmish, the losses would likely be severe. Understood. Those are ANBU from the 3 hidden villages, hunting down Sasori of the Red Sand. Damn it. How dare they brazenly carry out missions in the Land of Fire? The Third Hokage was furious. The other major villages could have simply notified Konoha in writing and requested cooperation after entering the country. But the 3 great villages had no intention of notifying Konoha at all. This was clearly a test of Konoha's resolve. If Konoha showed weakness and could be bullied, it wouldn't be long before they launched the 3rd Great Ninja War, further weakening Konoha, besieging it, and dragging it into the mire of war. But if Konoha struck back without hesitation and wiped out these ANBU, the other villages could use the excuse that Konoha had killed their ANBU to justify starting a war. As for the formal request for Konoha's cooperation, well, sorry, we already sent it, but due to circumstances beyond our control, it didn't arrive in time. First they'd argue and claim the moral high ground, and then would come war. The Third Hokage knew all too well the shameless tactics of the major villages. They were masters at it. Even if Konoha used overwhelming force to expel these root members from the country, as long as the 3 great villages wanted war, they could simply say their ENBU had already been killed by Konoha. It was a no-win situation, a trap set by the 3 great villages. No matter what Konoha did, it would suffer under the ravages of war. To be honest, from the Second Great War to the Third, Konoha had truly grown weaker. They had lost one Kage-level powerhouse, and with the old guard fading, a lack of new talent, and Danzo's defection, Konoha was now more vulnerable than ever before. The Third Hokage was deeply hesitant, unsure of what choice to make. In the past, if his 3 confidants were there to discuss matters with him, perhaps a solution could be found, but now, one had defected and the other 2 were not by his side. He was no longer the hero of the past. He had come to realize both the decline of Konoha and his own aging. He truly did not want war. Konoha could no longer withstand it. But the other 4 ninja villages surely did not see things the same way. Ling saw through Hiruzen Sarutobi's hesitation at a glance. The helmsman had lost his way, uncertain of where to steer the great ship that was Konoha. Sarutobi-sensei, Konoha still needs time to recover. As long as the Red Sand Scorpion remains at large, the 3 great ninja villages won't launch a war for the time being. With a few swift leaps, Ling appeared at the Third Hokage's side, and Minato Namikaze's shadow clone, shaken from his thoughts, turned his gaze to Ling, who spoke with calm confidence. My suggestion is to strike decisively at the umbu of the 3 great ninja villages, then drive the Red Sand Scorpion toward the Land of Water, pulling Kirigikure into the fray. Now that Danzo has defected, once the other villages learn of it, they will be desperate to capture him, which will distract and entangle them for a while. If we can't catch Danzo this time, then after he escapes, we should secretly offer him some help, allowing him to grow stronger. And we can subtly reveal this ambiguous relationship with Danzo to the other villages, making them believe that his defection is all part of Konoha's scheme. That way, they'll be wary and won't dare make any rash moves for now. With brisk efficiency, Ling laid out the analysis and plan. Although the Third Hokage still had many questions, he understood that a decision had to be made immediately. Shikaku, Minato, what do you think of Ling's proposal? Minato Namikaze's shadow clone looked at Ling in surprise, a bit awed by Uchiha Ling's insight. To make such a decision in so short a time was remarkable. Lord Third, I think Ling has made an excellent point. It would be best if, after defecting, Danzo were to join Amigakure, making the other villages believe we have an alliance with Hanzo. Minato, always one to seize an opportunity, immediately caught on to Ling's strategy and saw how it could be used to their advantage. Hanzo of the Amage Cure. Once, he had dared to challenge the 5 great ninja villages with a much smaller force and had managed to hold out for quite some time. Though the Land of Rain was left in ruins, the other villages never forgot the strength of Amage Cure and the fame of the demigod. Shikaka Nara stroked his chin thoughtfully, impressed by Uchiha Ling's talent. To see the ninja world situation so clearly at just 5 years old was astonishing. Ling's plan is viable, but can only hold for a short time. At most, no more than 2 years. As for Minato's suggestion, we have to consider Hanzo's disposition. He's a suspicious man and may not be willing to accept Danzo. So we need to up the ante for him. The Hidden Rain village is in shambles and needs everything. We can offer Hanzo some material aid. Have him help us contain Danzo's growth, and, at the same time, support Danzo as well. We can't let Hanzo wipe him out completely. As for the Hidden Mist village, we could disguise ourselves as the Umbu of the 3 great ninja villages and, under the pretense of hunting down Sasori of the Red Sand within the Land of Water, carry out some sabotage. Of course, there's a chance the 3 great villages will try to drag us down with them. So once we're done, we must immediately declare to the Hidden Mist that those Leaf Umbu were enemy agents in disguise. We can even offer to help the Hidden Mist in hunting them down. As the strategist of the group, Shikaka Nara immediately chimed in to supplement Uchiha, Rei, and Minato Namikaze's plan. Alright, let's get started right away. Minato, you'll be in charge of contacting Danzo and laying everything out for him. I'm sure he'll cooperate. We'll handle eliminating the Umbu from the 3 great villages and then drive Sasori out toward the Land of Water. With that, the 3rd Hokage settled the matter. With these 3 advisors by his side, there was nothing to worry about. Even if a full-scale ninja war broke out tomorrow, he would be ready. Sensei, wait a moment. I have a few more things to add. Rei quickly stopped Minato's shadow clone, who was about to disband the meeting. The 3rd Hokage looked at his clever young disciple with a gentle gaze, thinking that Rei was undoubtedly the perfect candidate to be the 5th Hokage. Sensei, there's another faction in the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki. Their leaders are all Jiraiya Sensei's former students. We could support them and make the Land of Rain a 3-way standoff. That would bring real stability. Without hesitation, Rei began to scheme against Nagato and Yahiko, though in truth, it was their shadowy backers, Black Zetsu and Uchimadara, who were the real targets. With the Rinnegan revealed, it would definitely stir up all sorts of trouble for them. How brilliant! Uchiha Rei, you are truly a genius. Akatsuki? Jiraiya's students? How do you know all this? The 3rd Hokage was puzzled. This was intelligence even he didn't possess. Uncle Jiraiya let it slip when he got drunk last time. He said he had 3 disciples in the Hidden Rain. After that, I asked the ninja cats to investigate. Based on Jiraiya's descriptions, I realized those 3 were the leaders of the Akatsuki, the ones spreading the idea of peace across the ninja world from the Hidden Rain. But they never gained Hanzo's trust. If we arrange for either Minato or Uncle Jiraiya to reach out to them, express our support for their ideals, I believe it will make Hanzo even more wary of them. Rei kept the information about the Rinnegan to himself. With Akatsuki stepping into the spotlight, the existence of the Rinnegan would be exposed sooner or later. When that happened, let's see what chaos unfolds. As for Sasori, I suspect he'll pass through ahead of us, never showing his face. He probably plans to use us as a shield to hold off the Umbu from the 3 great villages. At that point, he'll probably seize the opportunity, taking advantage of Konoha's lack of manpower, and flee straight into the Land of Fire. That works in our favor, making it easier for us to drive him toward the Land of Water. He's fond of human puppets. Once he sets foot in the Land of Water, we can offer him a bit of assistance. With so many bloodline ninja in Kirigakure, he's bound to be more than satisfied. Ling was well aware that the current closed-door policy of Kirigakure, as well as its bloody mist reputation, were the handiwork of the elderly Madara controlling the 3rd Mizukage from behind the scenes. Since Madara was intent on weakening Kirigakure, Ling figured he might as well introduce an external threat to unite the village and force them to rally together. He was certain that once Lord Madara discovered how he'd helped, he would be deeply moved. Ling cast a subtle, meaningful glance at White Zetsu, who was openly and unabashedly monitoring him. All right, leave Danzo to me. I'll persuade him. After that, I'll head to Amagakure to negotiate with the Akatsuki. For Jiraiya Sensei's sake, they should be willing to accept our aid. The shadow clone of Minato Namikaze immediately dispelled itself, and the real Minato, who had been leading the border ninja to intercept Danzo, came to a halt. He hadn't expected his shadow clone to come back with such a plan, but thinking it over, he realized it was the best option under the circumstances. You all return to the outpost. The third Hokage has decided to hold off dealing with Danzo for now. There's something even more important at hand. With that, Minato dismissed the bewildered border ninja, then made his way alone to a crucial crossroads where he knew Danzo would have to pass. Even if he had to face Danzo's entire root unit alone, Minato was confident he could walk away without so much as a scratch. Danzo, for his part, was surprised to see Minato dismiss the border ninja and show up by himself to block the way. But since Minato was alone, Danzo felt no fear. Meanwhile, on the Hokage's side, the third immediately ordered that Sasori of the Red Sand be released, and instead the focus was to eliminate these ANBU operatives. Though the death of these ANBU would no doubt enrage the three great shinobi villages and prompt them to question Konoha, they would first need to investigate what had given Konoha the confidence to act so boldly. Could it be that Konoha was prepared to face an assault by all three great villages? Although they had managed it during the Second Great War, surely Konoha hadn't yet recovered enough to withstand such pressure again. So who was giving them such courage? But when news spread that Danzo had defected to Amigakure, and that Konoha had ambiguous ties with both Danzo and Hanzo, the truth became murky. In this fog of half-truths and deception, the three great villages would likely be kept guessing for a while. And since they also wanted to capture both Danzo and Sasori, their willingness to attack Konoha would be greatly diminished. Ling was assigned to deal with the Sunagakure ENBU. His teammates were three elite jonin from the Uchiha clan, making a total force of fewer than 80 men, while the enemy numbered under 70. With over 80 Konoha pursuit ninja pitted against fewer than 70 ANBU from Sunagakure, it was clear that victory would come easily. Ling gripped the Tatsuka blade tightly, the powers of the reverse spell, Rabbit's escape, and J-Dog, now reinforcing her body, determined to unleash her full strength in the upcoming battle. Having barely recovered her chakra to the level of an elite jonin, and with about 80% of her curse power restored, Ling was eager to see just how much she could contribute in a team fight. This was also a dress rehearsal for the inevitable Great Ninja War to come. It was a pity she hadn't yet mastered the Cold Cicada Dream, Butterfly, or the Phantom Sword techniques she'd received from Granny Chiri. Otherwise, her power could have increased dramatically. Initially, Sasori of the Red Sand felt a jolt of anxiety at the sight of the third Hokage and so many vigilant ninja. He worried that the Hokage might strike him down without a word. After all, he had disrupted the Hokage's pursuit and capture plan. If the old man decided to vent his anger on him, he'd be in trouble. Although he could use the third Kazekage human puppet to escape by air, his current puppets were far from perfect and would quickly break under strain. Moreover, the fighting style of the third Kazekage puppet didn't mesh well with his own. It might suffice to save his life, but turning the tables would be difficult. The third Hokage shot a cold, piercing glance at this teenage prodigy. Deep down, he harbored murderous intent towards Sasori. After all, it was this boy who had brought, well, not the invaders, but rather the elite squad from the three great ninja villages, right to his doorstep. Because of Sasori, the Hokage now had to deal with the probing schemes of these villages, and, as if that wasn't bad enough, he was forced to clean up the mess and handle the squads hunting Sasori down. Ling, too, watched this 14-year-old boy with some curiosity. Defecting at such a young age, perhaps only the Uchiha brothers, Itachi and Sasuke, had done it earlier. At this point, Sasori had yet to undergo his core human body transformation, but both his talent and strength were impressive, with chakra reserves on par with an elite jonin. Prepared for a sudden attack from the third Hokage and his entourage, Sasori tensed. Yet, even as he walked a few hundred meters past the Hokage, no one made a move. He noticed the Hokage's dark, stormy expression and the furious glares of the Konoha shinobi around him, finding it all rather strange. If they hated him so much, why didn't they just attack? But then, his gaze landed on a little girl standing beside the Hokage, a lively, radiant child with a bright smile, who was waving goodbye to him. Amidst the crowd, this adorable girl stood out like a crane among chickens, filling Sasori with confusion. Who was she, a child so young, appearing in such a dangerous place? Why was she waving goodbye? Did they know each other? Or was it that she knew him? Still puzzled, Sasori seized the opportunity while the Hokage seemed to hesitate, making his escape. As for the mysterious little girl who piqued his curiosity, he decided he could investigate her later. Ling almost couldn't resist rushing forward to slash Sasori herself. After all, this supporting character, destined to live until Konoha's 63rd year, would have made a perfect, stable source of emotional energy for her. In the end, however, Ling decided to give up. For now, he probably couldn't defeat Sasori of the Red Sand, who possessed the third Kazekage puppet. The third Kazekage's magnet release was particularly troublesome for him. Magnet release Kekii Genkai was quite remarkable, If he got the chance, he'd love to acquire some magnet release chakra for research. But ideally, it should come from Sasori, not from Raza, Gaara, or even the one-tailed beast. Raza's magnet release controlled gold dust, which made for quick money, but not every part of the ninja world had gold dust, and carrying it around all the time would be a hassle. Controlling ordinary sand was more convenient, but its offensive power was the weakest. This was also true for the one-tailed beast, or so Ling speculated. He'd need to conduct real experiments to know for sure. He figured that after the Third Great Ninja War, he'd have collected chakra from quite a few Kekkei Genkai users. If he wanted to ascend to the very top, he'd have to pursue his own research. The ANBU from the three major ninja villages naturally recognized the third Hokage. Seeing him let Sasori go, they realized this matter would not end peacefully. From each of the three squads, a single jonin stepped forward, likely the leaders of the ANBU from each of the three great villages. The representative from Sunagakure was a puppeteer Ling didn't recognize. He probably hadn't appeared in the original story either. 5 puppets, tightly wrapped in bandages, hung behind him. But Ling could tell this crafty Sunagakure jonin had sent out his puppet as a decoy, while he himself was disguised and hidden inside one of the puppets. The captain of Kumogakure's ANBU squad was a burly, dark-skinned man wielding a ninja blade. His sword style seemed similar to Ling's, favoring speed and power, but his chakra was lightning-natured. Ling didn't recognize the Iwagakure ANBU captain either. One of his arms was bare, and his hands were empty. He was likely a jonin who specialized in earth release techniques. Honorable Third Hokage of Konoha, the puppeteer spoke. We are here by order of our village leaders to apprehend the rogue ninja Sasori. Due to the urgency, the official documentation signed by our Kage has not yet arrived in Konoha. We ask for your understanding. We assure you, we will not cause any destruction within the Land of Fire. This puppeteer clearly knew how to secure a negotiation, using the supposedly pending official letter as leverage to ask the third Hokage for leniency. The Iwagakure jonin remained silent. Before he'd left, the third Tsuchikage had instructed him, if ordered to withdraw, do so. If targeted for elimination, escape with your life. Now it seemed, unless the third Hokage let them go, they had no way out. There were more Konoha ninja present than their entire group combined, and with the third Hokage himself there, how could they hope to fight their way free? The Kumogakuure jonin wasn't a fool either. He was ready to fight at any moment. The third Reikage had likewise given him instructions, and even told him, if he died, Kumogakure would avenge him. I haven't received any official document from that youngster Raza or from that little Raninoki, and none from Kumogakure either, the third Hokage said, his tone firm. So I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Surrender quietly, and let your Kage come to ransom you back. Or 2. I'll personally send you on your way. Hiruzen Sarutobi radiated an unshakable strength. The aura of a true shinobi hero made his not-so-tall frame seem all the more imposing. Whenever the village's strategy demanded resolve, he embodied the spirit of a ninja king. The 3 jonin clenched their jaws, their faces clouded with unease. They were well aware that their presence alone could spark another great ninja war. Yet, judging by the third Hokage's actions, it seemed he had no fear of such a conflict. Forgive us. We must fulfill our Kage's orders, and surrender is not an option. Even with death staring him in the face, the puppet master jonin from Sunagakure stood his ground, unwavering. Such was the twisted creed of a ninja. For the sake of the mission, anything could be sacrificed, including one's life. In that case, come at me. It's been years since I last fought. The ninja world has all but forgotten the name of Sarutobi, the Ninja King. Today, I'll remind them, by reforging my legend in your blood. Without hesitation, the third Hokage hurled a shuriken and began forming hand seals with lightning speed, unleashing the shuriken shadow clone technique. Ling, observing from afar, couldn't help but think the technique was rather underwhelming. The jonin from Iwagakure simply raised an earth-style wall, blocking the attack, and even shielding his allies from the other 2 villages at the same time. With the opening salvo exchanged, the true battle began, a symphony of clashing ninjutsu. But against the torrent of jutsu unleashed by more than 300 shinobi, Iwagakure's combined earth-style rampart could barely hold the line. On one side, layered earth walls rose in defense. On the other, Konoha's forces countered with water-style, great waterfall techniques, surging again and again against the earth ramparts. It was a grand spectacle, waves as tall as buildings crashing against towering earthen walls, as if the very world was being reshaped for war. That such overwhelming power was wielded for battle by shinobi was awe-inspiring and terrifying alike. No wonder the ninja world, for all its 1,000 years of history, had made so little progress, still just monkeys trapped on their own planet. To give credit where it's due, Iwagakure's Earth-style defenses truly were formidable. Even the onslaught of waterfall jutsu from hundreds of Konoha shinobi managed to bring down only 2/3 of the walls. When the waves finally crested over the Earth ramparts, the impact was enough to disrupt many of the Iwagakure shinobi maintaining the Earth-style techniques. And with lightning-style jutsu woven into the water, it wasn't long before many of them lay stunned and incapacitated. Some members of the Umbu were struck outright by other elemental jutsu. The quick-witted managed to save themselves with substitution techniques, but the rest fell, some dying instantly, others left gravely wounded. Ling, for her part, wielded lightning style, the natural counter to earth style. With a single B-rank lightning serpent, she pierced through 6 or 7 layers of the earth ramparts, giving her allies the opening they needed to shatter the defenses and break through. This was warfare between ninja armies. Massive, coordinated techniques from the start, each side testing who could endure longer. And clearly, Konoha held the upper hand. The enemy had precious few offensive techniques to answer with. For the most part, they clung to defensive earth-style jutsu, broad in scope, powerful in protection, and drawing little chakra by borrowing the earth itself. The Hidden Stone Village likely intended to rely on their earth flow rampart technique for defense, aiming to exhaust the chakra of the leaf shinobi. Other than lightning style, their earth-style techniques were rarely threatened by other forms of ninjutsu, and there weren't many jonin in the Leaf Village skilled in lightning style to begin with. However, most of the Leaf shinobi specialized in water style. Even without the advantage of terrain, they managed to breach the enemy's combined earth-style defenses time and again. The Hidden Stone couldn't keep absorbing damage on behalf of the other village's Umbu units forever, so after weathering several more assaults, they began to prepare for retreat. As for why they hadn't tried to escape from the very beginning, they certainly wanted to, but they simply couldn't outrun their opponents. Their only option was to drain the enemy's chakra and hope for an opening. Otherwise, a routed force facing the enemy's combined ninjutsu would have no chance of escape at all. Sand and Cloud didn't try to run while the Stone's Umbu were bearing the brunt, because if they did, they'd become the next target. It was only when the first wave of the Leaf's assault ended, during the brief lull while their attackers drew on chakra for another strike, that they planned to flee. Otherwise, they'd have not the slightest chance to escape with their lives. For Ling, this was her first time witnessing how shinobi armies fought. The way they combined their jutsu, save for someone on Madara's level. Even a village Kage would hesitate to take such attacks head-on. In this clash of jutsu, roughly 20 Umbu from various villages lost their lives. Unlucky souls, either the weakest or those already wounded. Yet, by repeatedly coordinating their jutsu and then pulling back, they managed to put several hundred meters between themselves and their pursuers, buying precious time for escape. What followed was close-quarters combat, steel against steel, the deadliest phase of the battle. By now, most of the chakra they'd refined earlier had been nearly exhausted in the previous exchange of ninjutsu. Now, as they fought hand-to-hand, they had to look for every chance to recover their chakra. A jonin's chakra reserves might sound impressive, but after casting a handful of A-rank or B-rank jutsu, they'd be nearly depleted. At the jonin level, chakra refinement had become second nature, like breathing, though in normal times, it ran at the bare minimum efficiency. They only maintained enough chakra to match what was naturally dissipating. While chakra can't be stored indefinitely, its dissipation does take some time. Ling had once measured how long her chakra lasted after being refined. Inside her body, it could only be maintained for a few seconds before dispersing naturally. Outside, it vanished in about a second. Chakra that dispersed within the body would revert to cellular and mental energy, allowing for further synthesis. But once outside the body, whether it was nature-transformed chakra or neutral chakra, once it broke down to mental and cellular energy, it would never return to the user. After being released, as ninjutsu, lightning, wind, and fire styles faded the fastest, water style somewhat slower, and earth style the slowest of all. Chakra could be directly transformed into its corresponding elemental forms: wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. But it can also be infused into these elements found in nature to borrow their power. Drawing chakra from nature itself consumes the least energy. This is a key reason why a ninja's environment can have such a profound impact on combat. She pulled herself away from scattered thoughts, for by now, Ling and the other Konoha ninja had already chased the Sunagakure Yenbyu deep into the shadows behind their retreat. They had to be wary of shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags tossed back by the fleeing enemy. Sudden bursts of ninjutsu also demanded constant vigilance. Ling didn't charge ahead recklessly. Killing held little allure for her. By virtue of her unique gift, She preferred to leave her foes crippled rather than dead. A severed arm, a broken leg, a life half-lived, this was in its own way Uchiha Ling's particular brand of mercy. Better a grim existence than a swift death. To be maimed, she reasoned, was a kinder fate than continuing to live by the sword's edge. Besides, whatever savings these ninja had scraped together would be enough to support them for the rest of their days. Most importantly, Ling could draw from their persistent, simmering hatred, a steady stream of emotion that became a wellspring of power for her. Every disabled enemy meant a blow to the opponent's fighting force, and it also strained their finances. After all, those crippled ninja would still need compensation. If the village refused to pay, perhaps one or two could be placated, but as the number of maimed grew, their discontent would fester, becoming a destabilizing force within the village. Ling's strategy, striking 3 birds with 1 stone, was clever, yet few would ever follow in her footsteps. Most were too deeply entrenched in cycles of vengeance, unable to relent until their foes lay dead. By now, several Konoha ninja had already caught up with the enemy ANBU. Ling was naturally among the vanguard. The clash of steel was imminent. She spotted one Sunagakure ANBU, whose chakra was only at Shunin level, yet he dared to form hand seals and counterattack. Ling instantly marked him as her first target. In his eyes, Ling could read the deep-seated hatred for Konoha and a flicker of fear. But when he saw this small, short-statured girl charging straight for him, his pupils dilated with sudden shock. His twisted face broke into a strange smile. In that moment, he found hope for survival. If he could capture this little kid, who looked like a mere academy student, inexplicably thrust onto the battlefield, he might be able to use her as a bargaining chip for his own escape. He began forming seals, preparing to cast the wind rope technique and bind the child. What he craved most was the look of despair and hatred in his enemy's eyes. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong opponent. A sudden gale swept past, raising a swirl of sand. Before he knew it, the little girl had vanished from sight. Suddenly, he felt his hands, still in the middle of forming seals, grow numb and unresponsive. Glancing down, he saw a neat, blood-red line slashed across each of his wrists. There was no time to wonder why blood-red threads had appeared. A wave of searing pain struck, and in the next instant, both of his hands were severed from his wrists as blood gushed forth. Those weren't truly blood-red threads at all. It was simply a line of blood. His hands had been sliced off in an instant, leaving him with no idea how they had fallen away. Ling moved so swiftly that his speed surpassed the visual tracking capabilities of the hidden Sans Umbu. And even then, this wasn't Ling at his fastest, since he hadn't yet used the monstrous strength technique for instantaneous movement. Right now, he was merely employing a modified version of Shursue's swift current technique, merged with his own body's enhanced physical abilities granted by the Jade Hound. This Umbu was no longer a threat. Ling pressed a palm onto the man's back, and sealing runes crawled over the hidden Sand Umbu's body, locking away his chakra. Then, with a single punch, Ling knocked him out cold. Having created another cripple, Ling felt not the slightest pang of guilt. On the contrary, there was a sense of having saved a life. The logic was simple. A cripple would, without doubt, live far longer than a shinobi who continued fighting. That, in his mind, was a merit. If his cheat ability were a merit system, he imagined he'd have heard a cheerful ding by now. And then, perhaps, a merit has been deposited in your merit vault, followed by the pleasant chime of coins landing in a tray, surely enough to keep his spirits high. Sadly, in reality, he could only earn these merits by surviving against the enemy Umbu. What a pity. Even so, it did nothing to dampen Ling's resolve to rescue, read, cripple, enemy village shinobi. Ling moved at lightning speed. Almost no Chunin-level opponent could react in time. Most of them met the same fate as the first Umbu, left crippled in an instant. Depending on the angle of attack and how fiercely the enemy resisted, the severity of injuries would vary. Some lost only a hand, others had their entire arm lopped off, and some were cut clean through the shoulder. The worst cases, perhaps, involve having their spine shattered. In truth, breaking someone's spine took more concentration than simply turning them to a bloody mist. If he lost control of his strength, he might kill the enemy outright. So, Ling usually relied on the Tenyu Feather Slash to randomly select a lucky spot on the enemy to cut, delivering clean, swift, and beautifully precise wounds. Against these Umbu, Ling didn't even need to use ninjutsu. The combination of instantaneous movement and the Gale Sword technique was enough to send them fleeing in utter chaos. If Ling refrained from using large-scale ninjutsu, monstrous strength, or summoning Shikigami, he was essentially a toned-down version of the Leaf's White Fang. The only difference was one specialized in lightning release swordsmanship, while Ling's was wind release. Against assassin-type shinobi like these, even most jonin with slow hand signs could only hope to be cut down with a single stroke. If you can't react in time to such speed, then you're destined to die under the blade. Even if you can react, a jonin without enough means to counter or create distance is just as doomed. Ninjutsu-type shinobi might rack up the highest kill counts, but assassin-type shinobi are unquestionably the fastest killers. Even a jonin needs a second or two to form the hand seals for their most adept ninjutsu. A second or two is all it takes for a ninja like White Fang to close the gap and strike. When a jonin excels in even one aspect beyond the jonin level, they step into the realm of quasi-kage. True kage-level fighters can't afford any glaring weaknesses. Their margin for error is razor thin. Now, if Ling uses monstrous strength techniques, she already surpasses the jonin stage in both speed and power. Facing these chunin level, at best special jonin level, ANBU now is a matter of one swing or two. So far, none among them has forced Ling to draw her sword a third time. In less than 2 minutes, Ling had crippled more than 20 ANBU from the Sand Village. If she hadn't bothered to seal their chakra, she'd have moved even faster. With Ling relentlessly incapacitating foes and the other jonin finishing them off, only one Sand ANBU puppet master remained, barely holding on. But he was on the brink. Of his 5 puppets, 3 had already been destroyed. Only 2 remained, and even those were in dire straits under the relentless assault from the Uchiha jonin. The jonin of the Uchiha clan are rare examples of shinobi without any real weaknesses. The Sharingan grants them above-average taijutsu and jinjutsu for a jonin. Add a bit of ninjutsu mastery, and they stand firmly in the top tier among jonin. In battle, the Sharingan offers them a tremendous boost. To defeat an Uchiha jonin, you need either overwhelming strength or to gang up on them. Usually, when several Uchiha jonin surround a single jonin, it's over within 5 minutes. Still, this Sand Puppet Master was no pushover. His remaining 2 puppets seemed to be built from rare, precious materials. They'd taken several direct hits from fire-style jutsu and survived, and every now and then, they'd launch poison needles from unexpected angles, keeping the Uchiha jonin constantly on guard. Ling had seen enough. The third Hokage side had already wrapped up their battle. The Cloud ANBU had been completely wiped out. Aside from a handful who were captured and spared, most had perished. Ling turned her gaze to the Sand Village ANBU jonin, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she wondered just how tough these puppets really were. With a cheerful smile, she flexed her wrists in anticipation. In the very next instant, monstrous power exploded beneath her feet, shattering the ground in a 5 or 6 meter radius like a spiderweb. The others only felt a sudden gust of wind as Ling vanished from sight. Bang! A humanoid puppet, just moments ago under the control of a hidden Sand Village ANBU jonin, suddenly shattered into pieces. It was as if a hidden explosive inside the puppet had detonated, blasting it into countless fragments that shot wildly in every direction. In the stunned gaze of the Sand ANBU jonin, everything around seemed to slow down. The flying debris, the snapping chakra threads, and the sudden appearance of a petite girl. Is it her? Did she destroy Iron Wall Zero? That's impossible. That puppet was forged with chakra-infused metal. With a single punch, Ling had smashed apart a super-strong puppet capable of withstanding continuous attacks from a jonin. Not only did she shock the Sand ANBU jonin, even the Uchiha jonin was taken aback. Ling's sudden arrival was so fast, it pushed the limits of their 3 Tomo Sharingan. Even with their visual slowdown, they managed to catch only a fading afterimage. The Sand ANBU jonin clenched his teeth in fury. Much like a collector watching a mischievous child smash his most treasured figurine, he could barely contain his urge to seek vengeance against Ling. Ling herself was surprised that she had to use her full strength just to break this puppet. Even though she hadn't used her monstrous strength technique, it was still impressive. As the Uchiha jonin engaged the Sand ANBU again, Ling hurriedly began gathering the chakra metal fragments scattered by the explosion. Chakra metal was incredibly precious. Although these shards only contained a small portion of chakra metal, they could still be refined into a substantial amount. Given how extensively this puppet used chakra metal alloy, Ling regretted hitting it so hard, causing the fragments to scatter everywhere. It took her a good while, but Ling finally managed to collect all the alloy pieces. She estimated there were over 100 caddies of scrap, which could probably yield a pound or 2 of pure chakra metal. Don't underestimate that amount. A pound or 2 of chakra metal could fetch around 50 million ryo, more than enough to buy a bounty on someone like Asuma. Completely unfazed by the ongoing battle, Ling sealed all the chakra alloy into a scroll, adding to her growing stash. Even though she was already wealthy, waste was never an option. She then turned her gaze back to the beleaguered Sand ANBU Jonin. Deprived of his strongest puppet, he was struggling more and more, forced to watch in rage as Uchiha Ling casually stowed away the puppet he'd spent a fortune crafting. By now, he was bleeding and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. If not for his bizarre puppet absorbing some of the damage, he would have already met his end. Ling's eyes now locked onto the last remaining sand ANBU puppet, a flying puppet, which was a rare sight, though not entirely unmanageable for a skilled puppeteer. Ling observed the puppet, noting its impressive resistance to ninjutsu and its efficient chakra absorption and conduction. She immediately realized that the puppet contained a considerable amount of chakra metal. Not wanting to let such valuable materials go to waste, Ling decided to take possession of this puppet, soon to be reduced to spare parts. She would melt it down and reforge it, ultimately using it to aid in her mission to save the ninja world. The Sand Village ANBU Jonin also noticed Ling's unwavering gaze fixed on his last remaining puppet. A surge of panic overwhelmed him, and although he wanted to shout, "Stay away from me," he knew Ling would pay no heed to his pleas. She acted entirely on her own terms, marking the puppet as her own. Now, it was simply time to reclaim what was hers. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had finished clearing his side of the battlefield. Seeing that Uchiha Ling's fight was nearly over, he turned his attention to the Hyuga clan's ongoing struggle against the Iwagakure Yanbyu, who still held out on the other side. He decided to assist the Hyuga clan first. If any enemy slipped through, or if there were unnecessary losses among the Leaf Ninjas, the consequences would be dire. Ling pulled on her specially crafted, shock-absorbing gloves, convinced that this puppet's defenses were even stronger than before. It was likely the latest creation of a Sand Village ANBU Jonin. In the Jonin's eyes, filled with despair, Ling once again shattered the ground beneath her feet and vanished from sight. But in the next instant, a sinister smile crept across his lips. He knew his puppet was doomed to be destroyed, but he had already resolved to take this monstrous, superhuman girl down with him, even if it meant his own end. Ling's figure appeared above the peculiar flying puppet. With a sudden, explosive force, she unleashed a devastating punch she had been preparing. From her fist, a visible vacuum bubble formed, quickly transforming into a pillar of compressed air that struck the puppet from a distance. Cracks began to spider across the puppet's surface. Moments later, it reached its breaking point, shattering inch by inch from the back. At that moment, a sickly green cloud of poisonous gas burst from the cracks in the puppet's back, hurtling straight toward Ling's face. Without a doubt, it was deadly poison. An ordinary Jonin might have been caught off guard, unable to form hand signs in time and meeting a tragic end. But Ling was different. She could generate a vacuum blast with her bare hands. Ling stared coldly at the oncoming poison. In a flash, she flung her arms wide, then brought her palms together with a powerful clap. A fierce gust of wind erupted from her clapped hands, shooting straight toward the poisonous mist. The toxic cloud was swept up by the blast, reversing its course and surging back toward the Sand Village ANBU Jonin, whose smug grin hadn't even faded. The gale Ling conjured with her clap rivaled even a C-rank wind-style jutsu, something the Sand Village ANBU Jonin never would have expected, not even in his final moments. He wanted to dodge, but with his chakra completely depleted, there was no way he could escape. All he could do was watch helplessly as the deadly poison closed in on him. Ling was still too kind-hearted. She couldn't bear to watch someone who'd provided her with so much chakra metal die, just like that. Better to let him live on as a prisoner, clinging to life. With a flicker, Ling appeared beside the Sand Village ANBU Jonin, just as the poisonous mist was about to engulf him. She gave him a swift kick, sending him flying out of harm's way, and then, with another flicker, returned to her original spot. The Sand Village ANBU Jonin, now powerless to resist, was quickly put into a trance by Uchiha Jonin and fell unconscious. Ling also collected the puppet, which wasn't too badly damaged, stowing it away as part of her haul. She left the battlefield fully loaded, unlike some Jonin who didn't seem to value their spoils at all. She sent several shadow clones to gather up shuriken, kunai, ninja swords, and the ninja pouches from the fallen or captured enemies. Across the entire battlefield, only Ling's shadow clones were picking up this so-called junk. Yet she felt no shame. These scraps were worth far more than ordinary refuse. A single, basic shuriken could fetch over 1,000 ryo, and a standard quality kunai was worth around 3,000. Even though many of these shuriken and kunai had chipped blades, selling them to the blacksmith or partnering with a ninja tool shop would still turn a hefty profit. Not to mention, the kunai and shuriken used by Jonin were all of excellent quality, with quite a few in perfect condition. But what delighted Ling most were the ninja pouches. Back at the academy, students were generally forbidden from rummaging through enemy pouches. After all, there might be poison needles or other deadly traps inside. For safety's sake, it was always discouraged to scavenge these from the battlefield. But Ling wasn't worried at all. It was her physical shadow clones doing the searching. Most jonin couldn't spare enough chakra to make so many clones just to pick up scraps. And even if they had that much chakra, no one would waste it on making shadow clones to loot enemy pouches. In times of war, keeping your chakra reserves full was far more important. If you squandered chakra scavenging junk, and a hidden trap broke your clone, the backlash from the clone's destruction could cause you real pain. That could leave you in bad shape, and if an enemy ambushed you then, it could very well cost you your life. But Ling's physical shadow clones weren't so easily destroyed by a simple attack, nor did their loss cause her any pain. This was thanks to the reverse technique of the rabbit escape jutsu. It gave Ling a constitution much like the Uzumaki clans, immune to the mental shock of losing numerous shadow clones at once. When the third Hokage led a group of jonin, along with Ling's own allies, to aid the Hyuga clan against the stone village Umbu, the tide of battle shifted yet again. Ling had already gathered all the belongings from the sand-hidden villages Umbu. She didn't even spare those carried by the captured agents whose chakra had been sealed. Believe it or not, she really did run into quite a few dangers along the way. Some were triggered explosive tags, others were poison needles, and there were even some toxic substances hidden among the loot. Fortunately, her physical shadow clone possessed about half the strength of her true self, so most of these attacks could be evaded. Only a few ended up destroying the clone and the tool pouch together. Of course, where there's risk, there's also reward. The kunai, shuriken, and basic ninja swords weren't worth mentioning. Those are the most worthless items. A little better were the various poisons, soldier pills, and explosive tags. Some of these she planned to keep for her own use, while others she intended to sell at the village's ninja tool shop. The most valuable spoils, however, were a few ninjutsu scrolls, sealing scrolls, and coins. Most of the ninjutsu scrolls were wind-style techniques, none of them particularly advanced. Aside from a handful of scrolls with clever designs, the majority would simply serve to pad her database. The most useful by far were the B-rank Wind Blade and Spiral Gale Lance techniques. These two would be the greatest help to Ling. Wind Blade allowed her to coat a kunai or ninja blade in a razor-sharp layer of wind chakra, greatly increasing a weapon's sharpness and power in close combat, and even letting her send out cutting wind slashes. It was somewhat similar to Ling's swift wind sword technique, but the principles behind the two were different. There was room to combine them, which could further enhance the power of her swordsmanship. The Spiral Gale Lance, on the other hand, involved winding whirls of wind chakra around her arm to form a spiraling tornado, which she could thrust at her enemies for significant piercing power. However, its range was limited to about 5 meters, and the biggest drawback was that it required hand signs, unlike the Rasengan, which could be cast without them. Even so, some of the structural concepts in this technique could help with the development of the Rasengan series. Ling already had some inspiration. Perhaps she could design a compressed Spiral Gale Lance. While she could start by designing a wind-style compressed Rasen Shuriken, Ling felt that constantly borrowing others' ideas wasn't right. She wanted to prove that she could create her own original Rasengan techniques. Ling sat atop a large boulder, counting the cash she had on hand, while her shadow clone had already gone off to loot the ninja tool pouches from the cloud-hidden villages Umbu. As she tallied her money, she stuck her thumb out to the side, letting the nearby ninja cat moisten it for easier counting. This ninja cat, jet black from head to tail, was her contracted summoning beast from the ninja cat clan, the one who handled all her trading and transport. Ling had tried to name it Carbon Ball, but the cat disliked it. It insisted that Granny Cat had already named it Misty Cloud. Ling scoffed in disdain. Yin Yin, please. I've had Jinta and Lakun before. Even in my previous life, when I smoked Zhonghua, I never went around bragging about it. Yin Yin-chan rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed, but in the end, she begrudgingly gave Ling's thumb one last lick. By then, Ling had finished counting. In total, it was 2,275,432 yen, right down to the last coin. Who in their right mind brings this much cash on a mission? Yin Yin-chan was practically drooling dry under Ling's pressure. If Ling hadn't promised to buy her some dried fish, she wouldn't bother helping at all. Meow. Ling, are you only selling these kunai, shuriken, ninja swords, and soldier pills this time? Yin Yin eyed the 4 sealed scrolls Ling had taken out, each containing neatly packed goods meant for the Ninja Cat clan to sell. With the war raging, these supplies could fetch a handsome sum. Ling estimated that selling this batch alone would bring in over 3 million taels. And this was just a small portion. Most of the loot was either damaged or needed for Ling's own use. Otherwise, the haul could have been much bigger. If not for the risk of angering the village, Ling would have considered sorting through the loot from the other 2 ninja villages before selling everything off. But as things stood, she would have to sell it to her own village at a lower price. After all, As the inheritor of the Will of Fire, she couldn't just sell to outsiders for a higher price and end up aiding the enemy. She watched as her shadow clones efficiently cleaned the battlefield, sorting and burying bodies, categorizing and sealing up supplies with practiced precision. When they finished, only the clones remained, sealing the last of the weapons into scrolls. The stubborn AMBU from Iwagakure had finally been dealt with, thanks to the third Hokage's help. With the enemy defeated, Ling's clones wasted no time in sweeping through the AMBU battlefield, gathering whatever was left behind. Meanwhile, Danzo had already slipped past the border, vanishing from the range of Ling's farsight jutsu. A satisfied smile played at her lips. This pursuit mission had gone off without a hitch. She just hoped Danzo could hold out a little longer and not fall so easily to the other village's ANBU. The longer he survived, the more it would delay the war's climax. Ling hopped off the big stone as Union-chan, already carrying the goods to sell, made her way back to the Ninja Cat clan's base. Ling strolled unhurriedly toward the third Hokage, gathering up the supplies her shadow clone had scavenged from the Kumobikure Yinbyu corpses along the way. Unlike Ling, the third Hokage had left almost no survivors. Aside from a handful needed for interrogations, everyone else was dead. This was the true face of the ninja world. Kill or be killed. Ling's way was different, perhaps because she harbored no deep-seated hatred. Though Yagyu Ichimiai had died in a border skirmish with Sunagakure, Ling herself wasn't the original and didn't inherit much of that grudge. The loot from the Kumogakure ANBU corpses was much like what they'd found from Sunagakure. Not much in the way of poison, but a greater share of ninja blades. There were very few ninjutsu scrolls, and none of them contained the lightning release chakra mode that Ling was interested in. However, there was a scroll on lightning release sword techniques, which was quite similar to the Uchiha clan's flame blade leap. Ling had now gathered all three mainstream sword techniques used by ninja. These styles complemented each other well, forming a rather effective combination. The third Hokage watched as Ling's shadow clone collected these supplies, and he was left somewhat speechless. Still, considering that Ling had taken the trouble to bury the bodies, he chose not to say anything more. He also noticed that a large number of the Sand Village Umbu were still alive. More than half of them, in fact. Frowning, he assumed that this was Ling's first time on the battlefield, and that she was being a bit too soft-hearted and merciful. Ling, you're far too kind. On the battlefield, the safest course of action is to kill your enemies. If you spare them, you leave a hidden danger for yourself and your teammates. As Ling's teacher, the third Hokage felt it his duty to warn her. In theory, these principles should have been taught at the Ninja Academy, and then reinforced by a mentor in the Genin squad. Unfortunately, Ling had only attended the academy for a single year before the third Hokage pulled her out for missions, practically making her a child laborer. So it was understandable to him if she hadn't learned these lessons yet. Teacher Sarutobi, all these Sand Umbu have already been crippled by me and had their chakras sealed. They won't pose any threat. It was the first time Ling had ever been called kind. Up until now, what she'd heard most often was that she was an inherently evil little Uchiha brat. Who would have thought that, today, someone would actually turn her reputation around? Ling, while your method is safe, it's an enormous waste of your own chakra. On the battlefield, that's a recipe for disaster. Every ninja needs to save as much chakra as possible if they want to survive longer. When the third Hokage heard that Ling had sealed all the Umbu's chakra, he twitched at the corner of his mouth. This approach was certainly thorough, but it wasn't suited for battlefields or even for missions outside the village. Oh, I understand, Teacher Sarutobi, but I actually have a reason for keeping these Umbu alive. Just listen and you'll see. Ling glanced at the approaching Uchiha and Hyuga Jonin, who seemed curious as to what kind of twisted logic she might offer. There are 3 advantages to keeping them alive. First, we can extract their memories for intelligence, and then send word to their village that they have surrendered and defected too. Konoha, if we release some secret information or even stage photos of them enjoying life here, it could stir up resentment or exclusion toward their relatives and friends back home. When just a few people are ostracized, it doesn't amount to much. But as the number of captured ninjas increases, more and more families and friends will be shunned. In the end, this could destabilize the enemy village, maybe even spark civil unrest. Ling explained the first use with a bright, innocent smile, but her words left the Jonin and the third Hokage inwardly shaken. Is this even allowed? Are you some kind of devil? The Uchiha kid really is born evil. This was probably what went through everyone's minds at that moment. But Ling didn't care. Who said war always had to be fought with bloody violence? Striking at the heart is the true masterstroke. Why not share a bit of ancestral wisdom with the shinobi world's natives? Although the third Hokage felt that this approach strayed from the universal values of the ninja, he had to admit it was remarkably effective. especially in times of war, when sowing discord among the enemy could dissolve conflict from within. Ahem. Ling's point is well made. What's the second method? Hiruzen Sarutobi nearly reached for a notepad to jot everything down. The second method is, if the enemy village insists on launching an all-out war, we use this as leverage. We announce that if they attack, all their captured comrades will surely be executed. Though it might not work right away, we don't actually have to kill them. Instead, we inform their village that they've already been abandoned, and then release them back to their own ranks. Once they return, they're already broken, so they pose no threat to Konoha. But this move will shake the enemy's morale. Their own village will view them with suspicion, hatred, or even put them under surveillance. As long as they suffer enough injustice and disappointment, it'll be easy to turn them into our spies. Who knows? Treat them unfairly enough, and they might even spark a riot from within. Ling felt these tactics might be overkill for ordinary ninja. Someone like Yi-Song, though, well, they just have to capture her first to try it out. The third Hokage and the assembled Jonin were beginning to break out in cold sweat. This kid was far too cunning. If they ever faced such treatment themselves, they'd likely end up hating their own village, and probably betray it too. After all, if you lose everything for the sake of the village's mission, become disabled, receive no compensation, and are shunned and slandered, your friends and family are treated the same, or even come to resent you, then betraying the village would come with no guilt. In fact, it might even bring a sense of vengeance. At that moment, the third Hokage and every Jonin present agreed on one thing. Never, ever make an enemy of this dark-hearted, adorable little girl. Otherwise, if you ever fell victim to one of her schemes, you might not even know what killed you. She wasn't some cute, beautiful little girl at all. She was a little demon in human skin, with black cotton where her heart should be. As for the third method, well, some of them can be used as test subjects for Konoha's advancing medical ninjutsu, or as laborers helping to build the village, or as unlucky fodder sent to trigger traps and explosive tag arrays, or even as decoys in assaults on enemy fortresses. Ling had truly made the most of these people's abilities, yet her actions also made the Jonin keep their distance from her, leaving the third Hokage, who wanted to retreat but couldn't, standing out awkwardly. My friends, I've only been offering my advice for the good of Konoha. You don't dislike me for that, do you? I swear, everything I do is for the village's prosperity. You're not going to ostracize me, are you? With tears shimmering in her eyes, Ling looked at them, heartbreak written all over her face. Was their collective step backward truly so sincere? Her performance as a tearful little girl was flawless. In a heartbeat, she stirred the conscience of every Jonin present. After all, how could they let themselves be intimidated by the cunning of a mere child? Ling, thank you for your clever strategy. The third Hokage finally spoke, the first to see through Ling's act of wounded innocence, but determined to win over Uchiha Ling. He chose to entice her with promises. In recognition of your service, I grant you the right to exchange for an S-rank jutsu. Are you satisfied now? What? An S-rank jutsu? Really? Thank you so much, Lord Sarutobi. In an instant, all Ling's exhaustion from the night vanished. She scarcely noticed anything else, her mind already racing through the possibilities. Now, which S-rank jutsu should she choose? The third Hokage directed the Umbu to gather the prisoners. It was time to return to Konoha. As for Danzo, he trusted that Minato Namikaze could handle him. The situation demanded his immediate return. Danzo's betrayal could bring endless disaster, and Konoha's borders would need to be reinforced at once. The journey back was uneventful, a weary trek broken only by a 2-hour rest at midday. At last, around 10 o'clock that night, they arrived home in Konoha. As a mere genin, Ling was dismissed from further duties and returned home at her leisure. But tonight, she wasn't tired at all. Instead, she decided to quietly take stock of her gains. She slipped down to her laboratory, hidden 300 meters beneath her house, making sure her sealing jutsu remained untouched. From the mouth of her Shikigami toad, she retrieved an enormous sealing scroll. Everything inside had been looted from Danzo's root base. Pressed for time, she had shoved it all into the scroll without sorting it. But before examining her new treasures, Ling took out the spoils she'd gathered from cleaning the battlefield. Perhaps she would sell them to the ninja tool shop when she had a chance. Among the loot was a ninjutsu scroll from an Awagakure Umbu's gear pouch, a C-rank technique called Stone Fist, which could be combined with superhuman strength to make her punches hit like flying bricks. Ling gazed at the sprawling sealing scroll, offering silent thanks to the ever-generous Danzo for this unexpected inheritance, even if the old man wasn't dead yet. But before she could begin her inventory, Uchiha Shursui arrived at her door. Thankfully, she'd left a shadow clone upstairs to handle the dinner preparations. Regretfully, Ling tucked the sealing scroll back into the toad's belly, then reversed the jutsu and returned to her own room, stepping out from the bathroom. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Shui composed himself and made his way to the living room. Ling, you're back, you. Uchiha Shui's expression was gentle, tinged with delight and an inexplicable sense of regaining something lost. Shui, you're awake. Congratulations on unlocking the 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Ling couldn't help but feel a bit jealous and envious. Shui, at only 6 years old, had awakened the 3-tomo. How unfair was that? Ling, this kind of power isn't something I ever wanted. Power gained through loss. I can't help but resent this kind of growth. Sadness shimmered in Shui's large eyes. Though he had gained strength, it could never bring back what he'd lost. Inside, his hatred for Danzo tangled with his love for the village, a mix of emotions that left him in deep pain. Besides Danzo, he seemed to blame himself even more. Shui, the Uchiha are a fortunate clan. Our bloodline grants us the ability to gain power when we lose what we hold dear, enough to protect what matters most to us. Ling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and placed a cup of barley tea before Shui. She didn't really know how to comfort him. Shui caught a glimpse of Ling, the way that strand of hair revealed her translucent earlobe. He dropped his gaze, unable to look any longer, and found his sadness and pain quietly receding. Ling, of course, had no idea what was going through Shui's mind. She assumed he was still lost in grief. To awaken the 3-tomo at 6 and yet not be driven mad by the cold, chaotic chakra, his willpower was remarkable. Ling felt a pang of pity for Shui. She stood and gently patted his head. She didn't know how to offer comfort, but she could at least stay by his side, couldn't she? A subtle, enchanting fragrance drifted to Shui's nose, unlike any flower he'd ever known, yet it was deeply pleasant. He hardly dared to breathe it in. That gentle scent stirred something in his heart again. He didn't understand why he felt this way, but the flush on his cheeks was impossible to hide. Ling stood up and returned to her seat, kneeling gracefully. As she passed, her hair brushed lightly against Shui's neck, making him shiver. When the scent faded, he felt a little lost. Ling, thank you for comforting me. I feel much better now. It took a long while before Shui felt the heat leave his face, and he finally looked up. The first thing he saw was Ling's delicate, fair wrist supporting her cheek. Her slightly chubby cheeks looked even softer pressed against her palm, and her gently pouting, moist red lips were simply captivating. Shui was momentarily lost in thought, while Ling, too, found herself distracted, pondering what kind of butterfly effect Danzo's betrayal might set off. Children in the world of the Hokage always seem to mature emotionally at a remarkably young age, and Uchiha Shui was no exception. Perhaps this had something to do with the unique physical constitution of those in the ninja world. After all, wasn't it true that Minato Namikaze fell for Kushina when they were both just 5 or 6 years old? After some time spent reflecting, Shui realized the kind of feelings he held for this girl. So diligent and tireless in her training, so gifted and resilient, never once deterred by wind or rain. He found himself unable to tear his gaze away from Ling's face, and in that moment, a fleeting, unrealistic hope bloomed within him, a wish for time itself to come to a standstill. Such a tender scene seemed to dispel even the darkness that often clung to Shui's chakra, leaving him free from its negative grip. Shui, what are you daydreaming about? Ling was the first to snap back to reality, and when she saw Shui staring at her in a daze, she waved her hand in front of his face. Only then did she finally bring him back to the present, pulling him from his reverie about what he might name their son. Sorry, Ling, my mind wandered for a moment, but I'm feeling much better now. Shui's skills as a ninja made it easy for him to conceal his emotions, and in an instant, the usual brightness returned to his expression. Shui, how are things with the Uchiha now? Granny Geely seems to have moved up my plan, hasn't she? Ling recalled that before chasing after Danzo, Geely had apparently settled matters within the Uchiha clan. She was curious to know how things had turned out. Shui, struggling to calm the flutter in his heart as he looked at Ling's profile, began to recount everything he had witnessed at the Uchiha clan assembly. Yes, Granny Geely is incredible. After she gave Elder Setsuna a proper scolding, no one dared to voice any objections, not even clan leader Fugaku. Seeing the Uchiha clan moving in the direction Ling had envisioned made Shui genuinely happy. For the first time, he saw real hope for the Uchiha to truly become a part of Konoha. And all of this was thanks to the girl before him, a girl whose strength, talent, and intelligence far surpassed his own. She was the one he cared for, the one he had sworn to protect. Ling knew that changing the Uchiha wouldn't be easy. There would likely be setbacks and reversals along the way. but she had confidence that things could be put right. That's good. As long as things proceed in order, once the police force situation is resolved, we can move on to the third phase of the plan. I'll need your help, Shui, to make sure nothing goes wrong. Although Ling jokingly called herself the director of the Uchiha Psychiatric Hospital, she still needed Shui as the chief physician, using his strength as the main remedy and guiding the clan toward positive change. She trusted him to handle it well. Don't worry, Ling. I won't let your hard work go to waste. Shui knew that Ling never really cared much about the Uchiha. If it weren't for Granny Jili and himself, who both wanted to change the Uchiha but lacked the strength and the means, Ling probably wouldn't have intervened in their affairs at all. So, Ling must be willing to heal the decaying Uchiha clan only out of consideration for him and Granny Jili, Shui thought, feeling a small wave of gratitude in his heart. Ling had no idea that Shui was once again getting carried away with his own thoughts. If she knew, she'd probably be at a loss for words. Ling, get some good rest. I'll help you, and keep an eye on the Uchiha. Good night, Ling. With determined eyes, Shui gazed at the girl in her bunny pajamas, yawning from time to time, and noticed the tears at the corners of her eyes from the yawns. He knew Ling was exhausted. Even the Jonin who had returned to the Uchiha clan looked utterly worn out. They were impatient when he asked about Ling. Given Ling's age, she must be even more tired. Yet she had still found the kindness to comfort him. He really shouldn't disturb her rest. Ling was indeed feeling sleepy. She watched Shui say his goodbyes and leave the room through drowsy eyes, and subconsciously wave him off with a soft good night. Little did she know that her adorable manner nearly made Shui reluctant to leave. It took tremendous willpower for him to finally tear himself away from Ling's house and return to the Uchiha compound. With the help of her shadow clone, Ling sleepily finished her dinner, washed up, and went straight to bed. The next morning, brimming with energy, Ling flung open her door. Today was the day she reported for duty at the Umbu. To land such a position at her age, it was enough to make anyone jealous, or so they'd think. Ling didn't want a job at all. That wretched monkey sensei insisted on using child labor. What could she do? If you wanted to survive in Konoha, you had to bow your head sometimes. With Danzo, that perpetual troublemaker, finally gone, the air in Konoha felt noticeably fresher to Ling sure enough. Things only thrive when the rod is cut away. Of course, the main reason was that from now on, only a little snake and a white Zetsu would be tailing and watching her. Ahem, back on topic, this was just Ling's own feeling. In truth, the people of Konoha had no idea about Danzo's defection. Konoha may be corrupt, but when it comes to keeping secrets, they're still up to par. Outwardly, Konoha still looked as prosperous and peaceful as ever. Greeting familiar faces along the way, Ling headed for the Hokage's office. On her way, she spotted Uchiha Mikoto and big sister Kushina out shopping together. Ling hadn't expected this diplomatic ladies' outing to begin so soon, though at the moment, it was a toddler walking beside Mikoto. Looking at this little kid with the same rare, silky hair as herself, Ling instantly guessed, this must be the legendary baby weasel. Even as a child, Uchiha Itachi was quiet, though he kept glancing longingly at the nearby dango shop. Ling never expected that Itachi had already taken a liking to dumplings at such a young age. In the original story, this was also one of the few sweet moments he ever experienced in his life. Ling arrived at the dumpling shop and bought 4 boxes of assorted glutinous rice dumplings, planning to treat the still adorable young Itachi to something nice. Kushina, Mikoto, good morning. Ling hurried over to Kushina, patting her and Mikoto on the shoulder. Along the way, an Umbu assigned to watch over the nine-tailed Jinchuriki tried to intervene, but was quickly held back by another Umbu. Don't get involved. That girl is the 3rd Hokage's disciple, and she's far stronger than you think. Clearly, the Umbu who stopped his teammate was the same one who had joined Ling in hunting down Danzo not long ago. Kushina and Mikoto instantly recognized Ling's voice, and both turned around with warm smiles, looking fondly at the cute, tiny version of her. Ling, good morning. Oh, are you here to treat us to dumplings? Kushina bent down to ruffle Ling's silky black hair. Mikoto smiled as well, her eyes narrowing in delight. She was one of the rare Uchiha with such soft, flowing hair. Ling laughed. I saw Mikoto's little one staring longingly at the dumplings, so I thought I'd invite you all to share some as well. She lifted the bag of dumplings and waved it in front of Itachi. His eyes followed the swinging dumplings at first. Then he quickly looked away, trying not to stare. Itachi's cheeks flushed bright red. Being caught by this beautiful older girl while eyeing the dumplings made him feel extremely embarrassed. Ling handed 2 of the boxes to Kushina and Mikoto, then took out another box and waved it in front of Itachi. Here, tell me your name, will you? How old are you? If you tell me, I'll give you the dumplings, all right? Ling crouched down, her eyes softly crinkling as she tilted her head and gazed gently at the young Itachi. Itachi's face lit up as he looked up at her, then glanced at his mother, noticing the encouraging look in her eyes. Only then did he turn his attention back to the prettiest big sister he'd ever seen. "My name is Uchiha Itachi, and I'm a year and a half old." At just a year and a half, Itachi could already speak and walk with ease. Children in the shinobi world really were different. Back in her previous life, kids that age still needed someone to hold their hand, just to walk. "Here you go, Itachi. Do you like it? My name is Uchiha Ling, but you can call me Big Sister Ling." Ling handed the dumplings to Itachi, then gently patted his smooth, silky hair. The heads of the 4 laughing demons really were the most satisfying to pat. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Patted the heads of the 4 laughing demons. Progress 2 out of 4. Emotional stability. Source +1. So far, she'd patted the heads of Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, and even Obito. Well, if hitting his head counted as patting, that is. Let's see, the only heads I haven't patted yet are Sasuke, who hasn't been born, and Madara, who is close to dying. But I imagine those two must have the most stubborn hair of all. Ling remembered that Sasuke was born not long after Madara's death. So if she wanted to pat Madara's head, it would probably have to wait until the 4th Great Ninja War. Still, once she's patted Sasuke's head, and then Naruto's, she'll unlock a new achievement, patting the Sons of the Sage of 6 Paths himself. After that, she could try to collect all sorts of achievements, patting the heads of all 9-tailed beasts, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the 5 Kage. In short, there were plenty of trophies waiting for Ling to collect. "Thank you, Sister Ling." Itachi ducked his head shyly, feeling the gentle, childlike hand ruffling his hair. It was even more comforting than his mother's touch. "Well then, Kushina, Mikoto, and Itachi, I'm off to work now. Take your time and enjoy yourselves." Ling picked up her dango, took a bite, and decided she still preferred grilled meat. This was just too sweet for her taste. When she arrived at the Hokage's office, she gave the door a gentle knock before entering. The moment she saw Hiruzen Sarutobi's weary face, it was clear he'd been up all night with official business. Danzo's defection had caused the 3rd Hokage no end of trouble. For one thing, Danzo's root had controlled most of the village's intelligence operations. Most of the information he'd received about other ninja villages had come through Danzo, and there weren't many spies in the ANBU capable of gathering valuable intel. Now that Danzo had fled, he felt almost blind, completely in the dark about the other major villages, and utterly at a loss. He even found himself missing Danzo a little. After all, Danzo had been a master of placing spies and uncovering secrets. Now it seemed the ANBU were only good for assassination and capture missions. For the moment, the 3rd Hokage had no idea how to move forward. "Sensei Sarutobi, I'm planning to report to the ANBU now. By the way, when will you give me that S-rank jutsu you promised?" Ling noticed how irritable the 3rd Hokage was, so she spoke in a soft, quiet voice, afraid she might be brushed off if she wasn't careful. "Oh, Ling? Which S-rank jutsu do you want?" The 3rd Hokage, hearing Ling's gentle tone, managed to smooth out his frustration. He didn't want to frighten his young student. Losing Danzo and Root stung, but regaining full control over ANBU was a silver lining. At least now he wouldn't be held back by Danzo. Would Edo Tensei be possible? Ling remembered her promise to Geno, to let him see his son one last time. This jutsu wasn't the perfect choice, but it could help her explore the mysteries of soul, chakra, and the Pure Land. The 3rd Hokage lit his pipe, took a deep draw, and exhaled slowly, as if this small ritual could ease some of his fatigue. But when he heard Ling mention her desire to use the reanimation jutsu, he was caught off guard and choked on his smoke, coughing harshly before finally lifting his gaze to the small figure before him. She bore a certain resemblance to Orochimaru in his younger days, and the thought unsettled him. He feared his young apprentice might stray down a dangerous path. Don't think he was unaware of what Orochimaru and Danzo had been up to. He simply chose not to pursue it, largely because Orochimaru always covered his tracks so well. Besides, Konoha couldn't afford to weaken itself any further. As long as Orochimaru didn't cross any unforgivable lines, the 3rd preferred not to intervene. But that didn't mean he could tolerate seeing his carefully nurtured student turn to the dark side. "Why do you want to learn this jutsu?" The 3rd Hokage took another puff, his expression inscrutable as he fixed his eyes on Ling. This question was more than curiosity, it was a test. Well, I just wanted to ask the 1st Hokage how he managed to merge chakra natures and create a Kekkei Genkai. I've already mastered the basics of both earth and water nature transformation. Ling replied, pressing her index fingers together, clearly aware her reason sounded a bit far-fetched. After all, it was much too early for her to be thinking about fusing bloodlines. In Konoha, aside from the first Hokage's success with Kekkei Genkai fusion, no one else had managed such a feat, not even the prodigious and inherently ruthless Tobarama Senju. Compared to other villages, Konoha lagged behind by nearly 2 generations in the study of Kekkei Genkai fusion, especially when you consider that in Sunagakure and Iwagakure, they had already developed reliable methods for passing down fused bloodlines. There, as long as you learned the process and followed the steps, you could reach Kage-level strength with relative certainty. But in Konoha, aside from the few born with special bloodlines or those who inherited sage arts, there was no stable path to the highest ranks. This left the village vulnerable to gaps between generations. No, the former Hokage should rest in peace in the Pure Land. They must not be disturbed. And this jutsu is far too dark and inhumane. Choose something else, the third Hokage said, fixing his disciple with a deep, searching look before letting out a sigh. He knew Ling's true intentions for the reanimation jutsu likely had little to do with seeking counsel from the first Hokage. To be fair, Ling was innocent on this point. She genuinely wished she could bring back the first and second Hokage to personally guide her training. Then I'd like to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, the version perfected by Brother Minato, Ling replied, eager to study the jutsu. Who knew? Perhaps she'd master it in a flash. Her reflexes could continue to improve through the heaven and earth curse mark, and with her physical abilities soon reaching elite Jonin level, she might one day rival Minato himself. As for sealing techniques, her talent was nothing to scoff at. Aside from the 5-element seal and the 4 Crimson Ray formation, she'd pretty much mastered them all. Does anyone really think that the fire sealing method, the evil sealing method, or even the 4-symbol seal that can contain a tailed beast are simple techniques? Right now, Ling's accomplishments in the art of sealing are easily among the top 5 in all of Konoha. Mastering sealing techniques requires a strong grasp of mathematics, and in my previous life, I was already good at math. Now, with a sharp mind on top of that, my learning speed is naturally astonishing. Perhaps it also has something to do with the way cursed energy has enhanced my brain. In any case, I feel that my mind works exceptionally well these days. Many problems just unravel themselves before me, and I can easily draw inferences from one case to another. The third Hokage let out a sigh. He didn't believe his student could truly master the Flying Thunder God technique. Not everyone is blessed with such spatial temporal talent. Still, he had seen many confident individuals fail before. They all arrived at this ambition only after witnessing Minato Namake's success. But in the end, reality defeated them. In over 40 years of Konoha's history, only the second Hokage and Minato Namake's ever possessed such talent. Even so, if Ling wanted to give it a try, he didn't mind. He thought Ling's journey had been too smooth so far, without any real setbacks. Hitting a wall with the Flying Thunder God technique might actually be a good thing. Otherwise, teaching such a genius disciple brought little sense of accomplishment. He hadn't even pushed himself yet, and Ling's abilities had almost reached the very forefront of Konoha's shinobi. It was hard to imagine how someone so young could advance at such a staggering pace. Was it truly the fusion of Uchiha and Senju bloodlines that spurred this growth? He had discussed this question with his 3 disciples. Other than the slow-witted Jiraiya, both Tsunade and Orochimaru agreed that it was indeed the catalyst of 2 supreme bloodlines. Ling was, as far as they knew, the only person to possess both Senju and Uchiha blood. So they weren't sure if this was a unique phenomenon or something that could happen more broadly. It's not like you could just arrange for a Senju and an Uchiha to marry. Just thinking about it made it seem impossible. Having a miracle like Ling was already a stroke of luck. Clutching the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique, Ling was overjoyed, completely oblivious to the third Hokage's playful expression. All right, thank you, Sensei. I'll head over to the ANBU for work now. Ling carefully tucked the Flying Thunder God scroll into her ninja tool pouch, gave it a reassuring pat, and then cheerfully bid farewell to Hiruzen Sarutobi, dashing off toward the ANBU headquarters. Watching Ling's childlike exuberance, the third Hokage couldn't help but smile kindly. Ling had always given off a cool and mature air, so this display of youthful excitement was a rare delight, and this contrast only made Ling all the more endearing. As his thoughts wandered, he recalled his own youngest son, Asuma, who at Ling's age was already sneaking cigarettes and flirting with girls. Although Asuma had now become a chunin, he was still a source of worry. The public base of the Umbu is located in a cave beneath the Hokage Rock, just behind the Hokage Tower. This is also where duty rosters are arranged, and where the headquarters for protecting the Hokage resides. The Umbu at the entrance did not stop Uchiha Ling. It seemed the third Hokage had already informed them, or perhaps they simply knew Ling personally. Before Ling could even speak, an Umbu member stepped forward and led the way. The headquarters truly was a maze of twists and turns. Left to her own devices, Ling would have likely lost her way. This Umbu, wearing a carp-shaped mask, remained silent the entire time. His chakra felt unfamiliar, and its strength was about that of a mid-ranking ninja. They descended a spiraling staircase, making several rounds, before finally arriving at a spacious underground hall. Several doors lined the perimeter of the hall. At the center stood a counter, likely the place where missions were assigned. 3 Umbu were busy handling documents behind it. In the pitch-dark underground, required to wear masks, the setting felt almost inhumane. The Umbu escort brought Ling to one of the doors. After knocking with a specific rhythm, the door, engraved with sealing runes to block chakra sensing, opened from within. Inside was an office with 2 ninja, a man and a woman, seated at a desk. Ling recognized the man's chakra signature. It was Sarutobi Shinnosuke. Ling, you're here. Welcome to the Umbu, Sarutobi Shinnosuke said, removing his mask to reveal a face marked by the passage of years. Uncle Shinnosuke, long time no see. Now that I'm under your command, I'll be counting on your guidance. Ling gave a slight bow. If she guessed correctly, Sarutobi Shinnosuke was now the overall commander of the Umbu. While most members needed to conceal their identities with masks, the commander did not. At this point, the bounty on Sarutobi Shinnosuke's head at the exchange house likely exceeded even Asuma's at his peak, probably somewhere between 80 million and over 100 million. For a fleeting moment, Ling even imagined Shinnosuke's head turning into a dazzling pile of gold coins. Fortunately, she wasn't strapped for cash these days, or she might have considered claiming the bounty herself. I'll handle your registration now, and then assign you to a squad where you can get accustomed to Umbu work. Later on, I'll transfer you to our most elite team. Whether Shinnosuke was just trying to sweeten the deal, Ling wasn't sure. She had little interest in joining the so-called elite team. A few simple tasks would be just fine for her. She kept her thoughts to herself and took the identification papers Shinnosuke handed her, following the Umbu escort to the supply room. The Umbu's benefits were quite decent. Plenty of ninja tools were free for members, including kunai and shuriken. Rations and explosive tags were also available at no cost, though with some limits on quantity. If there's something up for grabs, you might as well take it. So Ling made sure to claim the maximum amount allowed for everything. Watching Ling's tactics, the ANBU quartermaster couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. A full set of ANBU rain gear, a hooded cloak, an ANBU vest. That one was just like Itachi's. Ling even picked up the mesh ninja outfits and a few standard-issue uniforms. Looking at these uniforms, all noticeably smaller than those of the other ninja, Ling realized they must have been made especially for her. Otherwise, nothing would fit her current petite frame. Even the ANBU vest was custom-made. It was smaller than the smallest standard size, practically a miniature version. Thankfully, it fit perfectly. Ling had no idea which weirdo had gotten a hold of her measurements. To think someone even knew the precise stats of a little girl, what a total creep. Stepping into the changing room, Ling started by pulling on the mesh underlayer, then the fitted black tee and loose, flexible pants, finishing off with a pair of ANBU ninja sandals. Now she definitely had that unmistakable ANBU aura. Next, she shrugged on the ANBU vest, slung a free steel ninja blade across her back, and styled her hair to match Itachi's look during his ANBU days. Lastly, she tied the forehead protector around her brow and activated the glowing red Two-Tomo Sharingan. With a dramatic flourish, there it was, the perfect ANBU Uchiha Itachi cosplay. Except, of course, Ling had no worry lines, and her face was much softer and youthful, clearly feminine. Ahem, think of her as the female version of Uchiha Itachi. When Ling stepped out of the room, the 2 ENBU stationed outside couldn't help but light up. She really suited the look, carrying an air of aloof coolness mixed with both strength and gentle grace. Let's go. I'll take you to pick out your mask. My codename is Koi, specialist in water-style techniques. Are the mask and codename already assigned? Can I choose my own mask? Ling asked, eyeing Koi's own mask, which did indeed resemble a koi fish. She was curious about how the ANBU dealt with masks and codenames. If she could pick her own, she'd definitely go for something that sounded nice. Yes, you can choose your mask, but each mask comes with a corresponding codename. Ling was a little disappointed, but at least she could pick a mask she liked. With ANBU numbers dropping so much lately, there must be plenty of codenames left, right? Actually, Ling had guessed wrong. Codenames were never retired, so this mask hall was never overflowing with options. At the moment, there was a red fox, a white elephant, a teal swallow, and several others. Ling browsed for a while before finally settling on a white cat mask traced with black and red markings. From today on, your name is Jingli, the startled lynx. Remember your codename. The ANBU responsible for the masks was probably the very artisan who made them. There were half-finished masks and with shavings scattered on the floor. He carefully wrote Jingli and a string of identification numbers on Ling's file, then handed everything over to her. Ling held the cat-shaped mask in her hands, carefully examining the sealing technique runes and some unfamiliar jutsu etched onto its surface. This mask can block the Byakugan or other types of perception jutsu from seeing the wearer's true face. Once you infuse chakra into it, it will cling to your face and also has limited air filtration abilities, the ENBU member explained. With this clarification, Ling realized that the mask even functioned as a sort of gas mask, something she hadn't expected. She thought to herself, if Shursui had worn a mask during the ambush in the original story, maybe he wouldn't have been poisoned by that smoke after all. Ling placed the mask over her face. As chakra flowed into it, she felt it settle snugly against her skin, fitting perfectly without any sense of discomfort or foreignness. She had discovered yet another strange piece of ninja technology. Now, with the mask on and a codename to match, Ling was officially a true member of the ANBU. When she returned to Tsurutobi Shinosuke's office and handed over the documents, it struck her that, if not for her height giving her away, most people wouldn't even recognize her as Ling. Jingli, Tsurutobi addressed her by her new codename. I've already assigned you to a team. They'll come get you soon and help you get familiar with your daily tasks. He filed away Ling's identification papers, then pulled out another sheet, this one covered in written words and hand signs, which he handed to her. These are the ANBU's secret codes, hand signals, and some ciphers. You have 10 minutes to memorize them. Ling glanced over the sheet and saw it was indeed filled with specialized signals and phrases unique to the unit. Memorizing them wasn't difficult. After reading them through twice, she already had them committed to memory. Just to be sure, she spent the full 10 minutes reviewing, practicing the gestures as she went to reinforce her recall. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Once it opened, 3 ANBU members entered. Ling guessed these must be her new teammates. Zishi, take Jingli with you. From today on, she's your subordinate, Tsurutobi said, addressing the tall ninja wearing a blue rhinoceros mask who led the group. Yes, Captain. Jingli, right? Come with me. We'll start by picking up our assignment, the squad leader replied. He was clearly the quiet type, leading the group straight toward the bar counter in the main hall without another word. I'm here to collect today's ANBU daily mission. Codename, Zishi, he announced. Ling watched the scene with curiosity. She already knew that ANBU missions were divided into daily assignments and special orders. Daily missions typically involve patrolling somewhere in the village or within the Land of Fire, or sometimes standing guard at the Hokage's office. Special missions, on the other hand, came directly from the 3rd Hokage and were assigned by the ANBU commander. Tasks like surveillance, pursuit, assassination, and support. Daily missions sounded fairly easy, though Ling suspected they could also be quite monotonous. She often sensed ANBU members stationed in certain areas, watching and waiting, barely moving a muscle. The bartender didn't waste any words. He simply grabbed a wooden tag at random, tossed it to Captain Zishi, then made a quick note that the mission had been accepted. Let's get moving. Our task today is to patrol the eastern side of the Ninja Academy, and, while we're at it, keep an eye on the students there, said Zishi, slipping the wooden tag into her ninja pouch. Remembering that Ling had only recently joined the Umbu, she decided to offer a brief explanation. Since we're still in the early stages of the war, there's a good chance enemy village ninjas will try to cause trouble. There might even be spies, desperate after being discovered, who'll try to take others down with them. Ling nodded in understanding. Back when she was at the Ninja Academy, she had sensed Umbu operatives guarding the area nearby. It made sense. After all, the academy housed a good 500 or 600 students. If enemy sabotage behind the lines were to wipe them out, the village would be left with a dire shortage of new talent. It would take at least 4 or 5 years to recover. Without the annual influx of around 100 fresh genin, 4 years of losses would be devastating. The Umbu squad moved swiftly, darting across the rooftops. In no time, they reached the eastern side of the Ninja Academy. Let's start with introductions. My codename is Zishi. I'm your Umbu squad captain, and I specialize in water style and taijutsu. Zishi was clearly the strongest among them. Judging by her chakra, she was likely at the level of a special jonin, and her skills probably matched. After her quiet introduction, Zishi looked to the female ninja standing on her right. I'm Shadow Leopard. My specialty is assassination and stealth. Her black hair and icy demeanor made it clear she was not someone easy to approach. Her gaze was sharp and cold, and she appeared to be second only to Captain Zishi in terms of ability. With a cheerful laugh, the next member spoke up. My codename is Huinlu. I specialize in sensory ninjutsu and wind style. I'm also one of this year's new recruits. Huinlu's chakra barely reached the level of a chunin. Judging by his youthful voice, he was probably only 14 or 15. If not for his sensory abilities, he likely wouldn't have qualified for the Umbu at all. Hello everyone. My codename is Jingli. I specialize in medical ninjutsu and jinjutsu. I also have some skill in other jutsu and swordsmanship, and I know a bit of sealing techniques as well. Counting off her specialties on her fingers, Ling felt she was being modest. She'd only mentioned 2 of her strengths, hoping to help cover any gaps in the team. Very good. You're the newest member, so if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I hope we'll work well together during our missions, Zishi said encouragingly. Zishi didn't know Ling's true identity or her true strength. Judging by Ling's height, she figured Ling was just a recent graduate, chosen for her talent in medical ninjutsu. This is great. Now that we have a medical ninja, we don't have to worry about injuries. Don't worry, Jingli. I'll make sure to protect you, Huanlu added with a grin. Huanlu was indeed quite pleased, for it had been less than 10 years since Tsunade announced a major initiative to train medical ninja and to equip every squad with one. Medical ninja were still in short supply, and having one on the team greatly enhanced their ability to keep going. Just talk about what you're best at. There's no need to mention things you've only just learned. Yingbao cut in, her voice cold and tinged with sarcasm. In her eyes, this newcomer was a bit too full of herself. Even a jonin wouldn't dare claim such expertise, and yet here was a fresh graduate making such bold claims. Such behavior could easily cause teammates to misjudge her abilities, leading to disastrous consequences for the whole team. A misstep that could end everything. Ling didn't say much. It was best to treat her like a rookie anyway. That way, he could take it easy and not attract too much attention. All right, there's no need to be so harsh. Jingli is just a newcomer, after all. Let's look after her. No need to be so critical. Zishi stepped in to ease the tension. He was a bit helpless about Yingbao's attitude, too. Their last teammate had also exaggerated his abilities, gotten himself killed, and left the rest of them to face an overwhelming enemy before they had to abandon the mission and flee. Yingbao means well, Jingli, so don't take it to heart. She's actually a good person and a reliable teammate, Zishi added, keeping things fair and balanced. As a squad leader, he was almost overqualified. His skills could easily make him platoon leader. Don't mind her. Yingbao's always like this. When I first joined, I got scolded by her too, but she really doesn't mean any harm. Huanlu laughed heartily, scratching the back of his head. With both him and Zishi smoothing things over, Ling cared even less, and Yingbao's gaze lost some of its earlier sharpness. It's all right. From today onward, I'll count on all of you for your guidance, Ling replied, her tone cool, but without the harshness of Yingbao's. All right, let's divide up the areas you'll be responsible for. Yingbao, you'll take care of. Lastly, if anything comes up, remember to use the signal flares. The eastern perimeter of the Ninja Academy was vast, bordering the forest. With just 4 of them, they'd have to split up if they wanted to watch it all. Ling had no objections. With her farsight technique, she could always have shadow clones keep watch while she focused on learning the 3 Imbu jutsu she'd just acquired. Ling's hand signing speed had already reached 6 signs per second, and now she was trying to master one-handed seals, a challenge she felt confident about. Absolute hand seals were all about matching hand movements with chakra flow. To master one-handed seals, she would have to invent 12 unique single-handed signs, each corresponding to the traditional two-handed ones. This is essentially a process of developing muscle memory. At home, Ling left behind more than 30 physical shadow clones, instructing them to study chakra nature transformation, the wind release chakra mode, and the Uchiha clan's genjutsu and illusionary sword techniques. As for herself, she could only focus on learning a few ninjutsu that weren't particularly difficult, mainly the rock fist technique, the blade of wind, and the spiraling storm spear. Any other questions? Zishi glanced at Ling, seeing her shake her head. He said, all right then, dismissed. Meet back here after ninja school ends. Ling watched as the others vanished in a flash, then naturally headed to her assigned patrol area and casually picked out a large tree. Ling had not yet mastered the Umbu's secret art for concealing chakra fluctuations, so for now, she had to rely on her own methods. She discovered that when she covered her entire body with cursed energy, her chakra signature became completely suppressed. Although she didn't quite understand the principle behind it, as long as it worked, that was enough. Ling quickly formed hand seals, casting both the bubble jutsu and the far-seeing glass jutsu, setting them up to surveil the area in detail. With her physical shadow clones also keeping watch, Ling turned her attention to studying those 3 ninjutsu. The rock fist technique formed a layer of hardened stone around the fist, greatly enhancing the force of her blows. However, using it in conjunction with monster strength was still a challenge. The explosive chakra control required for monster strength would disrupt the chakra flow of the rock fist, and after many attempts, Ling realized the 2 techniques simply couldn't be used together. Fortunately, Combining them wasn't strictly necessary. It had just been a wild idea she'd entertained. Maintaining two different chakra control methods in her hands required not only multitasking, but also careful management to prevent the chakra streams from interfering with each other. In hindsight, Ling realized she'd been a bit naive. Rock Fist and Monster Strength were fundamentally different approaches to enhancing power. Even though she failed, she wasn't discouraged. She had already mastered the Rock Fist technique. Next came the relatively simple Blade of Wind. This was a jutsu commonly used by ninjas from the Sand Village, where a razor-sharp layer of wind chakra was applied to a ninja blade and rotated along the blade's length. It worked a bit like the principle of a chainsaw, and this technique could actually be fused with Ling's Gale Sword technique, since the chakra on the blade in Gale Sword remained stationary relative to the sword itself. It was hard to say which of the two was stronger, as their emphases were different. Gale Sword technique was fundamentally a sword art, with wind release chakra as a supporting element. The ancestor who created this sword style originally designed it to counter samurai clad in bamboo armor and ninjas who lacked powerful defensive jutsu. In that era, it was more than sufficient. Even today, it could give her a decisive advantage against jonin who didn't wear special equipment or possess defensive body techniques. Unfortunately, when faced with techniques like Earth Release, Earth Spear, Lightning Release Armor, or Magnet Release, Iron Sand Defense, it still feels quite powerless. But things change once the Blade of Wind is added. This technique is made specifically for cutting, and as mastery over the wind nature transformation deepens, its power grows tremendously. Combining the two jutsu isn't particularly difficult. When using the Swift Wind Sword technique, it's just a matter of channeling wind nature chakra along the blade in a specific rotational pattern. Compared to the almost inhuman demands of the wind release chakra mode, this is 1,000 times simpler. Ling even suspects that mastering wind release chakra mode might be impossible for her, so now she only uses it as a way to practice chakra control. She drew the standard ninja sword issued to the Umbu. Although it pales in comparison to the Tatsuka blade, it's still about as fine as a regular steel ninja sword can get. Infusing the blade with wind nature chakra that had undergone transformation, Ling now commanded 3 different types of wind nature chakra transformations. After using Blade of Wind, the light blue wind nature chakra darkened to a deep blue-green. This was the fruit of Ling's efforts with wind nature transformation lately. She felt that mastering these 3 types had already put her at the very peak of jonin level. Beyond this, she would have to infuse wind nature with new properties of her own choosing, a kind of personal creative power, if you will. Within the bounds of what seems reasonable, she could experiment freely with her imagination. Ling guessed that the so-called Kekkei Genkai of release techniques was really just the result of this imaginative force at work. You could call it idealistic, but it still follows the basic principles of chakra. Call it materialistic, and you'll still struggle to explain why magnet release lets different people manipulate completely different things. For someone raised on a strict education of materialism, this kind of creative force is maddening. Usually, it's not the most brilliant minds who master it best. You need a bit of culture, but not too much, a mind that doesn't strictly follow the rules, or perhaps someone who's mentally a little off. For people like that, creative power comes twice as easily for half the effort. Tobirama and Hashirama Senju are the best examples of this. Orochimaru probably fits the bill too. Look at him. Even by the Boruto era, he still hasn't managed to create a Kekkei Genkai release with that kind of creative power. That's also why the 3rd Hokage, when it came to ninjutsu, could only reach S rank by relying on the 5 elements' great consecutive bullets. His single-element ninjutsu transformations were at best elite jonin level. Now look at Tobirama Senju's water release techniques. Impressive, right? But as a scientist lacking that creative spark, he could only innovate in terms of form transformation. Take the hard spiral water blade and the severing wave. They're basically just the principles of a spiral drill and a high-pressure water jet, aren't they? Still, even with just form transformation, he reached S rank. But chakra control alone blocks most people from following in his footsteps. After all, even the 3rd Hokage couldn't perform those 2 techniques. The Blade of Wind, as it stands now, is merely a simple form transformation, much like the Rasengan. Both form transformation and nature transformation are extensions of ninjutsu. Neither is inherently superior, and each can reach the pinnacle of mastery. That said, to create a Kekkei Genkai, nature transformation is indispensable. Yet, in a shinobi world, how many have truly managed to forge a Kekkei Genkai on their own? Pulling himself from his thoughts, Ling, having now mastered the swift sword technique of the Blade of Wind, felt ready to begin developing his own S-rank jutsu. His plan was to combine the spiraling compression sphere and the spiral storm lance, a fusion that resembled the hard whirlpool water blade, but this one would be of wind nature. Ling believed that once this S-rank jutsu was developed, it would be powerful enough to pierce even the defenses of a fully manifested Susanoo and the formidable 3 Lightning Lords. The reason Naruto's wind style, Raisin Shuriken, failed to break the lightning armor of the 3 Lightning Lords was that its damage was too diffuse, slicing at the entire body rather than focusing on a single point. By contrast, this soon-to-be-named wind style, Spiral Compressed Storm Lance, would not only retain the overall slicing force, but also wield the terrifying piercing power of a drill. This spiraling, penetrating force, while perhaps less visually spectacular than the Raisin Shuriken, was definitely on par with Chidori and the legendary Spear of Absolute Might. The thought of it made Ling want to burst out laughing. This jutsu alone would elevate his destructive power to the level of a Kage. After that, taming Shikigami would be a breeze. He reckoned that with the exception of Manhwareccomendation, every opponent could be defeated in a single blow. Even facing Manhwareccomendation might not be impossible. Still, while the combination of these two jutsu was feasible, it would require continual refinements, modifying the structure to enhance the spiral and piercing power. If he had the hard Whirlpool Water Blade as a reference, perhaps the development would proceed faster. Unfortunately, he had chosen to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique first. Once his shadow clone mastered Dream Butterfly, Cold Cicada, and the 9 forms of the Chiryu Phantom Sword technique, he would set about conquering these 2 S-rank jutsu. That's right, 2 jutsu. 1. The Wind Style, Spiral Compressed Storm Lance, for single target devastation. The other, the Wind Style, Spiral Compressed Shuriken, for area attacks. How exhilarating! The path to invincibility stretched out before him. As Ling reveled in visions of his future glory, he caught sight of signal fireworks rising into the sky from another part of the Ninja Academy. Uncertain of what was happening, Ling expanded the field of his far-seeing technique, and this time he finally saw what was going on in that direction. On the eastern street, near the Ninja Academy, for Konoha Inbu were pursuing a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes. Peering closer at the man's features, Ling realized he had seen him before. He was the proprietor of a clay figurine shop, always seeming warm and amiable. But now, it seemed clear he was a spy. That also explained why there had always been a team of ANBU discreetly watching the area near his shop. Konoha must have known about his identity as a spy for a long time, using him all this while transmit false intelligence. Now, however, the spy has finally sensed something amiss. Ling guessed that Danzo's defection might have prompted this spy to try and send the information back to the village. It was also possible that the spy simply felt it was time to retire after a job well done. As for why he was now being chased, perhaps the newly rotated Konoha Umbu assigned to monitor him had less experience and were discovered, giving him a chance to escape. Or maybe he had decided to return to the village, and Konoha had chosen this moment to settle accounts once and for all. Truly, being a spy was a miserable occupation. The spy was heading straight toward the Ninja Academy, apparently ready to kill and sacrifice himself for the mission. The commotion from the signal firework had alerted many nearby Umbu and ninjas. Those who were strong enough quickly gave chase to lend assistance. The teachers at the Ninja Academy also noticed the situation and immediately prepared to lead the students down to the shelter beneath the school. When Ling was a student, she had participated in several evacuation drills. She remembered that underground was a vast civilian defense complex. Ling's teammates quickly gathered at the previously agreed-upon meeting spot, and Ling naturally joined them. Huan-Lu, tell us what you sensed. Zishi gazed at Huan-Lu, who had just finished his sensory scan, her expression grave. Yeah, there's a spy from an enemy village on the run, with 7 or 8 ninja in pursuit. They're all heading toward the Ninja Academy. Huan-Lu's sensory ninjutsu was fairly good, but judging by the sweat beading on his forehead, it seemed to be taxing him. Zishi, what's the plan? Should we set up an ambush on the way, or intercept him head-on? Ingbao's voice was icy, utterly devoid of emotion, as if he were simply talking about dealing with some minor nuisance. But only Ling could sense that this spy's chakra reserves far exceeded her own. Even Zishi couldn't match him. Judging by that, none of them could take him on alone. In the ninja world, aside from a handful of true outliers, the amount of chakra a ninja possessed was still a reliable measure of their strength. More chakra usually meant their body or mind was exceptional in some way. We're the farthest from that spy right now. There are other Umbu guarding the Ninja Academy who can handle this. Let's use the transformation jutsu to blend in among the academy students. That way, we can both protect them and catch the enemy off guard. As soon as Zishi finished speaking, she transformed into a 6 or 7-year-old boy. His features were ordinary, but his expression and eyes were perfectly disguised. Ling and Huan-Lu also quickly transformed into children around the same age. As for Ling, well, She didn't really need a transformation jutsu to blend in, but the gear she wore would be hard to explain. So Ling transformed herself into a little girl in a dress, and the four of them swiftly melted into the stream of academy students evacuating from the training grounds. Each of them was a master of disguise. Their expressions of terror, panicked eyes, and chaotic breathing were so convincing that, without the aid of secret techniques, it was nearly impossible to spot any flaws. Because the training ground was the farthest from the civil defense facility, Ling and her companions had no choice but to follow behind and protect these little kids. At this moment, the spy had already reached the edge of the ninja school's outer wall. He noticed a team of blocking his path ahead, another squad assigned to protect the ninja school, just like Ling's group. They were close enough that there was no time to set traps. All they could do now was brace themselves and intercept the intruder. Yet, faced with Konoha's pursuing and intercepting the spy showed no sign of despair. Instead, he pressed on toward the ninja school without the slightest pause. Courting death. Konoha style, Crescent Moon Dance. The leading captain split into two shadow clones, then unleashed the famed Crescent Moon Dance, slashing toward the spy. The sword strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. Though the spy managed to evade the attacks from the two clones, he could not dodge the captain's final blow. The blade cut diagonally through his body. The sensation of slicing into flesh convinced the captain he'd finished the job, so he turned to sheath his sword. But there was no blood from the spy's shattered body. It was nothing more than a substitute made of white, sticky clay. Damn it, where did he hide? The captain drew his sword and searched around, but found nothing. Captain, watch out! He heard a teammate's urgent shout, and as he turned back to look at the broken clay clone, he noticed a flicker of firelight on its surface. Then, everything went numb. Up close, there was no way a flesh-and-blood body could withstand the detonation of explosive clay. The captain was instantly blown apart in a crimson mist. The shockwave splattered blood all over the pursuing ninjas. Damn it, he's a Bakutan user, a blasted dog from a Wagakure. The captain who had first pursued the spy hadn't anticipated losing a fellow captain in the blink of an eye. And they still hadn't located the Wagakure Bakutan ninja's true form. The ninja school was just ahead. Things couldn't be worse. Captain, the spy is rapidly approaching the ninja school from underground. He's headed straight for the entrance to the underground shelter. The sensory ninja, face deathly pale and drenched in sweat, finally caught the Wagakure spy's presence, but he feared it was already too late. Damn! After him! Hurry! Let's hope the other squad has arrived. Ling noticed the spy was using explosive clay, and in an instant, she thought of both art is an explosion and art is a starfish. Ling did not follow those little kids into the underground shelter, and her unusual behavior caught the attention of another child. Ling, didn't you already graduate? Why are you here? Hate Gecko exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected to run into this girl again so soon, let alone in such a tense moment. Hey, you should hurry and get inside the shelter, Ling replied. The attacker is a Bakutan user from a Wagakure. It's dangerous out here. She saw Hate with his signature fringe falling over his forehead, but this was no time for reminiscing, so she said nothing more. Standing in front of Ling were Zishi and Ingbao. Through Huanlu's sensory skills, they already knew the interception had failed. Now, they were the last line of defense. The two of them considered themselves the strongest in the team, so naturally, they took the lead. Especially after overhearing Ling's conversation with Hate, they realized Ling was probably only around 6 or 7 years old. She was a true rookie, and both of them couldn't help but internally grumble about the captain of the ANBU for assigning them such an impossible teammate. For a moment, a strange thought flashed through their minds. Was the ANBU really that desperate now, taking in ninjas so young? Ling paid no attention to the looks they shot her. In fact, she felt a surge of excitement. Who would have thought, just staying at home, she'd have this rare chance? A bloodline chakra literally fell into her lap. It was a pity she couldn't study this Bakutan ninja directly. She'd have to settle for getting her hands on some Bakutan chakra and explosive clay instead. Judging by how the Bakutan ninja used his abilities, it seemed he combined Bakutan with explosive clay, just like the Bakutan squad from a Wagakure, and Deidara himself. Of course, Deidara had turned explosive clay into an art form. If only he had chosen a different medium for his Bakutan, maybe he wouldn't have ended up being countered by Sasuke's lightning style. In this setting, Bakutan requires a medium, like earth or air. Deidara and Sho are prime examples. In theory, Bakutan chakra can be infused into any natural substance to create explosions, but using clay makes it much simpler and more convenient. Take the Bakutan ninja Sho, for example. He uses air as his medium. Every punch he throws can deal massive damage. Still, This technique is extremely risky and difficult to control, and since he can't time the detonations, hardly anyone dares to use it. At that moment, the Iwagakure Bakuta ninja spy had already reached the front of the school building. 100 meters behind him, the AMBU were hot on his heels. His arrival clearly terrified the ninja's students who hadn't yet made it to the underground shelter. This Bakutan ninja's presence was simply terrifying, and he looked every bit the desperate man he was, intent on dragging the Konoha ninja students down with him. His air of recklessness and deadly resolve would make even a seasoned Chunin hesitate or retreat in fear, just like Huinlu, standing right beside Ling. As a sensory ninja, Huinlu could perceive the looming threat of death with exceptional clarity. This enemy was not only a wielder of the explosive release bloodline, but also a special Jonin determined to drag them all down with him. Huinlu's legs trembled slightly, and Zishi and Ingbao were not faring much better. Yet, the training of the Umbu kept their fear at bay. I'll hold them off. The rest of you, take these kids and get them to the shelter now. Zishi stepped forward, resolute. Here, among them, no one was better suited than him to buy precious time. Ingbao and Huinlu bit their lips, torn, but in the end, they didn't obey Zishi's order to retreat to the shelter. They were not the kind to abandon their comrades out of fear. Captain, let's do this together. I'll help pin him down. Huinlu, be ready to support us, Ingbao said, pulling out several explosive tags and attaching them to her kunai. Time was running short, so the three of them charged forward as one. Ling stayed behind to calm the frightened children, urging them to hurry into the shelter before they could be caught up in the chaos. The explosive release ninja watched the three Umbu, Zishi, Ingbao, and Huinlu rush toward him, a cruel smirk curling at his lips. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a lump of explosive clay. This time, he didn't bother chewing it to mix his chakra evenly, a technique that would have made the blast even more devastating. Instead, he kneaded it quickly with his palm. As the female Umbu hurled 5 kunai, each tagged with an explosive seal, the explosive release ninja molded his clay into a flock of tiny birds that sprang to life, darting toward the oncoming trio. Water style, great waterfall jutsu, Zishi called out, recognizing the threat. Each clay bird packed a punch, rivaling an explosive tag. He aimed to sweep them away in one overwhelming surge. Ingbao's kunai and explosive tags managed to shatter only a handful of the clay birds, and none triggered a chain explosion. A roaring wave, from meters high, surged forth from Zishi's jutsu, crashing toward the clay birds. But before it could engulf them, the birds exploded mid-flight. Even half of the flock was enough to shatter the massive wave. Wind style, gale breakthrough. Huinlu, covering his teammates, saw the tide turning against them and immediately unleashed a gust, hoping to blow the clay birds away. But against explosive clay that could shatter a tidal wave, what could a gust of wind really do but scatter a bit of smoke? Barely a third of the clay birds exploded, dispersing Huinlu's jutsu, and a dozen more now streaked toward Zishi and Ingbao. There was no time for hand signs. The two could only fling kunai and shuriken desperately, trying to shoot the birds down before they reached their mark. It helped only somewhat. The birds, still under the enemy's control, evaded or pressed on. Only half were struck down and detonated in midair. A few of the explosive clay birds had already reached the two of them. Both Zishi and Ingbao knew that if they tried to strike these birds with their blades, they would only end up blowing themselves to pieces. Their only option was to use the body flicker technique to dodge, but even then, they could only move sideways. If they retreated, how would they be able to stop the explosion release ninja behind them? As Chunin, they couldn't use the body flicker repeatedly, and even Jonin rarely did so, as frequent use could injure their ankles. They managed to dodge once, but as more explosive clay birds swooped toward them, even throwing their ninja swords was useless, a mere drop in the ocean. Soon, the birds were closing in, almost brushing their faces. No matter how they leapt and twisted, it was almost impossible to shake off the oncoming explosive clay birds. Gasping for breath, they could only brace themselves for the end. Memories of their lives began to flash before their eyes, with a flock of deadly clay birds forming the backdrop. Seeing the last child disappear into the underground shelter, Ling finally let loose, no longer holding anything back. She noticed Zishi and Ingbao, who were waiting for death, as well as Huinlu, who looked on in horror and helplessness. The corner of her mouth twitched. If only these people knew a little lightning release, things wouldn't be so dire. Although lightning release couldn't counter explosion release directly, it was effective against explosive clay. The chakra from lightning release would repel the explosion release chakra, fused into the clay. Without the clay as a medium, the explosion release chakra, which should have dissipated long ago, vanished instantly, leaving no time for any explosion. Author's setting. Ling drew a few shuriken she had snatched from the Umbu base, channeling her least proficient lightning release chakra into them. Then, in a flash, she sent them flying in a graceful arc. The shuriken traced a strange curve, soaring around Ing Bao and Shi before striking the explosive clay birds right in front of them. The projectiles collided in midair, then shot toward the explosion release ninja. Shi and Ing Bao stared, dumbfounded, as the explosive clay birds struck by the shuriken quickly deflated, as though punctured. Why did these shuriken not trigger an explosion, when there's always did? It was only then they realized someone had saved them. And with such incredible shuriken throwing skills, it was clear this was no ordinary ninja. Hey, Captain Shi, Senior Ing Bao, just use lightning release to neutralize the explosive clay. Got it. Ling appeared in front of them in a blink, smoothly drawing the ninja blade from her back. With one hand, she formed a few quick hand seals, and lightning release chakra began to coat the blade. This was a single-handed hand seal technique Ling had devised herself. Though it could only be used for simple chakra manipulations, anything more complex like full ninjutsu still required both hands. Even so, this display was enough to startle both Shi, his two companions, and the explosive release ninja facing them. In their minds, anyone capable of performing ninjutsu with just a few one-handed seals had to be a top-tier jonin. To be honest, Ling's one-handed seals were mostly just for show at this stage. Yet, despite the unconventional process, the result was spot on. Ling truly was an elite among jonin. Jingli, how can it be you? The three stared as if they'd seen a ghost. They simply couldn't believe that this little kid, who hadn't even finished ninja school, possessed such strength. So are all Konoha's experts stunted runts like you? Ridiculous. Anyone who didn't know better would think you hadn't even graduated from the academy. The explosive release ninja from Iwagakure now tried to provoke the formidable opponent before him, hoping to catch a slip or a weakness. Hey, you mutt over there, who are you barking at? Isn't the leader of your Iwagakure the biggest runt in the whole ninja world? Ling tapped her cheek, feeling the explosive release ninja from Iwagakure was a bit unhinged. To insult someone as a dwarf. Did he forget his own village leader was famously short? You damn brat. How dare you slander Lord Suchikich? Swarm clay bomb. The Iwagakure ninja pulled out a lump of clay, about the size of a basketball. Infusing it with explosive chakra, he slammed his palm down, scattering it into a shower of tiny clay pellets. These pellets rapidly transformed into finger-sized white bees. With wings of clay fluttering, each one buzzed toward Ling like a swarm of real bees. Jingli, watch out. Fall back now. We only need to stall him. Shi, seeing the cloud of explosive clay bees swarming forward, shouted in alarm, urging Ling to retreat. Well, this is interesting. Lightning release. Needle rain. Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as she watched the explosive release ninja pressing forward, right behind the wave of clay bees. She'd already seen through his plan, to use the chaos of the exploding clay bees to launch a sneak attack or infiltrate the underground shelter. Still, the sheer number of those bees demanded a response. Originally, lightning release. Lightning needle was only a C-rank jutsu, but after Ling's modifications, it became needle rain, more powerful, wider in scope, and reaching the strength of a B-rank technique. Over Ling's head, a small storm cloud formed 4 or 5 meters above. From it, countless lightning needles poured down like a torrential rain. Though the clay bees were numerous and tiny, they couldn't withstand the relentless barrage of lightning needles. Each one was struck and neutralized instantly. You damn brat. Rock Fist Jutsu. The explosive release ninja, now just 10 meters away, unleashed the Rock Fist Jutsu, his right fist morphing into a massive boulder. He planned to use Body Flicker and Rock Fist Jutsu to instantly kill the masked imp, who looked extremely frail. As for the other ninja, who couldn't use lightning release, dealing with them would be a breeze. Jingli, watch out. Shi noticed that the explosion release ninja had closed in on Ling. He was too far to help, and even the fastest among them, Shadow Leopard, couldn't make it in time. Yet, both of them ignored the pain in their ankles and used Body Flicker Jutsu, determined to at least heavily injure the explosion release ninja, even if they couldn't save Jingli. Of course, Ling had already sensed the approach of the explosion release ninja. But faced with this seemingly formidable Rock Fist Jutsu, her only thought was, is that all? Ling gathered a surge of chakra in her left hand. This punch would be terrifying. Her monstrous strength was enough to reduce the explosion release ninja before her to a smear on the ground. Brat! Ha ha ha! The explosion release ninja's grating laughter made Ling's ears ring. It was even more unbearable than the squawking of hundreds of ducks. "You're the one who's going to die." Ling swung her left fist, colliding head-on with the explosion-release ninja's right punch in a single, explosive instant. Zishi and Shadow Leopard couldn't bear to watch. In their eyes, a tragedy was about to unfold. Jingli, barely over a meter tall, facing off against the towering 2-meter explosion-release ninja. And indeed, it was a tragedy. Ling's monstrous punch shattered the rock fist jutsu in an instant. Yet, instead of panic, the explosion-release ninja's face curled into a sinister, victorious grin. Bot. Explosion-release chakra isn't just for clay bombs. Rock and earth work just as well. Shattering rock punch. Ling noticed that the fragments of the shattered rock fist jutsu were beginning to glow and heat up, and in the blink of an eye, they exploded. A violent blast erupted from that single punch, with a shockwave radiating directly toward Ling. In the crimson glare, her body was torn apart like a rag doll. Then, she exploded into a flurry of rabbits, which quickly vanished under the stunned gazes of Zishi and the explosion-release ninja. Neither of them had any idea what had just happened. In truth, Ling had realized something was off about the rock fist jutsu from start. She was familiar with the technique herself, and this version's structure seemed deliberately loose, as if it was meant to fall apart. So Ling had already used rabbit substitution technique, and when their fists met, she made sure the explosion-release ninja's attention was drawn to the blade in her right hand. As the flames faded, the last rabbit burst apart, transforming into a swirling cloud of blue-violet butterflies, beautiful and dreamlike. Both men stood in a daze, completely unaware they'd already fallen under an illusion. That's right, this was Butterfly Dance, one of the 9 forms of the Chiryu illusion sword technique. With the help of her shadow clones, Ling had learned the first form. She never expected to unveil it on the very day she mastered it. Both of them were awestruck by the sheer beauty of the scene. When a violet-blue butterfly approached, the explosion-release ninja felt a sharp pain, and in the end, he managed to break free from the illusion through that pain. There were no butterflies before his eyes now. It had all been an illusion. As the butterflies faded, the kid holding a ninjato appeared before him. Ling glanced at the blood-stained blade in her hand, flicking it in disdain to shake off the blood. This sword was far too inferior. Nothing. Compared to the Tatsuka blade that Snake Uncle had given her. It couldn't even keep itself clean while killing. Disappointing. What a powerful illusion. But why didn't you kill me? You damn brat. Staring at his severed hands lying on the ground, the explosion-release ninja was nearly hysterical, the searing pain and terror flooding his mind. He looked down at his bleeding thighs. At that moment, he could no longer feel his own legs, not daring to take a single step forward. Perhaps this was the last time in his life he would ever stand. The agony gnawed at his spirit, making it impossible to focus his chakra and mount a counterattack. In a flash, Ling appeared at his side. With a 3-element sealing technique, she sealed away his chakra, then pulled some explosion-release chakra from the seal and stored it in a scroll, even sealing away some of his flesh and blood along with it. Relax. All you've lost is the ability to walk and wave your hands. Is that really worth making such a fuss over? Ling collected her spoils of war as if it were nothing, speaking lightly about her own violence. If it weren't for the other Umbu already closing in, she would have already rifled through the explosion-release ninja's tool pouch. Thanks for the assistance. I'll be taking him with me. The Umbu, who had been chasing the explosion-release ninja, stepped forward. The 3 of them escorted the now-maimed ninja away. Hey, what about these 2 legs and the hands? Aren't you going to take them? Ling looked at the limbs left on the ground, thinking these Umbu weren't professional at all, not even bothering to clean up the scene. Her words nearly made the 3 Umbu, still mourning their captain's sacrifice, stumble over their own feet. Did she even hear herself just now? If you don't want them, I'll take them. I'm short on research materials anyway. Ling muttered to herself, then picked up the severed limbs and sealed them into a scroll. Jingli, just use a fire release and burn them. Why keep them around? Huan-Lu had just recovered from the shock of seeing Jingli so decisively defeat the explosion-release ninja, only to see her picking up a severed leg as she spoke. The sight was enough to make even Zishi and Yingbao shudder, bloody, gruesome, and utterly chilling. Oh, that? I'm taking it back to roast and feed to the dogs. Ling said it with a straight face, though she had indeed smelled roasted human flesh before. It was during the battle when she'd been hunting down Danzo. Perhaps there was something missing in her nature, for even the first time she smelled it, she didn't feel the slightest bit of nausea or disgust. The 3 of them, Zishi, Yingbao, and Huan-Lu, exchanged glances, and the very same thought flashed through each of their minds. This teammate is incredibly strong, but might actually be a lunatic. Ling tidied up the scene, washed her hands, and even used Earth style to completely cover all traces of blood and signs of battle on the ground. No need for the Ninja Academy to thank her. This was her own way of giving back to her alma mater. Ling mused silently. Jingli, how are you so powerful? Didn't you say you specialize in medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques? Huan-Lu, who was a not-so-great sensory ninja, had sensed Ling's chakra when she erupted earlier and was still reeling from shock. Isn't this normal? Aren't all those who graduate early and join the ANBU at least at Jonin level? Isn't that just common knowledge? Ling replied matter-of-factly. Together with Zishi and the others, Ling started heading toward the underground shelter. It was safe now, and they could let everyone come out. Faced with Huan-Lu's question, Ling's air of absolute certainty nearly managed to fool all three of them. Huh, that's common knowledge? Captain, did you know about this common knowledge? Huan-Lu turned to Zishi, who looked a little crestfallen. Give me a break. Since when is that common knowledge? There's no such thing, Zishi retorted. Even Ing Bao, who was usually as cold as ice, glanced over in disbelief, clearly taken in by Ling's bluff. Oh, come on, Captain. The only reason you don't know is because you haven't come across it yet. Sarutobi Shinosuke, the commander-in-chief, knows all about this common knowledge. Ling's meaning was clear. Their captain, Zishi, was simply too low-ranking to have encountered people like her. It was perfectly natural. Ing Bao and Huan-Lu both stared at Zishi, making his eye twitch again. After a decade in the ANBU, serving on all kinds of squads, how had he never met anyone like Jingli before? But seeing Ling's barely concealed laughter, he finally realized he'd been played again. Ing Bao and Huan-Lu caught her stifled giggle as well. And in that instant, everything became clear. Damn it, stop messing with us. And about your specialties, what's with you being so good at medical and sealing ninjutsu? Aren't your swordsmanship and jinjutsu just as impressive? Huan-Lu wanted to give Jingli a smack, but remembering the vast difference in their abilities, he had to let it go. Well, I just figure things like swordsmanship, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ninjutsu are pretty common, right? Shouldn't a specialty be something rare? Ling spread her small hands as if to say, if everyone can do it, how could it be special? Only things others can't do. That's what counts as a specialty. So that's it. Sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, things that hardly anyone masters, those are real specialties. The rest, ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, are just basics for any ninja, aren't they? Ling's sophistry actually made the three of them start to reflect. They even began to think what Ling said made sense. Had their previous understanding of specialty been a misconception all along? Don't listen to Jingli's nonsense. A specialty is simply something you're especially good at. It's not about whether others can do it or not, Zishi retorted. He was the sharpest of the group, and quickly realized Jingli was just playing tricks with words, even though at first, he too had been misled. You're terrible. Jingli, you're just too mischievous. No wonder the teachers at the Ninja Academy insisted you had to graduate. I bet I'm right. Are not? Huan-Lu, realizing he'd been fooled again, resorted to verbal attacks at Ling, his way of compensating since he couldn't attack physically. Ling just smiled. Come on, I was always well-behaved. I was top of my class every year. If it weren't for that old man, the third Hokage, making me graduate, I wouldn't have left at all. Graduate? That was never going to happen. The school was filled with talented people, everyone was so interesting, and I loved it there. Ling went on, his tone teasing and with a hint of humble brag. The others sensed a touch of mischief in his words, but couldn't prove anything. When they reached the entrance to the shelter, Zishi used a special dynamic code to unlock the thick steel door. Inside, they found trembling Ninja Academy students, with teachers trying to comfort these little ones. Everyone, the crisis is over. You can go back to class now, Zishi announced. As soon as his words landed, some students who had been bravely holding back their tears suddenly burst out crying. It was clear they'd only been staying strong out of fear. Ling, meanwhile, grew irritated by the sudden wailing. On a whim, with a flash, he transformed into the explosive release ninja from earlier and began scaring the little kids. This stunt worked wonders. The crying ceased at once. Tearful eyes stared up at Ling, now in the form of the explosive ninja. Uchiha Ling, don't think I can't tell it to you. How dare you scare your classmates? Just because you've graduated doesn't mean I won't discipline you. Nakamura Hirohiko emerged from the crowd, marched over, and with a practiced flick, knocked Ling back into his true form. Ling's transformation jutsu broke apart, leaving the little ones even more bewildered. Ling had actually seen Nakamura-sensei's move coming, but out of respect for the teacher's authority, he didn't resist. One swift knock sent Ling crouching, hands over his head in mock defense. Of course, Nakamura-sensei had only tapped him lightly, while Ling exaggerated his misery for effect. Still, The sight of Ling's tearful eyes peeking out from under his mask had Nakamura Hirohiko second-guessing whether he'd gone too far. Ling suddenly burst out laughing. Just kidding. What do you think? I always got the highest grades in disguise class. Pretty impressive, right? Lung rose to her feet, looking rather pleased with herself as she gazed at Nakamura Hirohiko, whom she had just tricked. Her former classmates wore expressions that seemed to say, "Of course, this is so like her." To those meeting Lung for the first time, she always appeared as cool and untouchable as a ray of moonlight, pure and distant. But anyone who truly knew her would be well aware of her eccentric streak and playful nature. Hey, everyone's at quite a scare today. Shouldn't Mr. Nakamura let us out of school early? They might need to run home and cry in their mother's arms, you know? Lung, along with Zishi and their third companion, led the ninja students out of the shelter, casually making her suggestion to Nakamura Hirohiko. Her main intention was clear. Once the students were dismissed, she too could clock out for the day. Well, even though she'd barely worked half a day, isn't the whole point of working just waiting for the time to go home? Surely no one actually likes working so much that they volunteer for overtime, right? No way, right? Lung's words stirred the thoughts of the ninja school students, and they too began to hope for an early dismissal, lifting their heads to look expectantly at their teachers. The teachers, meanwhile, were left speechless. Did these kids think they had the authority to decide whether school was out? That kind of decision needed the principal's, none other than the third Hokage's, personal approval. Stop making trouble and just do your job. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Back in my days in the Umbu, I was never as unprofessional as you. Nakamura Hirohiko complained, completely at a loss with Uchiha Lung. He couldn't outfight her, couldn't outtalk her, and she had backing to boot. TCH, well, the third Hokage's right outside. I'll just go suggest it to him directly. I'm sure he'll agree, Lung replied, having already sensed the third Hokage's approach. Towards the Ninja Academy. He placed great importance on the academy. After all, it had produced countless prodigies, as well as more cannon fodder than anyone could count. As Lung stepped out of the underground passage, she spotted the old man himself, pipe in hand, and the Hokage's hat perched on his head. Lord Third, there have been no casualties at the ninja school. Several teachers in charge of administration hurried forward to report. Good, Jingli, you've done well. I've been watching, the third Hokage said, walking up to Lung. He offered a few words of praise, recognizing the heavy responsibility she'd shouldered on her very first day. Then, turning to the ninja students, many of whom still had tears in their eyes, he broke into a kindly smile. The effect was immediate. The children who'd been on the verge of tears stopped crying at once, gazing up at the third Hokage in awe. You've all shown great courage today. As a reward, how about everyone gets out of school early? The third Hokage truly knew how to put people at ease. Lung recalled her own elementary school days. In her previous life, early dismissal almost always meant something dramatic had happened. Hooray! Long live the third Hokage. This is awesome. We only had half a day of class today. Watching the students celebrate with such joy, Lung couldn't help but feel happy herself. After all, her mission was simply to protect them until the school holiday began. The Ninja Academy students had already finished school for the day, but Ling, Zishi, and the other two were summoned to the Hokage's office by the third Hokage. Hey, Teacher Saratobi, my shift is over, you know. If you're making me stay after hours, shouldn't I get some kind of compensation? And besides, I captured that Awagakure explosion release ninja alive today. Shouldn't that count as an S-rank merit for me? Ling wasn't about to accept mere verbal praise from the third Hokage. If she didn't get some real benefits, she was determined to stick around and not leave. You really can't stand to lose out, can you? Fine, I'll count it as an S-rank mission merit for you. Zishi, you and the others will get A-rank merits. That should satisfy you, right? The third Hokage truly did intend to reward Ling, and while he was at it, he'd also reward her teammates. If not for Ling, that explosion release ninja would probably have succeeded. If the academy had been blown up, all 4 grades of students still in training would have perished, and Konoha would have lost 4 years' worth of new genin. Especially now, when the war was just beginning, such a loss would have been catastrophic. Capturing the explosion release ninja alive would also help Konoha gather intelligence and conduct research on the explosion release bloodline. Thank you, Teacher Saratobi. I knew you were the most fair and just Hokage I've ever met. The third Hokage felt his dignity take a hit at Ling's words. You're not even 6 years old yet. Besides me, what other Hokage could you have possibly met? And now you're calling me the most reasonable Hokage you know. Zishi and the others bowed their heads in embarrassment, struggling to suppress their laughter as they thought of all the tragic moments in their lives to keep a straight face. Thank you, Lord Third Hokage, for your generosity, the 3 of them said in unison. After all, A rank merits weren't something they could easily earn. Today, they definitely lucked out. Teacher Saratobi, let's use this S-rank merit to settle my old debts. Didn't I borrow your 5-element great bullet and super beast imitating drawing techniques before? Ling understood the principle of not pushing one's luck too far. It was better to clear her debts now. Besides, she wasn't short on jutsu these days. Ahem, very well. I'm surprised you even remember that. I thought someone was planning to skip out on their debts, said the third Hokage, contentedly puffing on his pipe. After a morning of hard work, he'd finally finished his official duties. Now, all that remained was to rebuild the intelligence network and arrange the pursuit of Sasori of the Red Sand. TCH, does Sensei really think I'm the kind of person who'd break a promise? Sticking to my word, that's my ninja way. Ling didn't actually have any ninja way to speak of, but she had no qualms about borrowing the motto from Kushina's son. After all, she'd even copied Sasuke's sword-sheathing pose before. Sensei, if there's nothing else, I'll head home now. I gotta get back to working on my S-rank ninjutsu. With that, Ling slipped out the door. How could she let precious time be wasted on small talk? If she didn't leave now, the old third Hokage would probably find another task for her. Ling hurried home, her heart brimming with delight. As she opened the courtyard gate, she immediately saw her shadow clones. One contacting Dream Butterfly, another reaching out to Cold Cicada, and the rest practicing the 9 forms of illusory sword technique. Seeing that none of them were slacking off, she felt thoroughly reassured. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Keep it up, Ling called out, encouraging the courtyard full of her clones. In response, they rolled their eyes at her and flashed her a few sarcastic gestures. Ling paid no mind to their attitude. She headed straight for her laboratory, took out the spoils she'd seized from Danzo's secret stash, and began to examine them one by one. She undid the first seal, and a puff of white smoke cleared to reveal a piece of scientific equipment. After a careful inspection, she confirmed it was a tissue culture apparatus. The large container atop the device held a nutrient solution, and floating within was a chunk of white flesh. Upon closer scrutiny, she realized with astonishment that it was a sample of Hashirama's cells. In the end, Ling found she'd unlocked a complete set of scientific equipment, enough to fully outfit 2 laboratories. Among the items were more samples of Hashirama cells and several failed embryos that had been implanted with those cells. In addition to the scientific gear, there were scrolls containing secret and forbidden jutsu, as well as various ninja tools and supplies Danzo had embezzled, and even the experimental logs from Danzo's research team. Danzo truly was a generous benefactor, Ling mused. She had been planning to trouble the ninja cats to help her purchase a full lab setup, but now, unexpectedly, she had everything she needed. One particular scroll, filled with a wealth of jutsu and secret techniques, even had a special name that reeked of Danzo's style, the Book of Roots. Among the ninjutsu, besides the common 5 elemental techniques, there was a trove of wood-style jutsu, as well as several S-rank water-style techniques from Tobarama Senju. There at last was the technique Ling had longed for, the Har Vortex Waterblade. With this, developing her wind style, compressed spiraling storm lance would be a breeze. There were also techniques like the 4-sign Water Dragon Bullet, the S-rank Severing Wave, Water Formation Wall, and so on. Ling wondered how Danzo the Old Fox had managed to get his hands on these. After all, just because he was the second Hokage's student, surely that didn't entitle him to all these high-level jutsu? Danzo himself certainly wasn't a water-style master. Never mind how he got them, though. What mattered was that now everything belonged to Ling. It was a pity, however, that the wood-style techniques didn't include the precise chakra fusion ratios. If they had, it would have been a simple matter for Ling to replicate wood-style, or even a degraded version like paper-style. She could have mass-produced explosive tags by the billions with ease. She could have created something like a chain-reaction explosive tag, Ling hurried home in high spirits. As she opened the gate to her courtyard, she saw her shadow. Clones diligently practicing Dream Butterfly, Cold Cicada, and the 9 forms Phantom sword technique. Seeing that none of them were slacking off, she felt reassured. Great work, everyone. Keep it up. Ling encouraged the courtyard full of her clones. In response, they all rolled their eyes and shot her the finger. Unfazed by their reactions, Ling went straight to her laboratory and took out the spoils she'd gathered from Danzo's stash to inspect them. She broke the first seal, and with a puff of white smoke, a piece of scientific equipment appeared. After careful examination, she confirmed it was a tissue culture apparatus. The large tank on top was filled with nutrient solution, and inside floated a chunk of white tissue. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a piece of Hashirama cells. In total, Ling unpacked a complete set of research equipment sufficient for 2 laboratories, including Hashirama cells and several failed embryos that had been implanted with these cells. Besides that, she found several ninjutsu and secret technique scrolls, various ninja tools and supplies Danzo had embezzled, and the experiment logs from Danzo's research team. Danzo turned out to be a real benefactor. Ling had been planning to trouble the ninja cats for a full set of lab equipment, but now she had everything she needed in one go. One scroll, packed with various ninjutsu and secret techniques, even had a special name, the Book of Roots. It was so typical of Danzo's style. Among the ninjutsu, there weren't just the usual 5 elemental techniques, but also a wealth of wood-release techniques and several S-rank water-release moves from Tobarama Senju. There was the hard vortex water blade Ling had been longing for. Now, developing her wind release, compressed spiral storm lance would be much easier. There are also techniques like the 4-seal water dragon bullet, the S-rank severing wave, and water formation wall. Ling couldn't even imagine how that old fox Danzo had gotten his hands on all these. Just because he was the second Hokage's student, did that really entitle him to all these techniques? Danzo never even used water release in the first place. But it didn't matter how he got them. They were Ling's now. It was just a pity that the wood release techniques didn't include the chakra fusion ratios for using them. If they had, Ling could have easily created wood release herself, or at least an inferior paper release. Then, making several billion explosive tags would be a breeze. She could come up with something like Itachi's multiplying explosive tags, or Conan's explosive tag ocean. If Madara hadn't died yet, she could set up a little surprise for him in the Valley of the End, give him a grand send-off. Once Madara was gone, Ling could plot for the Rinnegan however she pleased. And as for Black Zetsu, if he dared to show himself, she'd give him the same treatment as a tailed beast. Maybe she'd even make Black Zetsu into a Jinchuriki for herself. Who knows, she might get to use Yin-Yang release. However, Ling wasn't sure if 2 combined 4-symbol seals, forming an 8-trigram seal, would be enough to seal Black Zetsu. She spent over 10 minutes memorizing all these jutsu. Once her shadow clones mastered the 2 Jinjutsu and the 9-form illusion sword technique, she could assign them to further training. When it came to squeezing every ounce of effort from shadow clones, she was probably second only to Naruto himself. It was a pity, though, that Danzo's scrolls didn't contain the multi-shadow clone jutsu. If they had, her training speed would have soared. On the subject of secret techniques, Ling hadn't expected to find a reverse 4-symbol seal, a sealing jutsu powerful enough to lock down an entire bridge among Danzo's collection, nor the root curse mark, tongue eradication, the core technique Danzo used to build his root organization. Ling wasn't sure if the reverse 4-symbol seal could be used by her physical shadow clones. She knew for certain that ordinary shadow clones couldn't perform it. Her physical shadow clones combined the abilities of Rabbit's technique with a standard shadow clone, granting them flesh and blood, yet they still vanished upon dispersal. She still couldn't quite grasp the underlying principle. As for the tongue eradication curse mark, well, with a sly chuckle, now that she had this technique, Ling could establish her own root division one day. But she'd have to wait until wartime, when orphans would, unfortunately, be more common. As for Konoha's orphanage, Yakushi Nono had already caught the attention of the 3rd Hokage, who was recruiting her into the Umbu's intelligence network. Yakushi Nono was only 16 or 17 now, yet she had already become the head of the orphanage. Previously, she planned to join Root to secure funding, but after Danzo's downfall, the 3rd Hokage approached her instead. It just went to show, the 3rd Hokage truly deserved his reputation. As Danzo's close confidant, when they needed a reliable pool of spies, their first instinct was to look toward the orphanage. Ling had learned this tidbit from Yin Shan. Earlier, she had bribed Yin with dried fish to recruit most of Konoha's cats as informants. Now, that network was finally coming in handy. At this period, Danzo was quite impoverished. He hadn't even managed to acquire a copy of the Book of Seals, nor a single Sharingan. Aside from a piece of Hashirama's flesh, his resources were so meager that even a stray dog would shake its head in pity. Ling's behavior, eating from Danzo's bowl and then cursing him behind his back, would have made Danzo furious enough to stomp his feet if he ever found out. All those experimental instruments and secret jutsu. If not for Danzo, it would have taken years of hard work and achievement to acquire them in Konoha. With nothing better to do, Ling placed the cellular samples she'd collected from would-release ninjas and Danzo's Hashirama cell arm into the bioresearch machine. She then separated samples from a would-release ninja, Danzo's would-release arm, and Hashirama's flesh to prepare 3 microscope slides. First, she observed them with the laboratory's optical microscope. Since she had selected muscle tissue cells, there was no visible difference under the lens. If it weren't for her ability to sense chakra and distinguish the fog-like energy emanating from each type of cell, she would have thought they all came from the same organism. Since the optical microscope was inadequate, she turned to ninja technology and some creative methods, transforming the telescope jutsu into a microscope jutsu to dig deeper. During this round of observation, clear differences could finally be discerned, allowing for a distinction between the cells from Hashirama and those from Danzo's group. The cells from Hashirama showed a striking contrast in nutrient absorption and aggression compared to the lifeless cells from Danzo and the root ninjas. This unusual vitality took Ling an entire afternoon to analyze and summarize. Eventually, she concluded that Hashirama cells produced a unique substance that could naturally harmonize with environmental energy. By sheer luck, she managed to extract a solution containing this special substance. It was entirely different from any other small organic molecules. The composition of this substance was not held together by ordinary chemical or hydrogen bonds, but was instead formed by a special kind of chakra, somewhat similar to yang release chakra, but even more powerful and brimming with life. In the end, Ling concluded that the yang release of Hashirama cells was fundamentally different from that of ordinary people. This unique yang release could combine with wood release chakra, granting the wood release abilities that far surpassed the limits of ordinary bloodline techniques. Ling injected a small amount of this substance, she named it Ashura substance, into Danzo's cells, and in an instant, the Danzo cells were destroyed. However, with her extraordinary visual acuity, Ling noticed that once the Ashura substance came into contact with Danzo's chakra, it immediately attempted to alter the structure of Danzo's chakra. This led to the phenomenon of the Danzo cells shattering. From the remnants of these shattered cells, Ling observed a faint trace of wood release chakra. No wonder those root ninjas could wield wood release after using the so-called zero-cell extract. It was evident that the extract contained this very Ashura substance. It seemed, however, that some other component was suppressing the activity of the Ashura substance, which allowed the root ninjas to use wood release without turning directly into giant trees themselves. The science of the ninja world, at the microscopic level, appeared vastly different from that of Ling's previous life. But she understood that this was due to the existence of natural energy and chakra, two forces that defied conventional logic. As a result, things didn't seem to adhere to the usual laws of physics and chemistry. The instability of natural energy and chakra led to an overwhelming variety of changes at the microscopic level in the ninja world. Materials infused with extraordinary elements could be created, and chakra could even influence gene expression or directly induce targeted genetic mutations. That night, Ling cleaned up the laboratory. After more than half a day's research, she could confirm that Orochimaru and Danzo studies were still stuck at the cellular stage, at most involving some special supernatural molecules. But Ling was certain that neither Danzo nor Einstein's snake could achieve any fundamental breakthroughs merely by analyzing the structures of these supernatural molecules. As things stood, they only knew of the existence of such extraordinary molecules and understood their observable properties. There, research remained at a basic level, limited to either suppressing or enhancing these molecules' effects, without any deeper insight. So, next time, Ling plans to investigate how these extraordinary molecular structures are synthesized. Are they the result of gene expression, or are they produced by a particular organelle? That's right, an organelle. In the cells of people from the shinobi world, aside from the nucleus, mitochondria, and things like the Golgi apparatus and endoplasmic reticulum, there exists another organelle with an as-yet unknown function. Ling has a vague sense that this organelle might be the very reason why humans in the shinobi world possess both cellular and spiritual energy, but further research is needed to be sure. For the next month or so, Ling spent monotonous days clocking in and out at the ANBU, passing the time after work by studying Hashirama cells. This stretch of time allowed Ling to confirm that this mysterious organelle is, in fact, the key to absorbing nutrients and generating cellular energy. Ling decided to name it the Super Energy Chamber, a name inspired by its properties and structure. This discovery alone has put him leagues ahead of Orochimaru's current research progress. While the shinobi world is still conducting research on a macroscopic level, a bit like Orochimaru, still studying Newtonian physics, Ling has already moved on to exploring the equivalent of relativity. Within this organelle, the energy produced by the breakdown of sugars and fats binds with natural energy, carried by food and diluted within the body, as well as certain organic molecular groups, to form a kind of extraordinary energy storage substance. This remarkable storage substance is built from 4 superenergy groups arranged around a carbon atom. The bonds of these groups combine the diluted natural energy and bioenergy into a unique amalgam. When these superenergy groups break apart, a surge of what is called cellular energy is released. This, in essence, is why shinobi are able to wield supernatural abilities. As for spiritual energy, it can only be synthesized in the super energy chambers found specifically in brain cells. Spiritual energy is more ethereal in nature. While it also involves diluted natural energy and bioenergy, there seems to be an additional element, some kind of soul layer fluctuation. This difference gives rise to the distinction between spiritual energy and cellular energy. Yet, because of their similarities, the two can merge as they flow through the chakra pathways, combining to form chakra. Because this energy inherently possesses some properties of natural energy, it can temporarily transform into natural phenomena of the five elements, though it will eventually dissipate. However, since the combination between spiritual and cellular energy isn't entirely stable, it constantly breaks down into its two components, spiritual energy and cellular energy. But as it circulates through the chakra pathways, it fuses once more to become chakra. This research is nothing short of groundbreaking. If prestigious journals like Nature or Cell existed in the shinobi world, Ling could easily publish several academic papers on the subject. Unfortunately, for now, Ling alone enjoys the fruits of this discovery. He has uncovered the true nature of chakra and has observed how it operates both inside and outside the human body. The reason why chakra within the human body can enhance strength, defense, and speed lies essentially in its ability to briefly bond with chemical structures, making the physical properties of matter tougher and more resilient. Beyond this, Ling also observed that the super-energetic groups of this extraordinary substance seem to involve genetic participation, with the super-energetic cavities taking part in genetic transcription, translation, and even reverse transcription. It is all so complex. Ling has yet to grasp the full picture and knows that further research is needed. Thankfully, the art of the microscope has directly propelled the progress of shinobi world science. Though it seems this research will not grant Ling any immediate boost in combat abilities, she is not discouraged, for this is merely the foundation being laid. And it is not as if there have been no results at all. While studying wood-release chakra and explosion-release chakra, Ling discovered that fusing a Kekkai Genkai does not necessarily require advanced nature transformations to be blended together. Possessing the basic 3 nature transformations is already sufficient. In fact, even 2 forms of the same nature transformation can sometimes be enough. Take explosion release, for example. It is achieved in this manner. The same holds true for wood release. The key is that when combining 2 chakra natures, one's power of contemplation must be involved, granting the resulting Kekkai Genkai chakra its unique properties. This also explains why there is an explosion release unit in a Wagakure. Does this mean those explosion release ninja have mastered a single chakra nature to the level of deep contemplation? Not necessarily. Even Inoki himself, most likely, has only brought his mastery of earth release to that level, thus granting it gravitational properties. As for dust release, it is a fusion of wind, earth, and fire natures. Yet Inoki never uses wind or fire release, which shows that merging Kekkai Genkai is not as difficult as people imagine. At present, Ling has fully mastered the 3 nature transformations for wind, 2 for water, and 1 each for earth and fire. She is currently delving into the second for both. Lightning, unfortunately, lags behind, with her still working on the first transformation. In other words, Ling already possesses 4 chakra natures that make her eligible to attempt Kekkai Genkai fusion, especially with wind and water, which could combine to create ice release. However, Ling has not yet begun preparations for such a fusion. Her intuition tells her that only after mastering 3 nature transformations will merging a Kekkai Genkai bring about a true leap in power. She knows that even reaching deep contemplation in a single chakra nature can make its power rival that of an average Kekkai Genkai, and with this, one could attain near Kaga-level strength. Having covered her research on Hashirama cells and Kekkai Genkai, Ling now turns to her progress in learning ninjutsu during this period. With the help of her shadow clones, she has successfully learned and can now perform the 2 Jinjutsu, Dream Butterfly and Cold Cicada, taught by Uchiha Jili, channeling their power through her Sharingan. She had also gained a rudimentary grasp of those 9 illusory sword techniques, but to draw out their full potential, she would need to practice and refine them further. As for the secret jutsu from Danzo, the old schemer's book of roots, Ling had mastered all of them except for the wood release techniques. The 4 symbols. Binding technique could be performed using her rabbit avatar's physical shadow clone, but the power was greatly diminished and it came with side effects. Perhaps it was because the physical shadow clone's essence was too weak, or the simulated blood was too artificial. When the avatar used the 4 symbols binding technique, it could only seal an area with a 2-meter diameter. The side effect was that after using the technique, the chakra and cursed energy used to create the physical shadow clone would be completely consumed, vanishing for good, rather than returning to the original body when the clone was destroyed. In other words, this portion of chakra and cursed energy was lost forever. Fortunately, it didn't reduce the upper limit of her chakra or cursed energy. She had learned the cursed tongue eradication seal, but hadn't yet had a chance to use it. On the other hand, the hard vortex water blade and water severing wave jutsu proved extremely useful. They were currently Ling's most destructive techniques. These two jutsu also gave Ling some fresh insights into the third property transformation of water release, the wild, raging aspect of water. She believed it wouldn't be long before she fully mastered all three nature transformations of the water element. As for Flying Thunder God technique, Ling had yet to master it. She was currently stuck on designing a Flying Thunder God mark that she could sense herself. Given the short time she'd spent on it, it was only natural she hadn't succeeded yet, but she did discover that she truly had a talent for space-time techniques. As a transmigrator, her soul carried the essence of the Jujutsu world, so it was only natural she possessed a gift for space-time. All she needed was time and patience to learn the Flying Thunder God. Her two self-developed S-rank jutsu, Wind Release, Spiral Compressed Shuriken, and Wind Release, Spiral Compressed Storm Lance, were progressing slowly. The Storm Lance especially was still stuck at the stage of refining its form and structure. It was extremely difficult to layer the Storm Lance's spiraling structure onto the compressed Rasengan. However, the Spiral Compressed Shuriken was coming along quickly. Now, she could steadily inject Wind Nature Chakra into the compressed Rasengan. There were still some fine adjustments needed to further stabilize the technique, but even as a prototype, its power already matched Naruto's own Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. What's more, Ling's Spiral Compressed Shuriken could be thrown without infusing Sage Chakra. The only issue was the limited range and the difficulty in controlling its flight path. Time flew by. Tomorrow would be June 5th, and the day after that was Ling's birthday, though she had completely forgotten about it. In the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Shursui, now a member of the Uchiha police force, was reporting to Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the force. Chief Fugaku, the police force has now been reduced by half, and we're ready to recruit new members from Konoha at any time. Because of Ling's request, Shursui personally oversaw both the downsizing and the recruitment for the police force, determined to prevent anyone from just paying lip service to the orders. In truth, there were indeed some hawkish Uchiha who refused to obey, but faced with Shursui, whose Sharingan had awakened to the 3 Tomo, only those of the Jonin level could hope to resist. Everyone else was subdued with ease. Downsizing proceeded at a rapid pace, supported by the will of both Uchiha Chiri and the elders of the reformist faction. Even the most radical among them, like Uchiha Shana, dared not make trouble. This is good. I only hope that the path you've chosen is the right one. I may not have the power to save the Uchiha, but I can at least maintain some stability. Uchiha Fugaku was fully aware that he had become little more than a puppet. The elders of all 3 factions barely acknowledged him, but he still held some sway over the ordinary members of the clan. Chief Fugaku, Ling is different. She'll bring light to the Uchiha. Both Grandma Chiri and I believe this with all our hearts. Anyone who dares to stand in the way of Ling's plans, even if it's an Uchiha elder, I won't hesitate to remove them. Kneeling on one knee, Uchiha Shursui looked up, his 3 Tomo Sharingan blazing with a blood-red light. The resolve and determination in his eyes were so intense that even Fugaku found them hard to meet. Well, all right then. I'll ask the 3rd Hokage to let the dismissed Uchiha form a task squad and invite members from other clans to join the police force. Fugaku had once hoped that by controlling the police force and achieving military feats in the coming war, he might seize the seat of Hokage. But now, he realized that opportunity had slipped away. As the police force commander, losing half of the Uchiha members meant his authority would inevitably be diluted. He had no strength left to resist. Yet, it seemed this path might actually help the Uchiha better integrate into the village, and so his old habit of hesitation crept in once more. Very well. I'll explain all this to Ling and Grandma Chiri. If you'll excuse me. Shursui stood up, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes, but he did not leave immediately. Is there something else, Shursui? Fugaku put down the police force documents he was handling and looked at Shursui, who seemed to be struggling with something, curiosity in his gaze. Well, Chief Fugaku, the day after tomorrow is Ling's birthday. Do you have any idea what sort of gift I should give her? Uchiha Shursui's face flushed bright red. He had no idea what to give the woman he loved. Her birthday? Back when it was Makoto's birthday, I think I gave her flowers. But it's better if you make something with your own hands. That way, your feelings will truly come through. Fugaku and Makoto's marriage had started as a political match. He was 7 or 8 years her senior. Even so, over time, real love had quietly grown between them. Huh? Make it myself? But I really don't know how. Shui scratched the back of his head, feeling that picking out a gift was even harder than being pitted against a jonin in battle. You can think about what Ling usually likes, then try making something yourself. Oh, and remember to bring Itachi along the day after tomorrow. Ever since Ling had given him some dango, Uchiha Itachi had taken quite a liking to this older clan sister. Besides, Fugaku also wanted his eldest son to build a good relationship with Ling. All right then, I'll be going now, clan leader Fugaku. Distracted and absent-minded, Shui made his way back home, his mind replaying memories of his time with Ling. He realized that Ling didn't seem to have any particular favorites. If anything, she showed some interest in various secret jutsu, or in good food. When it came to secret techniques, he didn't have any original jutsu of his own, and the clan's inherited ones had already been given to Ling. As for food, he was even more helpless. Maybe I should just make a big cake. Ling would probably like that, right? Shui recalled that Ling seemed to enjoy fruit desserts, so he immediately made his way to Konoha's best cake shop, planning to learn how to bake a cake from the owner. He was confident. With his Sharingan fully activated, if he watched the shopkeeper make the cake a few times, he'd have no trouble with it. Meanwhile, the three legendary Sannin, rarely gathered together, were having a drink at the tavern. Tsunade had once again lost all her money. Jiraiya had just received a royalty payment, and Orochimaru had wrapped up a stage in his research. Damn it, it's that old man Hiruzen's fault. Ever since he put Ling in the ANBU, I've barely had a winning streak. Tsunade slammed her empty cup down on the table so hard that Jiraiya, who had been mesmerized by the deep valley at her chest and was already tipsy, snapped back to his senses. When you gamble against Ling, you might stand a chance. Against anyone else, you're guaranteed to lose. And you still think you can win money. Jiraiya eyed Tsunade with disdain, remembering how she'd borrowed gambling funds from him. Believing a habitual gambler would win was even more impossible than believing Orochimaru was a woman. What's that supposed to mean? I have won before, you know. Tsunade grabbed Jiraiya by the collar, lifting him up and glaring at him, her eyes fierce despite his drunken stupor. Isn't Ling's birthday coming up the day after tomorrow? Have you two prepared any gifts? Orochimaru, in a surprisingly good mood after finalizing the theory behind his living corpse reincarnation, had been keeping an eye on Uchiha Ling through his communication snakes and knew that she seemed to have forgotten her own birthday. He knew that every day, Ling would train dozens of shadow clones in different jinjutsu and ninjutsu. Over the past month, he'd been able to visibly observe her growing stronger. Her birthday, huh? I almost forgot. I'll have Shizen prepare something. Tsunade wasn't much for birthdays. She barely cared about her own. The only thing she cared about was that Ling's birthday meant she could finally gamble with someone worthy of her again.